bum 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 bum.
Hi
everyone. You gotta wait on that.
Sure what to do.
She's like, ah!
I'm gonna walk
Hello.
it away.
Hello, friends, and welcome to Legends of Avantris. I'm Nikki. I'm going to be the DM today, and we are doing our very first session of our Curse of Strahd campaign. We are diving into Death House today, which will be a lot of fun, I hope. So, do we have announcements?
We do.
Announcements. Why don't you do announcements?
I think the first announcement is that everyone is dressed up like their character today.
Yes,
so
at least inspired. You know,
inspired.
Yeah,
yes,
that's great.
So it will be a running theme that we will have outfits. I will eventually be in an outfit once I finish making mine. So
it is the first time we've done this, so
thank you for the follow.
Thank you.
So yeah, this is the first time we've done this. Let us know if it helps, how you like it. It's a lot of fun, so we'll keep doing it anyway. But let us know what you think. Another announcement is that this is Death House, which is the first kind of real session of Curse of Strahd. We'll be after this session. We'll be taking a bit of a break, and we're going to start the campaign in earnest in August. So I believe towards the end of August, we're going to be playing weekly on a weekend.
Yeah.
Hopefully to finish in like 13 sessions around Halloween.
Yeah.
So
spooky 13.
Yeah. So it might take a little longer or a little shorter. We'll see. But this is kind of a taste. We did a session 0 that is recorded that will eventually go up for everybody to watch, where we all sort of met in the world of Avantris and how we got to Barovia.
It is currently on YouTube, so if you join our Discord, you will be able to see the link for that video if you want to watch the session 0. Thank you for the follow.
Thank you for the follow.
Thank you for the follow.
Thank you for the follow. Axiom
So
Dark.
unfortunately, I cannot see chat very well, so I won't be able to thank you by name. But thank you.
Oh, I thought we were just gonna have you like do your best approximation, whatever it looks like.
Yeah.
For
Okay.
me.
Thank you, Omlan Da. Omlan Da.
That was close.
Thank you.
That was close. You did it. Very impressive. Very cool.
Even in my
Very
glasses. So.
2 other quick announcements. We have we still have Twist of Fate, and you see in the bottom every 500 bits. We get a D20 reroll that anyone in the party can use. It's super helpful. We have a little cauldron and some vampire-themed coins to track them.
And we have, some amazing, these are coins from Norse Foundry.
Yes.
And they have a Dracula on them.
Yeah.
So I don't
They're
know if you
super
can see
fucking
this.
cool.
Yeah,
They have an awesome, they have a Dracula, there are some bats.
Go check out Norse
There's some
Foundry.
full moon.
Thank you.
There's this horrifying looking Dracula.
Oh my.
He's
I don't
the
know if you
spooky.
can see
wow.
it.
That's
So when they get a Twist of Fate, I will pass a coin to Kana, and she will place it in the Cauldron of Fate, and they can use it at their leisure.
Should we talk about what a twist of fate is?
A Twist of
Yes,
Fate.
a Twist of Fate. It's just a reroll on a D20 that we can use. Any D20 roll that we're like, oh fuck, we really want to pass this, we can reroll again.
And I have a feeling we're gonna need it.
Yeah, we might need it. We might still get it too.
So
it's
please save us. This is Death House.
Yes, you guys.
We're gonna need it.
And then I think finally, or at least the last one I'm thinking of, is next Saturday. Join us for Beneath Dark Wings, which is our big epic monthly campaign with the whole Avantris crowd at the table. We have some awesome characters. It's a pretty crazy story, and we're getting into kind of the next arc of our story. So that'll be a really good time. So next Saturday, join us.
And we have a giveaway that we are doing
That's
today.
right.
So
Yes. Special.
randomly, it is a special giveaway that we just decided to do, or more so as the DM, I decided to do, because it is our very first module that we're running as a group. On Legends of Avantris, we normally do homebrew stuff, so this is our first module. And I will say, having had to prepare for this, that I have a deep respect for DMs that run modules, because this shit ain't easy.
No.
It ain't.
But we are going to do a giveaway. It is going to be for a set of metal Norse Foundry dice. They are phenomenal.
Show these off.
Yes,
Yeah, where are
absolutely.
they?
Right over there.
If you could grab
Oh,
them.
there we go.
They are
More
silver
friends.
with red lettering.
Apply. Here we go. Sorry.
Hey,
We're back.
Can you hear us still?
Can you hear us?
We're back.
Sorry,
Hey, there we go.
guys.
Sorry about that.
Okay, So, anyway, for the giveaway, I'll start that over. So we're doing a random giveaway, or we're doing a giveaway for our followers at some point during the session. All you have to be doing is in chat with us at the time when we do it and be following our channel. You will get a set of metal Norse Foundry dice. They are in a very cool, like, smoky silver color with red lettering. A velvet, large velvet dice bag, red velvet dice bag with a Gothic embroidery on it. And you will also be getting a 3D print of one of the magical items that you can get in Curse of Strahd. It is the Amulet of the Morning Lord, and the Amulet of Ravenkind, actually. And this is the raw print, but I will be painting it for you, and we'll be shipping that out as well. So you'll get a fun little token that you can put on your D&D shelf, and then some dice and a bag.
So at some point during the session, we don't know what it'll be, somewhere in the middle-ish. We're streaming all day, so stick around.
Do you want to set up a giveaway thing?
I probably should.
You probably should.
Yeah. Anyway.
So, outside of that, do we have anything else that we need to talk about?
Well, thanks for the follow, GG Wow1.
Oh, yes,
Thank you. Thank you, GG Wow1.
GG Wow1.
GG Wow.
GG Wow1.
GG Wow1.
GG Wow1.
So, with that, as I said, I'm Nikki. I'm going to be your dungeon master today. We are going through Death House, and we are a mature stream. There will be mature themes. And there will be mature language and probably mature roleplay, because that is just what we do here.
Because we're really mature people.
We're really mature people. Yeah. Like the most mature. And so with that, would you guys like to go around the table and introduce yourselves?
We can start off
with, no.
Oh.
We can start off with Sarnax.
I am Sarnax of the Edelwood, a lizard folk cleric, a light cleric of the Dragon Lord Garrix. I am a member of a cult in the kingdom of Irios in the continent of Striga, and my religion worships the cleansing power of fire and the renewal that comes from destruction.
Alright, I'm playing Silas Morgan, also known as Shepherd to these folks here. I'm a feral tiefling born in some desert town in Yona, and I am
Thanks, Mike.
I'm the protector of this small town, raised by the good Dr. Cogburn, armed with some contraptions he made me when he taught me how to ride and shoot. I've been employed by the professor to protect him as his personal bodyguard.
Greetings, how do you do, ladies and gentlemen? I am Professor Clayton Azran, a professor of archaeology at the esteemed Passchendaele University in the wonderful, foggy port city of Brieg in the continent of Bargus and Avantris. And it is my goal to prove that Barovia exists, so I set out on an expedition employing just about all of these folks to accompany me and help me along the way. And as of right now, we seem to have found it, so I'm very excited.
I'm very excited. I'm playing Victoria Isaacs, a half-elf shadow sorceress, also from Brieg, and I've contacted Professor Azran to join him on this journey to investigate the legend of Barovia and the ties that it may hold to the Shadowfell, which is of great interest to me. That's it.
I am Kana Soyokaze. I come from the lands of Inari. City is still a work in progress. Thank you,
Thanks,
DM.
Mike. Well, different DM.
Just pass.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, no. Sorry.
Just let you know the rug for now.
I am a samurai protector of my people, and I have heard grave news that my master, Jinteki, may have gone into the lands of Barovia. That I am now recently finding out is he's probably dead, and my people feel that because I did not commit seppuku, I am a traitor, and it is rumored that I killed him, which I did not. So I am on a mission to avenge him and find out the truth of the location of my master, and I have joined Clayton Azran in his expedition to protect him and his companions as I learn more about my master.
Well,
all right.
That is our group. Are you guys ready to get started?
Let's fucking do it.
Yeah! Let's do it!
All right. Last time on Curse of Strahd, you found yourselves, unsuspecting travelers, you found yourselves together. Oh, thank you so much,
Thank you for the cheer.
We will be interacting with chat a little less than usual during the session. We will be saying thank you for cheers and welcome to new followers, etc. But aside from that, we will be kind of distancing ourselves just a little bit from chat, more so than we normally do, just for the sake of we got to get through Death House in a day. So you found yourselves traveling through the many continents of Avantris, picking up member after member of your group before you found yourselves under the heavy trees in Strahdanya on an expedition to discover more about the land of Barovia and the one that they called Strahd. It was through a few accidents in this strange temple that you ended up finding yourselves traveling through a dark tunnel beneath the ruins of a temple and into the mists of the land of Barovia. Looming towers of stone, the gates, headless statues standing erect on either side of them, looming over you as you made your way into this strange new land. Before you found yourselves, after a few hours of travel, entering into a quiet but dilapidated town. The houses and buildings, some of them boarded shut, others you were quickly able to see as people slide the curtains closed, but continue to peek out watching you. You know that there's life here, but it is suspicious of you. As you make your way through, you wind around a corner, down a street, and you glance up and you see the name Wolf's Way. As you begin to make your way around the winding path, through the thicket of trees and brush, you find yourself walking up to a strange row house, flanked on either side by dilapidated houses covered in boarding. This house is quiet and eerie. And as you look up at the rotting, moss-covered porch, you hear the whimpering of childlike voices. Stepping out of the shadow of the portico entrance to this house, you see a small girl, no more than maybe 10, dark hair, purple embroidered dress goes down to about her knees, black stockings, laced up black boots, her hair in a strange updo, the like of which none of you have ever seen, and clutching, shivering against her hand is an even smaller child, a little boy in a purple cloak, a cloth doll held firmly in one of his arms, a single button on his face to represent the eyes, the other one having fallen off, and a lopsided grin. You can tell this doll is well loved. As he shivers and whimpers, she holds him a little bit closer, and she looks out at all of you, and she says, "There is a monster in our house." And this is what you see. You want to pass this, Mike?
Yes, please. Oh my goodness.
Yikes. Ooh. Shall we show the audience?
Absolutely. Here, give the ladies a look.
And actually, I'm going to grab something really quickly.
Ooh, very spooky.
Very spooky. Spoopy doopy.
Whoa.
I feel better about my appearance now.
Oh my gosh, these outfits.
No.
Whoa. Very cool.
I'll call out to them. Do you live in this house here?
Yes, we do live in this house, but we can't go inside because there is a monster in there. Little Thorn won't go in, he's so scared.
What kind of monster are you talking about?
I don't know. My mommy and my daddy said that this is a monster and we cannot go in.
Where is your mother and your father, child?
They're inside. Our little baby Walter, my little baby brother, he's inside there too. What if the monster gets him?
What manner of monster plagues this household, child?
I literally just said I don't know.
Well, don't worry. First I have a few questions, if you don't mind. Where are we right now?
We are in the land of Barovia, in the village of Barovia.
I thought so. So Barovia is both a land and a village, of course. And I'll start writing stuff down. The monster inside,
Mr. Shepherd here, it's his specialty,
What
so...
if it gets my little baby brother? He is so small, he can't even walk on his own.
Are you concerned about the safety of your parents as well?
My parents are very strong. They protect us. They let us come outside so we did not have to be hurt by the monster.
Can I insight check the kid to see if this is a trap? 23.
She seems to be completely honest.
Okay.
I'll step forward, and I'm going to get as closest to the children as they'll let me. And I'll be holding my lantern, and it'll be revealing anything invisible within 30 feet of me.
lantern.
30 feet of me. Yeah. As I will then kind of shine my lantern and illuminate both their faces as I look. And I'll kneel down, and I'll extend my hand, and I'll say, "Do you believe in the cleansing power of fire?"
I'm not sure what you mean, but I don't want my house to be burned down. I have a dollhouse. I don't want to lose my dollies.
And as you
Dear
look around,
child.
you see that you hold your lantern up, and though you are communicating directly with these children, you're scanning the ground around them, looking for anything that might be hidden in the distance behind, and you don't see anything. It looks like it is a house and a child. And two
Sarnax,
children.
don't scare the children.
Oh no, Thorn, you're so scared.
Then she holds her little brother tighter, and you can see as small teardrops begin to streak down his face. He's shaking violently as he clutches this doll and holds on to her hand.
Beneath the blazing dragon fire of Garrix, there is nothing to be afraid of, children. The cleansing power of fire will burn this
Sarnax,
monster to ash.
that'll be enough.
Sarnax, I'm not
I
sure.
will step forward.
It's quite not the time for that. I don't believe.
Children, and I'll kneel down and just take the girl's hand. What he means to say is that things in the shadow can be quite frightful, but perhaps a bit of light shed on them will make you see that there's nothing to be afraid of.
She kind of looks between you and Sarnax, and
He looks like one of our toys that Thorn plays with. It is a little dinosaur.
Yes, that's right. A little dinosaur.
It
That's
is one
all
of
he
Thorn's
is.
favorite toys.
and you see that Thorn for a second kind of smiles up at Sarnax and then shrinks away.
You are very pretty.
Oh, thank you, child.
Are you going to save my brother from the monster?
Professor, I think if we've got time, we got to check this out. We can't leave these poor children here alone.
We do have the invitation, but young children, if we go inside and defeat this monster, may I maybe investigate and take a look around as we do so?
In the house?
Yes, of course.
Are you going to save my little brother?
Yes, very much so.
That is all that I want. I want my mommy and my daddy and my little brother Walter.
All right. Well, yes. My good man, Shepherd here. He will. He specializes in defeating monsters, so you have nothing to worry about.
Now, don't you worry. I've seen plenty of monsters in my day, and I'm sure that this will just be another one on the old belt notch.
Are you a monster? Your skin is so red and your horns are so large.
I've gotten that once or twice, but no, I assure you, I'm here to help.
If you are a monster, you look like a kind monster. And if you save my brother Walter, then you will be my favorite monster.
I promise you, we'll bring it back safe and sound.
I want to walk up next to Victoria and kneel down as well and hold out my hand and say, "What is your name, child? I am Kana."
You see as she reluctantly lets go of Victoria's hand and she reaches over and grabs yours.
My name is Rose, and this is my brother Thorn.
Rose and Thorn, and
Rosevalda. But I prefer Rose because it is much more pretty. It is like a flower.
it is a very beautiful name, a strong name.
Thank you, my mommy gave it to me.
What about that little one? And I'll point to the doll.
He does not have a name, not that I know. You could ask Thorn.
I'll just kind of nod at him.
Roll a persuasion check.
Children, we are the monsters that the monsters shall be afraid of.
Ooh, 10.
Fear not. Garrix watches over this house now.
He looks at you and he holds his doll tightly, and for a second you see him open his mouth as if he's about to speak, and And he ducks his head back down against Rose, and he says nothing.
All we ready?
Yes, indeed.
Do you have any other family nearby that you could stay with? Is it safe for you to be out here by yourself?
It is much more safe than if we were inside. And we do have family, but not in the village of Barovia. And I would not want to risk walking to one of the other villages alone. We will wait for my parents.
Stay out of sight, stay safe, and we'll be back very quickly.
Thank you. Please make sure that Walter is okay. Let him know that I love him very much. And let my mom know that I am protecting Thorn, just like she said to.
I'm sure
Absolutely.
she'll be quite proud.
I'm going to move my cloak aside and ready judgment in a like as a drawing motion as I step towards the door to try the handle.
You see that that both of the children's eyes kind of go wide as they see you unholster one of these weapons at your side, and for a second they step back a little bit, but you see as Rose kind of looks up at you, and
He's a good monster.
and let's go ahead and move Death House.
All right. Oh, hold on. Well, let's at least show Death House on camera. Before
Yes.
Yeah.
So these are the gates of Barovia here. We're going to try to slide on over. We actually have our very own model of Death House that Nikki put together and painted and constructed,
Oh,
and
no.
the Beats pill is gone.
It died. It's plugged in, right?
Yeah, it's plugged in.
It
Yeah, just
sounds
make
like
sure
a
you turn it
wee
back
little
on.
thing when it dies.
Do you want to just sort of like do a quick,
I will do my best here,
quick?
so you guys can get a good look at
Oh,
Death House.
thank you,
The
guys.
host
Priority.
guys
Avantris fam, whomever that we missed. Apologies during the role play.
So you can see there it is. Some beautiful candles on top. I don't know if I can get the whole
Beta
thing
Kate.
here.
Welcome.
Look at that beautiful model. Look at that thing.
It's fucking. It's gorgeous.
It's gorgeous. I made that.
All right, let's try to.
Okay. Hello, Dan
Pick it up.
Davis.
Dan
welcome.
Davis, welcome.
Or anyone else that's new tuning in.
Thank you.
Yeah.
We
Appreciate
are
all of you.
just crossing the threshold into Death House as we speak, so we might die. Stay tuned.
Yeah.
What's the best way to do this?
Are we moving in?
It's not. It's like super adhered, so you don't have to be worried about it. You might want to take the candle off.
Oh, yeah.
Of it, but
Oh
that's
yes.
probably-
Sorry, I didn't even see that. I
No worries.
apologize. I'm actually
There's one right
pass this
there.
to Kels.
Oh.
And then if you just want to put
Good
it
idea.
on
I mean,
the table back here somewhere, it's good. And then if you guys want to put this out there facing that direction.
Oh,
We do. We very much
I
do.
literally held it out to you and said facing that direction.
I
Thanks.
love it.
Thanks,
Okay.
Andy.
I got you. No worries.
Okay, let's do that.
We're
It's
team.
important for the sake of.
candles
Actually,
going.
no, Mike was right. Face it back towards me.
Oh boy.
Yeah,
made a liar
the
out
other
of me.
DM was right. No, made a liar out of me. Okay. So you are all of you approaching, or is it just?
I'll stand behind Shepard, and I'm going to adjust my my lantern to a conal business.
Okay.
The bullseye.
I'll remain standing
Make sure.
protectively in front of the children in the back until I feel like it's safe.
Okay.
I think if we are to proceed, we should proceed together.
I agree completely, and this place, we haven't seen it in action, but based on all my research, it's very dangerous, so we should proceed with caution, and perhaps the three of you might go first, and Victoria, you and I, let's leave no stone unturned and take as many notes as you can.
I'd be happy to, Professor.
Well, thank you.
You begin to approach the house. There is a portico at the front. It's an enclosure, a gated enclosure before you get to the actual insides of the house. As you approach the entranceway to this dilapidated old house, you are met with the looming shadow of a large arched wrought iron gate. Rusted hinges on one side and a lock on the other as it fills the archway of the stone portico that is the only visible entrance to this strange house. The gate seems to be unlocked, and as you swing it open, the rusty hinges shriek and echo across the still night air. Stepping into the portico, you are now faced with a set of weathered oaken doors. Flanking these doors and hanging from the ceiling by rusted metal chains are 2 oil lamps. As you reach for the oaken doors, the lamps above your head ignite and begin to cast a faint yellow glow all around the portico. The children make no move to follow you inside. They do not seem to be startled by the appearance of the light. Thank you, Rigger, for the cheers.
Thank you for
so
the
much.
cheer.
Thank you.
And thank you, Mr. South 77.
Yeah, thank you.
Or welcome. Sorry, whatever.
I close the door behind us, making eye contact with the children, and I bow and give them a assured nod and close the door.
And then I'll step forward behind Shepard, illuminating his
Careful,
way.
don't get eaten by the monster.
She says to you as you close the portico behind you.
Lead the way, Shepard.
Of course, Sarnax. I gotta say, though, that thing about us being the monsters that make the monsters I might steal that.
You should. It is true.
And I proceed forward.
You and I are the monsters that they will be afraid of.
It makes me feel a bit better about all the comments I've received in my life, so...
Ooh, I like that. That's very intimidating. Perhaps we should keep that handy in case we meet any other villagers along the way.
Concur.
So carry on, good man.
I guess I'll move forward.
You're gonna open the front door?
Yeah. I'll try the handle, seeing if it's locked or not.
Okay. Thanks for the sub, Becca.
Thank you.
Thanks for hanging out.
And thanks for the cheers.
Well, thank you.
It doesn't seem to be
thank you,
unlocked.
Trigger.
Or it doesn't seem to be locked.
Okay.
As you enter the foyer of this decrepit but grand house, you are met with faintly worn wooden floors leading to a mahogany-framed set of double doors, inlaid with panes of stained glass depicting a large windmill and sprawling fields. Along the northern wall are 2 unlit oil lamps ensconced on the wall. Adorning the middle of the south wall is a shield emblazoned with a coat of arms featuring a stylized windmill on a red field. Flanked by the coat of arms are framed portraits of stony-faced aristocrats. The portraits, covered in a thick layer of dust and age, seem to be long-dead members of the family that own this house. Their resemblance to the children is faint, but it is there nonetheless.
If the door's unlocked, I'm gonna turn the handle and open the door.
You're gonna head even further in?
Yes.
Okay. So you guys would be right there at the edge of the map.
So, okay, like...
So that's the portico.
Yep.
And then what I just described is that
Okay.
long area right there. So you can kind of see the things.
I'll be
They're
next to you.
faintly
Did you say, like, what the condition, like, is it... Does it look like it's been lived in and it's clean, or it's
Yeah,
like,
I mean,
dusty
it's like faintly worn floors, but everything seems to be clean.
So it's not like Alphonse Manor style, like totally decrepit.
No, there's people that have been...
taken care of.
Yep.
Cool.
And so you're heading towards these the arched oaken doors with the stained glass inlaid into them. And you reach out, you turn the knob, and you can go ahead and remove that piece of
The middle piece.
Yep.
I'll hold it.
Professor, what a curious coat of arms. Do you recognize it?
Interesting. Let me consult
You
my
can just
memory.
pull it straight up. You're not gonna rip it. It's just washi tape.
Ah, look at that.
Oh, wash it. Let it.
You find yourselves spilling out into a wide hall that seems to run the width of the house. Along the north wall sits a black marble fireplace that roars to life the moment you enter the room. As the fire begins to take in heavy gulps of air to fuel its flames, you watch as the thick layer of dust that was once covering the entirety of this room begins to dance and undulate around you as it slowly settles into new places. Your eyes are quickly drawn to the mantelpiece above the fire. Mounted on the wall is a longsword, shimmering in the newfound light. As you look closely at it, you can barely make out the cameo of a windmill worked into the hilt. The wood-paneled walls are ornately sculpted with images of vines, flowers, nymphs, and satyrs. Your eyes follow the decorative paneling to the south wall where a red marble staircase circles upward to the second floor. A few closed wooden doors dot the landscape of this room. One in particular, smaller than the others. The middle door to the east sits ajar.
East is that way?
East is towards the TV.
Okay, got it.
And do
So,
we hear anything?
If you want to take that piece of paper and write the cardinal directions, that will be important for descriptions.
Yeah.
So east is towards the television.
I'm going to walk over to the fire.
So this is north.
North is towards you.
Right.
South is towards the ladies. West is towards me. East is towards the television.
Sorry. It's okay.
So I'm going to step over to the fireplace, and I'm going to crouch down as I peer into it. And I'm going to shift my lantern to hood it, so 30 feet all around. And I'm going to observe, like, this fire was generated unnaturally. And I'm going to try to investigate it, see do I get any sense of, like, devilishness or anything unnatural, I guess.
Roll an Arcana check.
And I would like to listen while he's doing that and see if we hear anything around us.
Okay, roll a perception check.
Arcana check will be a hot 4.
Looking at the fire, you see that there are dried bits of wood kindling as well in this fire, and though it seemed to appear out of nowhere. The flames are the familiar flames of a normally lit fire. And if you didn't know any better, you would imagine that someone had lit it.
Do I recognize the windmill coat of arms?
No, you would not.
I got a 22 on perception.
You listen and you hear the creaking of wood and above your head and under your feet, but aside from just the normal sounds of an old house moving about in what was a fairly windy evening, you don't hear any noises that would cause you alarm.
I want to kneel down and swipe my hand on the ground and pick up some of the dust and investigate it and see if any of the stirrings on the floor or up the stairs appear to have unusual footsteps.
Roll an investigation check for me.
17.
Looking around, you take special notice to the dust as it's slowly settling in new areas, and you look for what would have looked like unusual footprints, etc., and you don't see anything. The floor itself seems to have not been disturbed for a while. Though the house is not in disrepair, it does look like it is not well used, at least this area.
Now, if this is really a search and rescue mission, we need to do this quickly, we need to get in and out, and we need to be careful of whatever potential monster those poor children were talking about. I think we clear the first floor first before we move up to the second floor.
I see no sign of movement on this floor. If the monster is here, I don't think it's necessarily in this room.
Perhaps the children's imagination has just carried away with them.
I'd like to use my favored enemy monstrosities to try to make a survival check to track a monster. If it's a monstrosity, or I guess what happens is I get to make a survival check and I have advantage.
And it's for monstrosities specifically?
Yeah, that's my favorite enemy. So if I'm trying to track a monster, I'm looking for monstrosities as my favorite.
Welcome, Refos, let us know.
Darth Animal
And
70.
what is the distance?
It just says that I have advantage on survival checks to track my favorite enemies.
Yeah, so it's nothing unnatural, but he can sort of track them better.
So go ahead and roll a survival check then. Roll it at advantage because you're looking for monstrosities.
20 total.
You watch as Shepard his eyes go a little squinted as he begins to focus heavily, and he's looking around. You see as he's inspecting and listening, honing his hunter's nature, and you realize that though you can't tell the location, there does appear to be some sort of monstrosity that abounds in this house.
All right, that's what I was concerned about.
Concerned about what? What have you found?
That was not those children's imaginations. There is something monstrous in this house.
There's a monster in this house.
So
How do you know, Mr. Shepard?
I've been in this line of business for a while, miss, and we just need to proceed with caution.
No, I knew you were good. Money well spent. But if we may, remember we have a purpose here. This is an expedition, so I agree going floor to floor, making sure we clear every room, and I'd like to at least take the time to investigate.
Just don't let your guard down, Professor.
Of course, no. That's why, if you don't mind, he'll go first.
Point the direction, sir.
I'll go with you.
Yes, feel free, as long as we investigate every room as dealer's choice.
You said there was a door open to the east.
Yes, there is a door to the east. So you'll see that the little white lines that I tried to keep showing even when the things are down, those are doors.
Oh, okay.
So you can see that there's like one small square. That door is ajar.
This one back here.
That's the one.
Okay.
Oh, not that. Okay.
So
it's covered currently.
Okay.
So if you look, there's like a small square of covering.
That's fine. So seeing that, I'll start to proceed towards the open door carefully.
So go ahead and pull off that piece of...
So this one right here.
Nope, it's
this
that
little
one. That little one right there.
Got it. Okay.
Ooh.
As you swing the door
Shepherd over
open,
there.
the hinges groan and the wood creaks, but the settling dust seems to consume most of the sound. The door opens to a small coat closet. Several black cloaks hang from hooks on the wall. A lonely top hat sits on the highest shelf.
I I take my hat off, and I take the top hat, and I put it on, and I turn to the professor, and I say, how do I look?
It's presentable. It doesn't quite fit the rest of your garb.
It's fine, I'm just pulling your leg, Professor. I put the hat back, and I put the hat back on.
We certainly shouldn't steal from these fine people.
It's just a coat closet. Let's see if we can find another entrance to another room here.
I'll casually just guide my lantern into the closet, take a look, and then follow Shepard and Connor.
You do that. You see exactly the same thing as you use your lantern to look for things that may be hidden. You peer it into the recesses of the closet, and you see that it is a simple coat closet. Roll no, it's a simple coat closet.
I'm going to just move to the right and I guess take a look at one of these two rooms.
Just let me know which one.
And I'll randomly pick this one to try the handle and see if I can open the door.
You reach your hand out and you slowly turn the knob, and it does not give you any resistance. As you enter this small room, it appears to be a quaint... You can pull the piece off. As you enter this small room, it appears to be a quaint and tidy kitchen area. Dishware, cookware, and utensils are neatly placed on shelves. A work table sits against the southern wall. A cutting board and rolling pins sit perfectly placed atop it. Towards the back of the room, a stone dome-shaped oven stands near the eastern wall, its bent iron stovepipe connecting to a hole in the ceiling. Behind the stove, to the left, is a thin door propped open on its rusted hinges. The shadows flitting around the room make it hard to fully ascertain, but it appears to be a fairly well-stocked pantry.
I'll just,
Do everything safe in there?
Professor, it just seems to be a kitchen.
Oh, let me just take a quick look around. I want to just go in and just quickly investigate to see...
Roll a perception check for me.
And see if...
Because modules use perception to investigate, which I think is interesting.
That's not good then.
What is it normally?
We normally do investigation. Because you're choosing to investigate
15.
something versus perceiving something. So.
Well, can I choose to investigate the room instead?
No.
Okay.
So you're investigating the pantry?
Yeah.
Or the entire area?
Yeah, the entire area.
The pantry seems to be nearly free of dust. The large wooden shelving house all manner of dried foods, from raw grains to breads and pastas and to salted or dried meats. It appears to be fresh, and the thick layer of dust that you've become accustomed to does not seem to linger in this room. Behind a small door in the southwest corner of the kitchen is a dumbwaiter, about 2-foot wide stone shaft containing a wooden elevator box attached to the simple rope and pulley mechanism that must be operated manually. Hanging on the wall next to the dumbwaiter is a tiny brass bell attached to the wall by wires. Looking at it, you begin to move your hands around it, and you feel into it, and you imagine that it could hold a person that was of a small size and not weighing more than 200 pounds. But other than that, it seems like its ability to lift a person of your stature or anybody in your party's stature, it wouldn't be able to hold you. You play with the pulley a little bit and you see that it does seem to be working.
Seems to be a simple kitchen. There's a dumbwaiter back here, but it seems to be functioning. These people are certainly well off.
Are you satisfied, Professor?
I'm very satisfied. Continue, please, Mr. Shepard.
I'll just step back out.
And what are the rest of you guys doing while he's investigating the kitchen?
I'm basically keeping an eye on behind us, see if anything crawls up. I'm trying to, because I don't have dark vision, so I'm kind of seeing what I can within the light of Sarnak.
The fireplace had illuminated. The entire room is filled with light.
Okay, cool.
So you can see just fine.
While he's doing that, I would just like to step to the marble or the ruby. It's like a red.
It's a red marble.
The red marble staircase. Kind of run my claws along it to get to investigate a little bit, and then look up the stairway.
Can you roll a perception check for me?
I will do that.
And then I wanted to just step back into the kind of vestibule and look at... Those are the portraits there, right?
Yes.
Perception is a hot 8.
I'll just kind of get a closer look at the portraits.
You look around at the staircase, and it seems to be in near pristine condition. Having been so close to the fireplace and inspecting the marble there, it seems like it's a very similar type of marble, maybe even potentially from the same quarry, but the difference in color is vast. This is a stark crimson red versus the deep inky black of the fireplace.
Very well.
And then you are taking a look at the portraits themselves look to be definitely hand painted. There are two on either side, and you can tell by the dress and just the wear on these paintings. It's not unusually worn, but that these paintings are definitely old. There is the faint look to these people that they are related to those children. They have this similar face shapes. On some of them, a similar nose or similar set eyes. But there are no names or placards beneath them to give you any idea of who they were.
All right, well, shall we proceed?
Yeah, I would have just stepped out of the kitchen area with the professor and gone to the next available door, which is
So this big room here.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead and remove the...
Ooh.
As you enter through the large oak double doors, you find yourselves in a dark dining room. The masterpiece of this wood-paneled room is a carved mahogany table placed in the very center. The table is surrounded by 8 high-backed chairs with sculpted armrests and cushioned seats. A crystal chandelier hangs above the table and reflects dancing light around the perimeter of the room. The table is laden with resplendent silverware and crystalware polished to a dazzling shine. Along the northern wall is another black marble fireplace. Mounted above it is a mahogany-framed painting of an alpine vale. The wall paneling is carved with elegant images of deer frolicking among the trees, and red silk drapes cover the windows along the eastern wall. At first glance, they appear in immaculate condition, but as you run your hands over them, puffs of dust billow from them, and the dry fibers of the cloth split where your fingers put too much pressure. As your eyes scan the entirety of the room, your attention is drawn to the south wall, where a large embroidered tapestry stretches across the entirety of the wall, held in place by an iron hanging rod. It depicts horse-mounted aristocrats and their hunting dogs as they make chase after a wolf.
Professor, something doesn't feel right here. I've noticed different levels of use amongst these rooms. Something doesn't seem quite right to me.
Yes, it seems that the kitchen was well used without dust, and yet here we are. The fabric is splitting beneath our fingers. Can I investigate the table to see if it's been used recently?
Go ahead and roll a perception check.
I'm gonna make my way
I told
back
you
to
I'm
the
doing it
dining
for the
room.
module. You...
I'm making my way back to the dining room.
You begin to investigate this room. The table itself, looking at the silverware and the glassware, it looks like it was recently placed on this table. Very little dust hangs in the air except for that which was stirred up as you were moving around and messing with the heavy curtains against the wall. It looks like the table was set for dinner, at least recently. You begin to run your hands along the paneling in this room, and you've noticed a trend, the beautiful paneling in each room that you've moved to. And as you actually begin to take a look at it, you see that this doesn't just depict the deer frolicking among trees, but interspersed throughout it are twisted faces carved into the tree trunks and wolves lurking amongst the foliage.
Is this on the tapestry or just the painting?
The wood paneling.
The wood paneling, okay. I want to walk up to the tapestry area and just, with my glaive, try to peel it back and see if there's anything behind it.
You say you're easily able to do that, and you see that it is just the wall of the house behind it.
Sonax?
Yes, Professor.
Do you see the twisted faces in the trees? It looks an awful lot like that horrific thing on your left arm.
And it does.
I'll look down at my shield, and seeing the faces within, I'll look down at the wood table. Do I get any kind of sense of any similarity here?
They look very similar, but you don't believe them to be the same things.
There seems to be more at work here, Professor, than a simple family beset by ill fortune.
And you're sure you've never been here before, Starnex?
I have never been here, despite my land's connection to this. There could be similar use of lost and wayward souls beyond the plains and in our home plane.
I find that old places often hold many secrets. And I'll clasp my hands around my beads and pray for the guiding light of Ilmater to reveal secrets within 30 feet of me.
Perfect. You see that around this room, it seems that the strange faces and the wolves begin to glow. You can tell that they were hidden there in secret, and you feel pulled back into the main entryway. And as you do so, your attention is drawn to the wood paneling here, where what you had originally thought were just the images of vines, flowers, nymphs, and satyrs. You actually see serpents and skulls inconspicuously woven into the designs as well. You feel that you're almost pulled in many directions, but in the areas that you have been in so far, those are the things that you are drawn to.
I can feel secrets all around us. This is a darker place than it might seem at first glance.
Good eye. No, I see. I guess. So, do we all like when if she points it out?
She's pointing, and so now looking at it, you almost feel like it should have been hard to miss. Now that you know it's here, it's so obvious the way that this depiction was carved in, along with the beauty of the scene that you had originally been met with.
Miss Isaacs, I'm embarrassed to admit I didn't see it before. Got a keen eye on it.
Yeah, good eye, Victoria.
My god sheds light on many things for me.
Oh.
I'm gonna reach up
As
and just...
does mine, Victoria. We shall see whose light shines the brightest.
I suppose we shall, Mr. Sonax. I'm gonna just tap on one of the paneling and just see, does it sound solid or does it have...
It does.
It does, okay.
I'll say with your item, if there was more, like if it were a trap door or secret
Okay.
like that, you would be able to see the outline or something like that.
Oh, interesting.
Because
Okay.
that is your vestige, so it is more powerful than just normal things.
Cool. I'm getting the feeling whatever might have taken residence in this home is probably not on this floor, but we need to make sure we've covered every nook and cranny before we head up those delightful stairs.
I agree, and who knows what clues are hiding within each room, so... I think we've learned all we can here. Let's continue.
I believe there's only one room left, Professor.
I'll walk up to the remaining door and try the handle.
You do, and you may pull the piece off.
No, this one?
No, I was talking about the big. I was talking about the big one.
Okay.
So-
as well.
Being aware that
Fancy.
the white, like thin rectangles, those are indications of doors. You'll notice that around that piece there is no
Got it.
rectangle. So that will help you know whether that's something you can deal with.
I totally noticed that, and I was definitely referencing the big room.
Perfect. You pull open this large oaken door, heavier than the others so far, and it leads you into an oak-paneled room that resembles a hunter's den. Along the southern wall sits another black marble fireplace. Mounted above the mantel is a stag's head, and positioned around the outskirts of the room are 3 large stuffed wolves. 2 padded chairs draped in animal furs face the hearth. An oak table nestled between them, supporting a cask of wine, 2 carved wooden goblets, a pipe rack, and a candelabrum. In the back corner of the room, a chandelier hangs above a cloth-covered table, surrounded by 4 elegantly carved wooden chairs. 2 cabinets stand against the walls. The cabinet to the east is a large mahogany cabinet, with what appears to be a lone wolf howling at the moon carved into its towering double doors. A lock, rusted and old, is firmly attached to the handles. The cabinet to the north is significantly smaller and less ornate. It does not seem to have or be locked. The only adornments to the front are 2 small silver handles.
And does anything glow in here for me?
In here, no.
It doesn't look like the children or the parents might be in here. I suggest we don't linger. We gotta try to find them as quickly as possible. I won't hold you up. I know you have notes to take and things to research, but I don't think we spend too much time down here.
Can I take a quick look? I just want to kind of like glance around to see if anything strikes me as strange.
There's a significance to the wolf iconography. We should not trust anything in the effigy of a wolf. And I'm going to step forward and try to investigate all that business.
Okay, roll a
I got an 18 in my perception check, I assume.
Perfect. You look around the room, and this is very similar to the dining room in the same way that it seems that this appears to have been recently used. The decanter that is on a small oaken table between the chairs is nearly full, but you can see where some had been spilled when a glass had been poured recently. You walk around the edges of the room. The wolves themselves are definitely taxidermied. And they seem old, but they seem like they're in fairly good condition. The main things that draw your eye are the locked cabinet with the rusty latch, and then the other single cabinet against the side of the walls. Those seem to be the only other things in this room.
Sarnax, you've said some very pertinent things. I understand wolves, but I've never quite had a liking for them.
Neither have I. I'm gonna... The cabinet is locked.
Yes.
I'm going to step over to it and just kind of take a look and just gently kind of touch it just to see if it opens.
The
cabinet.
Which one?
Oh, the one between two wolves.
The one between...
This bad boy.
The one between
two wolves is my new podcast.
This one does not seem to be locked. This is not the one that has the depiction of the wolf howling at the moon.
I'll go to the one for the wolf howling at the moon.
So you're gonna go to the other one.
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
The most wolfy one of all
the most wolfy one. You attempt
Apologies.
to pull on it, and the lock seems to be old. It looks like it would definitely be fairly easy to pick, but it is locked.
Now, Sarnax, this isn't our home. I don't think we should be rooting around in other people's things.
This is not our home, but there are many secrets in this strange area we find ourselves in. We are in grave danger, I presume. And if there is a significance to the wolves, perhaps we should get the most information we can.
That's fair, and why would there be something locked in this cabinet? Do you think there could be something inside?
Valuables, most likely. I mean, let's be realistic here.
Do you mind if I take a look?
My father had a hunting room just like this, and it was often that he hid his weapons for safety.
There could be untold knowledge in there. If you may, I'm gonna Curio. My case is gonna lift up and open, and I'm going to take out a set of thieves' tools. And
roll a dex check.
Mamam and cast Mage Hand, and I'm gonna hand one piece of my Mage Hand, and I'm gonna go in with my Mage Hand in the other. I'm going to...
You technically can't do that because you're not an Arcane Trickster, but
cool. Arcane Trickster, you can have their mage and literally do it like fuck off.
That's what I'm saying. Rule
I'm
of cool.
flavoring it.
Rule of cool, I'll allow it. You just can't do it like away from you. You gotta be there doing it yourself.
I can't act like this!
So how does it work in modules?
Just one second here, because it looks like the D&D Beyond stuff isn't working. Okay. It could be because of the vestiges. So if you have your vestige marked as equipped, don't mark it as equipped, because when I mark one of my special items, it won't allow me to open my character sheet.
Well,
so
can you see Sarnax?
So there's
equipped it.
So is it?
And they don't require an attunement slot, so it's.
Am I making a thieves' tools check?
You are making a dex check.
A dex check, not thieves' tools check.
That's what it says. Is you make a dex check.
Does this little square mean equipped? I don't want to remove it, right? That'll get rid of it.
No, you don't want to remove it. You just want to have the little square unchecked.
Uncheck it.
Cool.
I don't have proficiency or anything.
Nope. It just says you just make a dex check. Okay. You take your thieves' tools, and with the help of this strange illusory hand, you are able to get the tines exactly where you need to. The rust on this lock has worn away the tumbler on the inside, and you pop it in just the right spot. As it pops open, you are able to open the cabinet here, and inside you find a heavy crossbow, a light crossbow, a hand crossbow, and 20 bolts for each. It seems to be nothing more than a weapon rack.
It's a weapon safe.
It's just as I said.
It seems that they were.
Your mind is brought back to the tapestry you saw of the aristocrat hunting wolves in the dining room.
Perhaps you should lock it, and we should move along. Is to not keep evidence that we have been rifling through their things in their home.
Well, nothing is taken. We must just be thorough, that is all. And I'll close it and
I don't have a way to lock it again, do I?
No.
Can you close the lock? Oh, it's not like a...
No, because he broke it with the thing, because it's a rusted old lock.
Okay, got it.
Well. Nothing taken. We are simply not thieves. Let's continue.
We have to head upstairs.
Agreed. Lead the way.
Now, I need everybody to be extra careful and extra on guard because we do not know what awaits us.
Leave Mace out of this.
On guard.
And let me know if you can now see Clayton. I unequipped my
So did I.
my case.
I refreshed mine as well.
And let me
Oh,
refresh
am I
it.
supposed to refresh?
I'll hit refresh as well.
Just in case.
What's Dungeons and Dragons, everybody?
Who knows? I don't know Dungeons and Dragons.
Yes, of course. Please do lead the way. I'll stay close behind.
I'll
be right behind you.
Yeah, I'll head up the stairs.
Go ahead and place this down on the table in this position,
Same
please.
orientation?
Yep. So you'll see how the
You grab the
staircase aligns
characters?
with... You can just put it on top of that.
Yeah, just grab the characters off.
As you ascend the spiraling red marble staircase, your footfalls echo off of the cold stone, and every labored breath sounds as if they are booming in your ears. As you crest over the final step and find yourself on the landing, you are met with a sight of unlit oil lamps mounted on the walls of this elegant hall. The red marble staircase continues to spiral upward, and a cold draft descends the staircase from the floor above and causes the hair on your arms to stand on end. Directly in front of you, on the north wall, is yet another black marble fireplace. Hanging above the mantelpiece is a wood-framed family portrait. Beneath the painting, a small silver placard reads, Gustav and Elizabeth Durst, with family. As you glance back to the painting, your eyes are met with the lifelike eyes of Gustav and Elizabeth and their two smiling children, Rose and Thorn. Cradled in the father's arms is a swaddled baby, which the mother seems to regard with a hint of scorn. Pulling your eyes from the painting, they dart over standing suits of armor that flank two wooden doors, one on the east wall and one on the west. The suits of armor stand guard as if protecting the contents of the rooms, each suit clutching a spear and wearing a visored helm in the shape of a wolf's head. The doors that they stand guard beside are expertly carved to depict scenes of dancing youths.
How old does this look?
Roll a perception check.
Can I do it as well? Looking on the left, his opposite side.
Yeah, go for it.
We'll just, yeah, that's it.
Natural 1. 5.
14? Rich? Looking around, you begin to look at the fading colors of the wallpaper above the wood paneling, and you see that though it's not a drastic difference, it looks like it's older than what you'd experienced downstairs, and a little bit less kept up, or kempt.
Did we notice standing outside how many floors the house was? Give or take.
Yes, roughly about 4.
Okay.
I want to kneel down and do what I did earlier, inspect for footprints and see if there are any, what direction they're going in and what kind of shape they might be.
Okay, roll a perception check.
I'll cast my light over the statues. I would recommend not touching these suits of armor.
10.
Agreed.
Looking around, the dust here is thicker on the floor. It'd be a lot easier for you to see footprints if someone had made their way through this hallway, and you can't see a single footprint. It doesn't look like anyone's walked this hallway for a while.
Based on the appearance of this family portrait, it seems to be quite old. And given that the children that we met outside couldn't have been older than 10, 12?
10.
This is very curious.
Something's not right here, Professor. I do not like this at all. Not one bit.
Very curious. And I'll just start taking notes. And I'll just kind of be sketching, sort of, just very roughly, the things I find interesting. I want to just walk up and I won't touch it based on Sarnak's thing. I want to look at a suit of armor and just see if I notice kind of, does it feel like Strigan armor, like from Striga, or is it like it's totally
Roll a
separate
perception
thing?
check for me.
22.
You walk up, but you make sure not to touch these suits of armor, and you're looking for anything that might signal to you that this was Strigan made, and there is nothing about it that looks like it would have come from Striga. There is an elegance to it, but it's not the same type of elegance that you would be used to in something that would be this high quality in Striga. And the wolf's head itself doesn't look like the common Strigan wolves. It's fun, Strigan. There's a ferocity to it that is unlike anything that you've seen in life. I will say with that roll, however, that your eyes glance down to the wood paneling along this hall. And what looked to be the depiction of dancing youths is actually, in some cases, youths that are fighting off swarms of bats as they chase them through through hallways.
More depictions of violence. You see here, children fighting horrible swarms of flying beasts.
Seems like
of bat creatures.
Unusual choice for wallpaper.
Yes, my thoughts exactly.
I've never seen such things.
This entire house is rather unusual.
And very old.
Perhaps the individuals in this town have it as a fact of life that they are eternally beset by horrible creatures of the night. Wolves, bats. Perhaps we will find more.
Well, either way, this is a violent place, and we've seen evidence of this all around us. Mr. Morgan, if you could, or Shepard, excuse me, if you could just, please lead the way and stand in front of me.
I take a coin out of my pocket, and I flip it in the air.
Do you want to flip one of the coins?
Yes, I do. So hold on. North is facing me, so it would be my character's right and left. Horrible screaming vampire face.
Share that coin.
Horrible screaming vampire face for my character's right, and bitten thunderbolt neck for my character's left.
You live from North Boundary.
North Boundary.
Fucking cool. That was an excellent flip.
That was an excellent flip.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going right.
Cowboy.
So we're going east. We're going
You
east.
are going east.
And the mantle is it ablaze on this level too? Or
It is not.
Not ablaze?
So the only light that swirls around you now is that which is illuminating from Sarnax's lantern. But it does give you enough light that for the sake of how small these areas are, you are not going to be dealing with the repercussions of darkness. Keep that there so you can coin
This was
toss
very
it too.
satisfying to flip.
It sounds
Just like, ooh.
North Boundary, their coins are so cool. So cool.
Do any of us have dark vision? You might. Oh, you do?
Yes.
Okay.
I might.
I do not.
I believe I do. I'll double check.
Eyes of the dark, yes. I have dark vision.
Okay.
Dark vision.
I believe these two do.
Yeah, I do.
Oh.
The rest of us do not.
She's confused. Do you have dark vision?
Okay, so can I ask a question? I have Eyes of the Dark. You have dark vision out to 120 feet. You learn the darkness spell and can cast it with a spell slot.
Perfect.
So is
So
that different?
you have very good dark vision because
And I
most
can
people
cast
only have dark
darkness.
vision up to 60 feet.
Okay,
So you have 120.
Super good.
So that's good, and you can cast darkness, which creates like a magical
so that's
darkness
separate,
around you. That's
not,
separate.
Not I have to cast
Yes.
dark vision on myself. Okay, cool.
So am I the only one that has dark vision then? 'Cause you're
No, she does.
Oh, okay. Got it.
Her dark
I was-
vision
I
is
was
phenomenal.
misunderstanding the second part of that.
Okay. Then, I'll try to handle and step through if I can.
You turn the handle, and you make your way into this room. Red velvet drapes cover the windows of this room. An exquisite mahogany desk and a matching high-backed chair face the entrance and the fireplace, above which hangs a framed painting of a windmill perched atop a rocky crag. Situated in corners of the room are two overstuffed chairs. Floor-to-ceiling bookshelves line the south wall. A rolling wooden ladder allows one to more easily reach the high shelves. These bookshelves seem to hold hundreds of tomes, covering a range of topics, including history, warfare, and alchemy. There also appears to be several shelves containing a first edition collected works of poetry and fiction. Though also covered in dust, everything in this room seems to be in near perfect condition.
May I reveal the...
Yeah?
I just didn't want to do it before you said. I'm very nervous. I'm very nervous.
Thank you, Pen and Paper Capers! Thank you for coming and hanging out with us. We are in Barovia!
Yeah. Barovia.
I'd
Is
like
everyone
to,
joining?
Yeah, I'd like to walk
we'll
in, and if I spot the warfare book, I'd like to walk up and open it and see if I can gather anything.
There are many books about warfare, so it's just kind of a rough idea of the types of books that you would see in here.
Okay.
But you're welcome to start pulling books off and look through them. I am not Derek, so I don't have a list of all the books that would be in here. But
Yeah.
you do that, and if you want to pocket a warfare book, go for it.
I'm a
and I will
wizard,
write
so
something up later.
naturally I love books. I'll spend hours here. I just
Would we notice this little jut out from the wall?
What little jut out from the wall?
The little jut out.
The old little jut out.
I can't see where you're pointing.
So the place that has no doors.
No.
We wouldn't see that.
No,
and
that's
think
all
that it's
wall.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, because like it comes out at an angle. Would we think to say, hey, should there be something behind there? And it's okay if it's
Would
not.
we like
Probably
yeah,
not.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because that's like the type of place where pipes and stuff would be,
Okay,
like from
okay, so it's not
Or a
bathrooms
support
and
pillar, or yeah.
things like that.
Wait, so I didn't see the dumbwaiter there.
architecture.
I didn't see a dumbwaiter there. I saw the dumbwaiter over in this corner. Here,
Yes,
right?
the dumbwaiter was in the
Correct.
opposite corner.
Cool.
If I
So,
flip-
and if you want to look, that's why you guys keep the maps there. If you guys want to take a look kind of at the other layer and see what was there, just to kind of help yourselves, you can do that as well.
would I gain any information just like flipping through the warfare book about like Barovia or any of their militia or anything like that? Like, is it about the land, like the?
It's more about just the art of warfare.
Okay.
So the idea of how you would want to utilize troops and things like that. It's not a history on Barovia itself, but
Okay.
if someone were interested in tactical warfare, it's the kind of thing that they'd read up to kind of be able to talk about with their aristocracy friends.
Got it. Okay, so nothing specific to the land.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can I look around for any books that might be about the history of Barovia in any capacity, or anything about magic at all?
Yes. I need you to roll a perception check. Thank you, Hellhound Gang! Thank you!
A 1, 2, 3, a 4.
Looking around, you don't see anything specifically related to Barovia or magic, aside from the alchemy books, etc., but it's more of an overview of alchemy. Most of these books, as you look through them, you can tell that it's more something that the Lord of the House would have read up on to be able to have intellectual conversations with his friends, maybe while out hunting or at a dinner party, etc. They're not really books that kind of hone in on specifics or topics, but overviews of things.
All right.
How long does your necklace last?
So I think it's only a minute.
Okay,
So it should be gone.
that's what I thought, but I just wanted to make sure.
I want to go back out in the hallway and just kind of stand guard, sort of, to see if anything comes through the other door, or if like.
Okay, roll a perception check, and I will keep that rolling.
23.
Thank you,
for the
Mr.
stone,
Baby
Mr.
TVU. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you for sticking with us.
I'll be outside, and I will. With a 23, I will stand watch.
Our own personal guard. This was quite fortuitous.
Pretty sure that's why you hired me.
Well, of course, but she can look very godly with like a big pointy stick thing.
I'm just kidding, Professor. It's all right.
Where you can stand in the back and blow people's heads off. She'll stand in the way while you do your rooty-tooty point and shooty thing.
Is
As you do.
Is that what those contraptions are called?
I believe that's what he told me they were called. We had a very long stagecoach ride. Was that your attempt at humor? I can't remember.
Thank you for the follow.
Thank
you.
I know you could spend all day in this study here, Professor. Let's find what you need, and we need to keep moving.
I'm going to take one more look at the wooden effigy. And I'm going to look around and see if the paneling, if there's wolves, bats, spooky things.
Please roll a perception check for me.
Wow, I'm not rolling hot tonight, ladies and gentlemen.
me neither.
11.
Do I ever roll hot? Not really.
Looking about the room, you begin to take in some of the smaller details. The desk, though caked in a layer of dust, appears not to be empty. There are several items resting atop it: an oil lamp, a jar of ink, a quill, a tinderbox, and a letter kit containing a red wax candle, 4 blank sheets of parchment, and a wooden seal bearing the Durst family insignia, the windmill. As you look deeper into the desk, you find that all but one of the drawers are completely empty. As you open the final drawer, you disturb a thick layer of dust as it billows up in your face, causing you to cough and squirm. As the dust settles, you see a lonely iron key at the base of this drawer.
I'll reach in and I'll grab the key and I'll say, which one of you would like to take this?
Now, Sarnax, we're not going digging through people's personal belongings here, alright? I don't know how many times I gotta say this.
There could be a monster behind a door with a key. Perhaps it is locked away. Perhaps they are keeping a monster as a prize, as a guardian. We must leave no stone unturned, and when we leave this house, we shall return what we have taken.
I find that amenable.
I'd rather disagree. Perhaps the locked-away monster should stay locked away.
I have to go with Sarnax on this one. If there really is a monstrosity here, some sort of monster that I'm pretty sure there is, we'll have to slay. We will not allow it to harm innocents and those children's parents and their baby brother.
Of course, I do not mean to insinuate that I would let harm come to the family, but we haven't even found them. They might be perfectly fine.
We're gonna keep searching.
And this is my good man's profession, slaying monsters. I think that we should see if he can test his mettle and hopefully help some children.
I'll take the key, and I'll just snatch it out.
Thank you, Mr. Shepard. I would like to propose taking something else. If we will be here in Barovia for some time, would it be wise to perhaps take the seal and the candle wax? In case this house is of good standing.
Now,
It is duplicitous,
that
but it
sounds
may
like
save our lives.
It's resourceful. I'll give you that. I guess I can turn a blind eye to it.
I shall take. I'm going to take the seal and the candle.
Okay.
And if there's any like blank paper,
There's parchment.
I'll take some blank parchment and I will.
There is an oil lamp, which you don't need, a jar of ink, a quill pen, a tinder box, a letter kit, which is what you would be taking. It's 4 blank sheets of parchment and the red wax candle, and then the wooden seal.
I'll just take the letter kit.
Perfect. You take that.
Hey, Cranio Dad, welcome.
Hello, Cranio Dad. Thank you for hanging out with us. So, can you roll an investigation check for me, please?
Who?
Clayton.
Clayton.
Because he's over there with all the books.
Better.
I think I'm good. I don't like using perception. It doesn't make
18.
sense to me. Scanning the many spines of book after book, your eyesight begins to blur with the sheer measure of it all. As you scan the spines, you almost miss it at first, but a second glance brings your attention back to a single book on the shelf towards the very back of the library. The single blood-red spine that lacks any print at all. Hundreds of books on these shelves, and this book is the only one with no markings as to its contents. As you lean closer, you begin to notice strange details that you hadn't picked up at first. The pages do not seem to be pages at all, but a beautiful wood painted to look like pages. As you look closer at the layer of dust on the shelf, you can see clearly that the thickness in front of this book doesn't match that of the other books. This book appears to slide in and out of its spot, as if on a hinge.
Give me one moment.
Thank you for the cheer, Cranio. Thank you. Hey,
Yes, we're going to need.
that means 2 coins in the cauldron.
Give me some bits.
Ladies,
Let's
give me the
do
honor.
Dracula and teeth. So we'll
Yes.
do teeth first.
You wanna
Give him a
do
good,
one?
give him a
Here,
good clinky
hang on.
clank. Drop it in there.
Drop
wanna
it
do
in.
one?
Oh, I want to like put it up here.
Oh,
You
okay.
drop them in. I'm
Okay.
gonna hold the
Hold it on.
the cauldron.
Ooh, that sounds delightful.
ASMR.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hold on
Thank you.
one
Thank
moment,
you.
everyone. This book appears to not be a book at all, and I want to reach in and attempt to remove it or hinge it in some variety.
You grab this book and you attempt to pull it back, and just as you expected, it slides on a hinge. You hear a as it slides back, and the bookshelf in front of you begins to shake. As it slides forward, looking down at your feet now, you see where there are slide marks where the bookshelf has been moved before, as it slides out and over, revealing an entranceway that you had not seen before. You may remove that piece on the very corner closest to Kelsey.
Oh,
Yes.
Oh, shoot.
sorry. I apologize. Suspense is killing me. Ooh. The professor's over here? Or wait, we're
I'm here.
You guys are standing outside of it. You're looking into this room right now. I'm going to grab a drink.
Because she's closest.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
He's behind those set of bookshelves, and you guys are on the opposite side by the desk.
Professor, what's the matter?
There seems to be a hidden passage here. There was a book on a hinge, and it was almost as if it was a key to enter this room. Will you join me?
Don't step any closer. Let the rest of us catch up.
Please. I don't think the monster's in here, and I'm going to stick my head in and assume, without the DM here, that it's a smaller room. There's probably not a monster in here.
You lose your head.
I'll use my magic to change my lantern to once again be bullseye and cast light blazing into it.
Have you guys seen the Departed?
Yes.
And it's still going to be me and Leonardo DiCaprio.
Yeah.
I guess it's spoiler.
In the elevator.
So the door's slowly opening and I just die.
The elevator.
I took this Mandarin orange seltzer. I hope nobody cares.
That's okay.
I need it, or I will die.
If anyone was new, those coins that we did in Twists of Fate, for every 500 bits, we get a reroll on any d20 that we choose.
It may just save our lives in the death house.
Yes.
Me.
I'll do it
Deadly
again.
Death House. Ooh, that's a thud.
So
I'm not a big ASMR person. No wrong fun, but I'm not because I don't get the tingles.
Yeah.
But that sounds good.
It gave me the
I
tingles.
love the sound of clinky clanks.
Yeah.
So.
Was there any commotion in the hallway that I'm in?
With your perception, you can tell that it's nearly the sound that they're making is echoing throughout the entirety of this house, but you don't hear any other sounds coming from any of the rooms. It doesn't seem to have alerted anything or any of that nature. I would say you're probably alerted.
Yeah.
In the sense that you know that they're now in there screaming, but
Yeah. Keep it down. I
May
can hear you out here.
may I receive some assistance here, Sarnax? May you please shine your light into the darkness?
I will. That is exactly what I am here for. And I'll cast my bullseye lantern in there just to illuminate everything for the professor.
Sarnax moves in behind you, holding his lantern aloft as he faces it towards this room. The pungent smell of aging parchment and decay quickly assails your nostrils even before your eyes are able to adjust to the dim light of this small room. Rows of neglected bookshelves line the walls and are packed with musty old tomes. As you look from aging spine to aging spine, you're able to discern the context of these books. Many appear to be descriptions of fiend-summoning rituals, but the majority describe the necromantic rituals of a cult called the Priests of Ossibus. The towering bookcases cast imposing shadows all around this lone room, but as your eyes adjust to the dim light, you're able to make out the form of a man leaning up against one of the bookshelves. As you move closer and the light from the open door strikes his form, you're greeted with a stare of socketless eyes. Moth-eating cloth draped over his body so easily concealed his fate in the shadows, but with the prying fingers of the light, it is unmistakably a withered and aged skeleton. His form propped up against a heavy wooden chest with clawed iron feet, its lid half closed. Upon closer inspection, you're able to make out the cause of his early demise. 3 darts stuck deep into its exposed ribcage. The trap that was meant to protect this chest, having done its job, it sits open in front of you. In the man's hand, clenched tightly, is a crumpled and faded journal, a discolored piece of parchment peeking from behind the cover.
Oh my! Yes, Mr. Morgan, please, if you may. There seems to be a deceased person here.
I'll kind of, I guess we're all squeezing in here. I'll kind of squeeze past Sarnax and the professor and take a closer look and very careful. I mean, it's very clear it was a trap, right?
Yes. So you, looking at it, you're easily able to see no roll necessary that there is a place where darts were lodged in this. 3 of them, and whenever this man opened this, the dart shot out into his chest cavity, and that is what killed him.
Alright, I'll just move in to get a closer look, and nobody touched anything here. This place was clearly booby trash.
That's right.
And I'll just try to get closer and take a look and maybe look at without touching it, looking at the journal that you described.
It seems to be a weathered leather journal. It's hard to really get any information from it without actually touching it, but it has a worn dark brown leather cover, and the parchment that is hanging out of it doesn't seem to be of the same paper type. It was almost as if it was something that was shoved into the journal quickly.
Is it
in a
clasped in
rush.
his hand? You said it's like...
He's holding on to it as if he would probably been holding on to it when he was poisoned.
I'll take judgment out of its holster and using the barrel, try to like poke the journal out of his grasp.
You take judgment and you aim the barrel of it, I guess we'll call it, a barrel of it, at the rotting hand, and this skeleton is what is this? That is not one of my songs.
The Hellboy trailer.
It's literally the song from The Hobbit.
Thank Derek, by the way, for these playlists, because he's amazing.
It does go on and on. Mysterious halfling man.
Anyway, apologies for whatever that was.
We all join in chorus.
You take the barrel of your weapon of judgment and you place it up against his wrist, and as the moment your weapon meets the skeletal form, you see as the bones begin to crack and crumble, the hand itself falls off of the wrist and shatters on the floor around you, the journal lying now on the floor in front of you.
Seeing that happen, with my judgments in my right hand, I'll scoop the journal up with my left hand and stand up and head back to the professor.
You do that.
Say, this might be of interest to you.
I'll take a look. I'll just briefly kind of just try to get a sense of what it is, what it's all about.
As you open the journal, you find this. Give me a moment, because, you know,
Ooh, what do we
D&Ding. Ooh. You find that the strange piece of paper that was lodged into this journal seems to be a letter. My most pathetic servant, I am not a messiah sent to you by the dark powers of this land. I have not come to lead you on the path to immortality. However many souls you have bled on your hidden altar, however many visitors you have tortured in your dungeon, know that you are not the ones who brought me to this beautiful land. You are but worms writhing in my earth. You say that you are cursed, your fortune spent. You abandoned love for madness, took solace in the bosom of another woman, and sired a stillborn son. Cursed by the darkness, of that I have no doubt. Save you from your wretchedness? I think not. I much prefer you as you are. Your dread lord and master, Strahdanya Vanzarovich.
An altar in the dungeon, a dark and evil cult.
So this
This
person
place
must have been a cult to the Countess Strahdanya. Is that right?
That seems to be the situation, Professor.
May I?
Please
This
do.
place
Traveler.
should be purged.
What was he looking for in that chest? I must know. Please stand back. Manum, and I'm gonna grab my my mage hand. I'm gonna take out my thieves' tools, and I'm going to inspect and look to see if the trap is still active.
The trap, it's easy to tell the trap is not active.
Oh well. The chest.
The chest is open in front of you. That's
Oh,
how
it's
you know
already-
that.
it
Yeah,
has the journal.
it's open, and you can see the contents inside of it. You just have to go over to it and look.
Okay,
You have
I
a
will-
journal in your hand, however. That was just the letter
The
that was
journal was in
poking.
the dead guy's hand.
Yes, and you just read the letter that was poking out of
In
it.
the
There's
journal.
still a journal there
Okay.
in your hands, which I will hand this to you.
Then I will say at the journal. Someone else can go look at the
So, what you see in this journal,
That's a hefty journal.
13th, the Harrowing, 697. It has been little less than a week since I arrived in this strange land, and already the townsfolk have warmed up to me. While having a glass at the tavern last night, I overheard a strange conversation between one of the locals and one of those peculiar minstrels that frequent the woods around town. They spoke of that old house on Wolf's Way. I purchased them a tall glass of wine, and they spent the night divulging what they knew. I was told as such. Death House is the name given to an old row house in the village of Barovia. The house has been burned to the ground many times, only to rise from the ashes time and again, by its own will, that of Strahd. Locals give the building a wide berth for fear of antagonizing the evil spirits believed to haunt it. A bunch of poppycock, I say.
Oh yes, puppy.
The wealthy family that built the house practiced the dark arts. Through seduction and indoctrination, They expanded their cult to include a small yet nefarious circle of friends. When word got out, the rest of the village turned a blind eye to the house and the nightly debaucheries happening within it. The cult tried to summon malevolent extraplanar entities with no success. The cultists preyed on visitors, sacrificing them in bizarre rituals and hosting morbid banquets to feast on their corpses. When nothing came of these ritualized murders, the cult's activities became thinly disguised excuses to indulge in their lurid fantasies. The ranks of the cult thinned as members began to lose interest in the debacle. Then Strahdanya von Zorovich arrived in Barovia. The cultists regarded Strahdanya as the messiah sent to them by the dark powers. Drawn to Strahd like moths to a flame, they pledged their devotion for a promise of immortality. But Strahd turned them away, deeming the cult and its leaders unworthy of her attention. The cultists withdrew to the aptly named Death House in despair. The cult's habit of trapping and devouring wayward visitors proved to be its downfall, however. On one occasion, the cult snared a band of adventurers whom Strahd had invited to her domain. A black carriage arrived at Death House soon thereafter, and from out of its black heart stepped the Countess herself. The cultists tried to impress Strahd. In response, she slaughtered them for slaying her guests. Centuries later, the cultist spirits haunt the dungeons under the house. The building itself, it seems, is unwilling to let the cult be forgotten. A quaint story, but far from the truth, I'm sure, and I do believe I'll get to the bottom of it. I think I shall make a jaunt that way and investigate this house myself. There must be something of interest there outside of these ghost stories. It's just a house, after all.
So, would the professor have read that to all of us?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
It seems to be far darker than even I had anticipated.
Absolutely heretical.
Those children, there's no way they're part of this scheme to lure us in here.
They might be.
No, I won't believe this. We are. This is not good. We need to reconvene and rethink our course of action, because if this is a lie, we are in deep trouble.
I'm done being respectful, ladies and gentlemen. I think we need to.
As am I.
We need to tear this place inside out and make sure that we defeat whatever evil is living inside.
Listen, I've been doing this for a long time, Professor, and if these notes are anything accurate, it sounds like that we might be in a little over our heads, because it says right there, the place has been burned down and it re-erects itself.
We need to get to the bottom of this. I must learn more. How did a house rebuild itself from pure magic? I mean, I've studied magic in my years, but never anything like that.
Kana! Keep your weapon out. Keep it drawn. We are in trouble here.
I hear you, and I will take out my weapon and
You do that,
I
and
will
you
be ready to
stand
attack.
guard outside of this room while the other party members are speaking loud enough for you to hear, but quiet enough that you can discern with the perception that you've been extending through the rest of this house that doesn't seem to be traveling from the library now. You feel like you're talking in private as you guard over the rest of them. Clayton, you make your way, journal clutched in hand of this strange man. The rest of the pages faded and worn. You're unable to discern a name of whoever this was. But you look down into this chest and you find that there are some parchments in there. The first thing that you find is...
Poor chap. Trying to investigate like
Oh, wow.
Here you go.
Sword.
Mother of God!
You find, I will read these as well because the text is really difficult. The first thing you find seems to be some kind of a deed. Know those present and future that I, Hortensia Verzi of Wallachia, have sold and fiefed, and by this our present charter, confirmed to Lucian Durst of Barovia, the grain mill located 1.5 miles southeast of the town of Wallachia, and such land surrounding that is not held in common, to have and to hold the aforesaid property and all its appurtenances to the aforesaid Lucian Durst, his heirs and assigns, in testimony of which matter to this our present charter we have affixed our marks. 2 signatures adorn this point here, Hortensia Verzi, Lucian Durst of Barovia. With these witnesses, Petru de Zaru, Daniel Aros, and Burgomaster Cosmin Miklos, dated at Church of St. Andral on 17th the Rotting, 435.
There's like fucking gold foiling on this shit too. Look at that. I don't know if you can see on the camera.
We are
Look,
so
it's so
amazing.
It's
good.
literally gold foil on this.
We are so far in over our heads.
It's like
It's not even funny.
contract. Ugh.
So,
And I did that hand lettering, so.
This is all I
No, I printed it and I did it in like gray and then I signed over it.
Oh, that's cool.
But it did take a very steady hand to do. The next one you see appears to be another deed. Know those present and future that I, Alexander Dragomir of Barovia, have sold and fiefed, and by this our present charter confirmed to Euphemia Durst of Barovia, the residence located on the east side of Wolf's Way, 3 lots north of Svalak Road in the village of Barovia, to have and to hold the aforesaid residence and all its appurtenances to the aforesaid Euphemia Durst, her heirs and assigns, in testimony of which matter to this our present charter we have affixed our marks, and 2 additional signatures, Alexander Dragomir and Euphemia Durst. With these witnesses, Drokoste Geistlinger, Dmitri Miloseviri, and Burgomeister Askasha Indirovich, dated at Church of the Morning Lord on 17th, the time of flowers, 389. And lastly, a crumpled up piece of paper that looks to be a will of sorts. 6th, the melting, 517. Be it known that I, Gustav Durst, do hereby bequeath, following the occasion of my death, all of my worldly possessions, including, but not limited to, the residence on Wolf's Way in the village of Barovia and the family grain mill, southeast of Valaki, to my wife, Elizabeth, or in the case of her death, to my eldest surviving heir, Gustav Durst. As you remove these and look at them, you also find, beneath them, 3 spell scrolls.
Oh, shit. Oh, what? Mike,
Hold on.
The next time you hand me spell scrolls and Beneath Dark I quit!
Well, you know, it's all downhill in Beneath Dark Wings.
Pass him around, pass him around.
Fucking dick.
Here.
My fucking dick.
Yeah, show him.
Thanks.
Look at these seals, man. This one is like, I'm gonna get that tattoo on my body.
So, interesting about the spell scrolls, those are actually the alchemical symbol for whatever type of magic it is. So if it's abjuration, it has the abjuration symbol.
So that's abjuration,
Conjuration,
this is the
etc.
shield, This is evocation.
Just turn it towards this
Yeah, that's
camera.
fine.
That way it's nice and long.
Yeah.
Oh, nice and long. You
Yeah.
can
Nice
see
and
that?
long.
Yeah.
We're all like,
Oh, wow.
look at this shit.
Thank you so much for the cheer.
Thank you.
Wow.
Thank you.
This is legit. I want to frame these.
Oh my god, you
That's
should!
protection. This is
Yeah,
evocation.
I've been working really hard on this session
What is
for
that?
way
Oh,
too long.
This is
Enchantment? I would guess.
I'm getting enchantment tattooed on my body.
Holy fuck.
Holy
These are magical scrolls. I may be able to transcribe some of these. I'll have to go over them later, but these could come in handy.
I believe that all 3 of these are not wizard spells. I believe that they're clerical
I
paladin
believe
spells.
reading them, I don't believe so, but they might be able to. Definitely not bless or spiritual weapon. Maybe protection from poison, but perhaps not. But I will go over these and look. This is incredible. So hold on, let's stop and talk about what we just learned.
Before we go any farther,
Yes.
I will not think less of anyone if they want to turn back now. My goal here is to make sure that all of us survive and get out of here alive. But I will find and hunt down the evil that is within this house.
Shepherd, I see within your fiery soul a passion to destroy evil. It is upon us in this very moment to do just that. This is absolute heresy. These are true, real monsters. And Garrix will see this evil purged by holy fire.
Perhaps we could make this all right. Victoria, would you like to see? Would you like to see these documents?
Thank you, Professor.
Take whatever notes you will. It looks as if...
Smell
I believe,
that one.
If I'm understanding correctly, that one is the deed to this very house that we stand in, and the other is a deed to a windmill located not that far away.
Sounds about right.
The god of the world, does that sound right? Am I understanding that correctly?
I would say you wouldn't know how far away it is, but it sounds like it's a windmill in another town, or outside of another town.
But basically there's a windmill and then Death House.
Yes, there is a windmill, and I would say that you would definitely be smart enough to realize that it is a grain mill, and it fits the description of the windmill that you've seen depicted around this house. That it seems like this seal and who they were, the aristocracy, their money came from owning and running this grain mill, and you now have the deeds for this house and that grain mill.
Thank you very much for the follow. I'm not
Thank you for the
Oh, that grain.
I thought you were responding to the follow saying you're not a robot dude, but that's his name.
It probably does smell like winter fire.
It does smell like
It does, yeah. I actually burned it myself.
We should trademark the phrase winter fire before anybody else does.
Well, that is my
It
phrase.
smells like spoobies.
Like spooky. Does it make you feel spooky?
I just feel so spooky.
Professor,
Yes.
you are the leader of this expedition.
Exposition. Technically.
But I hope you now realize what we are amidst. This is no longer simply just a search for knowledge, although that will be along the way. Purging the evil within this land has now been added to the table.
Yes.
The sacrificial altar, so to speak.
Quite right. I
Could have
think
said it better myself.
if we take these deeds, we are now homeowners. We can take these for ourselves. These people are clearly being subjugated. Imagine freeing this land from the Countess, excuse me. We could claim Barovia for ourselves, for the university. My name would go down in history as the man that discovered and saved Barovia. Yes, that's what we must do.
I like the fire in your eye, Professor.
We must continue.
You also find, I forgot to mention this, there are
a lot of things in this chest.
There are 3 blank books with black leather covers. Roughly each one is around 25 gold pieces in value, which I would say you would know that as a scholar. These are in very good condition, and they look like
Oh, these are nice.
just nice blank books. But I would say you should consider, you can either add 3 blank books or add 25 gold pieces. However you guys want
So I'll
to
take my case, I'll close it, and I'll open it to the bag of holding portal, and I'll roll up everything and store it in there. We must keep these safe. These books have some value. Perhaps we can trade them in the town if these people even care about gold. Perhaps they're all living in some kind of purgatory like those children.
Can we remove that whole piece from the map? Is that the whole area behind the shelves, or is it just that one corner?
No, it's just that one corner.
Oh, okay.
Little business back there. All right. I'll close it and grab the case. Let us proceed. We are clearly dealing with far, far, far darker things. So please be aware.
There is another door across the hall. Let's start there, and then we need to proceed with caution.
Continue, Mr. Morgan.
Oh, it's double doors.
It is.
Warrior, did you hear anything approaching?
No.
We shall all keep an eye and ear out.
You begin to make your way out of the strange library, which you now know housed horrors that you could not have anticipated. As you make your way across the hallway, the shifting shadows from the light emanating from Sarnax's lantern, for a split second makes you feel like the heads of these standing suits of armor almost turn and look at you, but you realize quickly that it is just a trick of the light. As you make your way through these double doors, gossamer drapes cover the windows. You can remove the piece. Gossamer drapes cover the windows of this elegantly appointed hall, which has a brass-plated chandelier hanging from the ceiling. Upholstered chairs line the walls, and stained glass wall hangings depict beautiful men, women, and children singing and playing instruments. A harpsichord with a bench rests in the northwest corner. Near the fireplace is a large standing harp. Alabaster figurines of well-dressed dancers adorn the mantelpiece. Close inspection of them reveals that several are carvings of well-dressed skeletons.
Like actual skeletons or carvings of skeletons?
Carvings of skeletons.
Okay.
So along the mantelpiece, there's this large rectangular marble inset, and it's carved with beautiful dancing people, but as you look closer at it, you see that some of those people are actually well-dressed dancing skeletons.
With the knowledge you have gained, is it safe to assume these children's parents have long since are deceased?
It seems as if those that resided here were slain by the one known as Strahd. The one that was their master.
I would say you would remember from the letter that Strahd renounced being their master. That they were claiming that Strahd was their lord and master and was sent to them. Because it's in the journal that you read, it basically said they'd been doing this for years before Strahd arrived to Barovia. When Strahd arrived, they tried to claim Strahd as their lord and master, and Strahd essentially said, no, you have nothing to do with me. They then killed... because they would take in people. They killed people that Strahd had invited in a similar fashion to Strahd inviting you up to the castle for dinner. They killed visitors to Barovia that were guests of Strahd, so she came in and killed them as repercussion for them interfering with her guests.
It seems as if the Countess has done good here. Perhaps she could be an ally in our quest to purge this land from evil.
This person that you referenced clearly knew that we were here and had some way of contacting us as we saw, so I wouldn't rule it out. Sounds like a very powerful individual.
I believe my master fell to the hands of this person. I wouldn't be so quick to call them an ally yet.
So I would say, for you, that is what the traveling Vistani told you, but you have no proof of that yet. So it would be up to you whether you think your character would just immediately believe traveling fortune tellers, or whether your character might be like, that I do believe that my master came here, but they might have been fucking with me, essentially. So I'll kind of leave that up to you to decide, but I wanted to make sure to point that out.
Are you sure?
I'm not sure, but that is the only lead that I have. And considering that there was a partially burnt note in my master's quarters with the seal on it that led me here, to you, it is all the pieces are slowly starting to line up.
It seems as if the theme running through all of the carvings is the same, an inviting sense of pleasantness and debauchery with a darkness hidden within. That is how they lured their guests, turned on them, and devoured their corpses. There is darkness here that we must snuff out, shadow that we must banish with the holy fire of Garrix, the Fire Lord. I'm going to investigate the harpsichord.
Oh, roll investigation check.
Or perception?
No, I'm switching it to investigation. I don't like doing perception. It just doesn't make sense in my head.
Very well.
You're the DM.
Yeah, I do what I want.
Investigate. Welcome, Darklight.
I will say you can choose whether you want to do perception or investigation as a person. I think that would be fair.
Okay, it's up to you.
I think it's fine.
Let DM decide either 10 for investigation or for perception.
Is your perception better than your investigation?
Yes.
Then you can use
14.
perception.
14.
Perfect. You make your way across the room, dust puffing up around you with every footfall, disturbing that which had fallen and laid to rest on the floor around you. And you play one of the somber notes on the harpsichord. Boom, boom, boom. It seems to be in tune.
Oh my.
Very strange.
It's still
No, I wasn't.
Tune. Is there a bench?
There is. A thin layer of dust covers the bench.
Do you mind? I want to sit down and I want to do like a few chord
on it.
You sit down and you begin to play a couple of chords, and it reverberates around this room. The wooden walls here, the heavy oak walls, seem to be thicker. This is a room for jubilance, for parties, for dancing, and you know that the music is well contained in here. But with there not being a throng of people here dancing and enjoying the music, it echoes almost harshly back at you as you play, but it seems to be in tune. And it plays beautifully.
What's on the other side of the room? This little...
Is that a fireplace? You mean this part?
No, this...
That is a harp.
Oh, that's a harp.
Yes.
Oh.
So there are chairs that line the walls. There's the mantelpiece at one end. That small rectangular-ish long thing is a harp. And then the harpsichord in the corner.
I walk over to the harp and pluck one of the strings to see if it's also in tune.
It is also in tune. As you pluck one of the strings, the dust that was caked onto each of them, the vibration disturbs it as it billows into the air and almost dances down in the light emanating from Sarnax's lantern.
While they're doing this, seeing that the room is basically secure, I'm just going to step back outside the doors and keep my eye on the staircase, guarding everyone.
Roll an investigation check for me, or perception, your choice. So from now on, if I say roll investigation, you can choose perception or investigation.
Okay. 18 total.
Okay, you head out and you have dark vision. So without the light illuminating this area, it is definitely a lot drearier than it had been with Sarnax by your side. The dark vision causing you to see in strange shades of gray. And as you look around, it looks harsher without the light shining on it. And you notice something that you hadn't noticed before. As you see that just off, as you're facing the stairs, just off to the left, there is what appears to be a small door leading off in that direction.
Often.
Yep, so if you look from where the stairs are, where the red staircase goes up, there's a small door right there.
Knowing... Oh boy. Knowing that Sarnax has the whole lantern thing, I'm going to poke my head back in the door and say, Miss Ives.
Yes.
I'll be right back. Don't go far. I'll be right back. I'm just going to be across the hall. And I'll approach the door very slowly.
You play instruments, don't you?
Yes, I have the flute, pan flute on here, but it's a reflavored like Japanese flute.
For the sake of this, you also play the harp. You sit down on this plush, small, a plush stool, red velvet, and listening to the sound of Clayton's fingers as they quickly move from key to key.
Yeah, I start to play like a minor key.
A nice
like
haunting
Requiem
melody
style.
begins to echo out over this room, and you
beautiful.
place your fingers along the harp and you channel your ability to play music, and it's almost as if you register into a meditative state as you begin to lean your head down and you start to follow along, strumming the right chords, the right strings, as your melodic minor chord melody or harmony begins to mesh with Clayton's, and you begin to fill the room with this soft, sorrowful song.
Very good, Kana. E minor. A now. Okay, now G minor. Here we go.
You can't
Very good.
even, you're not even listening to him. This is almost second nature to you, the way that you
I didn't know you could
focus
play the
in
harp.
on what you're doing. She didn't either. And you begin to play this instrument. I just thought it was beautiful, so I'll do this. And that is what is happening while, as you shut the door, Shepherd, behind you to the conservatory, and you begin to walk across the hall, your footsteps echoing around the... Yes, he does. So as he shuts the door, you hear the sounds of the music slowly stop quickly as you begin to walk through the hallway towards the strange door off to the left. Your footsteps echoing up the shaft of the winding red marble staircase. But no noises meet your ears. The ever-present watching metal helmets of the statues, the four statues, or the four suits of armor that line these walls. You feel their presence behind you, but they don't move.
I just want to inspect the door and memorize where it is. Is there a handle on it?
There is.
I'm gonna try
it's a knob. You turn the knob, and for a second you get some resistance, and then a click as it slowly... The rust on the inside of these metal pieces rubbing together. You jump almost as the sound kind of billows out from the door, but nothing is disturbed as everything remains quiet. You slowly push the door in, and you are met with... I can find
A spooky ghost.
Can you go ahead? You can pull the piece off.
I don't want to step inside. Wait. Just so I understand, is this
The
one?
big piece, yes.
One piece.
It's possible it might... No, it's not attached. Cool. You enter into an undecorated bedroom containing a pair of beds topped with straw-stuffed mattresses. The walls are plain and lack the adornment of the other rooms that you've entered in this house. At the foot of each bed is an old rusty footlocker and a small writing desk with a lone wooden chair sitting against the wall. A dumbwaiter is built into the corner of the west wall. A button, identical to the one in the kitchen, downstairs, is mounted next to it. In the corner, a small closet sits open. A set of tidy servants' uniforms hang from the hooks inside. Not servant unicorns, servant uniforms. I know. That would be so cool.
No, okay.
You're totally monstrous. That was
Okay, so this seems like a servant's quarters.
Yes.
Okay. And you said there are 2 footlockers at the ends of the beds.
There are.
I'm just going to head back to the rest of the group.
Okay. You quickly shut the door behind you, and even though the hinges are rusty, they don't make much of a sound as you slowly close the door and you quickly make haste back in. You open the door to the conservatory and you slide in quickly, hoping that no one noticed, and it seems that no one does. Victoria, you see as he slinks back into the room, leaning, arms crossed against the wall as if he'd been there the entire time. As the music continues to play around you.
Mr. Shepherd, I hardly noticed you there.
I apologize again, Miss Ives. I noticed while I was standing guard a door that wasn't visible when Sarnax's guiding light had been shining all over everything. I didn't want to arouse suspicion because I get the feeling that he's not one to put out that light.
What should I take your meaning to be?
I'm going to let the professor know that there may be some things that he's interested in there, but it just appeared to be servants' quarters. I was worried. Look, we're dealing with some darkness that I'm not even sure I've ever encountered, and I was worried that maybe the room might not even be enterable if there was a certain light shone upon it. So I just wanted to get a closer look.
I see.
I didn't mean to raise any alarm or suspicion.
Of course, I understand.
A minor now, Connor.
I'm just gonna wait for them to finish
I
playing.
close my eyes. Only for.
Are you gonna dip into Bard?
I never expected that.
You don't, I will.
Very
unusual combination.
I've never played a hopsicle before.
And for the heck of it,
keys
you
are
don't
exactly
have
the same.
part proficiency right there.
I looked, there's like flutes.
Professor, I don't mean to interrupt this
That'll work.
jovial
You
music.
can pick an instrument that you like.
Perhaps we could continue looking around. This doesn't seem the time or place.
Yes, it's just I've never heard quite such a hauntingly beautiful instrument. We have mainly pianos where I come from, and this kind of twangy, haunting sound is just, it's beautiful. I'll have to write more about it later.
Now, Sarnax, don't take this the wrong way, but while I was standing guard, I found a door that didn't seem to be visible. I didn't notice it while your brilliant light had been shining in the hallway. I took the liberty of checking some things out, and it looked like it might be servants' quarters. Nothing fancy except for a couple lock boxes at the foot of some beds, and that's about it. So I'll leave it up to the professor to decide whether or not you all want to go check that out.
Well, we should at least take a quick look around and make sure that we're not missing anything. Is there a trunk? Is there any kind of...
Just a couple of footlockers, but again, we can go take a look, but maybe Sarnax, be a little bit more careful where you point that thing.
I shall have it in front, and you can check as I pass, and I'll magically change it to be the bullseye. So basically, you can follow behind me as I pass in the darkness to check anything that would be not revealed.
I'll lead the way.
I'll join the gang in the...
And you can take off that little piece that's there, too. That was the little closet.
Oh.
Yeah, it was supposed to be attached, so I don't know why it wasn't.
NBD. So then I'll just lead them back to where I believe the door was. I'm just being careful in case it's like a magically, hidden door from the light.
Yeah.
And see if I can find the door.
You make your way back out into the hall, and you're nearly convinced that as the light shines this way, that there will be nothing but just wooden paneling and the faint wallpaper that you'd seen before. But as Sarnax turns his bullseye lantern that way, you see the door plain as day.
I'm worried this house might be playing tricks on us.
There is an evil here, yes. We shall not let it intimidate any of us, and we shall put an end to it tonight.
Agreed. I've already done the honors, Professor. If you'd like to head on in, there wasn't anything in there before.
I suppose I could take a look. I'll start opening footlockers and stuff.
You're going in by yourself?
We'll all go in, but I was going to let him lead the way this time.
You head in, Sarnax's light shining behind you, and as you scan the room, you don't see anything invisible, but the mattresses that you remember seeing, the straw-stuffed mattresses, now in this light you see pools of dried blood on both of them, begins to spill up out of the mattress where it hadn't been. And as all of your eyes look and you see the blood begin to pool and spill over the floor, you blink, and just as quickly, where blood was spilling over the sides of this bed, there is nothing.
What in the nine-hells is this?
Wait, you saw that as well?
It was not here the first time I came in this room.
We should not linger here. This doesn't seem safe.
Did we all see the blood? It was blood, right?
It was indeed.
I couldn't mistake that anywhere.
Someone has suffered here.
Perhaps there was a murder?
Perhaps they murdered their own servants in cold blood while they slept, and their remnants linger. Perhaps it is warning us that if we proceed, the same fate will befall us, but I regret to inform them that they are wrong. Let us see what is in these lockers and let us move on.
Alright, just be careful.
I'll look.
I mean, you're the lockpick guy now.
You flip the footlockers open. They do not have a lock on them. It's more of just a small metal box at the foot of these beds, and you see folded inside of them tattered linen bedding, pillows and sheets. It looks like this was where they kept the changes of bedding for these mattresses. There's nothing more.
Doesn't seem to be anything of value here.
Can I walk up and kind of crouch down on my hands and knees and just look under the bed, just in bewilderment, just to see if there's anything?
Roll an investigation roll an investigation check. Investigation or perception, up to you.
It's cocked. 13.
13. You get down on the floor and you look under this bed, and it is dust and dust mites have accumulated here heavily, but other than that, there's nothing on the floor.
Both beds.
Both beds.
I'm not sure where that vision came from, but I wouldn't be surprised if those children were an illusion too. Let's keep moving.
No, yes.
I had her hand in my hand. Surely that could not have been an illusion.
Any evil that is going to stoop so low as to use innocent children to lure unsuspecting people into danger, I will not abide by it.
Mr. Shepard, quite overcome.
As he should be. This is the fire we all need in our hearts. The fire to purge the wicked and foster the regrowth out of the ashes that we sow upon this entire land.
Speaking of fires, Sarnax, would you mind accompanying me to the mantle? It does not seem to be lit as the one is downstairs. I find that a bit unusual.
Lead the way, warrior.
And I'll lead him to the mantle with the painting. Or was that the one downstairs?
No, that's the one in here. There's
Whereas
the
Gustav-
painting of the family, Elizabeth and Gustav Durst, and their two children.
Is that
Or
hallway?
their 3 children, yes.
Yeah.
So at the other end, you kind of see it there. It looks like an A on the image. So yes, you're right in front of it there. So the fireplace there is not lit, but above it you do see a worn, old, chipped painting of the family. You can see Rose and Thorn right there at the very front. Their parents standing behind them. The father holding the form of an infant.
And the mother has like a weird look on her
She's
face from
scowling at the baby.
at the infant
Yes,
itself.
at the infant.
And there was mention of a...
And there was a placard beneath it that read Gustav and Elizabeth Durst and family.
Yeah. Didn't the letters mention Gustav siring and stillborn?
I do recall that, yes.
They did indeed.
Yes, they did.
Sarnax, if you do not mind shedding light on the mantle, and I'll check both the top of the mantle and if there are any remains of the ashes or anything that I could sift through.
So do you want to look at the mantelpiece around it, or are you looking at the bed of the hearth?
Both.
Okay.
I'll do the top first and then the bottom.
I will assist.
Roll an investigation check for me.
Is she advantaged? Because I'm helping.
Yes. Thank you.
Very good. 19.
Perfect. You look around the mantle, and there doesn't seem to be anything else here. It's just a thick layer of dust that's fallen down from the ceiling. The hearth itself from the inside is filled with dried wood, kindling, etc. And it looks like it could be lit, but it's not currently lit. Ashes litter the underside of the bed. It looks like the wood here had been changed after the last time it had been lit.
Nothing unusual, although the look on her face does not suggest a bright future for Sir Walter.
Should I light the fire and see if it reveals more secrets?
Would that bring you joy?
It would bring me satisfaction. I have not experienced joy in many years.
It is
Please.
something we should aim to remedy, Mr. Sarnax.
I do not seek it. I do not desire it. I'm going to cast Sacred Flame into the into the fireplace, the hearth.
You see as he extends his arm out.
Oh no!
one...
I guess it'd be from the lantern.
Oh, no,
Yeah.
he extends his lantern out, and you see as the small door on the front opens, as holy fire begins to roil within it and shoot forward, igniting the wood and the kindling inside of the hearth, and it roars into life, shedding a beautiful golden glow over this hallway, significantly more light than you were able to attain with the lantern itself, and it makes it feel a little less imposing, a little more warm, though it's still old and it's still eerie.
Thank you, Sarnax.
You're welcome, warrior.
I look around behind us at the 4
Suits of armor?
Suits of armor, sorry. And just up at the ceiling now that there's more light in the room to see if there's anything that
The
I might have missed.
wallpaper is slowly peeling back. It hasn't started to fall yet. It is discolored and dusty. There's a thick layer of grime where you can tell it hasn't been cleaned in a long time, but it doesn't seem to be anything of note.
And the stairs continue.
Shall we proceed, Professor?
Yes, yes, indeed.
Is there any date on the inscription for the portrait?
There isn't.
There's
Nope.
Please do lead the way.
All right.
Go ahead and place this down on top of you guys. I'm going to take a quick pee break, so if you guys want to talk to chat, that would be amazing.
How you liking it, Chad?
How are
We're
you
doing a
guys
module. How about that? Our first module. How are we doing?
We're trying to be super serious
Do we
because
do
it's
we
a
like
very
it? Do we
serious
like it?
campaign.
Awesome, really
Thanks,
great.
guys.
Awesome.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah, I love the
guys.
prop. And subscribers, you might be able to see how tall my hat is.
You'll never know. The world may
Yeah.
never
You'll
know.
never know. Thank you, 6.28.
Oh, thank you, 6.28.
Oh, welcome.
Yeah.
It's your first time. Welcome. We
Yeah.
have 4
Welcome.
other campaigns we offer on this channel, and we're pretty regular with them.
Loving the Igor cosplay, Mike.
Have you seen Young Frankenstein?
No.
Because that's what you
Yes,
should do. You
yes.
look like the Igor from Young Frankenstein.
Yeah.
No, it's pronounced Igor.
Igor.
Wygor.
Thank
you,
you,
we're glad you guys
Lol.
liked
Aloysius.
it.
We got a lot of new names in here.
Yeah.
Well,
I got
I love
Aloysius.
new friends.
I got the brain from a guy named Abby Normal. What do you mean Abby Normal? Yeah, his name was Abby. Do you mean abnormal brain? You put an abnormal brain inside the body of a monster?
Lol-owicious. Love it.
Lol-owicious.
Oh, I get it. Lol. Oh.
Like Aloysius.
Lol-owicious.
Sarnax, you need a hug.
I don't know.
I do not desire a hug. I do not wish to have a hug. I do not care for it.
Sacred flip.
So I will say, since we're taking a quick break, I really appreciate you guys coming on this adventure with me and finally letting me DM Curse of Strahd. Since the book came out, literally we went and got it the day it came out.
Yeah.
And I have wanted to DM it since that very day.
I remember it.
And
I remember you guys talking about it.
Yeah. And I've been dying to do it. I tried to do it once when I was like, I'd never DM'd ever. I didn't understand what prep was. I didn't know what I was doing. We got through, I think they've got to the floor that they were just on of Death House, and that was kind of where it ended. And I screwed up.
Yeah.
I screwed up all kinds of things, and I put things in places that shouldn't have been. I have no idea what I was doing.
Chill, because I told you I have a very stark memory of like way back then, and I want to. After we get through this whole thing, I want to ask you about it.
Yes, so and that'll be the fun thing about Death House is because it is just there are some things I won't be able to reveal because it is tied more into other things, but 90% of it I will actually be able to answer those questions, which will be really fun because you know, it's Death House.
Cheers.
So thank you guys for going on this adventure with me.
Please, thank you for
so
hosting.
much
Thank
So
you
much
for.
fun.
I have never DM'd a module before, and I will say it is incredibly difficult and so much work. And I literally have the greatest respect for GMs that do modules
Same. I can't
because
even
when
do it.
you create your own world, there's literally no one to hold you accountable for the things you screw up. So you know when you are DMing from something that is pre-written and people are familiar with it, you always have that in the back of your mind that like people could call me out on screwing that up. So that's scary. So anyway. Thank you, chat. We are going to get back into the game now that I've drank. Sorry, that sounded terrible.
Is this supposed to be uncovered?
Huh?
This is just uncovered.
Yeah, that's fine. Everything that's uncovered there is
Just
just
want to
being
make
covered.
sure. I'm very nervous.
We all are.
Okay.
Shit. But anyways.
So I'm just kind of like sort of sketching along the way, looking up, I'm drawing the wolves and the horrible faces, and just kind of as quickly as I can, just kind of just so that it'll jog my memory when I look back at my notes.
You do that. As you ascend the spiraling red marble staircase, your footfalls echo off of the cold stone, and every labored breath. I read that already. Wrong one. Sorry. Once again, ascending the red marble stairs, the echo of your heavy footfalls can be heard echoing through the floors below, but nothing seems to stir. When you reach the full height of the stairwell, you come to a dusty balcony. A once plush crimson rug runs the length of the floor. Against the wall opposite you is another standing suit of armor. This one made out of a strange black metal, but still wearing similar regalia, though draped in a thicket of cobwebs. Oil lamps are mounted on the oak-paneled walls, which are carved with woodland scenes of trees, falling leaves, and tiny critters. As you run your hand along the carved wooden paneling, you begin to notice that it's not just trees and falling leaves and tiny critters, but there are tiny corpses hanging from the trees and worms bursting up from the ground.
Wow. It's just me or are the portraits and paintings getting more and more horrific the higher we rise in this house?
Can I get any kind of feeling that different than we felt walking in the house? Actually, I trust
I would
that.
say yes. You are able to see now that it seems almost as if you're rising higher and higher in this house, that it's getting older and more unkempt. The first level, though, there was a little bit of dust here and there, and you stirred it up, and where the sun would have been the strongest on the curtains, that was brittle and old. But for the most part, there was a pantry stocked full of food. The table had just been set. The fire was going in the hearth. It all felt very much like a lived-in home, but as you rise higher, it's feeling less and less like a home that people are living in. This area here is thickly covered in dust, and the cobwebs are present in all of the corners of the room.
I would like to try to track this monster again. just to see if I can find any evidence.
Roll survival check for initiative. Or initiative. For survival check with advantage.
12.
I would say that you still feel the presence of some sort of monstrosity in this place.
Okay. Which way, Professor? You get to pick.
Perhaps your coin trick will lead us in the proper direction.
It is fine.
Gunslinger.
I look, 1 door, 2 door, at least 3 door. I might have to flip a few times, Sarnix.
Do as you wish. We will experience all rooms eventually.
First flip's gonna be east or west. Young lady with a chunk out of her neck's gonna be the old east. And this horrific looking monster's gonna be the west.
Lady with a check.
And yes, Zeke, they're on the 3rd floor.
So we're gonna head west, which is my character's right. I see 2 doors. One's gonna be candle door. The other one's gonna be non-candle door. Oh shit.
Perhaps the coin trick.
We're going candle door.
Candle door.
Is that that one?
Okay.
So
where are you
no.
moving?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry, my character. This is
And
west.
who's going first?
Good old.
I'll be.
As you step in front of the strange
Son of a gun.
black suit of armor, you hear a clinking sound as the wolfen helmet begins to, and it looks directly at you. I need you all to roll for initiative. The suit of armor itself, its arms clank up as it holds its spear in one hand, and it's staring directly at you, Shepard.
All right.
The evil manifests itself.
And then if you
We'll
can
purge
put
this
this,
in fire.
this little, you are familiar with these. This is the same thing that you guys fought before you came in here.
Where is it?
It is an animated suit of armor, and it's right. So you should be able to see him on the
we
actual
see
print.
rubble. Oh, that's
that's
the rubble.
him.
No, that's him.
That's
So he's
him.
gonna be-
Oh,
That's
so
him
I'm
right
There. Why don't we? Should we be moved up one or?
Yeah, I would say that we're all. I just put us where I could fit us.
Yeah, there.
But you're not going to be up front in the thick of it. It's going to be. Well, we'll figure it out.
20 to 25.
Oh, I need to roll for initiative.
No one.
Nobody. 15 to 20.
No one.
Yikes.
Oh
No, that's okay. It's all like a bell curve. We're getting a.
Chops Victoria's.
Yeah, we're good. He's looking at me. Focused on me.
10 to 15.
10.
8.
13,
12.
So Kana,
Oh, so you okay.
13.
Kana, Victoria, Shepard.
The professor's in
I'm
there somewhere.
And then what did you get, Mike?
8, but the gunslinger may go first.
And what did you get?
What did Victoria get?
Thank you so
I got a
much.
12.
She got a 12.
Okay. So
And
I'm
Maya got a
10.
13. Mm-hmm. So you were right there then. Okay. You see as this suit of armor begins to move the moment that Shepard moves in front of it. It rears its weapon up and it looks directly at you. You are so close that you can see into the visored helmet of this suit of armor, that wolfen face. Orbs of red light undulate and pierce through it, but as you look in, you see that it is socketless. There is nothing inside of this armor, and it is going to go in and make an attack on you.
Oh.
Yes, Zeke. This is the first initiative, our first official stream.
And it
combat.
is
Oh my God.
it is going to make 2 attacks on you, actually, and it's going to be a 23 to hit for the first one,
That's it.
and a natural 1 to hit for the second one.
Thank goodness.
So it is going to take its... Technically has a spear per thing, but that's not what suit of armor uses. So it's going to take its slam attack, and it's going to slam down its metalled form against you,
So nervous.
doing a total of 5 points of
Oh,
damage.
pff, no problem.
No, Shepard.
Right. Kana, you see as this suit of armor animates and immediately goes in to attack your new friend who's made his way in front of it. What would you like to do?
Kill it.
I will attack
Kill
it.
now.
I will swing out my
There.
Naginata, and I will make an attack.
Make sure you guys are placing your minis, because
Yeah,
I know it's tight, but...
we moved them where we were.
That'll be a 17.
That misses.
Yeah, these things, this is what happened last time. It's 18 was last time. It's super armor, isn't it? You guys
Okay, that's my turn.
You swing in and you attempt to find purchase on this creature, but you are unable to. You're unable to make contact with it as it swings in quickly. It misses on the second hit on Shepard as it reels backwards. It is in that moment that you didn't expect it to miss, so you missed your shot as well. Victoria, what would you like to do? Or did you have a question? Thank you for the scrub. Thank you, Scrub. Thank you for the sub. Thank you. You can check out Avantris and Chill after this because you're sub now.
Anybody that's new, we have a sub perk in our Discord. We record a little kind of post-session video where we stop streaming, we need to turn the cameras back on, and we chat. So any subscribers, you have access to that. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah.
We also have 2 twists of fate.
We do.
Oh, we do.
Yeah.
We need
For
to.
when we just get
Fucked.
Murder.
basically.
Okay.
I'm gonna reach up my hand and make like a choking motion and make a chill touch attack.
Okay.
Oh, and it's gonna miss. Ooh, that's a miss.
Yikes.
You see this skeletal hand form out of the ether around you, and it's a frosty form. You can see the shimmer of frost building up around the joints as it goes in to try and reach and grab onto it, but it misses and evaporates into a strange shadow.
I'm so sorry.
Clayton.
Oh my. I guess I'm gonna look around. I guess I'm behind Victoria.
Yeah.
I'm gonna stay right here, Ignatus, and I'm gonna shoot firebolt from my hand.
You do that?
There we fucking
Nice.
go.
Nice.
23.
That hits.
5 damage.
Okay.
5 damage from those.
Thank you.
Girl.
Okay. You shoot out from your finger and flames erupt and slam into its form, knocking it backwards. The clinking of the armor as it rears back. It seems to be scorched by this, but it's still holding strong. Shepard, it is your turn.
So my hand crossbows are 1d6 plus 5, and I'll make the plus 5 on the first one that hits, correct?
Nope.
On both.
Wow, that's busted.
Yeah,
Alright, so I'm gonna make, after being hit, my back is gonna slam into the door behind me, and I already have Judgment in hand. I'm gonna loose Redemption and fire 2 shots at point blank range into the suit of armor.
Oh.
That's going to be
yeah.
they're plus 7 each, so they're both in like 23 plus.
21 and 20.
Perfect, yeah, those hit. You see, as having just taken this hit, Shepard reels back and he takes out Judgment is firmly in his hand, but this time you see as he unsheathes Redemption, and he goes in and he aims both of his strange magical blasts at this creature. They both hit.
16 total points of damage.
Fuck yeah.
And you see as both of them sail directly into his chest, point blank range, as the chest itself shatters and cracks open. It's still hanging there on him. It hasn't completely fallen away, but you see his form slump over a little bit. It seems to be significantly wounded from
Money
this.
well spent.
Wow.
Yeah.
Do your thing, buddy.
Sarnax.
Hit him with the lantern!
You are made of evil shadow, and I will shine the light into your soul and purge you from existence. And then I'm going to cast Sacred Flame. You need to make a saving throw.
Okay.
Dex saving throw. 14.
18.
18 passes. He dodges the flame.
He does.
Never mind.
It is his turn. He is now going to go in and he's going to attempt to hit you again, Shepard.
I'm right next to him, too. I'm right in front of him.
I'm alright.
I'm going to use my
Common.
reaction as my sentinel feat, where if they attack anybody within 5 feet of me that's not me, I can make an attack against them.
Okay. Oh my god. So does your attack
that's a
hit
good
first?
I have no idea. I was going to say.
The attack is what triggers it.
Yeah.
So the attack's going to go through, but after that attack, your attack
So,
gets next.
pseudo armor attack first.
Yes.
There we go.
It's only 5 points.
So
I'll survive
he
like
slides.
two.
He takes his arm and he tries to slam it down on you, but he is unable. His chest cavity ripped open by the blast that you shot at him recently. He does not understand his new proportions, and he doesn't find purchase on you. And just as this happens, Kana, you take this opportunity to whip your glaive around. Is it a spear or glaive?
It's a glaive.
You whip your glaive around, and
Hell
you
yeah.
attempt to damage him for.
It's a
attacking
shepherd duck, damn it! And I guess as the thing misses, I too miss with a 9.
Not very successful.
He is then going to turn his attention to you and make a second attack on you.
Perfect.
And that one will hit. Doing 3 points of bludgeoning damage.
Death house. Death house.
Level 1.
Kana, it is your turn. You've just taken this amount of damage from him. What would you like to do?
I will I will swing my glaive around and try to attack him again. Damn it! I rolled another fucking 4! Okay, that's my turn.
Use the other die. Use the other die.
I just don't
Feeling wounded from the bludgeoning damage that you sustained from this creature, you can't seem to land your attacks. Victoria, you watch as all of this unfolds. What would you like to do?
I'm again just going to refocus myself and reach up 2 hands and again try to chill touch.
Okay.
Come on, bitch.
No! It's a pseudo armor. It's hard to hit. We can't all be shepherd.
It is. It is
Rest in peace.
I choked myself.
You see the spectral hand form again out of the shadows, and just as quickly as it appears, you see that it goes into attack, but it unforms just before it can find purchase on it. And it is Clayton's turn.
Ignatus.
Come on. Yeah, baby.
Yeah.
Is it like an 18 plus?
It was like 20 something. 3 damage.
Every little bit helps.
Every little bit helps.
For your natural one.
You hurl the fire at him and singe away. You see as one of the sides of his chest armor clatters to the ground, singed in black from where the fire burned at it. It is looking very wounded.
Finish the job, my good man.
Shepherd.
Unable to really move, being backed in. I'm just like fanning the hammer on this guy. I got a 19 and a natural 1, so 1.
So the 19 hits. You fire in Redemption, and it misses, splintering off to the side. The Judgment, however, lands, and it does
6 points of damage.
He had 5 health. Yay! So you see, as you take Judgment, you see this entity, this construct is on its last legs as you fire it up into the underside of the wolf helmet that it's wearing, and it spins around, flies off, clattering to the ground. The rest of the armor crumbles to the ground. The sound of metal clanging on wood echoing, almost shaking this house as it falls, and you are no longer in combat.
I'm wielding my thing around like,
Is there anything else? Everybody alright?
You're the only one that got struck. Are you alright, Shepherd?
It's fine, it's just a scratch, I'm alright.
I believe you were hurt as well.
oh, I will be fine. I think you are in more pain and we should administer
No, it's fine, I'm alright. Let's regroup ourselves first and worry about this minor wound in a minute. Just secure the area, make sure there aren't any more of these fuckers around.
Well done. What would we have done without you?
It's fine, it's what I'm here for.
Those are impressive devices.
I failed the group. Truly, I'm so sorry.
It's fine. These things.
He is
Literally
made in order to blow things' heads off.
I want to kick the weapon that it was holding away from its heap.
It
that.
It didn't move real fast, but that was pretty thick armor. If it wasn't for the good doc, I think we'd all been in a little bit more trouble.
Very well. Proceed. I believe you were opening a door.
I think you should stay towards the middle or the back, Shepherd.
It's fine. I've done this before, Kana. I appreciate it, but as long as I can count on you to have my back, we'll be alright.
As you wish.
I'll put my hand on the door and say, Quinn hasn't let it down yet, and I'll turn the handle.
Okay. You're heading towards the room that's directly in front of me.
Yes.
All right, you can go ahead and take that piece off of
Before
there.
I got my head cut off.
No way.
Dust and cobwebs shroud an elegantly appointed bedroom and an adjoining nursery.
Alright.
A small black marble fireplace roars to life on the south wall as you enter the room and casts an eerie glow around you. The shadows created by the fire draw your attention to a large and elegantly dressed bed flanked on either side by 2 end tables. Across from the bed is a large wooden armoire, and standing next to it, reflecting the dance of flames cast by the now roaring fire, is a full-length mirror with an ornate wooden frame carved to look like ivy and berries. You look a little bit closer into it, and you notice that not all are berries. Eyeballs are hidden among the berries. Double doors set with panes of stained glass pull open to reveal a balcony overlooking the front of the house. The adjoining nursery is neatly bare, all but for one small cradle that sits in the very center of the room, covered by a translucent black shroud.
You know, I don't mean to change the subject, but it just now occurs to me that we may be ill-supplied for this journey.
Yes, I suppose I should have taken more supplies from the university.
To be fair,
Did you look in your inventory, by the way, before the session started, Rich? Because you should have 4 health potions that I put in there.
all right, because Silas was checking, and Silas is disappointed in his inventory.
I don't seem to have any. Well, wait, do I?
Yeah, I put 4 health
I
potions
don't
in
know.
there.
They must not have stocked. Oh, never mind. As part of the package that I left.
We'll have to double check your character sheet after this, because I put a few things in there that I considered a professor would have stocked up on prior to going on an expedition, and so one of those was a health potion for each of you.
Okay, well, here you are, my good man. Please drink this.
I hate to dip into our rations so early, Professor. Are you sure?
You look quite hurt, and I'd like you to be.
I
in
will
tough form.
caution against wasting precious resources such as those. We have no idea what we are heading into. We may be delving deep into the dungeons beneath this house. Should you need it, Shepherd, I may cauterize your wounds when you need it.
I look at my very red skin and say, regardless, Sarnax may be right. I'll just hold on to this in case I get in danger.
All right,
But you're
well,
gonna pass them out?
so everybody gets one?
Yes.
Okay.
Or I mean, you can hand them out how you see fit, but yes,
We have 4
there
total?
were 4, so the intention was that everyone
I'm
would
gonna
get one.
save the one that the professor handed me and just stick it in my jacket.
Perfect.
Cloak, whatever.
So remember, we do rapid quaffing. So as long as you have a health potion, you use a health potion a potion you can administer on yourself as a bonus action.
I'll
What level is it?
It's just a normal. It's
Just
like the
health
baseline
potion.
health
Potion
potion.
healing.
Potion of
Potion
healing.
of healing.
I'll hand one to Kana and one to Victoria. Sarnax,
I do not
Thank you.
need.
You've proven capable in curing wounds, so I'll save the health potions to those who cannot.
The fire of Garrix will keep me whole.
That's right. That's right.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Professor.
So just please don't hesitate to use that.
I won't.
We can't afford you going down.
I'm not gonna let some measly moving statue take me out, alright?
All right.
So there's a shroud around this bed.
So I'll read it again. Dust and cobwebs shroud an elegantly appointed bedroom and an adjoining nursery. A small black marble fireplace roars to life on the south wall as you enter the room and casts an eerie glow around you. The shadows created by the fire draw your attention to a large and elegantly dressed bed, flanked on either side by 2 end tables. Across from the bed is a large wooden armoire and a standing mirror next to it, reflecting the dance of flames cast by the now roaring fire.
I'm gonna check out the marble. Does it look the same as the others?
Yes, it's exactly the same.
Okay.
I want to walk over to the balcony and see if I can open the doors and go outside.
You are easily able to open the doors and head outside. It seems to face away from town. Looks out over the forest and the trees.
Do I see anything outside in the forest and trees if I peer out?
The sun has fully crested over the horizon now. It's significantly dark. You hear the sounds of the animal life in Barovia, but that's about it. It's hard to see much else. The trees are incredibly thick together.
I will
And,
return inside and close the door.
Just for the sake of finishing that, though. So, you standing next to the armoire, reflecting the dance of flames cast by the now roaring fire, is a full-length mirror with an ornate wooden frame carved to look like ivy and berries. Double doors set with panes of stained glass pull open to reveal the balcony overlooking the back of the house. The adjoining nursery is nearly bare, all but for one small cradle that sits in the very center of the room, covered by a translucent black shroud.
Shroud being like a
it's like a black piece of
ring.
organza.
Organza.
And that's
Can we
in
see
this room.
anything through?
Are you going to approach it and look?
I'd like to approach it and just, I don't want to touch it, but just look through the shroud.
As you approach the cradle, dust begins to swirl up around you. As a thick layer adorning the rough wooden floor is disturbed by your movement, and it clouds your vision, but you are still able to make out the small bundle of blankets nestled in the cradle in front of you, the layer of dust not seeming to cling to the fabric draped over it. As you stare down at this small form wrapped safely in cloth, you see movement from within, and a faint gurgling sound.
This can't be.
This is a trick of the evil within this house.
You're saying there's movement inside the cradle.
A child, we can't let it suffer here.
Miss Isaacs, there's absolutely no way that this is...
Go on and take a look.
I'm gonna just brush the shroud away.
As you reach down to touch the shroud, the fabric deflates in your hands and you are met with emptiness. I need you to roll for initiative.
Oh! Curiosity killed the cat.
I think I was here.
As the shroud begins to fade away and the small black bundle of fabric within flattens at the bottom of this cradle, you see there had been nothing there, but rising from behind it, a strange spectral shape, a woman rising up into the air, nearly translucent greens, blues, and silvers illuminate inside of what once looked like it might have been skin, her hair flying this way and that. She screams as you get close to the cradle, and you are faced with the horrifying image of what looks like a woman in a tattered nursemaid's outfit, blood stained down around the front of her, her face wild, her fingernails long and sharp, as I need to know whether you guys have a 20 to 25.
20.
So just so I understand, where's the nursery? Is it this extra room?
That's the balcony.
It's the small room that you guys didn't uncover, so right next to the balcony.
Okay, so
Should we kind of uncover
Yeah, you can uncover
4
that.
square
I
spot.
didn't realize that was the balcony. I thought the balcony was this way.
Yeah, the balcony was the
Okay.
one on the corner.
So Victoria's gonna be straight up in this.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm all
Who's next to Victoria? Sorry, super close, right?
I was investigating the
Okay, never mind.
fireplace.
I'll be behind you.
I would have been
Huh?
coming back from the balcony. I would have been closing
Okay,
the
so you would
doors.
have been like right here. This is the balcony. Silas is chilling. Yeah, Silas is over here. Good luck, Victoria.
Where did she merge out of?
From like on
She
top of
out of the cradle.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah, so like okay.
on top of it, yes.
I need a clear shot. I got a 17, so I'm not 20, 25.
I'm 20.
So 15 to 20, 17,
15.
10 to 15,
Sorry, next.
13.
and then Victoria will be last. Okay. You see as she why are you not?
That's good.
Yikes.
You see as she rears up, her hair flying this way and that, a ghostly illumination emanating out from the inside of her. And she is quick. You were not expecting this, as she is going to move into you, and she is going to attempt to drain the life from you. She is going to make that attack, and it is going to be a 15 to hit
you're
on
like 12.
Victoria.
Yeah,
Yes.
12.
And
That'll do.
So we should have major armor now?
But yeah.
Laughs at Felix.
7 points of necrotic damage.
Oh, fuck me.
And I need you to make a Constitution saving throw, please.
Pokemon Red Zone.
She reaches out her skeletal hand and she grabs you around the neck as she pulls you up into the air, sucking the life out of your body.
You're not the right dice for this character. You're at 1 hit point.
Yes.
I got a
Yes.
1. Okay. Ooh, I need
Twist of fate.
Just hold on it for good luck.
Thank you
and
guys
then
for the twist of
re-roll.
fate.
Hold it in your palm. Just channel the fate energy from our viewers.
I'm gonna not roll that one.
Yeah,
That one's
yeah.
a piece of shit. What did you tell me? Constitution?
Constitution saving throw.
What do you need? Oh, we don't know what you need. Okay, just let it rip. Come on, babe.
You, North Boundary.
You
Thank you for
Natural 20,
you
so
feel
24.
as it begins to suck the life out of your body, and you feel this strange necrotic energy overtake you, and at first it begins to overcome you, but you channel the faith that you have in Ilmater, and you concentrate and focus, and you push it out, and whatever it was attempting to do to you doesn't seem to take hold.
So you just take the damage. She doesn't take
She just
inside
takes the
of it.
damage.
All right, cool.
Natural 1 and natural 20.
Oh, thank you so much! Like 2 more!
So 1 more.
All
I
right,
would
drop them
use
in.
that
Clink,
one.
clank them. Here we go.
So you're putting 1 back in?
Yeah, and we just need 1 more.
And then we're gonna do the Dracula with the Dark Castle on the other side.
That's
hold on,
a big
yeah, show the
Yeah, let's
Dracula,
get a big ol' vision.
a Dracula,
Dad.
and then a
Big
Dark
bird.
Castle on the other side.
Ooh, I like
Thank you,
points.
Cranium Dad.
Thank you so much.
Coffer.
We're gonna need
You
it.
might be the reason that they stay alive today.
Seriously.
Thank you.
Thank
That's
you.
the sound of life.
Yeah. Yes, and passing our saving throws.
Thank you, Cranium.
Sarnax, it is now your turn.
I'll step through, and so I hear this happening.
Oh, thank you for the host, Wormwood. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We really appreciate you. Thank you so much. You're wonderful. We're just, dying in Death House.
We just rolled a nat 20.
Nearly.
Nearly.
Surviving. We're surviving.
Oh my
Surviving.
gosh.
Sarnax, it is your
It
turn.
is, I'm
You ain't dead till
in
you
cone
did.
mode, so I'm going to spin around and get move over here, and I'm going to say, Professor, get behind us. Miss Isaacs. Miss Isaacs, right?
Yes.
Miss Isaacs, please leave that room immediately, and I'm going to blast Sacred Flame from my lantern.
You do that.
So dexterity saving throw 14.
It fails.
Okay.
Ooh.
Let it rip, baby.
2 points of radiant damage.
Nice.
You give it a
Love
suntan.
it. Love it.
Okay. Yeah. No, it does that. So you you turn and you tell everyone to get behind the blinding light of the lantern that you hold high as you once again allow it to swing open. A hurling mote of holy fire shoots from it. And this time you do see, as it finds purchase in the heart of this creature, the strange luminescence that billows out of it, masked by the fiery light of Garrix, as it does a bit of damage to it.
This is the
Shepard.
fire that will end you, woman.
I'm assuming that I don't have a clear shot, but am I able to push past friendly units to get to the creature?
It's just difficult terrain.
Yeah. It's just
It is
difficult
difficult
terrain.
terrain.
Yes.
You're
So
not
what?
far
That's
to go.
half movement speed.
What kind of cover
5,
would this
10,
creature
Oh, you
have?
do have a little
I just want to get next up, Victoria. I'm like 5 short. If it's 5, 10, 15.
So hold on. So 1.5.
I have 30 speed, so I can only move 3 squares if I'm moving through 1, 2, 3. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I was hoping to duck and roll into the room and just get within.
You might. So you could probably still hit it. He'll have cover, or she'll have cover, right? So
It's 2 double doors. The room is wide open.
So does this banshee creature have cover with the 3 people inside?
Yeah,
I would say no. You're
Okay.
good enough with your weapons that you would easily be able to aim between them and take a shot.
All right, then I'll just take a shot and scream, "Miss Isaac, get down!" And I'll take 2 shots at the and pray that the good doc thought about horrible banshee woman. 20 and 15. Oh, sorry, 17 and 22.
Both of those hit. As you see Shepard move between 2 of your forms. You're not expecting him to be there. On either side of you, Victoria, one arm with redemption, the other arm with judgment resting on your shoulders as he shoots both of his arcane blasts directly into this specter, and they blast into her chest and into her torso. How much damage?
20 points.
Wow.
Exactly 20 points. And you see as Judgment lands the last hit, and with a wail, she disperses into a blast of energy. She begins to sparkle and rain down around you. The shroud
swoon back into Shep's arms.
the shroud that had been hanging over the cradle slowly shifts in the wind of her disappearing form.
Continuing to prove supreme utility, my good man.
I just want to say, we all owe the doc a round of drinks if we ever make it back to Yona.
Yes, of course. I'll have to inspect those later. I'd love to see how they work.
Since you shrugged it off, you want to hear what would have happened to Kelsey?
Yes.
If she had failed, her hit point maximum is reduced by an amount equal to the damage taken. This reduction lasts until the creature finishes a long rest. The target dies if this effect reduces its hit point to 0. So if it had one-shot you, you would have just been dead.
Okay.
If you had failed that.
She had 1 hit point.
Wow.
No big deal. She had 1.
So that twist of fate literally saved your life.
Oh my god. I
I
gotta
don't
pee.
care for it.
I gotta pee. I got the nervous peas, you guys.
In the words of Shepard, what target?
I told you, it's a house of death for a reason.
Oh my god. I'm scared.
Mr. Isaacs, are you alright?
I'm quite ill. I'm so sorry.
Professor, did you administer the medicines?
Well, not directly to her. I gave her one.
Out of my way, this will hurt, and I'm gonna my lantern will flare, and my hand will go hot with fire, and I'll just immediately just brand you wherever I can grab you, and it's gonna hurt like a bitch, but you'll heal.
This is already this. Is this exactly what happened in our sessions here? Because Kelsey made that exact same noise herself.
Well, you overheal, 12 points of healing max.
Wow, that's good.
Oh.
Sonax, that is savage but effective, I suppose.
There is no growth without pain and loss first.
I suppose you keep saying things that really hit me deep, Sarnax, and you're a very wise individual.
That is not my wisdom. It is the wisdom of Garrix the Fire Lord. Perhaps you may join us beneath the tall trees of Irios in my cult to Garrix.
I'm certainly open to hearing a bit more, but I'm certainly not going to live amongst the trees in Strigg. I eventually got to get back to Yona.
It matters not where you are, as long as your heart and soul are for Garrix the Fire Lord. His fire will be with you in your soul.
Let's save this for another time, but you got a lot of pertinent things to say.
You have a lot of pertinent things to shoot, to destroy the monsters that face us. I am impressed continually.
Just thank the doc. That's all I can say is just thank the doc.
I feel like I should give you a cash bonus.
Mr. Shepard, Mr. Sarnax, I can't thank you enough.
No
I
thanks
would
is
have
necessary.
perished. Surely.
We're here to help each other, alright? That's why I'm here. That's why the professor took me on.
Perhaps you should consider all of the things that Ilmater has done for you, or all of the things she has not. And I'll turn away. Is it a he? Oh. He has not.
The mater is confusing.
Yes, that is why. I thought it was like ill mother. That's what I thought. He has done for you and all the things he has not, versus what Garrett has already done for you in our short time traveling together. And I'm gonna turn.
Ilmater has prepared me to endure for that of others. I will never shy to put myself in danger, but I'm grateful for your help when I nearly would have fallen.
The help is yours when you require it.
Thank you, Mr. Sarnax.
Well, is there any corpse left, or is it just sort of like a ghost town central?
Just a ghost town central.
Oh yes, goodness.
From the DM's mouth.
It appears to be ghost town
I'm
central.
gonna eat like 2 bites of a sub because I'm really upset.
So there's no baby or anything. It was all a trick.
No.
This house is more evil than I thought.
I'm very concerned that the two children we left outside this house may just have been part of the ploy, and I'm very, very unsettled by it.
I agree, and now that we have the deed, this house belongs to the university. I think we need to clear it out and
burn it.
Don't you think that's awfully presumptuous? If this house is magical beyond recognition, you do honestly think it's wise to turn this over, to claim this in the name of some entity?
Well, why not? I mean, this house is trying to kill us, and it clearly means ill to anyone that steps inside. It was the home to a vile cult. There's no reason why we wouldn't cleanse this house. Sonax, you would like to cleanse it, wouldn't you?
I would like to cleanse it by burning it to the ground.
I would like to cleanse it by taking ownership of it for the university.
That will not cleanse it. Professor.
I'm with Sarnax on this one. I'm not telling you how to do your job. It just seems like all we did is pilfer some deed, and I'm with Sarnax on this one.
I would say that you are smart enough that you would remember that the diary that you found indicated that the townsfolk say that the house has been burnt to the ground many times, but it always arises from the ashes.
Right.
I think it is in our best interest to purify it to the best of our ability. Exercise it in whatever manner possible, but I don't think handing it over to your university would be safe for your fellow professors. Sure, we could investigate this further, but the longer we walk these desecrated halls, the more we are posing ourselves in danger.
Thank you, Wormwood.
Thank you, Wormwood, for the sub. Thank you so much.
I also agree with Khan. She's making a very good point here.
No, I don't intend to just hand it to the university. Our purpose here now that I've proven that Barovia exists, my goal now is to free it and claim it, to release these people from their imprisonment, if they truly are imprisoned. And it's hard to say with the trickery at foot how many of these journal pages and if these deeds are even real, but I think that we could do a good amount in the world, and we could gain quite a bit of renown, all of us, not just me, not just Passchendaele University, but all 5 of us. We could be saviors, we could be legends.
I have no interest in being a legend, Professor. I seek to plant my seeds in the soil here, for the soil treats the seeds well. And one day, long after I am gone, a great forest of edelwood trees, that is my only purpose.
I keep saying this, but I gotta agree with Sarnax. Minus the whole seed thing. I'm not really about renown. I'm here to protect you based on, a man's gotta eat, but this is evil, and I'm gonna slay it.
I too have no interest, as we say back home, pulling water to one's own rice paddy.
Well, here's the thing. I think that we all have our own goals, and we all mean well, and I think that no matter what, we need to find a way out of here eventually, and we must meet this Strahdanya and see if she means us any harm at all. But we must scour this place and learn everything we can. So I'm going to turn and just look throughout the room. I would like to make an investigation check.
Roll an investigation check.
And clear the room here. It's going to be a hot... investigation 6. So a hot 17.
You begin to scour the room. The rest of the group stands back, still a little put off by the situation that you just experienced. And you look from bed to side tables to armoire, and your attention is pulled towards the mirror, reflecting the dancing flames. There's something about the shadows here that doesn't look the way you would expect it to. And as you run your hand along the carved wooden paneling behind this mirror, you notice a strange indentation that was not discernible to the naked eye. As you press firmly with your palm, the wall sinks in about an inch before springing open, revealing a secret doorway. Glancing inside, the space is tiny, but it appears to house a rickety wooden staircase covered by cobwebs and dust that seems to be leading upward.
More secrets from this evil place.
The room seems to be a stairway up. I think it not wise to ascend just yet.
I agree.
I say we clear this floor first.
You're the boss, Professor.
However, it seems if your coin trick did not fail us this time either, Shepard.
Shall we continue?
I think Sarnax is suggesting we flip whether we go up or not.
I suggest we should... It led us to the place where we will eventually be headed.
So you do want to clear this floor?
I do.
Professor, is that amenable?
Well, does it sound amenable to everyone else?
I follow your orders.
Well, thank you, Victoria.
I agree, but I feel foolish that I led us into danger just now, and I'd like to suggest that we all move more cautiously, more stealthily.
Well, I suppose we could steal away.
Maybe keep our voices down.
No one's blaming you either, Miss Isaacs.
Yes, it is not your fault. I just think we need to approach things slowly and maybe from a distance.
I appreciate your forgiveness. My guilt will weigh heavily upon me. But perhaps I can redeem myself, and I'll grasp my hands together and channel the shadows of wickedness. And so anyone within 30 feet of me that I choose, which I choose all of you, gains +5 to stealth checks.
Damn!
Oh!
So we are stealthing. Right?
We're approaching levels of Avantris that shouldn't even
So
be
go
possible.
ahead and roll for stealth.
As I'm doing
shit.
this, I turn to Victoria and I say, even monkeys fall from trees.
Ooh. Why is Tom so wise?
I have a whole bunch written down.
Do you have a list? Oh,
I do.
missed
Out of character, out of character.
You guys go ahead and talk about this for a second. I just have to
I suppose that's true.
herp it out.
Yes.
She's a walking book of parables.
I am going
I much
to...
enjoy your company.
I'm
Miss
going
Connor.
to...
I enjoy yours
get
as
more
well.
coffee.
+5 to stealth?
+5. Everyone gets +5s.
I did pretty fucking well then.
24.
Yeah, I'm up to a 22.
I got a 30.
High five.
You have a 30? Wowie zowie.
Nothing's gonna
see
I'm telling you,
thanks
we're
for the
approaching,
follow
we're
on
approaching levels of
Slenderman.
Avantris.
Thank you, one Slender Man.
Thank you. I'm gonna
You both terrify and delight us.
Yes.
Oh, man.
While our DM uses the bathroom, how's everybody doing this lovely Saturday?
I'm sweaty.
I'm sweaty
Are
as
you
well.
guys liking the Strahd so far?
I'm gonna just take a
Yeah,
little
we've
hat
been over
break
here fanning ourselves like absolute ladies.
Yeah.
The men need
Ooh.
gentlemen.
I can't really do the florp thing that drag queens do, where they go like, and the whole thing comes out. Yeah.
I gotta bring my fan next time.
Do you want my fan?
No, I just like I enjoy. I have one, and I just really do enjoy doing the.
Florp.
Is that what it's called?
The
No.
florp.
So we're gonna call it now.
It's
Oh, you seem to do with
You're like really like.
well, this is an
It's
authentic
pretty stiff,
fan
yeah.
from my friend that went to Korea got this for him. So this is authentic one, and it's kind of bowed a little bit. So
I think it's good though because it keeps
Yeah.
it together.
Holy
does.
heck!
Oh,
MLBWB.
thank you.
Thank you, MLBWB.
That's 2 more twists of fate.
Yeah. Oh,
Let's do our pot.
We need some cold
Alright, here we go.
hey everybody, let's do pot.
We need 2 more coins.
I know, I'm picking them.
Yeah.
I'm these bad as well. I'll just do a quick
Okay.
roll.
We're gonna do. Thank you so much.
We have 3 coins in our pot.
We're gonna
Thus
do
far.
horrific teeth and a bite mark, and then a sexual lady with a bite mark,
Let's do it.
and
I love your coins.
a not sexual lady on the back.
Yes. Okay, do you want to drop them in this time?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Here we go. Let them rip.
Ooh.
Give me that sound. Music to our ears. Music to our ears.
Hey.
Thank you.
Pot.
Thank you.
MLBWB.
Thank you.
For anyone that's just tuning in, we
It is
used
satisfying.
a twist of fate earlier so that Kelsey wouldn't fail her saving throw because she got a natural 1.
I literally
And
almost died.
It let us re-roll.
In death.
You'd be stuck with 1 HP for the entire attack,
Oh yeah, it's
Yeah.
terrible.
which would make you that much more likely to outright die.
Yeah.
Thank you. I've got hair.
You got a natural 20 because of you guys.
I know.
Twist of
I
fate, so
couldn't
thank
believe it.
you.
How
Very
satisfying
much.
is that to You can like get your lucky shot chance and roll 20.
Yeah. That was nice.
Good.
Yeah,
Very nice.
very, very satisfying sound. Yeah. Anyone got plans for the long weekend for those of you that are in the United
it's a holiday
States? We
weekend.
have
Just
Monday
hanging.
off.
No plans for us.
We've got Monday off.
Enjoying it, you know?
Yeah.
Maybe hit the
Prep
pool.
for D&D.
Oh yeah. Pool's opening for some of us.
Yeah,
I'm
Nikki
gonna be
says
at the
more
pool.
prep. Nikki says more prep.
The prep never ends.
The prep never ends.
D&D never ends.
Especially not with this campaign.
I'm gonna be
I need,
honest
like,
though.
more and more makeup to make myself look pale. and
We've been
spooky,
playing
'cause
for
I'm gonna be in the
3
pool.
hours. We've been playing for 3 hours, and we're not going to be playing again.
I can't even look at you with these fucking
I
like
know.
beautiful
Doesn't she look
contacts.
so pretty?
I just want to like stroke you
You're
lovingly.
you can if you want. It's a wish.
What's that?
I don't know if you guys
Um,
can see her contacts, but she looks hot as fuck right now.
I've got big ol' like they're like a greenish gray.
They're real good.
They're real nice.
I likes it.
I'm planning to use them for Catherine Proudmore when Nikki does Jaina Proudmore. Yeah.
All right.
But I just want to say I'm having so much fun with you guys. It's so fun to roleplay and
This
play
is
with
great.
everyone here. The music, the setting, like
the music's been
all the
so
props.
on point. It's not
Seriously.
We can
Yeah.
thank Derek. He came
Thank
to
you,
my
Derek.
rescue.
Ooh,
He gave
thanks,
me
Derek.
a ton of playlists.
Wow.
Because I was so busy doing everything else, I couldn't even think about the music.
No,
Yeah.
So he
sure.
gave
Music
me wonderful,
helps so
wonderful
much.
playlists.
One of those brewskis.
But
Yeah, go for it, man.
I'm just not
Hey, Nikki.
forward to the fact that we'll be playing again.
Yeah, it's one of the ones that
I
you
know,
talk about. What's it
I
called?
know.
The long
I
side?
know.
Pink Flamingo.
Pink Flamingo.
It's a
I guess
flamingo.
June is like a crazy.
Thank you,
We
buddy. I
play in
appreciate it.
July. I forget why we decided
Thank
to
you.
start in August.
We wanted to do a 13 session lead up to Halloween.
Oh,
So then
that's-
we
That was
went
the idea.
Halloween and then
Yeah.
we worked our way backwards and Nikki decided
And this is
that
a
she
nice
wanted to do
teaser,
13.
right? We're
Yeah.
gonna
I
give
do
one
like it.
more.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you gotta like
It's
sit
been a
and
good
wait.
weekend.
Yeah.
Let it savor.
Simmer.
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 Ruminate.
Let it
We
rest
couldn't
on
do
your
it during
tongue.
the summer because everybody's so busy during the summer.
Schedules
and
are
yeah,
I-
it's a
I
lot going
couldn't
on.
Dedicate
It's a lot
the
going
time.
on.
It's hard
Yeah.
enough
We've
getting
got cons,
beneath our
we've got Beneath
wings.
Dark Wings, we've got, you know.
Everything.
All kinds of shit.
And plus, it's
Vacation.
perfect. I love the idea of trying to end it towards Halloween.
Me too.
Cause,
And I love the fact that we're
October's the
trying to
best
do
month.
13 sessions.
Mm-hmm.
But
That's
don't
spooky
be,
number 13.
but don't
Yeah.
be worried if we go over one.
I'm not.
right? I mean, like,
Into November still.
I just
gonna
wish
do-
everybody could see
Yeah.
the table because it's
Autumnal?
like literally scattered with
Yeah.
flickering
Here.
candles.
I'll see if I
and
can
I'm
move
just-
this around.
I
Oh,
have
the
such
camera
a
queen?
like a theme burner
yeah, just
right
watch the
now.
poll. I don't know how much.
It's good. It's
We
good.
just got like
Yeah, look at the
creepy
camera.
candles
It's
all
right
over the
here.
place,
There you go.
and
Look
like
at this.
the
Look at this.
terrain
Look at
that
this
he
for
built,
business.
and like
Yeah.
the fucking like
Unbelievable. Look at
The-
this. Wow, that's
Hold on,
that's
Richard,
so
it's-
letter work and all that
There we
kind of
go.
stuff.
Look at that. Look at your water bottle.
Look at Mikey's spoopy like.
He's got a legit
lantern.
lantern. Look how spoopy he looks.
lantern.
Yeah,
light
and this is
gear.
Mikey without makeup. Normally he wears makeup to look normal. And
Right
he
now,
looks
this is
just
my
tan.
normal.
You got like some contracts.
It's crazy.
Contracts.
Okay.
Contracts with
Yeah.
fucking gold leaf on them.
Yeah.
Gold leafing, you can kind of see it.
That gold leafing was fun. I will say.
Do you want to
I
turn
enjoyed.
the gates of Barovia?
yeah.
We can show those
Gates
off.
of Notre
An old turnaround, the old flip.
The old
How
rigmarole.
gorgeous! Nikki made all of this.
Because I love
Love
you.
that.
Get a nice little close up there.
I do love you guys.
Are we
I don't
all-
know
are we all
why, but I do.
I don't know why.
I don't know why I love you guys, but I love you.
Unique, you're not wrong. It is expensive.
It was like,
But it is worth it.
It is worth it. And can I just say that for me, it's fun being able to do just like a standard like Ponzi British accent.
yeah.
Is
Of
there
all the
a...
accents, I don't have to think too hard about
I'll
it.
look it up and see if it's...
Is the bottle opener over there on your stuff? I think it's normally over here.
Thank you.
I
We're
don't
good.
see
We're good.
it.
Kelsey gave me-
Oh, got it.
Kelsey got me
Oh,
one.
cool.
We're good.
It's
It's
cool.
usually like
It's normal. It's usually right there.
It's hard to miss. It's fucking.
Legends of Avantris ASMR. I missed that one.
Yeah.
Stay tuned for ASMR ASMR when
With mayo.
whispering in a French accent,
Eee.
eating
Yeah.
fettuccine alfredo.
Yes.
ASMR mukbang.
Yeah,
Yes.
mukbang.
Yes.
Yeah.
Is that a thing? That should be a
It
thing.
is
It
now.
should be.
It is
Well,
now.
If you guys want it to be a thing, let me know. If I have a spare weekend, I'll just eat all the things.
Yeah.
and
Just buy you a pair of those weird eaters.
Yikes.
Oh, yeah.
Yikes in the best way.
Cooking with crazy.
Yeah.
Chelsea's wanted to do that for real
fettuccine
forever.
alfredo.
I've wanted to do that for
June
so
cooking show forever.
long.
And then we'll
But
do
anyway.
ASMR with the spaghetti. that we
ASMR,
Yeah.
ASMR.
I love fettuccine.
So once again, we love you guys. Thank you for hanging out with us. It has been absolutely crazy for me. I have never DM'd a module before, and I was horrified when I got up this morning, sick to my stomach, worried. But it's been a lot of fun. You guys are wonderful, and I'm lucky to have players that are as amazing as you guys and friends. So.
Thank you.
You know.
This truly does taste like a pink
Can we
flamingo.
just a big old cheers to our sexy Biloxi DM?
Cheers with this.
Water.
As long as you look everybody in the eyes as you cheers them, you're good. Otherwise, you're cursed with 7 years of bad sex.
Well, I didn't look at any of y'all
That's impossible.
just now.
It's true.
So.
If you don't look somebody in the eyes while you cheers them, you're cursed with 7 years.
Thank you,
of bad
all, Lucius. Thank you. That's so nice.
I would just say,
Thank you,
sex.
Dusty.
Make eye contact.
I was like,
21 years, I guess.
Damn.
Thank you, guys. It really means a lot that you guys are enjoying it and having a good time.
Oh,
thank you, Wormwood.
Thank you very much.
We get to add another to the
Nikki is
pot.
a great DM. Amazing.
She's like the fucking bomb.
Absolutely.
She's the mom.
Another
Okay,
coin.
I've got to find a good one.
Gotta find a good coin.
Because if that's Polly, I told you that we had a Professor Layton in this
I hope it's
campaign.
Polly.
I hope
If
that's
it's not,
Polly.
Real hot, like her lovely hair.
Oh, Dusty, you're so nice to
Put
me.
the moves on our DM.
No, Dusty, don't stop putting things on.
Put all the moves on our DM.
Okay, we're gonna do this really awesome vampire bat, and then this vampire bat with his wings outspread in the full moon.
Oh,
Very.
Does it look anything like Avantris with a cloak?
It looks exactly like Manders with the
I
clothes.
knew it! I knew it!
We may actually survive that.
You guys might actually survive death.
We might.
Thanks to you all.
If I keep fucking shit up.
So far, Kelsey's been the closest to actual real death.
Yeah.
That's
She got cauterized and shit, so she's fine.
Yeah.
I'm all
But
burnt and
a quick plug,
tasty.
since we mentioned Polly, if you guys like watching really amazing interactive like video game streams, just check out Wormwood Gaming.
Yes.
They were streaming
Radiation.
Ori and the Blind Forest.
No, I love it.
Ori and the Blind Forest, which is like the greatest game that's ever existed, and I've
the
seen the
soundtrack.
cover, but I've never played it before, and I was quite literally just enthralled the entire time. It was so fun to watch. The community over there is phenomenal, wonderful people. So not that you're not already following, because I'm sure you are, but in case, just make sure.
Yes.
Go follow, watch.
And I think I gotta play that as my next game.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah, the music is so great. I ended up buying like whatever the special version was on Steam, so it gave me the soundtrack with it too.
I'll look at that for D&D.
Yeah.
Do you have Ori and you've never played it? Because your husband just called you out in chat.
Correct.
Oh, snap.
Yes. I haven't played it, but I did listen to the soundtrack.
So you notice as the air stills and Kana, the life goes out of her eyes as she falls over on the floor dead.
Permanently. Forever.
Okay, are you guys? Let's have a couple more drinks. Let's just kind of get the shakies out. I gotta get the shakies out, and then we'll get back into it.
All I need to get more coffee when it's done, but yeah.
Cheers to D&D, my lovelies.
Cheers.
I slammed a couple bites of tuna sub because that's what I do to get the
I love
shaky
tuna
sound.
subs.
I love slick.
Tuna sub.
Okay. So you guys had just uncovered the secret stairwell, and that is kind of where we left it off.
Wait,
So
this one.
Right.
Hakana
Oh,
Matata.
hold on. Let's go back.
That's so great, because I've got Saluna Matata. Hakana Matata also sounds really
Here we
good.
are.
Now, if the coin is going to lead us the right direction, we've got one more door on this side of the manor before I have to flip again when we approach the other side. So I believe the decision's been made for us.
It has. Let us proceed.
Sarnax, would you like to do the honor?
I would like to do the honors very much, and I'll open the door.
So you are heading across, and you're going. Are you going into?
Right next door.
Yeah.
To this door that's right next to the one we just opened.
Okay.
It's fussy.
Sarnax is leading and I'll be behind.
I am
I'm going to be close.
The door itself seems to open quite easily. Dusty shelves line the wall of this room. A few of the shelves have folded sheets, blankets, and old bars of soap on them. A cobweb-covered broom leans against the far wall.
That's it. That's the whole room.
It's a small storage closet.
I'll shine my light in real quick. Just investigate it very quickly. Where's my perception? 12.
You investigate the small cupboard, and it looks to be a storage closet.
Let us proceed, and I'm going to go to the next one and open the door. I'm very happy to lead the way, as if there are more suits of armor or horrible wailing women, I believe that the power of Garrix will protect me, and my shield of Edelwood will enhance my protection as well. And I also, in plain terms, I have an AC of 18.
An AC, you say?
And
Well, I'm not going to stop you, Sarnax, but just know I'll be right behind you.
You can, as long as you do not shoot me in the back of the head, that would be quite amenable.
Hasn't happened yet.
And I will open this bad boy if I can.
No, there's no door there. The other two doors.
Oh no, there is a door.
It's
there
on
is.
this side. The other two doors are over here.
Under a candle!
You have to go around the corner.
Yeah.
Do you want me to flip a coin again, Sarnax? I feel like that's been the theme of the evening.
For these two doors, yes, I would prefer that.
Has the suit of armor moved at all? Does it look different?
No, it's just, I mean, it looks different in the sense that it doesn't seem like it's any longer animated. It is now just a lifeless, that strange dark sheen that had kind of illuminated from it is
We're going east.
coiffed, so it's not there.
We're going to this giant room to the east.
We don't know.
Okay, you do that.
Reveal the,
Yep, reveal the big room.
Snap it off there.
The double doors in this room have dusty panes of stained glass set into them, depicting the same stylized windmill you've noticed in the other areas of this house. The door barely makes any noise as you swing it open to reveal a cobweb-filled master bedroom. Along the east wall are large bay windows covered in moth-eaten burgundy drapes. Looking around the room, your focus is immediately pulled towards the immense four-poster bed, shrouded with embroidered curtains and tattered gossamer veils. A matching pair of wardrobes line the wall to the south, along with an elaborate vanity and a wood-framed mirror. A delicately padded wooden chair sitting in front of it. A silver jewelry box sits quietly atop the vanity surface. In the northern corner of the room, a rotting tiger rug lies on the floor in front of a grand black marble fireplace, which has a dust-covered portrait of the lord and lady of the house hanging above it. A web-filled parlor in the southwest corner contains a table and 2 chairs. Resting on the tablecloth is a beautiful blue porcelain bowl and matching jug. A dumbwaiter is built into the corner of the parlor, and a similar button is mounted on the wall next to it. A door facing the foot of the bed has a full-length mirror mounted on it.
It seems to be where the lord and the lady of the house once slept.
Indeed.
I'm gonna look at the bed to see if any kind of blood shit happens. I'm not gonna actually touch it.
The bed?
The bed, yeah. I'm gonna to raise my lantern.
You're looking for like blood pools?
Yeah, I'm looking to see if there's any more secrets, tricks this house will play on us.
You hold your lantern up in an attempt to reveal any hidden or invisible objects or creatures, and you scan the length of the room, and you find nothing.
There were these long curtains you said over the windows, that were closed.
Yeah, they're completely closed.
I'm gonna walk over and tear them open to try and... Wait, it's dark out, right?
It's dark out.
Never mind. I don't do that because I forgot about that.
Is it, did you describe that door leading out to another balcony? Mm-hmm. Is it clear that's a balcony? Okay.
I would say if you walk close enough to it, yeah, it's clear
Yeah,
that's a balcony.
So it ain't clear to me?
I walk up to the balcony and I want to look.
You're going onto the balcony?
Yes, I'm going onto the balcony.
See ya.
The latch of this door hesitates as you attempt to force it open. It groans beneath your hand as the rust gives way and you're met with a loud grinding sound as the latch turns and the door is pushed outward. You find yourself standing on a dilapidated balcony. Wrought iron spikes skirt the edges of the platform as you look over the sprawling village of Barovia. You can see movement off in the distance as the sun is almost finished, or in this case, the sun is fully finished its descent behind the mountain peaks.
Oh no.
Small flickers of light begin to pop up into view as the townsfolk light their lanterns and continue about their business.
So nothing appears. The house is still where it was. And I can look down and see, that's where we came in, or whatever.
Professor, do you see the children outside?
You are at the front of the house. You look down and you can... Yes, the other one was at the back of the house. You are looking out over the front of the house, and you look down, and at first you believe that there's nobody at the front. But out here you can hear the sounds. You hear, "It will be okay, Thorn. They're going to kill the monster, and they will make sure that our baby brother is okay. Just hush now. Hold your toy."
I will come in to the door.
Yes, they appear to still be out there.
What? You hear the kids?
Yeah, they're right down there. Exactly where we left them.
I want to speak to them.
No, we should not let them know what we know.
Exactly.
Perhaps they will warn what is lurking beneath this house. And send them rushing all at once to us.
It's an awfully dark town to take the children.
I trust none of these beings now. Anyone of this house must be presumed as evil and to be dealt with holy fire.
I
Children
disagree
or
wholly,
otherwise.
Mr. Sarnax. If for the children's sake, I agree that we should not alert them. We should not tell them what we have seen. But we should not presume them to be evil, as so many things are presumed evil which are not.
We have almost died. You yourself almost died, Miss Isaacs. And who was it but those children that guided you, welcomed you, led you into this place of evil and death?
I have led myself, Mr. Sarnax, in the guidance and protection of this group, and of none other but than my God.
I will maintain my presumption. I will not seek to destroy them yet. But we must not assume that they can be trustworthy simply because they appear to be children.
We got one room left. Just kidding. There's a closet in here too. We got one room left after the closet. Our Professor, has this been satisfactory? Can we move on?
Go on and look in the closet.
Just go ahead and roll an investigation check for this room at advantage. Yeah, I'm assuming you're helping each other, so whichever one wants to do it.
Professor.
What's your investigation has to be better than mine. That's pretty good.
2 16s. So, 22.
You make your way towards the small closet at the other end. Yes, that small room. You open the door, and it is a small dingy closet that reveals a dust-choked shelf. It is completely empty.
What's a dingy closet?
It's dingy is what I meant to say, but
dingy.
I said dingy because,
Okay.
I spelled it wrong in here, so I said dingy.
Sorry,
when
I
meant
sounded like
gingy.
a boating closet.
Yeah, no, that's just
weird,
me.
but dang it. Sorry.
Sword.
Scanning around even further, however, your attention is drawn back towards the vanity, where the silver jewelry box sits in nearly perfect condition. The rest of this room dilapidated, covered in dust and cobwebs. This jewelry box shining as if it had recently been polished.
And where is that in here?
It is.
Oh.
It's against the wall next to the bed.
And we all know.
Or no, I'm sorry.
like
It's I believe it's actually against the wall by the rug.
Oh.
And we all noticed this.
So it's over
It's a
there.
gleaming jewel. Okay.
By the rug, so it's gonna be by the tiger.
By the tiger rug, yes.
How extraordinary. What do you make of this, Professor?
Why don't we take a look?
No, no.
Please stand back.
Professor.
Yes?
At the very least, let me knock some sense into you. We have been proceeding from floor 1 to whatever floor in the 9 hells that we may be on now, and things have only gotten more and more decrepit. And you're going to tell me that this beautiful, shining, glistening case is just there for you to open without any kind of consequence after we almost saw Miss Isaacs die.
Third. We're on the 3rd floor.
And you heard nothing else that I might have had to say.
I'm just correcting your presumption.
You hired me to make sure that nothing happens to you at all.
I agree,
And
and
you're
that's
gonna-
why I'm asking you to stand back and let me do it.
You don't have any desire for material things. You're here for knowledge. Do not mess with this thing that is very clearly out of place.
That is precisely why we must mess with it.
Professor.
Yes? There could be clues, there could be knowledge.
I
We
fear
could find
I-
a second key.
I fear I've piqued your interest out of turn, and perhaps Mr. Shepard is correct, that he should proceed.
Or I shall
I mean
proceed.
no offense, sir, but that
system.
you're stronger and seem to
I'm
be
sending
more
my mage hand over
worldly.
to open the jewelry box.
You open the jewelry box, and nestled inside are 3 gold rings, worth roughly about 25 gold pieces each. A thin platinum necklace with a topaz pendant, worth, you would look at it, I would say Victoria, you see these, and you're familiar enough with jewelry, worth about 750 gold pieces. The box itself is of impressive make as the mage hand holds it up and shines it around in the light. It is a silver box with gold filigree, worth roughly around 75 gold pieces.
It seems to be jewelry.
Is it cursed?
Well,
That is a fantastic question, Connor.
you being a monster slayer, can you tell?
Oh, yeah, sure. Give me 1 second. I rummage in my pack and I just pull out a middle finger. What do you think I am, Professor? This isn't a beast. This isn't a monster. It's a box of goddamn jewelry.
Give me some time, good man, please. I am going to take. Do we think it's? I mean, it's simply jewelry. I don't believe.
Roll an Arcana check.
Do we have any reason to believe it's
Not covered in dust like the rest of the
Am I the only one to have walked all the way through this house and seen the things that we saw?
17.
We've walked past many a thing. We've walked past
Your
draperies
familiarity
and all
with
kinds of
magic,
things.
you're easily able to see that there is no magical nature to this. It's just simply a jewelry box.
Precisely as I said, it's normal jewelry. This is a home. We're in someone's home.
Miss Isaacs, Professor,
Yes.
I apologize. I've spoken out of turn. I understand that I'm here to do a job. I only want the best for everyone. I apologize.
And your apology is, of course, accepted. You've done more than enough already, and I'll make sure to increase your pay, assuming we all get out of this alive.
This isn't about the pay.
I know, but I believe you deserve it.
Fine.
Let us continue, please.
All right, I propose we just leave that jewelry as it is. It's not ours, and given that I don't want to plunder this place, are we okay leaving it?
I am.
Of course. That's my vote.
I can't see that there's any other option, Professor.
All right. Well,
Agreed.
is your head cool enough to proceed?
Of course.
Sure.
I apologize. Like I said, I stepped out of line.
No, that's quite all right.
I'm happy to continue. I'm here, your employee. You're the boss. I can only advise.
Such a fiery soul, Shepherd, would serve Garrix quite well.
Sorry, we've talked about this. There's plenty of time for that later. I'm interested.
I am still sowing the seeds. That is my whole thing.
Touche, as they say. Or touche.
I'm sorry, dude. Sorry, it's a fun
Or
shit.
touche.
I can't help it.
And then I guess
I ain't one of them city folks.
no. Shepherd's
I
not.
apologize.
I apologize.
We got one door left. Is it alright if I open it?
Please.
I think we'd better, Mr. Shepherd.
I try to handle it.
This dark room contains a wooden tub with clawed feet, a small iron stove with a kettle resting atop it, and a barrel under the spigot along the east wall. It appears that the piping leads to a cistern on the roof that would have been used to collect rainwater, which was borne down the pipe and into the spigot, allowing for running water in this house. Turning the handle, it appears that the plumbing no longer works.
We've all seen The Shining. We're moving on to the next floor.
Are there any cabinets, or is it just like everything's pretty wide open?
Yeah.
I peek in the bathtub just to see if there's anything in there.
There's a thin layer of dirt and grime that's kind of collected, fallen from the ceiling, etc. But other than that, there's nothing in it.
I meant to check the sink in the kitchen earlier, but
I will say that you would have seen the same thing.
cool.
Shall we continue upwards?
Of course, but Connor, please don't make me out to be presumptuous, but why check the faucets and all of the water supplies?
Where I'm from, water is considered a source of purification. I'm constantly on the lookout for it. It helps guide my opinion of places of whether or not they have been desecrated like this one. And as part of normally my daily ritual, is I perform a purification that involves water, not fire.
A foolish presumption.
So you may think, not where I am from.
Yeah, you learn something new every day.
May
all
we
I can
all
say.
seek that which purifies us in our own way.
Thank you for your very neutral opinion.
When the dead rise and raise their clawed arms against us, we shall see whether it is water or fire which stops them.
I look forward to fighting next to you when that day comes, Sarnax.
I do as well. Now, shall we proceed?
Enough talk about gods, please.
Sure, Professor. I'm on it.
All right.
And I'm gonna head back
Onward,
towards
please, my good man.
Crimson Marble Staircase.
You head towards the staircase, and it is now, having turned and faced it, you see that this is where the staircase ends. It does not rise any higher.
Do we notice that when we got there?
I'd say you were looking forward, so you probably didn't pay any attention to it.
Huh.
But it's not that it's changed since then.
Right,
That is
right.
how it was when you got there. You just probably didn't notice.
But I would remember asking that I thought there were 4 floors.
There are 4 floors, yeah.
Well, this is, I guess, Professor and Sarnax and ladies, it's time to take that staircase that we found earlier.
Should we search for an attic access?
Well,
we know there are the stairs.
Surely we have missed something. You said before we could see 4 floors above the ground.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
we know that this
unearthed
staircase leads
a
up.
secret
right.
door that leads
I
up.
forgot about that staircase. My
Okay.
bad.
I vote we use the secret staircase in case this truly is a trap, and they're expecting us to go up the crimson one.
The crimson one doesn't continue
ends.
up.
Oh, it ends. Oh,
Yes, that's what I was asking. There's
Yeah,
no more
but
crimson.
what-
Oh, I see.
But up.
I
The
see.
stone
I see.
staircases continue upward? Or the stone staircase?
This
the
one's
secret
stops,
That's
house?
a that's
but
a
the secret
wooden
one goes
staircase.
Right, so the main
The
one
main
stops.
marble
There's no
stops.
more.
Right, right.
The
This
only
one
way
goes
up
secret
is this
one
secret.
goes
Yeah.
up.
Yes.
Right, okay, yes.
Now,
So that might be the attic access.
I agree. And if there's any kind of potential threat where all of this tracking that I've felt is gone, it's leading up here. I mean, we're running out of room. There's a very good chance that we come across something that we corner, and when monsters are cornered, they usually don't have any other option other than to lash out. So we may have a fight on our hands, and I believe that Kana and I will be able to protect all of you with Sarnax's help to the best of our ability.
And I'm ever grateful to both of you, and I suggest again that we all of us, move cautiously as we go upon.
Agreed.
Agreed. Given that we are entering the final floor and a hidden staircase, I feel like there's potentially more danger ahead. If you wouldn't mind giving me 10 minutes, I might be able to detect if there's anything nefarious with this remaining part of our journey through the house.
We've already spent a good amount of time here. I don't see a problem with 10 more minutes, especially if it's a precaution that might help us.
Okay, I will be quick. As quick as I am able. So I'm going to just kind of start casting and waving my hand sort of over the ground. And I'll say, send some Arcanus. And then after 10 minutes, I will cast Detect Magic as a ritual. And so for 10 minutes while I'm concentrating on it, I feel the presence of magic within 30 feet of me. If I sense magic in this way, I can use an action to see a faint aura around any visible creature or object in the area that bears magic, and I learn a school of magic if any. The spell can penetrate most barriers, but is blocked by 1 foot of stone, 1 inch of common metal, a thin sheet of lead, or 3 feet of wood or dirt.
And you're going from room to room checking?
Yeah, I'm just because it's 30 feet, so it's pretty big. I'm just going to kind of do a quick check on this floor before we go up.
You cast your magic, and then you walk throughout this floor, and nothing is called to your attention until you open the door of the small storage closet. The broom in the corner radiates with a magical energy.
Hold on a second.
You look closer at it, and you see that this is not a magical item, but a foe, a broom of animated attack. Should you touch it, it would fight back.
This would be transmutation. This has transmutation magic upon it. Looks like we avoided some combat here.
The broom!
Yes, my good man, the broom is, no one touch it!
Even the brooms in this foul place. Are you certain we should not burn it here?
No, it is doing no harm unless we touch it.
Sarnax,
That's my understanding.
And again, I'm not sure that even burning this place is going to do anything, but we're going to do what we can. The goddamn broom!
Think of the tortured soul that should feel the need to arm a broom.
I agree.
It's dark indeed.
Let us continue. Just stay out of this closet, and I will close the door.
I will lead the way. The light of Garrett will protect me, and I have a shield of 18 AC.
By all means, Sarnax. Staircase is yours.
Shoot past me, good man.
I haven't missed yet.
You make your way back into the nursemaid's room, and you head into the stairwell where you had uncovered the wooden stairs leading up. You begin your ascent. The rickety wooden stairs groan in protest at having to bear your weight, but you're able to ascend them safely as you find yourselves spilling into a darkened chamber. The hallway in front of you is bare and choked with dust and cobwebs. No sconces line the walls, but even in the darkness, you can make out the faint outlines of doors along the walls. And if you want to go ahead and replace that with this, and let me make sure it goes like this.
This?
Yep. Stairs match with stairs.
So we're going up there.
Yes, so you are in that landing.
I'll be right behind him.
Then Shepard.
Yeah, Sarnax, Shepard, and Kana.
Yep.
So, yeah, let's say Sarnax, Kana, Shepard. And then Victoria and me. Or me.
1, 2, 3, 4 doors.
From a metagame perspective, this is actually quite well, as I can blind and have a shield, and then Kana has reached behind me, and then Shepard can shoot over both of us, and the casters are in the back.
It's almost like we planned it, Sarnax.
It is a great bit of fortune.
It is fortuitous, yes. I must say.
Shepard, I believe we have a number of doors in this dark place. We shall be careful, but I believe we need your coin.
Again, creepy vampire man's gonna be to the west. Poor neck chunk missing woman's gonna be the east. Neck chunk woman. We're going east. We're going east.
Directly here.
And we've got 2 doors on the east. So now we'll make a decision. North room or south room. Neck chunk woman is north room. And it's north room.
Neck chunk wins again.
So we're going up
We're
here.
going up into the corner.
Sarnax, lead the way, my
Go
friend.
ahead and take that, the piece off.
Okay.
I really love rolling for neck chunk.
Roll for neck chunk.
This
Neck chumped the first time.
This web-filled room contains a slender bed, a nightstand, a rocking chair, and an empty wardrobe. A small iron stove sits against the wall.
Do you mind if I peek my head in while I have this effect active?
Do, Professor.
Quick.
Stick my head in.
Careful.
Sense
You
magic.
you get no notes of magic.
Proceed.
Well, we got one more room on this side. It's easy enough.
We should investigate at least. Shall we step foot inside?
After you, Professor.
All right.
Judgment is drawn.
I'll investigate.
I will shine a light to assist.
As you approach this room, your attention is immediately captivated by the wrought iron lock hanging from the door. The lock, in the shape of a windmill, is elegantly carved and shining as if it were made yesterday.
The lock where?
This.
On the door you were trying to go into along the east wall.
The one we just opened, or this one?
That one.
Oh.
Oh, there's a lock on the door.
Okay, so there's so when I investigate here, there's nothing.
There's nothing.
Okay, got it.
Now, you guys mentioned you were going to the other room, so I was just letting you know what you would see.
A lock. Very interesting. This was far more well kept than the rusty lock downstairs.
Perhaps it's for the key that Mr. Morgan currently holds.
I reach into my, I don't know what the hell you call this thing. Pull out the key. And I look to the professor and say, You want me to just give it a try?
It can't hurt. I mean, do I sense any magic on the key?
No.
On the lock?
No.
It seems to be a normal lock, so I might as well try.
All right.
I prefer not to have to use those tools all the time.
Key in the right hand, scoop up the lock with the left hand. Try it.
With a resounding click, the lock comes undone and the door slides open on its hinges. Easily, with very little resistance. This room, darker than the others, contains a bricked-up window flanked by 2 dusty wood-framed beds sized for children. Closer to the door is a toy chest with windmills painted on its sides and a dollhouse that's a perfect replica of the dreary edifice in which you stand. These furnishings are draped in a thick layer of cobwebs. It is at this time that your attention is drawn to the small shapes at the center of the room. Tattered clothes, moth-eaten, faded with age, adorn the bodies of 2 small skeletons. The clothing is familiar, but it's the strange cloth doll that is still held tightly in the hand of the smaller of the 2 skeletons that affirms your fears. Its lopsided smile and a single button eye is the exact doll that Thorn, the little boy you had met outside, was clutching so tightly to his chest.
No.
Oh no.
I thought you said you touched her hand.
I did. I felt nothing strange, but
Oh no.
this is clearly them. Those poor souls.
My God.
Some horrible evil is somehow taking these poor children and is using them for its bidding.
Well, perhaps their souls wish to be freed in some way. Perhaps it's not a trick at all. Perhaps it's their way to ask us to free their bonds from this evil land.
If it's the last thing I do today or for the rest of my life, we're gonna help those kids. We're gonna help this family. We're gonna purge this place of evil for good.
That's right. And Sarnax, we won't burn it, remember? We won't burn it, we will cleanse it somehow.
With cleansing fire
that
comes purification.
I know you're all about the fire thing, but as we've read in these notes here, we can't burn it down.
Whatever it was that killed these children, that have risen them as spirits, and uses them to do their bidding, will be purged in fire. Whether this house stands or not, that is not important to me.
Sarnax, this is it. We're the monsters.
They will fear us, Shepherd. They all will fear us.
Well, Sarnax, should you say a prayer or something? Or perhaps Victoria, your god seems a little more amenable to average tastes. Perhaps you should say something.
I pray always to the Garden Mater, the crying god. He weeps his tears upon those here that have suffered. And let us proceed on to free them from their suffering.
What is the floor made of?
Wood?
Damn it.
No. Oh God!
What is it?
No.
It's wood.
Wood.
Oh, of course it is.
I'm going to
Not doing the
reach
rash.
down and grab the doll.
As you do this, you see as these skeletons on the ground begin to shift. They don't move, however, but 2 ghostly apparitions, familiar faces that you remember from outside, form and spill out from the skeletons. Rose and Thorn in their ghostly forms now hover in the air in front of you.
Please don't take his doll.
Mr. Sarnax, you cannot take that from them.
That is our toy.
You children are trapped here against your will. I seek to free you.
We are dead, sir.
Did we meet you before outside of this house?
No, this is the first time we have met.
Evil. Absolute.
Oh, thank you, Wormwood, for giving the sub. Thank you. You're
And
so
welcome.
nice.
Hold on, let me make sure
Yeah,
we
welcome.
all followers should welcome
Lima.
Postmanic and then
Templar.
PH Lima or PHP Lima.
Lena.
Welcome,
Thank
new followers.
you. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
So, it was a trick.
absolute unfounded evil.
Surely not a trick by the children, though.
Of course not.
You can't put that on their souls.
He would not play a trick on you. Just don't touch his doll. Thorn does not like that.
How did you meet your end?
Well, it was very cold. You see, Mommy and Daddy, they locked us in here, and they barred the windows because there is a monster in the basement, in the dungeon beneath the house. And they said we would be safe up here. But then our nursemaid never came. And with it, no food ever came. We got hungry, and I tried to feed Thorn with what we could, but the rats were scarce, and they did not last forever. We died hungry together. But Mommy and Daddy were trying to protect us from the monster.
Can you describe this monster anyway?
I've never seen it. Mommy and Daddy just said that it was horrible, that it would eat us. And
So
at
many
nights,
do not see those that
at
haunt
nights
it.
after their parties, we would hear the screaming, the horrible wails and moans of the monster.
So was it in your home for some time before they fought it head on?
It has been in our home for a long time, and after the baby Walter was born, it got angrier, and it ate more and more things. And then Mommy and Daddy made us stay here, and they kept Walter from us.
Well, how can we help you?
The baby Walter never cried. He was a good baby.
He never cried. Is there some way we can help you? Can we free you from this place?
I don't know. Can you?
She looks up at you, her orb-like eyes, though the colors are muted and changed from what you'd experienced outside. There is a look of silent plea to the look that she's giving you.
We would love to be with baby Walter again, and Mommy and Daddy.
It truly is a terrible place.
So you wish me to leave your doll where it is?
Please don't touch our toys, sir. It makes Walter upset.
Walter or Thorn?
Thorn. I miss baby Walter.
So, alright, well.
Do you know where your mommy and daddy are?
They went to fight the monster downstairs.
Downstairs. How do we get downstairs to save them?
And as you ask that question, she looks and her attention turns to the dollhouse that's at the edge of the room. It is the exact replica of the house you stand in now, and she slowly points her fingers.
There is a stairwell outside the room.
Outside which room?
Look in the dollhouse. It will show you.
I'll go and I'll look and I'll see where.
Roll an investigation check at advantage.
To see, Professor.
Natural 20, gotta give it up.
Gotta give it up.
Gotta give it up for natural 20.
What's that time?
As you look at the dollhouse, you see that every single room seems to be an exact replica of the room that you're in now. But the difference is that the library that you saw downstairs with the secret room behind it, that's depicted here. Same small, wooden, dusty tomes. The room in its full glory. You also see the stairwell to the attic that was hidden from you. It's depicted plainly in the dollhouse. And right outside of the room you were just in, the spare bedroom at the top, a door enters down to a spiral staircase. You can now remove that small square that's been haunting you guys this entire time.
Oh,
Dang.
I got no nails. Hey, there it is. Ah, that's what that was.
Professor, I
Yes.
know that the rest of this floor hasn't been explored yet, but I think at this point, understanding what's going on here, we do not want to spend any extra time that we may have loitering about in this dangerous house. And I think Sarnax will agree with me that we're going to head right to the source. We're going to slaughter whatever lays in that basement.
I do indeed plan to assist you in said slaughter, but... Children, do you know how long ago you died?
It has been a long time, sir. I'm not quite sure how long.
I believe we have time and we should leave no stone unturned. There could be more clues. There could be more valuable information in the rest of this floor. Some kind of sense of what the monster is, some weakness. We should maintain level heads and fight the monster at full strength.
At your wish, Professor.
I agree. There may be more that we need to purge on this floor before we begin our descent.
Have you seen or spoken to any other people like us since you passed?
Nobody comes to visit us here in the attic.
Have you been trapped in this very room? Or have you been able to move around the home in your current form?
This is where we stay. Mommy and Daddy told us not to move, that the monster could get us. The door is right outside. They could come right in.
Would you prefer when we leave that we close the door?
You are not going to leave. Why would you leave us?
Well, we meet to go fight the monster in the basement.
But when Mommy and Daddy went to fight the monster, they never came back. And then we got so hungry. Please don't leave us.
Can you join us?
Would you like me to join you?
Yes, please do accompany us if you can.
And as you say this, are you willing?
I invited you, so yes, I am indeed willing.
You feel a strange power overcome you.
Oh, shit.
As
You got fucked up.
Rose squeezes Thorn's hand.
It is okay, little brother. He is willing. He will keep you safe.
As Thorn possesses you, you feel as his tiny form lets go of her hand and floats towards you. The icy cold air around you as he zoops into your body, and you can feel him there. Your chest feels like a frozen tundra, and as you breathe out, it feels difficult to breathe. And as a professor, you've heard of ghostly possessions before, and the ghosts overtaking the host, but you feel like you have full control over yourself. You are now possessed by Thorn, and you gain this following flaw. I'm scared of everything, including my own shadow, and weep with despair when things don't go my way.
Professor, are you alright?
Yes, I'm alright. I don't think I'm possessed.
Sarnax, don't get any ideas. The professor's
Thank you,
alright.
sir. Thorn is safe with you, and the monster will be killed, and we will not be alone.
He's inside of me?
Yes, he is safe in there.
And she reaches forward.
Who will take me with them? Will you do it, pretty lady?
I will do it.
I don't know if that's the best course of action here.
For your safety, I will do it.
Thank you, pretty one.
And you see as she begins to float up off of the ground, and you too feel that same strange, cold energy zoop into your body. Your skin feels icy to the touch, and as you breathe out, it's as if you're standing in a cold, wintry morning as your breath creates a sense of smoke in the air around you, and you feel Rose nestled somewhere inside of your body, and you gain the following flaw. I like being in charge and get angry when other people tell me what to do.
She is safe within me.
Humans are weakened by their sympathy.
Sarnax, again, I keep saying this, but I might have to agree with you.
All the same, Kana, you hold that dear child within you now, and you must be cautious.
I will, and I will lead us to victory. I say we all make haste to the basement immediately.
No, we shouldn't make haste. We should take our time, and we should make sure that we check everything so that we're as prepared as possible.
Kana's the only one who's agreeing with me about going right down to the basement and ending all of this immediately.
No, we don't know what's down there. You have no idea. I mean,
We do know what's down there.
No, we don't. It's a horrific monster, but we don't know any details. We must be very cautious.
Fear has overcome you, Professor. Think about what you are saying. Kana, rashness has overcome you. Think about what you are saying. Let us take a measured, quick approach. We will open the doors. I will open the doors. Garrix will protect me.
I think I will open the doors.
Very well. I will be beside you.
Great.
Please, I will stand in the back.
Fine. Again, Professor, you're in charge, so tell us which direction to go here.
Just that way. And I point at that door.
Very well. And
Which door do you point at?
Not the one to go downstairs.
No.
This one.
No, we must check every room just in case there might be some secret weapon to kill the monster, or who knows what.
I walk past him and go open the door that's down the hallway.
To the larger room?
No, you mean to the spiral staircase, or where?
I go, because he wants to open that door, I want to open this door.
Oh. Kana, no, that's not what the professor was saying.
I don't take his orders anymore.
No,
I'm here to protect her.
In your head you hear, yes, let's go in that room. Who do they think they are trying to tell you where to go?
This is
Exactly.
my
You know this house
expedition.
better than anybody else.
Don't forget, this is my expedition, and I am saying we should go in that door.
What do you
And
mean
in your
protect her?
head, you hear,
Well, you don't want to tell her where to go because she will get mad and she will hit you.
Oh, she will? She will?
Please don't make her angry.
Oh, okay.
Hold
okay.
my dolly tight. Where is my body?
Oh, well, I don't want to be hit. That might hurt
you
very
see as
much.
he starts talking to himself
It might
randomly.
hurt very much. No, Kana, yes, that is... That's fine.
What is
Are
going
you,
on
Are you
here?
going to leave my body in there with my doll? You need to get my dolly for me.
Of course.
Professor,
I
where are you going?
have the doll, and I'm gonna grab the doll, and I'll put it in my jacket.
Mr. Shepard, we have lost control of this expedition.
I haven't really felt like I've been in control this whole time.
Cling tightly to the professor.
You feel...
Do not let him out of your sight.
Fine.
Clayton, you feel a strange attraction to the skeletons that are on the ground before you, and you feel like you can't leave them behind.
We can't leave the remains of these poor children. What do I feel like I should do with it?
Take it with you.
Take it with me? Of course. Curio!
No, Professor, no!
The case opens up.
I'm gonna try to grab
I'm going to start
Make a contest.
Please let me do this!
No! What kind of contest?
Professor, please don't
Strength
desecrate their
contest
bones.
to see, I guess.
Ooh, sounds ain't real strong.
4.
Well, I'm stronger than that. I rolled an 8, so, I have plus 0. Yeah, 8. 8 to 4.
So you're able to wrench his arm back. He still has his case open.
I'm trying to pull him away out of the room from the skeletons.
No, it's not right. I mean, these poor children, the remains are lying here. We should take them with us.
No, Professor, there's nothing we can do about the remains. We just need to save their souls. Come on!
Well, no. I believe we need to save their souls and their remains. I believe, please. This is my expedition. If you want your bonus, please.
I don't care about a bonus. I care about your safety. And I'm trying to pull him out of the room.
There's nothing safe about this.
I would say he would have had the bones on him, so you take the bones.
Oh, fuck.
But you're able to pull him out of the room.
Damn it, Professor!
I'll slam the case shut. Oh, please. We will do good by their remains. We will make sure that they are respected and sent off as soon as we free their souls.
Sarnax, this is getting real difficult.
Shepard, let us continue to indulge them. The thing about weak minds, and I will teach you something. You tell them what you want them to hear. You indulge them for a time. You observe. You learn. And when the time comes to get what you need, you will have all of the information you need. Let us follow. Let us observe. You keep an eye on the professor. I will keep an eye on the warrior.
Fine.
And we will destroy whatever is in the basement. And if, after that, they are still not of sound mind, We will make the decisions we need to.
Sarnax, I don't like where you're going with this.
I do not either.
Fine. Done. Agreed.
Agreed.
There are no paths before us that lead without shadow. So I will walk beside Miss Kana, and we will proceed, all of us together.
Oh,
Yes.
I'm with the professor.
Let's be in the back, please.
So,
yes, please.
You're
stand by.
splitting, and Kana is heading towards the other room,
And I'll be with Kana.
and you guys are going towards the other. So,
I'm going with him as well.
I will say, in the amount of time of you guys collecting the bones and having that argument, Victoria and Kana easily would have made it to the other room.
Oh, there's
Hold
two
on,
doors.
but I don't want to make her mad, right?
Yes, so what he told you was don't tell her she can't go, you will make her mad.
Oh, no. Okay, so yes, we should continue. This is my expedition after all, and... Shepard, please, can you open the door that I told you to?
Fine.
So I'm here.
So we're going to open Kana's door first,
Sorry.
and you find yourself in...
No, you're with.
Okay,
You open the door. The door screams on its hinges as you pull it open to reveal a quaint room. You can take the piece off. The quiet of this room.
Be appealing.
I don't have any nails. Sorry.
I didn't realize my name was Peely Boy all of a sudden. Oh no, it's the whole thing.
Oh, I thought that was a different piece!
There was a line that juked us.
I got
Six
it.
Let's take a look, yeah.
There's a bed,
The
like...
door
stove.
screams on its hinges as you pull it open to reveal a quaint room. The quiet of this room disturbed only by the sound of the grinding of the door hinges as it swings open, and the light sound of rocking. A slender bed sits off to the side, a nightstand to its left. A cursory glance shows you a writing desk with a stool, a moderately sized wardrobe, and an iron stove. A rocking chair slowly rocks back and forth in the farthest corner of the room. A smiling doll in a lacy yellow dress sitting peacefully on it. As you continue to stare at the doll, her smile fades into a look of malice as her head falls forward, her cloth body going limp on the chair, and the rocking stops.
I speak out loud to Rose. What was that?
It is just the house. It will play tricks on you.
Can I hear... Could I see what happened? And two, could I hear...
You can't hear Rose, but
I
you
can
can hear
hear-
Kana talking.
I let you know. The rocking chair began to rock, and there was a doll on it, smiling at me. Now it is limp and no longer rocking. And Rose is telling me that the house is playing tricks on me, which I think we've gathered now. There are no other spirits that share this home with you, Rose?
Not that I know of lately.
Shall we proceed?
I feel we have no choice.
I enter the
You
room.
enter the next room. You can go ahead and remove it.
This.
That room.
That hole.
The whole big piece.
Oh.
It's all one big room.
Big fella.
So this is just me and the professor?
You, Professor, and Sarnax, I believe.
No, sorry, it's with Kana.
Oh, then
It's my
yes.
favorite house. Favorite room in any haunted house.
This dusty
hell.
chamber is packed with
done,
old
Professor?
furniture, chairs, coat racks, standing mirrors, dress mannequins, and the like, all draped in dusty white sheets. A rusty iron stove is barely peeking out of one of the sheets, the stark black coloration of the iron a harsh contrast to the sea of white. As your attention is drawn to the stove, you notice a large wooden chest wedged beneath it, a padlock visible on the front, but not latched. You move forward towards it. As you lift the lid of this wooden chest, you're met with a strong putrescent odor. A lithe feminine skeleton is curled into the bottom of this chest, wrapped in a tattered bedsheet stained with dried blood. The wooden boards at the base seem to be swollen with the remnants of her bodily fluid.
Ugh.
As you look closer, the face is exposed, and you see, almost not at first, but as you look closer, you realize that this is the body of the specter that you fought in the bedroom below.
The nanny.
The nursemaid in her outfit, soaked in bloodstains, knife wounds littering her body, many knife wounds, too many to have been made by only one person.
Mr. Morgan, there's been Evidence of another murder.
Who in their right mind would even think to do this to a body?
And as he says that, you hear in your head,
That is the lady that gave birth to my brother. He was so beautiful, but he did not cry.
Wait, so you're saying that this is the mother of your brother? Then who is your mother? And why
No,
didn't
the
she...
mother of my brother is my mother. She is just the lady that gave birth to my brother.
I don't know if I understand. Your mother is different than the woman that gave birth to your brother.
so, going back to the story that you heard,
He had an
if
affair.
you remember
Still a little child, remember?
the letter that Strahdanya left
Yeah.
mentioned a stillborn baby and an affair.
From an affair.
So I will,
was the nurse
for the sake of the fact that you guys have done so much, I will read it to you again.
My most pathetic servant, I am not a messiah sent to you by the dark powers of this land. I have not come to lead you on the path to immortality. However many souls you have bled on your hidden altar, however many visitors you have tortured in your dungeon, know that you are not the ones who brought me to this beautiful land. You are but worms writhing in my earth. You say that you are cursed, your fortune spent. You abandoned love for madness, took solace in the bosom of another woman, and sired a stillborn son. Cursed by darkness, of that I have no doubt. Save you from your wretchedness? I think not. I much prefer you as you are. Your dread lord and master, Strahdanya von Zarovich.
Professor,
I understand.
who are you
now.
talking to?
I understand. I'm talking to
The child?
to
My
Thorn.
name is Thorn.
My good
Please
friend
clutch
Thorn.
my dolly tight. I want to hold her.
Okay, of course. And I'll grab the dolly in my jacket. Oh, I see. So this makes sense now. Your brother Walter, this is who gave birth to him. Is that right?
Yes, she's the lady that gave birth to him, and he didn't cry because he is a good boy.
Oh, I see now. And so she was murdered.
What do you mean she was murdered?
I mean...
She just stopped bringing us food.
Oh.
We were locked in the bedroom, and we were told, do not leave because there is a monster in the basement. She was to bring us food every night, but she did not come. And then we got hungry, and my dolly told me that it would be okay, that she would come, and she would bring Walter, and we would be able to play with Walter, and I would be able to share my dolly with Walter, but she didn't come. And then Dolly stopped talking. And then Rose stopped talking. And then I stopped talking.
I understand. This was your... So, out of character, I get the sense that this was the maid.
Yes, that is the nursemaid. You fought her specter in the nursemaid's suite with the nursery.
I'll clutch the doll. I understand now. Don't you worry, Thorn. No, don't worry at all. Even though this is very scary, we should get through this together.
You are very warm. I like it a lot. Thank you for keeping me safe.
Of course. We will find a way to get downstairs, of course, and we will make sure that the monster is defeated. I will have everyone go first so that you're protected, of course. I can stand in the back and make sure that you're okay.
Yes, we will not let the monster get each other.
Shepard, may you please uncover all these things and make sure that there's nothing else in this room. I'll stand at the door.
Are you feeling alright?
Yes, I'm feeling fine.
Are you sure?
I'm going to stand at the doorway, and I will watch you, and I will use my mage hand from afar and assist you. And let's just make sure that we take a look through this room, please.
Fine. And I'll begin to one by one, not systematically, just first things I come to, start taking the cloaks off of the things that are covered.
You do this. You find many things. Chairs, coat racks, standing mirrors, dress mannequins, and all the like. Different pieces of furniture. But outside of this strange box that looked like was an attempt to hide the remains, doesn't seem to be much else but storage.
Do we see the door at the other end of the...
You do. It is a stained glass door that leads out to a balcony as well that looks over the back of the house.
All right, Professor. We've scoured the room. The only other thing out there is in the balcony.
Why don't you take a look, of course?
What?
I'll stand here.
All right, Professor.
And I'm out here.
And I'll head over to the balcony, and I will attempt to open the door.
You open the door and you make your way out onto the balcony. Night has sufficiently fallen over the village of Barovia, and the twinkling lights, though not immediately in front of you, cast a strange, eerie glow over the other side of the house. You peer around the side and you can see the way that they flicker to and fro and the few buildings that seem to be illuminated. But other than that, it's just a balcony.
I'll just turn back around and step inside, and as I step inside, not shout, but loud enough for the professor to hear me to say, "There's nothing out there. It's just a balcony."
All right, then let us meet up with the others.
Quickly, we need to get down into the basement immediately.
Of course.
We'll make our way back towards where we saw the rest of the group walk off.
You do that. You all accumulate in the main hallway.
I would say in that time, Con and I and Victoria would have just done an investigation. I don't know if we need to roll for it.
You do that, and I will say you guys have found everything that you could have possibly found.
I figured. Did you find anything?
A corpse. Another corpse.
Is everything all right? And I'm going to look at you, giving you a knowing look.
Things are amenable.
To the shepherd. Very well.
I'm obviously displeased.
Professor, you seem quite shaken.
Well, I mean, look at what we've seen here. We just found evidence of another murder. There's so much death. There's so much trauma there. I will tell you later, but we must...
Forgive my impertinence, Professor, but perhaps you should tell us now. We proceed into darkness we do not know.
Well, in the room that we investigated, we found the murdered corpse of the woman that gave birth to Walter, the young baby that's sibling to Rose and Thorn. And
their mother, yes.
No, not their mother. Their mother's a different woman, but the woman that gave birth, of course, was the nursemaid.
My God.
I will not say more of it with children in our presence, but I think we need to go downstairs, perhaps, or maybe we should stay here. I mean, I don't know what more we can do. I think
those tortured souls.
I don't know what awaits us. So perhaps. I mean, Thorn, what do you think? And I'll grab the dolly.
I think that we need to make sure that the monster is finished so that I can spend time with my brother.
Oh, okay.
I want to rest now.
What are you grabbing, Professor?
I'm just grabbing Thorn's little dolly, that's all.
May I see the doll?
Please don't give him the doll.
No. Why would you see the distance of this
Why
doll?
would you not want to give me the doll, Professor?
Because it is not yours, it is Thorn's doll.
It would make me cry.
It would...
Can we hear this, or is it just...
You can just hear what Clayton says.
You are unwell, Professor.
No, I'm
Have a
fine.
seat.
No, look, I'm fine. We must continue. We must get down. The children would like to meet their... Please, can we just go downstairs, please?
Sarnax, I understand your concern. I think maybe going to the basement might be the best remedy for all of this.
Perhaps so. Let us
must
continue.
move forward.
Very well.
Thank you, Miss Isaacs.
Very well.
I agree.
I want to walk up to the rocking chair and the doll that went limp, and I just want to pick it up and inspect it.
It's just a normal cloth doll. It's the house playing tricks on you yet again.
I
Kana.
throw it back on the chair.
Is everything all right?
This chair was moving earlier while you two were in the other room.
On its own.
Yes, it was rocking on its own.
The house doesn't like you.
I don't
like
like
the house.
it.
You couldn't hear that.
Oh.
I say
didn't
out
hear
loud,
that.
I don't quite like the house.
Is it?
I don't like it.
Are you prepared to head to the basement? It's the only place left. We need to do what we need to do.
Absolutely.
Is everyone all right with this?
Yeah.
Yes, allow me to go first.
Please allow me to
I
go
will
last.
shine my light into the darkness.
Normally, Sarnax, I'd be right behind you, but I'm gonna stay with the professor. Is that all right?
Yes, no, please stay with me.
I will be up front with you.
I'm not leaving.
And yes, they can go ahead. Thank you.
Miss Isaacs, you want to take the middle?
I will follow, Mr. Sarnax. My soul is not at ease here, but it is mine to put before you to prevent you suffering, should it come.
Let us go down the stairwell.
All right.
You open the door. A blast of fetid air hits your face as you open the door to a narrow spiral staircase made of creaky wood. The staircase is contained within a 5-foot wide shaft of mortared stone that descends deep into the bowels of the house. Thick cobwebs fill the shaft so densely that you're barely able to see more than 5 feet in front of your face. You continue moving. It takes a while. You expect to see doors coming into focus, but none happen. This goes directly from the attic, deep into the earth, farther than you expected to go. Finally, the wooden spiral staircase comes to an abrupt end as you spill out into a narrow tunnel made of rough stone, slick with moisture and speckled with moss. The moment you arrive in this dark place, you can hear the faint sound of an eerie, incessant chanting begin to echo throughout this place. It's impossible to gauge where the sound is coming from. It feels like it's reverberating around you. The tunnel stretches southward before branching east and west. As you get to the intersection, you begin to look about you. The dungeon level of this old house appears to be carved out of earth, clay, and rock. The tunnels are a mere 4 feet wide by about 8 feet tall and are supported by thick wooden posts with crossbeams. Peering at the ground, you're still able to see centuries-old human footprints in the earthen floor leading each way, and the chanting continues. You are all now level 2.
Oh.
This is so there's 3 levels above ground, and this is the basement
There
level.
are 4 levels above ground.
Yes.
You went into 4 levels of the house. So
Really?
there's the main floor, first,
the
second, and
5th
third.
level, but that's below the house.
You're
so
below
the
the
first
house.
below ground.
You're
level.
below the main level of the house.
Basement.
Essentially the basement.
I would like to again attempt to track this monstrosity now that we know where it is.
Roll a survival check at advantage.
Monstrosity.
Ooh.
12 again.
Damn.
You
Yeah, not great.
reach your senses out, similar to what you had done upstairs, and
Yeah.
it is stronger here. It pulses a little more rapidly, and you feel the pull. The direction it's coming from, you're not sure, but you sense that you are following the right path.
That thing, that beast, is definitely down here. 100%. Exactly right.
And it shall die in the fire of Garrix.
Do you have any kind of do you have any idea what kind of monster it could be?
Unfortunately, Professor, I do not. This house is full of evil magics and trickery, and I haven't been able to get a good sense or even direction of where this thing is, but I can only confirm what we've been told, that it is residing down here in the basement.
Oh no, did he say that there is evil magic in here? Sir, please protect me. If the monster is creating some kind of evil magic, I don't want to fall to it.
Oh, well, if there's evil magic at foot, perhaps I'll let you deal with it.
Yeah, of course, Professor, that's why I'm here.
Well, carry on. We should start investigating. I'll be back here.
I'm gonna ask.
You should lead the pack because you will probably know much better where to go in here.
You hear inside of your head.
Oh, I definitely will. Rose, do you have any indication of what the best way is to move forward?
I would go both ways, but maybe to the left? No, the right. I don't know, you choose, you're smart.
But you live here.
I've never been down here before.
Oh. She's never been down here before.
Kana, we should stop asking the devil children for advice.
Did you
I believe we will go down to the
children?
right.
He didn't mean it.
To the left, to the right.
Sarnax, I appreciate your decisiveness, and I've got your back, as always. Professor, I'm staying with you.
I do not trust this. The longer that this goes on, the more I observe, the less and less I trust this.
Agreed.
Yes, just make a decision, please.
What did you say, Sarnax?
Right.
Done. Let's do it.
I'll be in the front with Sarnax.
So it's Sarnax's right.
My right.
Yes, which is
So
going
we're
to
just
be
using Sarnax's menu
Yes.
to represent.
correct.
Rounding the corner, you are met with several crypts hewn from the earth. As you scan the passageways, you see that each crypt has a large rough stone door that closes it off. Though you take quick note that some of the crypt doors are not sealed, but leaning against the inside walls haphazardly. So I will say that you explore essentially what's there, and you can see that each of those are crypts. And should you want to invest each crypt...
Each one?
Yeah, and
Okay.
everything that's exposed, you have been able to glean all of that currently. And so you know that those are crypts. You could just let me know if you choose to investigate any of those.
So we should not kill them unless we choose
Unless
to.
you choose
Okay.
to.
Professor, there are many rooms hiding secrets here. Do you choose to investigate any? Or should we...
No, I mean, we can take our time. We should probably investigate everything, make sure that we're not missing anything.
I feel better if we killed whatever was down here first.
I agree, but...
There seems a sense of urgency. I can't place it, but I feel anxious, like we must continue.
Well, and what would, Thorn, what do you think?
What do you mean, what do I think?
I just look at Sarnax.
I mean, is it...
Professor,
do you think that there's
enough of this.
Well, then go ahead.
We will lead the way.
Please do.
Not
Please do.
these children.
Stop asking
The ones
me
that are living.
I don't like the one that is yelling at me.
I know, it's
He
okay.
makes me uncomfortable and I feel like I can't contain myself.
And you feel like a pulse in your chest as
I see the
Thorn
doll.
starts to get...
Professor,
Oh,
are you
thank
alright?
you.
Yes, I'm
My
fine.
dolly is here with me. It makes me feel
I'm
better.
gonna just take the professor's arm in mine and just walk next to him cautiously.
Thank you.
Sarnax, go ahead. Go ahead,
Seem
please.
steady, sir.
I'll pull them along. Don't worry.
Connor behind, Shepherd behind her.
Agreed.
Let us go.
Where are you
Professor,
going?
Ms. Isaacs, are we good to proceed?
Please.
You're not investigating any of the tombs?
Not yet, at least.
Okay.
That's the agreed upon.
No, we're not investigating any of the crypts.
Again, I understand that this is your investigation, and I will do as you say, but Sarnax is leading the charge here, and I agree that we need to move forward.
We are leading the charge. Not one single person is, but I think we should
Why
address...
are they trying to take us away? I like it right here, in that one.
And you feel as, against your will, your arm points up towards one of the crypts.
Now, Con, I don't mean to be presumptuous, but you've been very amenable up to this point. What Sarnax has made a decision, and we're going with it.
That is great, I agree with that decision, but he is not the only person making that decision. I think we all need to be in agreement.
Well, what are you pointing towards?
Oh, I just noticed that. I don't know. My hand just lifted. I think Rose is guiding us. Is it? Which crypt is
the
it?
child? Guide.
She is pointing towards the one that is directly, the two that are directly in front of where you, yes, those two right there.
She thinks we should go in here.
I mean, I don't necessarily.
If Rose thinks we should go, sir, we should probably go. She knows.
No, I agree. I agree with Connor's suggestion. Of course. Please do lead.
Sarnax, we're getting outvoted by invisible forces.
Well, we will see where it leads, and that will inform our future decisions.
Rose, you said you've never been down here, but you want me to go into this crypt?
It is pulling me towards it. I want to go there.
What is pulling you, child?
I don't know.
I unsheath judgment, and I follow behind wherever the
Walk
group
further
decides.
and we will see.
Everyone-
what are you feeling?
I am being pulled by Rose, who is being pulled by what I imagine is the...
She does not know what pulls her?
She does not, but it is some sort of sixth sense, and I imagine it is tied to this home, so I suggest we all be on alert.
She's very wise, and we don't want to upset her, so we must continue.
Indeed.
I will go where she points, and I'm going to go in the direction she points.
And then I'll pull the professor and Miss Isaacs in that direction as well. If you're not willingly already headed that way.
I'll stay next to the professor, just kind of grasping him.
Right.
You walk forward. You feel supernaturally pulled towards this place, the two of you. And as you step into the small alleyway in front of the small entryway in front of the two doors, you see that the doors themselves are not sealed, but there are names etched into each one. Rosavalda Durst upon one, and Thornbolt Durst upon the other.
Can I reveal these two?
You may. You feel as if you are moved against your will as you slowly make your way in. Two small coffins line the very back of this room.
This is where I think I need to go to sleep.
I think so too, Rose. I think you need to pass on and be at rest, and no longer trapped in that room in the attic.
I think this is where I want to go to bed.
Does she hear you?
And you hear in your head,
This is where I want to sleep too. Do you have my body?
Yes, of course, Curio.
Can you tuck me in, sir, with my doll?
Of course.
I'll lift the case up and I will reach in and I will take out his remains and place them in the what's his name? Thornbolt?
Thornbolt. B-O-L-D-T. Bolded.
And I'll take my hat off and take the doll out and I'll place it. You can please rest now and let us take care of this foul monster, okay?
As you lay his skeletal remains into the small coffin, you feel from your body as the spirit lifts itself out of you and slowly begins to descend into the coffin to its small skeletal form. Its earthly remains going back to where they were intended, no longer locked in the horrific room upstairs. And as he slowly sinks into his form, you see his spectral hand reach out and grab his doll. He looks up at you, his eyes bright.
I am so tired. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, and please don't worry at all. We will, please rest.
You find, as he fully sinks down into the skeletal remains, you are no longer possessed by the soul, or the spirit of Thornbolt.
I walk up to Rose's crypt. Does it look
Do
like...
you have my body with you?
Did you grab both?
I guess what I
You
can
did, yeah.
Yes, I have her remains as well.
May I have them, please?
I will. I'll just open my case to the holding portal that's in, and I'll let you grab it.
Make sure you tuck me in tight, okay? Because the monster is scary. And if I'm tucked in tight, he cannot get me.
Absolutely.
I'm so sleepy.
I'm sure I would be too, Rose. And I lay her body down and I try to arrange all the skeletons in kind of like a cozy fetal position.
And as you lay the skeleton down upon the bottom of this tiny wooden coffin, you feel that same exhalation from your body as her spectral form slowly makes its way out of you. And she hovers for a second in front of you, her tiny spectral hand glinting in the faint light from Sarnax's lantern as she slowly runs it along your cheek.
You are so sweet.
And she looks back at all of you.
You are so kind to rid the house of this monster. Hopefully you will be able to protect Walter the way you protected us, and to save my parents. But for now, I need to sleep. I am so tired.
Sleep well, Rose, and long.
Good night, new friends.
Good night, Thorn.
And she slowly sinks into the skeletal remains and disappears from view. You all have inspiration.
Oh, fuck!
I will step
yes.
forward, and I'll pause a moment and cast a light on each of their tunes. I was wrong. I apologize for my overly cautious presumptions. You children were nothing more than victims trying to sleep and rest. I'll reach into my cloak and I'll pull out a small branch of edelwood, which has a small wailing face on it. I'll place it down in the middle portion here, and I'm going to cast Sacred Flame on it. And as it burns, I'll stand over it, and I will hold my lantern up. And as I stare into the flame, I'll say, "Both of you children, Know that the fire of vengeance burns as brightly as the fire of Garrix. Whoever or whatever it was that brought you to your end will suffer a far worse fate than you did. We will avenge you. On Garrix's name, I swear it. Garrix, give me the power to destroy.
I think Sarnax speaks for me as well in this instance, and I too apologize. I only had everyone's best interest in mind, and often when I've dealt with anything even remotely like this, it's never been good, and I apologize for again stepping out of line, and I'm sorry. And I take 2 gold coins from my money. I leave 1 gold piece in each of the coffins as a token of passage or something. It's my apologies.
It's a common tradition in Yoda.
So I'm sorry. I was, again, as Sarnax said, we were overly cautious. Professor Khan, you were acting out of your normalities, and I apologize.
Well, of course. I'm just glad that we could bring them some rest, and hopefully we can provide vengeance still.
And beyond that, the broken god sees the deeds that you've done, sees that you've carried the pain of these 2 small children between you. He thanks you. He weeps his tears upon you and blesses you both. Thank you.
I think we need to. I'm feeling a little braver now that we put them to rest. I think we should at least see who's buried in the rest of these crypts. Given the fact that the nursemaid was upstairs, I don't. Perhaps the parents that came down to fight the monster are, in fact, dead and buried here. And I must know.
I'm no longer under the will of Rose, so I will follow your direction, Professor.
Are we okay? Just very quickly.
It's your decision, Professor. You're in charge.
I need to see who's buried there.
Go ahead. As always, I'll watch your 6.
I just want to, basically just really quickly just try to see who else is buried in these crypts that we know exist.
Okay, roll an investigation check, and we'll do it quickly.
20.
Perfect. You make your way down the back towards the way that you came, and back into that alcove, and you find 2 crypts open here as well. One completely empty. You immediately notice the dark blank slab meant to seal this crypt has been left leaning against the nearby wall. A quick glance shows you that this room is completely empty. The one next to it, in similar disheveled shape, forgotten against the wall, that same stone slab. However, this one etched with the words Walter Durst. The name is notated here, but the room beyond it is empty. No small coffin. Nothing upon the dais that sits towards the
Oh, shit.
So the room with the coffin that's open doesn't have a name on it?
Not to Walter's.
No. That one's just...
One's sealed.
So both of them are not sealed.
Okay.
The first one you looked in has an empty coffin, no name on it, it's completely empty.
Got it.
The one that is etched with Walter's name is completely empty. There's no tiny coffin or anything in it.
There's a nameless grave, and there's a named note.
Can I peel these off?
Yes. Or no, it's not those.
Oh,
It's the
yeah.
other. Those 2.
Do I recall from the painting that the woman, the father was holding the baby? Was the baby completely covered?
Was completely wrapped, so you
Okay.
couldn't see anything at all.
This makes me wonder if stillborn Walter wasn't quite stillborn.
Well, Professor, what do you mean by that?
He didn't cry.
Perhaps he is some horrible abomination, like the specter we saw, like the ghosts of the children, perhaps.
You don't think he's the monstrosity, do you?
He very well may be.
I made that connection long ago. I hoped to be wrong.
Professor, Mr. Sarnax, how can you put that on a child to bear, that darkness?
Agreed.
His birth may have been through dark means. It may not have been a choice of the child himself, but foul act by the parents.
Perhaps, but wouldn't Countess Strahd have known in that letter?
Perhaps, perhaps not.
She-
Perhaps it was
She
something
mentioned
from her.
dark misfortunes and the like. I mean,
She seems powerful, but not omnipotent. Not completely all-powerful over this realm. Perhaps she is, but I haven't gotten that sense yet. And we must look at the other crypts. And I want to go and see the other two.
so while this is going on, I think what I want to do is, knowing that this is the only direction that we haven't, I'm just going to stand guard and watch while the professor does his thing.
Just making sure nothing's coming
nothing
at you.
comes at us.
Roll
Yeah,
roll a perception check.
And I'm investigating.
You head towards the final
21.
Perfect. You head towards the final area of crypts, and it is here that you see that both the stone slabs are firmly in place. Names etched on the front of each of them. One of them reading Gustav Durst, the other Elizabeth Durst.
The parents.
It looks like, as you look at it, that it could be moved, but would require a little bit of strength.
They seem sealed.
Closed, not sealed.
Or closed. That's what I mean. Do we think it's worth opening?
I'm standing guard. I'm not like.
Professor, perhaps it is best to leave the dead dead.
For once, I agree with Mr. Sarnax. Let them lie.
Alright. Let's continue. Shepard, please.
So we've peeled these two back?
We haven't opened
No,
them.
we didn't know.
Oh,
You're
sorry.
not opening them?
Oh, we're not even opened them. Got it.
We just saw
They're
them and
completely
looked
closed, right?
Yes.
Wait, so
So they're closed, but you would just basically need to make a strength check to see if you could pull
We
them
can see,
open.
like, a title
They're just
on them
heavy,
saying who
but
they
it just
are.
says that one of them is etched with
And so
mother
who's-
and the father's
who,
name.
It didn't say...
There was no name on that. It was
No name on
an
this.
empty crypt for potentially somebody else.
So, but one said Walter.
One
was
said
empty.
Walter.
The other one.
So
had
it could have
nothing.
been that it was made, they were hoping to have another child and would eventually etch that name in there for when the child
Don't know.
passed. But you don't know.
So it looks like the parents may or may not be dead. We don't know what's behind the door.
Professor, are you sure you're ready to move on? I honestly expected you to say, Shepard, do the thing, but I didn't hear it. So.
Well, I would much like to sound like that. I wonder what.
If you wish to cast your magical spell that will detect magic, perhaps
That's
that
what
would
it
be,
sounds like too.
Yeah. Without actually disturbing the crypt, then perhaps that will satisfy your curiosity. I'm willing to wait the 10 minutes it took you last time while I stand guard with Shepard.
I don't like it, but Connor's right. I'll do what you tell me to do.
I would suggest perhaps, Connor, you look the strongest of all of us. Perhaps you quickly open... I just give him a...
Yeah, I say... I don't want to disturb the dead, but... We know that the
One
parents
look.
are up to no good.
One look.
I will not be fed into this. Like
Why
a-
have you changed your mind, Sarnax?
If we seek answers to the fate of the parents, perhaps they are already dead.
We need to know if the corpses are already are inside, or do they await us? We don't know.
It is additional knowledge ahead. I now realize that.
Fine. Are you asking Connor and I to open the door?
Anyone that will assist, yes.
Alright, Connor. Me and you. We got this?
I don't feel good about it. Disturbing.
I'm not gonna make you do anything you don't want to do.
I will
I'd
assist.
rather not you. Sure.
Is that
Despair.
better? Look, I'm getting paid. I'm here to do what I'm supposed to do. I listen to the professor whether I like it or not. I offer my guidance, and I've been told once or twice that I've been stepping out of line. So I don't want to make you do anything you don't want to do.
I will assist, but with hope that we don't take anything that is not ours.
Of course not. We just need to know
We're not
if they're dead or
convoy
not.
robbers.
I know. We need to know if they're dead.
Mr.
right.
Shepherd has a common cowboy mentality, but we can't put that upon him to be a thief. He's not a bad person.
That's right. He's no grave robber.
I will assist.
I will leave you to
Roll
it.
a strength check at advantage.
Oh shit. Well, are you sure?
An athletics check. At
Are you
advantage.
sure?
Who's the strongest out of
Can
Kana?
Kana do it?
Or Kana can
That
do
is
it
why I
at
asked.
I want
advantage.
to assist Kana.
And Kana can do it at advantage.
The only reason I didn't say anything is I figured the professor would tell me to do it, right? And then I would say, hey, I don't look very strong.
23.
Oh.
Thank you. God.
Easily able to move the stone slab to the side with the strength that you have honed throughout your life in Yona, and you stare into the crypt of Gustav Durst. The stone slab now barring your entrance to this crypt is etched with the name Gustav Durst, and having removed the slab that prevented your entrance, you make your way into the crypt. The room beyond contains a raised stone bier. Sitting atop it is a finely crafted wooden coffin. The coffin is empty.
I hate to say it, but yet again, the professor might have been right.
Does the coffin seem disturbed? Or does it seem like it
Roll
was...
a perception check.
7.
It looks exactly like you would think a wooden coffin would look on a stone bier.
Please check the other.
As I shine a light
Roll
on that,
strength or
I'll get ready to
I'll
light the
assist
other one
again.
up.
an athletics at advantage.
Not as good, but 17.
All right, that's good enough. You move this stone slab to the side, and you make your way in. As you approach, you can immediately read the name Elizabeth Durst etched into the bier beneath where the coffin is. The raised stone bier holds an empty wooden coffin aloft at the back of this room. However, as you move into it, centipedes begin to crawl and wiggle their way out of the cracks in the floor, finally making their way towards what will potentially be food. I need you to roll for initiative.
Oh, we did the follow, Crimsonia.
Thanks for the follow. Thanks for
Thanks for the
converting your
follow.
subvert.
Yeah.
If it wasn't evident, Nikki is the master baiter.
Yeah.
Can you put this out there just
Vader.
on top of where the coffin is?
one.
It is a swarm of centipedes overcomes you as you find yourself in the midst of being attacked. They are gigantic, significantly larger than you had expected, and they look hungry.
Oh boy.
What if we get killed by centipedes?
We're not going to, please.
Well,
sad.
You
Should we
got-
place our minis?
I rolled
got
a
the
7.
yeah,
for
Yeah, just
initiative.
place your minis wherever you want to put
I'll
them.
be in the
I'll be in the
mind.
front.
Kana would
Is it
be in
easier
front.
to theater it?
Huh?
Is it easier to theater of the mind it?
Because we're in tight
Yeah,
quarters.
you might as well.
We don't have a grid, really?
Yeah.
Let's stick with Cernix.
I'll be in the front because I opened
Yeah.
the thing.
Yeah, we'll just say we're all kind of there.
Throw
and they're
Shepherd
all
at
per-
them.
I'm
they're
just
all
gonna
person
jingle the
now.
poppers
Should be
so
right
we all
there,
know
yeah.
it's there in
Two of
case
us
we fuck up.
behind us. Alright. So the front, well, the three of us would be up front,
Yeah.
you two would be behind.
Yeah.
I got roll bad. Roll bad.
20 to 25.
Me, I got a 23.
I got a 20.
15 to 20.
Thunderstormers always suggest throw Shepherd at them. Great.
15 to 20.
Nope.
Yeah, you can keep asking.
Okay.
Ain't nobody here.
10 to 15.
Wow.
5 to 10.
8.
7.
Okay.
What?
What'd you get?
What's your initiative?
Wait, you got 7?
I got 7.
You got 7?
What is your initiative? +2? Are
Sarnak
you
got an
kidding?
8.
And a 2.
Natty
All right.
one.
I got a natty one.
Damn.
friend.
With that, they begin to spill out, headed directly towards Kana. The swarm is going to overtake you. They fill your space. They're all around you, squirming around your legs, trying to find purchase in your exposed flesh. The swarm of centipedes is going to make a bite attack against you, Kana. Oh no, sorry, Shepherd's turn. Shepherd gets to go first.
Can I tell roughly how many there are? Or no?
No,
Many.
with a swarm, it's just many.
Okay, just lots.
Yeah.
So I guess the only reason I'm asking is because I'm making 2 separate attacks. I don't know if I
So
need to try to kill one.
you attack the swarm.
Okay, then I'll make 2 attacks.
Is he attacking me then by proxy?
No.
Because they're on me?
No,
Okay.
just the swarm.
That's going to be a 17 and an 18.
Both hit, yeah.
Oh Money.
That'll be 15 total damage. 5, and 5.
You take out Judgment and Redemption as you see these centipedes begin to overtake your newfound friend, and you are adept with this weapon. You are able to shoot your blast of energy directly at the largest masses of these centipedes, and you do a significant amount of damage. You said 15?
15 total, yes, between both attacks.
All right. You blast some of them here and there. A deep green ichor that's inside of them splatters the walls around you, dirtying up the things that you're wearing on your boots, etc., as you do a significant damage to them.
There's a lot of them. Heads up!
Bang, bang.
Clayton.
Ignatius. 12.
12 hits.
Wow.
Wow.
If there was a
giant suit of armor.
I'll say, if there ever was a time for the wizard to say, I didn't ask how big the
7
room was,
damage?
I said I cast fire.
They had exactly 7 health left.
Oh my god!
You immediately following up after Shepard, you open your case and you spout your magical incantation as you hurl a mote of fire towards these centipedes, singeing the remainder of them. You see as a few begin to peek their heads out of the crevices in the wall, and as they see the other centipedes explode into agonizing fire, you see as they wiggle back in.
Come on, you're right.
Yeah, I didn't even hit her. Thank you, McBadwood, for the cheers. Is that another twist of fate?
It is the best common
Is that another twist of fate?
It is. We need a coin.
Okay.
Crimsonidal.
Well, yeah, welcome.
And getting dicey below. All the new people. Hello.
So, McBadword is going to get the beautiful castle on one side, hard to see, and the cheeky raven on the other side.
Ooh, a cheeky raven.
Let's put it in our...
Felix likes more than a
Here we go.
Hey!
Thank you for the twist of fate. Okay.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome, everybody. Welcome.
That's a really delicious
Welcome.
sound, I gotta say.
It's very good.
Is everybody all right?
Yes, that's disgusting.
Sticking in my boots. I'm not a fan of this at all.
We should still look in the coffin.
Appear in the coffin.
It is empty.
It is empty.
It is up to us to fill these coffins with their corpses then, it seems.
So they are...
And Walter, too.
Vile goal, whatever it is.
These poor creatures didn't have a choice in any of this.
Those poor children.
They've just been pawns in this horrible scheme.
We will get vengeance.
Yes.
Don't
Vengeance.
you worry.
Vengeance is the least of my worries.
Mr. Morgan, we will have vengeance. We will bring rest to these poor children, and we will defeat whatever monster this is, even if it is a stillborn baby. Shall we continue?
Sonax, please use the
The
lantern.
light of Garrix will lead our way and keep us safe.
The light's been good for us, and I appreciate you and your religion. I do.
Perhaps all of us will be bathed in the glorious hellfire of Garrix the Fire Lord.
Not anytime soon. But thank you.
As a tiefling, I know I have a hellish background, right? I mean, like that wouldn't be like weird to me. God, Sarnax, I did not expect Sarnax to be my best friend. Gonna be honest.
So you're moving in? I'm telling you to move in. I'm just kidding. You
Oh,
can
sorry.
remove
I
that.
thought, yeah.
Yeah.
I would have reacted the same way. Oh, no, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean it. Please don't take me out.
Entering into this room, the scent of stale earth assails your nostrils. Looking around, you can see exposed soil peeking through the wood and stone that line this room. There's a darkened alcove worked into the wall to the south, and in the very center of the room sits a wood table flanked by long, rotting benches. Moldy, humanoid bones lie strewn around the dirt floor. You can't help but wonder if these could be the remnants of the cult's vile banquets.
Disgusting.
Oh, good God.
Sarnax, are you alright?
And you
I
can
am
see
all
that the
right.
alcove that I'm describing is facing towards.
This.
Yes.
I'm gonna walk towards the alcove and just take a quick look at it, investigate it, briefly.
You walk towards the alcove and you look into it, shining your lantern, and you see the rough dirt floor. Looks darker than the rest. Darker than you'd expected. The walls themselves look normal. There's a strange scent about this area, and as you lean in to inspect further, you find yourself fixated on the ground as it starts to churn and roil.
Wait.
A strange...
Here?
Yep.
It's the No, wait.
No, it's right there.
A strange worm-like entity begins to emerge out of the soil. Its face almost tentacled as it whips around in front of it. No. Every time the tentacles undulate and move, you see a small beak open and close as it inches closer and closer towards you. Razor-sharp teeth embedded inside of the beak. It is the most horrific thing that you've seen in a while. I need you all to roll for initiative.
Shepard, I believe I have found the monstrosity you've been tracking.
And please, if you want to put this there. Shepard, I will say with what you've been looking for, you can tell at first glance that this is definitely a monstrosity.
Oh, shit.
Oh, shit.
Shep.
I'm just going to keep that roll.
Pretty good.
I dropped
20 to 25?
25.
You over here just being who you are.
Oh, you're so nice.
Just like out of the corner of my eye, you just beat over like sexy. Like, oh,
15 to 20?
Oh,
15 for Sarnax.
I want to wear that lace too, you know what I'm saying?
10 to 15? What did you get? You got 15, Mike?
15 for Sarnax.
So 5 to 10?
I think I got a 5.
I got a 7.
I got a 4. Never mind.
Just keep me at the back of the pack.
Yes,
man.
please.
Yeah.
So I think our standard marching order is Sarnax with the shield, Kana with the glaive,
Yep.
then Shepard,
Yeah.
Shepard
with the
in the back.
guns,
So.
and then I'll just say like Shepard's here,
And the remaining
and then
two
the sorcerer and the wizard.
in the back exploring.
Sushi's almost here, so I might have to dart away.
This
That's fine.
strange, undulating, worm-like creature, its tentacles flailing as it looks at you. They all, 4 of them, unfold out, exposing the beak in front of it. As it leans down, it is going to make an attack on you, Sarnax.
Does it look like his eyes?
It does not have eyes. You can see.
So
I love it.
does it look like it might be immune to blind? If I
No
can
eyes,
discern
I would
that.
guess probably.
Is there a token?
It would be hard to tell.
Okay,
You
Okay.
it sounds like you may try and get fun.
Yeah, you could try.
I'll try.
It's going to make its first attack against you, and that is going to be an 18.
An 18, I'm going to raise my lantern up and say, it's like, I will blind you, and then I'm going to try to blind it. Or try to make it roll disadvantage if it is not immune to blind.
And how are you doing that? With what reaction?
With my reaction, I will tell you what it's called. It's my light cleric ability.
Okay, what do I have to roll?
18 to hit.
Well, I rolled a natural 19.
Oh yeah, well, warding flare.
No, I'm saying to avoid being blinded.
No, he's not blinded. So basically, he just attacks at disadvantage. So basically, I can impose disadvantage by blind. He's immune to blind.
Got you. So I rolled a natural 19 then, so it's still makes a hit.
Yeah.
And so he is hitting you with one of his tentacles. And perfect. It's gonna do damage. Sorry, I haven't used one of these guys before. So he reaches in, one of his tentacles comes down, and it slices out at you, doing 6 points of bludgeoning damage, or slashing damage. And you feel the suction cups along the tentacles firmly adhere around your neck. It is going to make its second attack as a beak attack.
Well.
So next you'll be meeting, what's your god's name?
Garrix.
Garrix short. You will be meeting
A 19 hit.
Yeah.
And so it is going to do 4 more points of damage. Piercing. Oh, no, sorry, 8 points of piercing.
Oh, that's
damage.
worse.
I forgot to add a +4.
Kill this thing! Kill it now!
And you feel yourself suctioned to it as it is slowly biting into your skin with its protuberant beak.
Okay.
And it is Shepherd's turn.
Alright, so the first thing I'm going to do is my bonus action to point at it and say, Judgment is only the beginning, and give it a hunter's mark.
Okay, you do that.
With the fucking mummy.
And then I'm going to use 1 attack on it.
Death is only the beginning.
18 plus 7 is going to be a 25.
Yeah, that'll hit.
Yeah, oh, it might be plus 9. I can't tell because my weapons aren't equipped. That's the problem.
I fixed it. It wasn't that.
I can tell.
So then it's going to be 1d6 plus 1d6 plus 5. Because the hunter's mark is 1d6.
Yes.
So with Judgment, I will strike for 10 points of damage.
Nice.
Wow. Okay, you do that.
And
So
then,
you cast your hunter's mark, and you feel that it is almost weakened to your abilities now as you raise Judgment and send a bolt of energy or blast of energy into this. A shot of energy, we'll start calling it. And you do, you said 10 damage?
10 total points of damage.
All right.
So I cast. You're done.
Yeah, that's it.
I firebolt 14 to hit.
14 hits.
Got a good grappler. Well, thank you for the follow.
Thank you.
10 damage.
Thanks,
Thank you. Yeah, a good grapple.
Dude, with the fucking Ignatus, or what'd you
Yeah,
get?
Ignatus, yeah.
Is that max? That was
Yeah,
max.
that's max.
That is max. Damn. Alright, brother.
Without missing a beat, you raise your finger, you say the similar chant that everyone is so used to at this point, and you blast it with fiery energy. You see that this thing was not expecting more than just the one person that disturbed its slumber, and it seems to be looking very weak.
Well, I done fucked up with the hunter's mark.
I will see that the Clayton used fire, and I will say, I shall follow your fire with my fire, and I'm gonna cast what you call Sacred Flame. So Dex saving throw.
Natural 1?
Okay, he takes damage. Wow.
He does, yeah.
Radiant, yeah. How about
You
that?
did it.
He takes 2 points of radiant damage.
Oh no, he does.
Yeah, he does.
Wow, Mike, that's really good.
You let out a mote of your radiant damage, and you see where it singes a bit of its it's still suctioned onto the side of Sarnax, but it does recoil a bit as the fire singes its flesh. Victoria.
Not laughing at all.
That was adorable.
In true Iris fashion.
Touche.
Felix knows the burn line.
Sacred spark.
Sacred friction, maybe.
Secret
I'm gonna reach out my spooky tendrils.
You do, yeah.
Yeah, and I'm gonna, try to hit it with the old chill touch.
Spectral hand appears in the air in front of you. It begins to descend upon this creature.
7.
And
Is it just me or is Victoria's son?
once again, you see this hand as it gets close, and then it disappears in a shadow.
I'm just
I
really
kid.
scared.
I kid.
She's been through a lot today.
She's literally gonna hit harder than any of us.
Kana, it is your turn.
It is my turn.
It is.
Still alive.
Yes.
Okay.
Want me to roll?
Please kill it. I have no.
Please kill it.
Please kill this.
Smack it with my naginata with a natural 20!
Congratulations! I think that's the first natural 20 of the night. Congratulations!
I'm preparing sushi over there.
First natty 20 of death.
Girl, get it.
Kill this. Kill this thing now, Kana.
It is a
Kill this thing
D10.
now.
My chill touch just makes me want to cry on people.
Ooh, nice. So that's 16 points slashing damage.
Kana immediately pushing Sarnax aside a little bit, not realizing that he's firmly attached to this. But she sees that he does not move, and she takes her glaive down, slicing the tendril from his from his
Make
flesh.
sushi out of it.
Her precision, unlike anything you've seen, it looks like some of his flesh should have been seared off from this, but she was able to glide the blade perfectly between his flesh and the suction cup. And just as the tendril falls, she swipes in and lobs the entire head of this creature off. It begins to spurt blood and viscous, goopy green liquid out from it as it falls dead to the floor.
That was quite literally horrifying. Kana, you feeling all right?
Feeling.
Even after that initial, you delivered the death blow. That was quite impressive.
Thank you. It felt good to finally hit something.
Touché.
Do we know that this was indeed the monster we were looking for, they were referencing?
I'll attempt to do a survival check to track any kind of more monstrosities.
Roll with advantage.
So this was a worm thing with jaws?
Yes. So
Every
it is known as a grick.
Great.
Is what it's called.
Okay.
So, Professor, I know you hired me for certain things. One of those things be killing. I've done that well. The tracking's not going so well since I rolled a 9.
Well, if you
Looks
read
like
your
this.
contract, that was one of the reasons I'm paying you.
Welcome to the Avantris fam,
Track.
Dine Block.
Thank you for the follow, Dine Block. Welcome.
The bottom line, Clayton, is that not everybody's perfect.
And no, that is quite all right. I will never expect you to be perfect every single time. And we're in this damn dusty catacomb. There may be no tracks at all. I don't blame you.
I much prefer the desert, which this is not it.
That's
Nikki,
right.
I rolled a 9.
It must be much easier to track things in the desert.
Down here, so close to the earth and so close to this thing, the DC is not very high. So you are able to sense that there is that pull, that monstrous pull from this creature. But that is not that large looming presence that you've been feeling. That still exists somewhere in this space.
Oh no. Professor, this was not our mark. Not even close.
How do you know that?
I feel it. I feel it. I sense it. I've seen it. I've been watching, listening. This was not even remotely what we were looking for. There's something bigger, darker, meaner down here.
He's the best in the business. I would take his word for it.
You trust him, Professor.
Of course.
With our lives, you trust him.
Well, he's done us well for these past few weeks, hasn't he? Remember that pack of direwolves that attacked us? He went tooty, point, and shooty, and they all died instantly.
You've said that once before. Is
I
that
did.
a common saying from your land?
Yeah, he said that once, and I just figured that that's sort of his special move.
I don't feel like I said it, but regardless.
Someone said it.
My hand's gonna ignite, I'm gonna cauterize the wounds that I have and cast Cure Wounds on myself.
You do that.
Yikes.
Mr. Shepherd, can you sense where this unease within yourself comes from?
I can't, Miss Isaacs, I'm sorry, but all I can tell you is that this pales in comparison.
Then we shall continue and snuff out the evil that lurks here.
But we are blind in the night.
The light of Garrix will light our way, and I will continue to move.
Where are you moving?
So is this a wall here? It's hard to tell.
That does not look like a doorway to me, but...
Yes, that is a hallway.
Okay.
Oh, it is.
Oh, okay.
We've got 2 options.
We're
Do
back
I
the way
dare
you
bring
came.
out the old rusty trusty coin?
You should have a total of 3 options. You should
We've
have
got 3 options.
an exit to the west, an exit to the north, and then back the way you came.
Northwest.
Yes.
And that exit to the north. To the north.
We see northwest and then...
East-north. Or northeast at the top.
East-north.
Sorry.
Oh, there. Oh.
Yeah, you didn't
Oh.
investigate any of that.
I want to listen and see if I can hear the direction that the chanting is coming from.
You listen, and the chanting is still ever present. It sounds like it reverberates everywhere, but you cannot discern a direction from here.
Can I check for footprints to see if they may be leading in any particular direction?
Roll a survival check.
And I would also like to kind of just feel for like vibration of sound.
I will say that you can feel the vibration of sound. It feels like it's coming from everywhere. It's vibrating through the floor and the walls and everything.
19 for survival.
You look down on the ground around you, and you do see footsteps, but it's similar to when you entered this place. They're ancient, thousands of years old maybe. They're incredibly aged footsteps that are sunken into the earth of the floor here, and they have been indented that way for many, many years.
That's all directions?
All directions.
Okay.
I will suggest we go down the larger hallway. The other one is a bit more narrow, I believe. Yes.
Larger hallway.
Fine by me.
You have the lantern.
Sarnax, lead the way.
I will. I would like to go into this room, if I may remove it.
Yes,
to the
you
west.
head down.
It's
Yeah, it's connected. It's
under it.
Just underneath it.
it is?
No, I think they're all connected. I'm pretty sure I connected all of them
Oh,
on
well, you can
purpose.
pull it off. Is that okay?
Is that alright?
That's fine.
You want the other one off?
No, just this.
Well, we shall continue. And
Now we have 3 options.
3 options.
I mean, Sarnax, you've been very decisive, and it seems like you have purpose. Do you feel any particular way?
I feel the coursing fire of my god through my entire being, driving me forward to burn this down and ignite the renewal.
Sounds like you said forward, which would be west to me, but I'm only letting the DM know because west is forward for us.
Thank you.
forward sounds fine.
Leaving the dining hall, the chanting gets louder and louder as you head towards the north. You reach an area that extends in 4 separate directions. The chanting pounding in your ears, beginning to make you feel dizzy and disoriented. You see before you the ground beginning to quake down 2 of the splitting hallways. The dirt churns at your feet as a hand claws its way out of the earth, followed quickly by a long skeletal arm, and then entire forms begin to emerge from 4 separate spots along these darkened hallways. Their flesh torn, and in discolored hues of green and yellow, lifeless, milky eyes stare at you as 4 ghouls begin to shamble directly at you. I need you all to roll for initiative.
And
What's all these?
this is going this way,
And
or is that going?
there is, so if you are in the middle where the crossroad is,
Yep.
there is a ghoul down the hall facing towards the television. So put
Okay,
that
so
there.
that would be west.
Here, I'll just come over and do it. So,
Yeah.
right in front of Sarnax is a ghoul.
In front of Sarnax, okay.
And then in front of Sarnax, in the very corner, there's a ghoul.
right here?
No, in front of Sarnax, in the corner, is a ghoul.
Okay.
And then closest to Shepherd is a ghoul. And then...
Hard to... Well,
like Shepherd as in like Andy.
Oh.
Shepherd is in
got it.
Andy.
Oh, that corner.
And then once again on that corner closest to Andy. So
I see.
move the ghoul...
Oh, there.
yeah, so furthest from
And-
Shepherd. And then in the corner. The
Down
other
low.
corner.
Diagonal.
Sorry. There you go.
Yeah.
Let's do a little bit of adjustment there. Come on, you're right.
Oh, sorry. That was.
I
just
need you all to roll for
indigestion.
initiative.
yeah, I got mine.
I got mine.
Very apropos.
I have mine.
20 to 25.
Yeah, this guy.
Not me.
No, wait.
Seriously, none of you?
Nope.
None. Not
Okay. 15 to 20.
16.
Oh, wow.
17.
Oh, you bitch.
10 to 15.
13.
14.
You got 13? You are just... You need new dice, honey. I was hoping maybe all of your yoga would help with your rolls.
Well, I mean, how, right?
You see as they begin to shamble directly towards you, their tongues lolling out of their mouths, the skin pockmarked and decaying, chunks of it flying off with every step that they take. Sarnax, it is your round in combat.
We're gonna fear it.
I am going to raise my lantern high and say, "Undead creatures, you will cower in the fire of Garrett." And I'm going to turn undead.
I fucking love this.
Everything within 30 feet needs to make a wisdom saving throw.
Yeah. All 4.
Us?
No.
Wisdom saving
We're
throw.
not undead.
Undead.
But if we were,
Oh.
we would have to.
Unless you have
I got
something to
everything.
tell us or not tell us.
Oh.
Sorry, I'm trying to find it on here.
DC
Wait,
14.
Wisdom saving throw?
Wisdom saving throw.
16.
Well, revenants have turned
16, so
It
each one
reminds me
needs
of the
Each one needs to make it.
storyline. Was it Ashley
That was a
Johnson's
natural 16.
The sound of her backstory.
Another natural 16.
What does that mean? Yasha's storyline hook thing.
Is
there
it-
was
And then
a
an
whole
18 and
set of
19, they roll at advantage
Oh, I haven't
for a
watched
reason.
any.
Yeah, I have
For against turn?
I just know
Yes.
her name's Yasha.
Because they're together. And so they have all passed.
Okay.
What?
That's my turn.
Oh, that's
They
a lot,
they
man.
are enabled with, as long as they're within 30 feet of each other, they have advantage on turn undead.
Wow.
Who's with it?
As long as the ghouls
Yeah.
are within 30 feet of each other, they have advantage on turn against turn
Got
undead.
it.
It's almost like the people that made this module figured that out.
Oh shit! If
So,
you're a cleric,
so I think we're theatering this, Nikki, so
Yeah.
not all of our characters are
That's
out there,
fine,
but
yeah. They're essentially all going to move towards you, and so you guys will just...
Rip us to
Fine,
shreds.
yeah. Mhm.
Alright, so our next turn's done.
Yep, that's it.
It is
That's
their
all I can
turn,
do.
so they are going to move immediately towards you, one stacked against the other. The first two are going to make their attacks against Sarnax. The first one is going to go in with a bite attack, and it is a 10 to hit, so that is going to miss. The next one is going to make a claw attack with a natural 1, so it is also going to miss. Shepard, it is your turn.
I will see the first. No, I'm just gonna take 2 shots at the first one I see. It's gonna be a 20 and a 23.
That hits.
Sorry, 14 points of damage to the first one that I see. Might be down the hallway,
Yeah,
and
probably back.
not to Garrix's left.
Okay.
First one
You
down the hallway.
take one of your shots and you shoot into it. Flesh sprays all over Sarnax
Sorry.
as your as your fire your shot finds purchase
They
in
both
this
end
creature,
with
and it looks like it is barely holding on with that shot.
Dang. That's my turn.
Connor.
Are we doing the numbered thing for the ghouls? Does that help you out better? I don't
Yeah,
know
that
which-
helps me.
All right, so then mine would have been number 4. I apologize.
Is that this one immediately to the left of?
No, this one.
No, mine would have been
Okay.
immediately west of Garrix.
I will hit the one that's diagonally left of me. The one that's left of Sarnax.
It's number
2.
2?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll hit that with my negative.
No, you never.
It's probably gonna miss with a 10.
10 misses.
Yeah, that'll be my turn.
I will do the old firebolty business, and that probably hits. That's a good old 22 to the one that
To which one?
my good friend Shepard already hit.
Number 4.
Number 4.
You hurl your mote of fire directly towards it, and it ignites into flames. The remnants of flesh melting away from the bone as it turns into almost a jelly-like substance as it sinks to the floor. The bones and muscle tissue that were still hanging on begin to crackle and ignite as the bones clatter to the floor, and that one is dead.
Which one is that?
Number 4.
I was trying to remove it.
Yeah.
And he's up here, next to me.
Yep.
Well, the 2 of them haven't gone yet.
Yeah,
Huh?
they all went.
Yeah,
Oh, did they all go?
there were only 2 that could reach because the other 2 were behind them.
Right, so
Oh, I
he'd
see.
be right here.
Oh, he's right there. Yeah.
It was Victoria.
Okay. And that's one of them, right?
No,
No. So we're basically all
It's
on
theater of the
Sarnax.
mind.
Yeah, it's theater of the mind, so don't worry about your movement.
Yeah.
Okay.
Consider
I see.
Can I'm just like really line of sight.
I would say
No.
you can see and hit all of
Don't
them.
worry about the
Tell
nails.
Potato
These
Sarnax.
were all Sarnax.
You see it
We're
all.
also.
We are.
I'm going to just kind of focus my energy on the one in front of me, and fire crackles in my eyes, and I'm gonna firebolt.
Okay,
Number
which
1.
one is it? Number 1? Thank you. Go ahead and roll to attack.
Shadow Wolf.
9.
That misses. And that's including your modifier? Okay, yeah, no. You see as she reaches her hand out, and this time expecting to see that strange spectral hand, instead you see a pulse of shadowy energy burst forth from her outstretched palm, and it looks like it's about to hit, but the exposed rib cage, a giant gaping hole as it turns itself is exposed, and the bolt of shadow hurls directly through it, missing the ghoul. It is now Sarnax's turn.
Oh, shit.
Top of the round.
I am going to... I'm going to step here, so I'm in 5 feet of both of them. I mean, no, that it doesn't really matter. If all three are within 5 feet of me, then it's hit all of them. If not,
Okay.
I'm going to hold up my lantern.
So only 2 of them will be within 5 feet of you.
I'll hold up my lantern, and I need a word here. I will just look at all of them and I'll say, burn. And that's my word of radiance, and they need to make a constitution saving 3 of 14.
Okay, first one got a 5, and next one got a 17.
17. Okay, 17 passes. The one with 5 is the one that failed. Only the one that failed is going to take some damage, and he's going to take some radiant damage, and that's going to be 1 point of radiant damage.
Which one? Just pick
the one that failed. Number 1, we'll say.
Okay, and he's going to take 5 points.
Yep.
Okay. You cast radiance out from you, this swirling heavenly fire that swirls about from your lantern, and it singes the flesh from one of these. The other seems to shamble away awkwardly. It is now their turn. One of them is going to reach forward and attempt to bite onto Shepard, having done a significant amount of damage with a natural 20. It is going to bite into you.
Well, Shepard, look out! It's now 6.
Oh. Wait.
Oh!
Wait, what?
What?
Dodge to the bottom left!
I
now rolled a 6.
I did.
Divination wizards,
Gotta
my
get up.
friend.
I did it. I just...
You see, as this ghoul goes in, his teeth about to sink into Shepard, and you see a light go on in Clayton's eyes. It's almost as if he's calculating the situation a second before it should be able to happen, and he calls out to Shepard, "To the left, Shepard!" And you move just quickly enough that the teeth are not able to find purchase on you, and it misses its hit.
My man!
Mm-hmm. Divination wizards, they're amazing.
So fucking good. I love it. Ugh. Welcome.
Thank you for the follow, little coffee cup.
Thank you, little coffee
I
cup.
love your username.
Oh, and Chaotic Grapplers says, so far this game has been really good. Really happy to have found your group. It's great to see how you bring COS to life.
Thank you! It's our first module. We have no idea what we're doing, but I think we're pulling it off okay.
Yeah,
I
I'm having a blast.
Yeah.
So the next one is going to go in, and it's going to make a claw attack against Kana.
No.
With an 8 to hit. So no, it actually won't.
See, I said so.
You're a divination wizard as well.
You have a third ghoul?
The third ghoul is not
Behind the
close
other guy.
enough. It's
Yeah.
behind the other guy, so it can't
Okay.
attack.
They're all jammed up in the ghoul traffic jam.
Shepard.
So I'm gonna fire upon number 1, which is still right in front of me. 2 attacks.
Yikes.
Go for it.
Judgment and redemption. It's gonna be a 24 and a 15.
Both hit.
Yeah, baby.
Archery, man.
That's gonna be a 19 points of damage to number 1.
You, in a similar fashion to what happened with the suit of armor upstairs, you take judgment and redemption and you place the barrels of your weapons. Because it's not a crossbow, right? I just want to make sure.
They're magical.
They're magical guns. Okay, I'm just making sure.
Yes.
Yeah.
So you place the
You
barrel
recall
of your
that, yeah.
guns against the exposed chest of this ghoul, and you look at it and you give it a wink as you let both triggers off at once. The entire rib cage splinters into pieces. The ghoul lets out a as it tumbles to the ground dead.
Awooga. That's my turn?
Ooga. That's me, I think, right?
It is Akana.
I will smack the one that's closest to us, which is the one that's closest to me. I don't know what number
I
that
can't.
is.
Yeah.
2.
2. I'll smack 2. I think this will hit with an 18.
And that misses. No, that hits.
Barely missed.
I'm just fucking with you, I'm sorry.
That'll be 5 points of
believed
slashing
it.
damage.
All right, you take your glaive and you sink it into this disgusting flesh. It makes gurgling and popping noises as the viscous liquid inside of it, the exposure to air and dirt for so long has clotted and coagulated it as it sticks to your glaive and strings out from the exposed cut that you made in it, but you wounded it a bit.
That's disgusting.
You're welcome.
Biscuit
It's
liquid.
my turn.
I love biscuit.
I love biscuit liquid.
Biscuit liquid?
Clayton, you're up.
Clayton.
Oh, I do believe I will say Gnotus.
That's good.
20.
Nice.
Yeah, that hits.
9 damage. Holy fuck.
Yeah.
I've been rolling pretty fucking well on damage this past few rounds. Oh. Sorry.
You lift your finger and hurl that mote of fire once again, blasting into it. The same liquid that was coating your glaive is now singed from it as it falls in embers to the ground. He is staggering there in front of you. Toria.
Oh, he's dead.
No, he's not.
He's alive.
No, I said he's still staggering in front of you.
staggering.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you said Stagger's dead.
2 and 3 are alive.
I don't know why I heard that.
With an air of self-doubt. Get her a good shake, come on.
Not be it birds.
Fuck. Go.
It has a really low AC.
Come on, girl.
Hello, Nikki.
What did you get?
Come on.
Hit 11.
I'm giving you different
Oh my
dice.
God.
No, here, I'm giving her these ones. These ones roll really well for
Wait,
me,
is it
and they're kind of
6
shadowy.
plus, yeah, plus 5. That's 11,
Here.
yeah.
Oh, are these the gem ones?
Wait, what's your charisma?
No.
I like these.
No.
There, Kels. Use
She
those.
rolled
They're very
like
pretty. Please
13,
roll
12,
those.
14, 14, 15.
With the mulligan?
Yes.
You're a
Trust me.
dick, Rich.
No, I witnessed the whole thing. She rolled like Felix stats where it was like
What is it?
an 8.
Ah!
Yes.
Not bad.
Wait, damage?
13?
That would have hit, yeah.
This is a
It's
D12.
a D12.
Oh. Did you hit?
It's a 12.
It's a D12.
Oh, God, it looks square.
Did you hit it?
I gotta go.
No, she missed.
was so dramatic.
She just wants to see how it's gonna roll to see if it's better for her. So let's
yeah.
Natural 20.
Yeah!
There you go. Use those dice. Use those dice.
Use those dice.
God damn it.
Okay.
But for our purposes, I
Sarnax.
gotta force
Stop the round.
Is it? Shit.
Yes.
I am going to. I'm going to stand. Fuck. I can't get. I am just simply going to look at the one that is still alive, and I will.
2 are alive.
The one that's weakest.
Number 2.
And I will just call upon the power of Garrett and dex saving throw for Sacred Flame.
What is the floor made of?
9.
9 fails, so he will take some damage here.
Yes, he will.
Another 2 points of radiant damage.
Jesus, why do you use that?
You kick an ass, mate. You're very consistent. That's all I'm gonna say.
Once
Sarnax
again,
is like
your
a-
lantern is raised into the air and the swirling holy flames begin to consume the small enclosure of this hallway, and it singes the bits of flesh as it's reaching out, attempting to grab at you. It's gnawing and mashing. It's exposed skull, only a few of its teeth held in place, but it is hungry and it does a bit of damage.
Sarnax is like constipation, slow and steady.
Yep.
Ew.
Exactly.
Kill me.
Exactly.
Please don't ever say that again.
I kid.
And it is their turn. Number 2 is going to reach in and attempt to make a claw attack against Sarnax. And it is going to get a 21. So that hits.
Blind. Disadvantage.
This
I'm going to use my reaction to attack it with my Naginata.
Sure, yeah. Go for it.
For my Sentinel feat.
Let her ride.
Text me.
That'll hit with a 23.
Yeah,
Let me
Will.
finish this bitch off.
Look at that.
Hey! That'll be 12 points of slashing damage.
Hell yeah!
Get fucked.
You see as this creature reaches in to claw at Sarnax. He holds his lantern high and it reels back. Okay, good, yeah. It's check for blind. It reels back and is unable to find purchase on his flesh. You take this opportunity to slide your glaive into it, rending the top half from the bottom half as they slide apart with a sickening, sticky as it falls to the ground. The other one, now seeing his friend dead in front of him, moves forward and is going to make a claw attack against
They were
Sarnax.
friends?
Woo!
Aw.
Wow, I feel
That
bad
sucks,
now.
man.
No,
So
I don't.
can you move that one forward?
Yep.
Thank
They
you.
could also attack Kama.
Can
Kana's out of reaction.
To be fair.
18.
18. God, that'll hit, and I can't blind his ass.
Meter
And
beat,
you're
right?
going to take
12,000 points of damage and you're dead 6 ways of Sunday.
8 points of slashing
That's
damage.
actually a lot.
That's a lot.
And I need you to
All
roll a Constitution saving throw.
Oh no!
Disease.
Here we go.
Oh, you're good. You're golden.
Yeah, I should be fine here.
Con twist of fate
18?
if we need
Yes.
that.
Oh yeah, that's
Okay,
Yeah.
So you feel as the claws sink into your skin, and a sickening tremor begins to form in your stomach as you feel some
Garrett's give me strength.
as you feel something begin to seep into your bloodstream, where the claws tore open the flesh, but you are able to hold yourself together and steel yourself against whatever foul magic is trying to do to you. And it is Shepherd's turn.
I'm gonna take 2 attacks against the last remaining ghoul. 12 and a 19.
Both hit.
Wow.
AC is 12.
That's gonna be a 19 points of damage.
Real good.
Shit.
You take both of your weapons again, and you fire as the form of the one in front of it slides apart and clatters to the ground. It leans forward and slices your friend, and just as it reels up to take a bite, you shoot 2 bolts
Shots.
Huh?
Shots.
You take 2 shots directly into its head, blasting off half of its jaw and part of its forehead, and its tongue lolls out, mostly gone, and it looks like it barely has any life left in it. You did almost one-shot it.
Fuck.
It's
That's
my
right.
turn now.
Let him have it.
Probably not going to hit. Oh no,
Oh, you
maybe.
hit.
16.
You definitely
12,
Yeah.
yes, you hit.
Alright. Ooh.
Ooh. That's pretty
Plus
good.
3.
That'll be, plus 3, so it's 11 points of slashing damage.
You shoot in 1 shot and 2 shot just as Kana whips up her glaive, slicing directly through the entrance holes of where your shots fired, and they both hit at the same time. It's hard to know who dealt the final blow on this one, as you see its head completely explode. The whip around that she does with her glaive is done with such precision and dexterity that all of the bits of flying pieces of flesh that would have hit her in the face are whipped around and shot the other direction, and she is in pristine shape, having knocked the pieces away from her.
Is the monster dead?
It is dead.
Okay. So then immediately as the monster falls, I'm gonna turn to Kana as I sheath my weapons and say, you reckon that was me or you?
I think it's fair to say we both contributed evenly.
Fair enough.
My money would be on her.
A nice, slashing, I guess. Nice job.
Thank you. I'm very unfamiliar with your weapons, but they were been
So
very
is the
effective.
DM.
Well, Miss Onyx, are you okay? You took quite the hit.
I would like to rest.
I suppose we haven't rested since we've gotten here.
We have not. Perhaps we can sit down at the table on the benches where they had horrible dinners.
As long as we keep watch, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I just feel bad I haven't taken a single hit since I've
That is the purpose of
walked
us,
through the
Professor.
door, but you all are doing wonderfully.
I feel pretty good. I'm gonna be honest, Professor. I feel alright.
Well, that's great.
I'm feeling good.
When I say that, I don't mean to taunt the Dungeon Master. I just want to preface that. I'm just letting you know that I'm feeling all right. But Sarnax, please do take a seat because we haven't taken a rest at all.
If we, I wouldn't advise it, but I will take everybody's, opinions into consideration. I'm good. I'm good to take guard. I'm good to take watch.
Well,
I will join you for a short rest.
Sarnax,
if
do
you'd
you,
like one.
do you think that you...
I would like to rest
Okay,
and pray
alright.
to Garrix.
Let us do that.
So
Are we planning on a short rest?
Short rest.
Then I will stand guard for the entirety of the short rest. I do not need to take one. So
You make your way back into the dining hall, and it takes a bit of cleanup, but you all work together to clean off enough of a spot around the table, scrubbing out some of the deeply soaked in blood stains and piling the bones in an area where it's not inhibiting you as you sit down and you begin to take a rest together. I'll say you're actively perceiving, so go ahead and roll a perception with advantage.
Everyone or just...
Just,
Oh, Shepherd.
Shepherd.
Oh shit.
That's you.
That's
advantage.
Oh, thank God. Thank
Oh,
God.
yeah.
I got a 4 and a
Natural
20.
My perception is going to be +5, so 25.
Perfect. And so that will be for the remainder of the rest, and you guys begin to enjoy a short rest.
So a short rest is
About
an hour.
30 minutes to an hour.
All right, my hunter's mark will fall.
Okay.
Okay.
Do I get anything on a short rest here?
Not yet. I'll eventually get arcane recovery.
I think I have that, but I haven't used
No
spells,
way.
so... You get a level 1.
No way.
Yeah.
See, I wouldn't know because I started feeling this level 30.
Yeah.
But yeah, you eventually get arcane recovery. You have it at some point, which is insane.
I got exactly enough to get max health. Thank fucking God.
Yeah, I rolled a 9 on my hit die. It was pretty good. My D10.
That's great.
I feel better now that I've prayed and communed with my God.
Me too.
Well, if you're
Feel
feeling
better.
ready to go, we should leave this foul room. So, do we think that it's clear that they were killing and eating people?
Yes, it is very clear.
I don't think it needs to be said, but
They were.
just wanted to confirm my suspicions.
It is disgusting.
Should we keep moving west, or should we move to a different park now?
Well, we've reached a point where we have, 3 options here. I'm kind of leaning towards Sarnax. It's gotten light, and I don't like it. But what do you think, Sarnax?
Do any of the ways feel any different, or they all kind of just feel the same?
They all just give you the same strange feeling.
Professor, feel free to chime in here.
I think forward was fine.
No.
West it would be for the DM's sake.
West it would be. We're in this room, I guess.
Yep.
Okay.
Can we lift the tile?
Yeah. Entering this room, you immediately notice the chandelier suspended above a table in the middle of the room. 2 high-backed chairs flank the table, which has an empty clay jug and 2 clay flagons atop it. Large iron candlesticks stand in 2 corners of the room, their candles long since melted away. There's a closed door in the southwest corner of this room.
That's this corner.
I'm gonna shine my light around and just do like a quick sweep of looking around and see if there's anything that we need to investigate.
You look around the room, and there seems to be nothing invisible hiding in the shadows here.
I walk up to the jugs and see if there's anything in them, just like empty them out, see if there's like any liquid.
You dump one of the jugs over, and expecting liquid of some kind, it feels slightly heavy. You're met with dust as it begins to pour.
Any emblem on it or anything special, just like
Just
a
a
normal cup?
plain ceramic jug.
Well, shall we try this door?
Yes, please do.
Which one, Sarnax?
This one.
To the south?
To the south. The southwest was the door.
Sure. At the professor's behest.
When you touch the door...
Oh, Jesus.
Put that down.
Oh, is that not the door? Shit.
No, it's a door, but you can put
When you touch the door, you reach out with your hand and you begin to grasp it to turn it. And you hear the gurgling sound before you see anything. As you attempt to rip your hand away, you find that it is adhered to the door itself.
Oh.
Shit.
Where there once had been just a plain door, you see eyes begin to move forward, a wide, smiling face, fanged teeth coming down from the tops and the bottom as it holds onto you tightly. I need you all to roll for initiative.
It's a fucking mimic.
Oh my god.
Mimic?
It's a mimic.
The first mimic I've ever faced in 4 years of playing Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah, we fought mimics in time.
When did we
No
find
way.
it?
Yeah, the Haggler.
Chests.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
shit.
That's
yeah,
true.
we did. Yeah, we did.
I don't remember that
Yeah, we
at
did.
all.
Remember, you guys all have inspiration too.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
Sorry, Sarnax. Could have been
And
me.
then if you want to put this door mimic there in front of the
yeah.
door.
Hello, thank you.
It could have been me,
Oh, it's so
Sarnax,
cute.
but it was you.
It's fine.
It's a door mimic.
It's a door mimic.
So creepy looking.
He's like Poochie from Yoshi.
Can you put that there
He's just like...
on the door?
Okay, 20 to 25.
Not me.
Not Silas.
We keep the hot rolls for
15 to 20.
15.
19.
17.
17.
Oh shit!
Wow.
So who had 19?
The professor.
So, sorry, can you say them again? 15 to
These
20?
two tied.
19, 17, 17.
17.
So who wants to go first in the 17s?
Since I'm stuck, I will try to go first.
And then Silas. Shepard.
And what did you get, Mayo?
5.
The sticky substance that it seems this door is made of is holding you firmly to it as it begins to pull you closer and closer to it. Clayton, you see as Sarnax begins to, his arm being pulled closer and closer into this thing. He is wrenching away, but he doesn't seem to be able to remove his arm from the stickiness of this creature.
Oh, I'm up?
Yeah, it's your turn.
Somex is... What is that? And I'll...
The door is alive! The door is alive.
Is your arms getting eaten?
22 hits.
1 damage.
Fire. It's fire.
That's fire damage.
No.
Oh, that matters.
You let your fire bolt flow from your hand, and it singes the door. It seems to take the damage, but it doesn't seem to even look your way. Sarnax.
I am going to, with my lantern's not stuck, I'm just gonna release my arm at once. Garrix commands it. I'm gonna say, it needs to make a dex saving throw. Sacred Flame.
Can it even...
There's a door.
15.
15 passes. It does not, and then I'm gonna say, I am hungry, and I'm gonna use my hungry jaws.
What the fuck is that?
What is that?
He's a lizard folk.
I'm a lizard folk, so I can bite it. It's a 17 to hit.
17 hits.
I'm going to deal 5 points of piercing damage as I tear into it, and I gain 3 temporary hit points.
No way! That's amazing!
He does more damage with his teeth than he does with his holy abilities. Maybe
Yeah.
Garrix isn't the right
I
path.
don't know how you dodged my sacred flame.
But you will not dodge this.
There you go.
Are his teeth
That's
now
my
stuck
turn.
to it?
Huh?
Are his teeth now stuck
Yes,
to it?
his mouth is firmly stuck and attached to this mimic.
I still eat some of his mimic flesh.
His
Fuck this
his
guy.
nostrils are still open, so he's able to breathe, but his
Oh my
jaws are
God.
firmly attached. Victoria, it's your turn.
I feel your darkness, and I'll cast a firebolt. 16?
16 hits.
Oh my god, you get to roll
My
damage.
dear God, I've done
It's
it!
been 16 hours, you get to roll damage.
Eat a wiener. I need to. Is this a 10 before?
Yes.
Okay.
God help us.
There's no bro.
Oh, nice!
Holy shit! High five, proud of you. Yes.
That includes a fire
My
damage.
dice are good, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. How much?
good.
9?
9.
9! All right, you blast. Taking a leaf out of Clayton's book, or a page out of Clayton's book, you shrug off the shadowy side of yourself and you choose for light as you fire a bolt of flame directly towards this creature, doing quite a big chunk of damage to it. It still seems to be hungrily attempting to consume Sarnax. Shepard.
Sarnax, I'm coming! 2 points, I'm gonna take two shots. It's gonna be 16 and 12.
Both hit.
Wow. Shepard's on fire, baby. Yeah, that's gonna be 21 points of damage.
Wow.
Holy shit.
Level 2, everybody!
That's awesome. That's awesome.
You
I roll those max damage.
you shoot in from both of your weapons and fire into this creature. As the shots land, you expect to see bits of splintered wood, but it seems like it's a strange fleshy substance that bursts out from the areas in which your bolts land, or your in which the stuff lands. I gotta figure that out.
Yeah,
because there are no guns in Avantris, so I don't want to call them bullets, but I don't know what to call them. Blasts.
So think about
I'm gonna write blast
King Krem had
in
the
all
magical
caps at the top of my page.
Blaster shots.
As your
you know.
blasts/shots
Yeah, no worries.
land.
They're stress,
Perfect.
baby.
And yeah, it seems to, with that massive hit, for a second, you see its teeth let go of Sarnax for a second. Before it, or not let go, but move away from him for a second as it almost rears back on its strange creature-like hinges, and but it continues its reach towards him. It is its turn. With Sarnax in its mouth, it is going to attempt to bite him. It is going in with
Oh, is that nice?
with a
I like that.
sorry. 19.
Disadvantage.
No, yes.
Disadvantage.
God damn you.
Warding flare.
Okay, 15.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
Hello,
It
Mr.
does not
Frosty.
bite you.
Welcome.
Okay.
Oh, hey, Mr. Frost.
And that is
Or Kana.
Kana senses that her glaive would get stuck in this door if she
I
were
would
to-
say yes.
So instead, she's going to attempt to peel Sarnax off of it, starting from probably the most important part, which is his face. And I will put both of my hands kind of around his jaw and try to pull his snoot back from
That's
the...
what I said.
Okay, roll a strength check.
Just
pure
straight strength.
See if you can rip him away.
15.
You wedge your fingers in, making sure that you don't actually do a sleight of hand because he's attached to it as well. To see how dexterous you can be in
That's
not
cocked.
touching this.
Ooh, that's
13.
good.
Okay. You reach your fingers around and you slip for a second and you almost touch it, but you are able to gain your composure as you grab the sides of his lizard-like face, his scales cold beneath your hands as you find purchase right around the outside of his jaws, and you rip his face off of it with a loud suction cup sound. His face is fried. The force behind your pull, the strength that you have, the rest of him begins to pull away from it, and he is completely ungrappled from this myth.
Thank you, warrior.
No,
Nice.
Hell yeah.
no problem. You are
Nice.
quite heavy.
Clayton.
I will firebolt. With a natural 19, that hits. I will roll some damage. It's 2 damage.
Been there, buddy.
2 damage?
Do all the images.
Oh, that's, you are just on a roll. You shoot your firebolt at this again, and it does a small amount of damage, but it does seem to do something to it. Sarnax.
Oh, my turn again. Same thing. Oh wait, no. It's dex saving throw. Burn.
17.
Okay, nothing. I'm gonna back up.
Victoria.
I'm gonna back up out of his reach. I don't want to get stuck.
I will reach my hand up and chill touch.
Okay.
What? I failed.
What did you get? Yeah. You once again conjure that spectral hand, and as it gets towards the door, it shimmers back into shadow.
It just taps at it, and then it goes away.
Shepard.
2 more shots. 14 and 20 something.
Both hit.
This is gonna get shit wrecked. Ooh.
16 points of damage.
God damn.
Once again, you
mad.
take your weapons and you blast energy into this creature, and it, you see teeth fly out of its mouth as it's gnashing them at you, trying to get back towards Sarnax. It, one of the hinges on the side pops, and it's lulling there. It looks like it's barely hanging on.
Damn, this thing's got some hit points.
It is its turn, so it is going to lunge forward, and it is going to use its one of its pseudopod, and it is going to attempt to attack Kana.
Okay.
Good choice.
With a pseudopod?
Yeah,
What's that
an
mean?
18.
18 hits.
I don't know.
Just use his body, like a slurpy
Like a
body.
fake body.
No, just like
Slurpy body.
oozes have it, like gelatinous businesses have.
And it's going to do a total of 6 bludgeoning damage, and you find that as it slices into you, you're yanked backwards against it as it has adhered itself to you.
Oh no!
Kana, did you...
Kill it, Cobb. Kill it.
Do I have any control of my
Man.
weapons, or am I kind of like a fly against a fly trap right now?
Trey sucks.
Do I have any control of my weapons, or am I fly against a fly trap right now?
You have control of your weapons.
Oh, okay.
You have control on your weapons.
Okay.
You're just restrained, so your movement speed is 0, and attack rolls against you have advantage, so I actually should have been able to hit Sarnax because I was grappling him at the time, but I fucked that up.
So I'm restrained, so I can't move, and attack
Sarnax
against me are at advantage.
And your attacks are disadvantaged.
Nope, doesn't say your attacks
Not
are
grapple,
disadvantage.
no.
Not with restrained.
Oh shit, I just can't move. Oh,
Right.
man. And it looks
Right.
pretty.
Grappled.
It looks pretty
Wounded.
wounded.
Clawing off its hinges.
I will attempt to smack it with my glaive, and hopefully I finish this off. 10.
10 misses. You attempt to take your glaive and slice into it from behind you, but for some reason it seems to be morphing and changing, and it doesn't take the hit from you.
That's
Clayton.
my turn. Can I break out of the restraint at the end of my turn, or not so much?
You have to use your action to do it.
Got it. Okay.
My turn.
Sarnax.
Dex saving throw.
I hate this.
11.
Miss.
11. It fails. Haha! Damage. 6 points of radiant damage.
Cast is different, man.
Use a plus 12 to hit. Like,
Yeah.
Garrett's purge this evil.
Ranger.
You used your lantern again?
Yeah.
You open the door of your lantern and you shoot out the holy radiance, and it singes the area of this creature around Kana, leaving her unscathed. It is still holding on, but it's having a difficult time with it.
Alright, Victoria, this is your chance.
Yo, chance, girl.
All-
Shine.
Victoria.
She'll touch that D&D.
Just roll.
Yeah, I'm just gonna, where Sarnax just hit, I believe in the fire, and I'll firebolt.
Yes, Victoria.
No.
Yes.
16?
That hits?
Yay!
Roll 1 for damage.
Hold on, I forget what it is.
10.
10.
Yeah.
Far right.
Not that one, yep.
Right there.
Let it rip. Big money.
8! 8! Is that possible?
Nope.
No, just 8.
8 fire.
You say this and you hurl your mote of fire towards it, and you see as bits of it begin to cinder away and float on the stale air that billows around this room. It looks like it has hardly any life.
Oh!
Damn.
That's okay, I'll take care of it.
Pepper.
I'll take 2 more shots.
That's alright.
An 18 and an 11.
The 18 hits.
8 points of damage.
You take redemption and judgment, and you shoot into this, seeing the state of this creature, and you see as bits of it blast around Kana. You feel as that strange sticky suctioning feeling behind you ebbs away as you lurch forward, and the door itself crumbles to the ground in front of you. You guys are no longer in combat.
Thanks.
It only had 2 health left from you. If you'd rolled max 10, you would have killed it.
Which is hard to do.
Which is hard to do.
I think you got that kill this time.
Literally that I hit it at all is a miracle.
I'm really proud of you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
This basement has danger at every turn.
Every turn. There's evil everywhere.
I don't really know how we proceed without just constantly fighting our way through.
Oh my god,
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We got a little pot for it too.
So,
everybody loves
Nacho Cheese is getting the awesome vampire bat.
Ooh.
And
Yeah.
the crazy moon with the vampire bat.
Ooh, I love
And a castle, a sweet spooky castle.
Everybody
and
loves a castle.
a sweet,
I love it.
a sweet spooky crow or raven.
Ooh, that's nice.
So let's all be quiet while we listen
Here we
to
go,
it.
ladies. Here we go.
Yeah, and these
Yes,
coins are from North Foundry.
They are from North Foundry.
They're
They're
gorgeous,
amazing.
they're weighty, they feel good in your hand.
Very nice. Very nice.
Very
Very
good.
good.
Gotta give it up.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
We really
Guys,
appreciate
we're
Thank
gonna
you.
need it. We're gonna need it.
Thank you.
We just really like hearing them.
Is there
Yeah.
is there any chance that this door-like creature was guarding this room for any particular purpose, or did we just happen upon the wrong goddamn room?
We shall see, won't we? And then I will enter the door.
You're going into the room?
I'm going to shine my light in first, see if I can see anything that looks evil as fuck, and then I'm going to try to walk in.
Okay, you shine your light in. This room is festooned with moldy skeletons that hang from rusty shackles against the rough stone walls. Their faces contorted in pain, marking their last moments before death. Averting your eyes from the horrific visage of those that were once held captive here, your attention is drawn to a wide alcove on the south wall that contains a masterfully painted and carved wooden statue in the likeness of a gaunt, pale-faced woman. She's depicted to be wearing a painfully tight red corset, long skirts billowing from beneath it, an elegant black cloak clasped at her shoulders, her high cheekbones pulling her ruby lips into a seductive smile. Her hair, long and nearly silver in the pale light, piled high atop her head in massive waves of curls adorned with black roses and thorny vines. Her left hand resting on the head of a wolf that stands next to her. In her right hand, pale fingers daintily grasp a smoky gray crystal orb, which seems to shimmer and radiate even in the darkness that surrounds you. It is hard to pull your eyes from this enticing image of the statue, but you're able to, and you take note of the 2 exits along the west and north walls, or one of the ones that you're coming from. As you focus your attention to the constant chanting, you can discern that it seems to be louder coming from the exit to the west.
Oh, shit.
Which is where we are.
Which is where you are.
But it looks like we have to round the corner.
What are those 2 big balls with the stars on them?
That's where the statue is. So the biggest star is the statue, and then the smallest one is the wolf statue that she has her hat on.
Okay, so they're like, it's a representation.
Mm-hmm.
So we're in the room.
You're in the room.
I'm going to raise my lantern and try to cast light all over it. I'll say, do we think that this person is Strahdanya?
Do I get the sense that does it look familiar in any of my research?
Roll a perception check.
11.
You look at the statue as you get closer, and at first you don't notice it, but once you see it, you don't know how you could have missed it. Adorning her collarbone, a pendant sits around her neck, a dark ruby gem, and embedded inside of it, almost in some kind of misty coloration, the symbol that you have learned to be that which is associated with her, the dark winged bird, its wings outstretched.
This very well could be her. It has the same emblem. It's that von Zarovich emblem, or seal. And what is this she's holding? She said she was holding an orb.
Yes.
Can I try to see what the orb might be beyond just an orb, or is it just a totally plain sphere?
It is a beautifully radiating orb. It casts strange rainbow colors across the back wall as Sarnax moves his lantern around and the light filters through it. Looking at it, you can tell that it is not affixed to the statue. It seems to be held in the hand.
Now, I don't pretend to be the smart one here, right? I'm just hired to help you out, Professor.
That's exactly right, yes.
Okay, well, you didn't have to. But anyway, my point is, it was pretty clear in the materials that we read that Strahdanya was not happy with whatever worshiping was going on here. So why the hell would there be a statue of her here in the basement?
Well, I believe that they treated her as a messiah, but they were still killed by her.
So they just built this against her will. She wouldn't destroy this? She wouldn't find this here in the basement?
Well, they were killed because they basically killed a band of adventurers, much like us, who were invited to dine with Strahdanya.
Yes.
And because they killed them, she seems to be very ruthless.
It just seems strange to me that they leave this statue up here perfectly intact with no real reason.
Perhaps...
If you were to come upon a statue of yourself...
I'd take it with me. Why leave it here? Why leave it here in the basement of a desecrated home with which I did not approve?
Well, it's quite an encumbrance. full statue.
She seems.
That's
They
correct.
seem like a very powerful person. I'm sure that they have plenty of means to take this wherever they want.
Take my point to mean that if you come across a group that worships you, that you do not wish to worship you, are you going to take the memorabilia that they've erected in your honor? You might,
I can't say that I have
but you might find
experienced
it
such things.
distasteful.
If I were a god, like my great god Garrix, who cares little even for the clerics that worship him, I would think it even beneath me the thought to take something built by those I cared not for.
Not even worth destruction.
Not even worth the effort to destroy it.
While they're discussing, can I just start to cast Detect Magic?
Sure.
Good idea, Professor.
Let's say Sensum Arcanus, and 11 minutes later I will have Detect Magic.
You do that. And 11 minutes later, you find that the orb does not seem to be radiating magic. There's something else about it that is giving off that light.
Well, the orb's not magical at all.
Interesting.
Shepherd, my good man, why don't you go ahead and pick it up?
You want me to just grab it? Son of a gun. And I just grab the orb. And I try to
Well
pry it
done.
from the statue's hands.
You do this. You reach forward, and your hand moves around the orb, and it feels cold to the touch. The light shining through it as you remove it, you see the spirals of rainbow light jut around the room as it refracts the light from Sarnax's lantern. And it is just as you begin to start looking at it that you begin to hear the as you begin to see out of the ground these strange shadowy apparitions begin to move up, floating up through the air. Seem to be formed out of pure shadow, adorned in cultist robes. They are bowed forward, their long arms hanging limply in the damp air around you. I need you all to roll for initiative. And I need you to place all 5 of these shadow cultists around you guys in the room.
Well, I done goofed.
I was. You were in front of me, but I was like up there with you. Yeah, I
I'd
was.
be up here. Garrix might be close. I mean, Sarnax might be close. Well, Garrix is always close.
Are these all around the room?
Yes, they're just encircling you.
Probably one.
The crystal orb is worth 25 gold pieces, and it can be used as an arcane focus, but it's not magical if you'd like to pop it.
Oh, fantastic. Well, I'm still holding it. I'll figure out what to do.
20 to 25.
Not me.
Not me.
Okay. 15 to 20.
15.
15.
Who wants to go first?
Up to you. Kana gets to go first.
Alright, I'll go first.
10 to 15.
13.
Wait, what is that? 14? 14? 14, yeah.
And Sarnax, Victoria, what did you guys get?
8.
I'd like to go first. Okay. The shadows coalesce around you. The strange chanting, you realize just as they envelop you that it is not coming from their strange, ghostly apparition, shadowy forms, but it's almost as if they are. It's almost as if they are increasing the volume of the chanting that you hear coming from elsewhere in this place as they descend around you. And they are. The first one is going to make an attack against. You'll have to help me because I can't really see. On the tiny
we're
little
all
one.
in range of one of them, so it's dealer's choice.
Yeah.
So one of them is going to attack Shepherd.
Yep.
And that is going to be 13 to hit. Nope,
Miss.
that's going to miss. The next one is going to attack Clayton, and that is going to be a 19 to hit.
Hold on. Yeah.
Okay, it is going to do some damage to you. It is going to do 7 necrotic damage. And your strength is reduced by 1 point.
Thanks for the follow, Lutz Drayton.
Thank you.
Am I within 10
Thank you for the
feet
follow.
of the one that hit him?
Yeah.
Did you hear about your strength, Rich? Your
I did.
strength
I
is
did.
reduced by 1.
Ooh.
And you're within 5 feet of me, and
We're all basically within 5 feet of each other,
you're
give or take.
with.
But
I've
Kana is
reached.
within 5 feet of you.
I've reached with my glaive. I was going to attack the one that
Yeah,
hit you.
that should be fine.
Okay. Can I use my reaction,
So-
or do you want to go through the whole, all of the?
You can, yeah, if you're in a reaction act,
you
go
can do
for
it
it.
now. Yeah.
Does a 12 hit?
A 12 does hit.
All right. I will be doing.
Just let me know
I
which
reroll
one.
1s and 2s because the Great Weapon Master. So that'll be 10
There
points
you
of
go.
slashing damage to the one that hit him.
Just tell me which one that one is.
I'm guessing it's this one on
Number
the
2.
far left.
Probably number 2, yes. Has to be.
Okay, and you're doing 10 damage to it?
10 points of damage. Yeah.
All right.
Great Weapon Master.
It's so good. It's so good.
You take your glaive in and you swipe through the shadow. And is your weapon magical?
No, I don't, because it's not of. It's not my vestige, so it's not magical.
It seems that as your weapon slides into it, it seems to do a little less damage than you had originally expected. But it does seem to, even though this is a strange creature forming and undulating out of shadows, it still was able to do something to it. The next one is going to go for Kelsey, or for Victoria, and that is going to miss with an 8. Natural 20 on Kana here.
Oh no.
And so that is going to be... 19 points of necrotic damage.
I'm down.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
And your strength is reduced by 1.
Okay.
Holy fuck.
Strength. But the point score goes
Yes,
down by
so
1?
if you had like a 19, it's now an 18.
Got it. Okay. Score override.
You're unconscious?
I'm unconscious.
Okay. You see as this creature then turns and lunges for her, putting its hand out, the dark tendrils spreading from its hand directly towards her as you see her lift up into the air as it begins to drain the life and strength from her body. You see as her eyes go large and then her body slumps forward and she slams into the ground unconscious.
Well, fuck.
Who have I not attempted to hit, or have I attempted to hit everybody? Thank you. 16, 17, 20 to hit Sarnax.
Disadvantage.
14 to hit Sarnax.
Misses.
Okay. Yeah, no, okay, so that's, yeah. Okay. No, it doesn't hit you. And it is Connor's turn. So you make a death save, please.
Oh, no.
Do I add anything to it?
Nope.
Just
Just
straight.
roll.
Straight up. Oh,
I
no.
fail.
That's a fucking
Fail.
Holy
You don't add anything to
shit.
that. It's just straight roll.
Straight
Just
up.
a straight roll.
God damn.
Okay. Shepard.
Amidst the chaos, I'm just going to unleash 2 shots on the one that attacked me, which is going to be number 3.
Okay.
It's going to be a 16 and a 10.
The 16 hits.
It's plus 9
Why?
because you have 5, 6, 7, and then archery 9, 10.
So then I apologize. The problem is I don't have my vestiges equipped, so I don't know what the plus
Yeah,
is.
it's
So,
plus 9.
okay, then it's going. What did I just say then? Hold on.
10 and
It was it. So it would have been a 12 and an 18.
Both hit.
Okay, thank you, Rich. Sorry, I have my.
You're
vestiges
level 2.
unequipped.
This is the second session.
Yeah, and I don't.
And
I
if the
forgot I got
vestiges
plus
are broken, then, you know.
So that's going to be a total of 15 points of damage to number 3. I'm going to try to re-equip them.
Yeah.
You take your weapons and you let 2 shots fire, and as they hit, you see the shadow burst and explode and then reform once and then twice. The second time it forms, it looks like it is barely able to keep its form. It looks nearly purely transparent or translucent. It is feeling very rough.
So how much damage did you do to
He
us?
did
15
16
total.
or 15. Sorry.
What about the last one? Or did you not hit it?
No, I
No,
attacked the one that attacked me.
2 was hit last.
Okay.
So the one that I attacked had not received damage yet.
Got it.
No Colossus Slayer here, baby. Not yet.
Is my turn.
Clayton.
I will. Being totally fucked and close to these guys, I'll say, get away! And I'm going to cast Thunder Wave.
Nice.
I haven't thought of a word yet. Something about thunder.
Thunder Wavis.
Thunder Wavis.
Thunderous Wavis.
And so I'm going to try to, if I can kind of point a 15-foot cube to hit both of them.
Sure.
You'll kill Victoria, but
Tell me which ones. And yes.
5 and 2.
You can prevent this from hitting your allies, right?
I can't.
No,
There's no evocation.
But am I able? So it comes
divination.
from me. So I want to sort of, if I can angle it. So it's like think of it as 7.5 feet that way, 7.5 feet that way from me. So if I
She's
can kind
calling
of
Richard
turn it-
Esquire.
I don't think you would be able to miss her because she's literally 5 feet from you.
Okay, then I will just turn straight and just do it on that guy. In
Okay.
front of me.
Which number?
2.
Okay.
And that will be it's a con save.
Rules Esquire.
11.
It fails. So it is pushed
Nowhere.
Against the wall, which it already is.
10 feet away. So can I,
you push it, and it seems to be pushed into the wall as you see the shadow is no longer in view of you.
Oh shit.
Sweet. So I'm going to do nice 8. So 14 damage
To the shadow.
to the shadow.
Okay.
And
Thunder?
Thunder damage.
A loud, resounding crack
going to-
radiates through this room as you see Clayton push forth this power of thunder, knocking the shadow through the wall. You see as it disappears in, and you see nothing else from it.
I'm going to back next to the statue, and as a bonus action, I'm going to pop a health potion.
Okay.
So 2 of them look weak?
Yeah.
Well, one of them you can't see anymore, but 3
you
does
also
look.
hit.
I'm guessing it
3 looks
died
weak.
because you hit it and did damage, right?
It was that's the one I hit. Did
Yes.
10 damage to it.
So 10 would
Well-
be 24.
Well, you did 10, but it's non-magical weapons, so
Oh, that's right.
it's
Oh,
we don't know how
resistant.
much.
Oh, that's right.
I did 5.
Okay. My turn. I'll look at Victoria and say, do you still have the health potion on you can administer to Kana?
I do. Do I?
I will trust you to administer it. And I'm going to raise up my lantern, and all hostile creatures within 30 feet of me must make a Constitution saving throw as I use Radiance of the Dawn.
Okay.
And I'm going to blast out fire.
8 for the first one.
Fails.
14 for the second one.
Okay.
14 for the third one. 4 for the fourth one. And 6 for the fifth
So
one.
everyone that takes
What's the DC?
DC 14.
So two of them.
So the 2 pass, they're going to take 7 and then 14 points of radiant damage.
So 7 on a pass.
Yep.
And they're going to take how much?
14 total. If it's 14 if they failed, 7 if they passed radiant damage.
Yeah, that's
The
fucked up.
one that Shepard had just shot his shot his blast into. This is so hard. Shot into. He you see as it disperses into nothingness. The others that are around you within sight, the other 3, you see as they take the full radiant blast of this, and they are vulnerable to it. So you see as all of them are immediately vaporized.
Holy shit!
So they're all-
Purge by Garrett's dragon fire!
No, they're vulnerable. So they're
We don't know about
They're
the
gone,
one that went
yeah.
through the walls, right?
No, that one's vaporized too. But you,
Oh, okay.
you don't know that. But yeah,
We don't know that,
It's
but
vaporized.
he's gone.
It's Expecto Patronum!
Seriously.
So they had 16 health. And so even at the 14, I was going to describe them as like barely hanging on, and then I looked down and it's like, vulnerability is radiant. And I'm like, oh, Jesus.
So what
Never
does
mind.
vulnerability mean?
It means that they take double damage.
Double?
God damn!
Double.
And resistant is half.
I said, God damn!
Thank you.
Say goddamn.
Ace in the window.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ace in the window.
Nacho
Thank
Cheese said
you.
Dracarys.
And he's like a dragon guy.
I holster my weapon and I say, Sarnax, is that the power of your god?
That was the power of Garrix.
Well, I'm glad Garrix is on our side.
Alright.
Connor, are you alright?
No, she's still unconscious. We gotta
Oh, she's
revive her.
totally unconscious. I
Oh,
bet she
yes.
has
Oh, no.
At this point, I need you to make another death saving throw. Because no one's administered the potion yet.
I pass.
I am going to
I thought she was
13.
still up. But go ahead.
so the last of my power, and I'm going to once again singe her wounds, healing for 8 points of healing.
Very nice. Thank you.
I believe it's 8. Let me just
You begin to you see that the
9.
you see
9.
as fire begins to swirl around Kana. Her pinkness begins to rush to the front of her face
where my
as
spell slot.
blood begins to pool
You done
just
good,
in the
kid.
underlayers of her skin. As her eyes pop open and she... you
Garrix
still
returns you to
find
the
yourself -1 on your strength.
Okay. Which I still have.
And so do you, Clayton.
Yeah.
But you are alive and breathing.
God, Connor, are you alright?
I was not for a moment. That was quite a blow, but thank you, Sarnax. I appreciate it.
Did the professor give you one of those health potions?
Yes, I will take it right now.
Oh, perhaps we shall rest.
I
Yes.
think it was.
I think we need the rest, yes, of course. We should save the resources we have.
Alright, then everybody get some rest. I'm gonna stand guard because again, I don't need to rest right now. I feel alright. So everybody just seriously, everybody take a deep breath and just
Connor, the crying god has seen your sacrifice. He is grateful.
I'm glad. I will use second wind before we short rest,
Yeah.
if that's what we're doing.
Yeah.
Okay, and then we'll short rest.
I will begin to, I'm going to say Curio in case it'll open up, and to my reagent section, and I will pull out a tiny bell and a piece of fine silver wire, and I'm going to take 10 minutes to place wire on either end of the doors here, and I'll say, Terrorum, and cast alarm.
Okay, you do that. And you begin to wander around this room listlessly. The visions of everything that you've encountered so far in this day spinning in your head. It's hard to believe that just a mere hours ago you had been walking through the wilderness of this strange place, and you now find yourselves in the underbelly of this horrific place. And it's hard to digest what it is that you found yourselves in, but you take solace in the quiet that is resounding around you, the faint chanting, still visible, or still audible somewhere down these darkened halls, but it is no longer as amplified as when the shadows had absconded you. And you guys enjoy a short rest.
I'm gonna use a hit die. So I lied. I have to take a short rest.
I would have allowed you one anyway.
Thank you.
Even you can still take a short rest, even if you're perceiving and checking.
Yeah,
Okay.
as long as you're not doing too much.
Alright,
right?
As long as you're not like,
Yeah,
I'm
I'm
gonna,
gonna take
go fight this guy, but I'm getting a short rest.
I'm gonna
while
take
I
some
do
time to additionally investigate the room because we didn't really investigate it
it.
fully. We just
Roll
took...
an investigation check.
Can I help him? Now
Oh.
that I
Roll it
open
with
field?
advantage.
Thank you.
That's I forgot to say when I took my first
14.
attack that I would have stashed the orb in my
Sure.
pack before drawing my weapons.
You do that.
14.
Scanning the wall, you notice that the way the shadow moves over a particular spot to the east. You notice the way the shadows move over a particular spot to the east. Tapping on the wall, you're able to hear the hollow sound resonate behind a thin layer of dried clay. You tap a bit harder and a few chunks of clay break apart from the wall, revealing an ordinary, albeit rotted, wooden door, hidden under this thin layer of clay. It takes a moment or so to clear away the remainder of the clay before you're able to reveal the door in its entirety. There is no lock. And as you open it, you see before you a stone staircase that climbs about 10 feet towards a landing area.
Oh shit! This one right here.
Mm-hmm.
Oh shit!
Down or
dog.
up?
Yeah, dog.
About 10 feet up.
Well, shit. That's back to floor 1 where there was an empty space we never discovered. Not meta knowledge, but yeah, roughly, give or take. If you're looking at
Shall we just quickly explore and come right back down?
what happens when we can't get back down here, Professor?
Well,
I
you said it only
wouldn't.
goes 10 feet up?
Mm-hmm.
It's not that high.
I just
be a few steps.
I just wouldn't.
The landing is 10 feet.
I just wouldn't put it past the house. Is all I'm saying. I'm here to give you advice.
You've seen the things that we've been through before.
I have, but
You must know at this point that nothing is as it seems.
well, how about you go to the landing and take a look around, and I'll wait here just in case anything comes.
You're suggesting I do that.
After our short rest.
Yes, of course.
You
Assuming I
guys
take
have
it.
had
Oh, we
your
had
short
it, okay.
rest.
Yeah, well, I'm
Yeah.
assuming we finished.
It is now after your rest.
Mr.
I
Shepard, I will accompany
I
you.
push my cloak away and I draw judgment and I say, "All right, let's go." And I lead Miss Isaacs.
Ascending the hidden stairwell, you reach a landing. Looking straight up, you see a 6-foot-high ceiling of close-fitting planks with a wooden trapdoor set into it. The trapdoor appears to be bolted shut from the side. A rickety wooden ladder firmly attached to the wall.
So
you went 10 feet up to a landing.
Yep.
You now look up about 6 feet. There's a ladder along the wall and a trap door in the ceiling above you. There is a lock bolted on there. It looks like it could be picked.
Mr. Shepard, do we proceed?
No, we don't. I don't have the tools to get through here unless we're gonna shoot our way through. And in that case, I don't think that's the wisest course of action, but this does look like another sort of escape. Let's let the professor know. Maybe he can pick the lock, and then if we need to, we can get out of here in a hurry without having to go all the way back up that spiral-ass staircase.
I hope you don't think me impertinent, but do we tell him it all?
Well, Miss Isaacs, what do you mean?
I apologize. I've become frightened. You're right. Let's carry on.
I mean, this is most likely a quick escape if things go pear-shaped. Yes, we let him know. Of course we do.
Let's go then. I apologize.
Sure, of course. I'll lead us back.
What did you see?
You
Did you
had
relay
that?
all of that?
Yeah, there appears to be some sort of trap door that's locked. But if you know what I have to think about is right, then we're just right below the first floor, and that might be a way out, as opposed to having to go all the way back up through the attic and then escape. I mean, this might be a way to get out. I didn't want to go. Look,
That's a brilliant idea. That's exactly right.
I could have blown the lock right off, but I didn't want to draw any extra attention to
No,
us.
if we need to get out of here in a hurry, we're certainly doomed if we have to go 5 flights of stairs up to the attics to get out.
Agreed.
Yes.
So maybe,
yes.
if you feel like it, maybe we can pick the lock now and take
Let me
a look.
let me take a quick look.
But again, I just be careful with the trickery of the house.
I will investigate it first, make sure it's not trapped, and then I will do what I do.
All right. I do not mention anything that Victoria said to me.
Okay.
I will go to the top of the stairs and investigate the lock, make sure it's not trapped.
Roll an investigation check, and then roll a dexterity check for your thief.
And thank you, Tyrion.
Thank you for the
17
follow.
for the follow.
Thank you.
Welcome to
Thank you. Thank you.
Investigation
Happy
check
to
is
have
a
you.
16.
Okay. It does not appear to be locked.
Lockpick check is a 8, 9, 10, 11, 12,
It does
13.
not appear to be locked?
No, it does not appear to be trapped.
Trapped.
13 to unlock it.
You climb the ladder and you're perched precariously, your top hat occasionally hitting against the ceiling and jolting you this way and that, and it feels like you almost didn't have this lock, but you are able to pick it. The lock makes a faint clicking sound as you engage the tumbler within. Pushing the trapdoor open, light spills in around you. It takes a moment for your eyes to adjust, but when they do, you find yourself face to face with a snarling black wolf. You reel back and almost tumble from the wooden ladder that is holding you aloft, but you're able to find purchase around the edges of the trapdoor when you realize the wolf in front of you is nothing more than a lifeless, stuffed version of its former self.
Yes!
As the scene before you sinks in, you slowly start to realize where you are. The trapdoor leads into the southwestern corner of the hunter's den on the first floor.
I stick my head up and I just confirm that we're like, okay, this is just an extra exit. Okay,
Has anything changed upstairs?
We can sense that anything's changed.
Mr.
Fire
Morgan,
is still roaring in the hearth.
your instincts were correct. This will certainly, hopefully, we won't need to use it, but it will come in handy getting out of here in a hurry.
Well, not to say that we're not going to need to use it, but Professor, pardon me, we're going to use it.
Well, I
there's
hope we don't have to use it in a hurry.
There's no way in the 9 hells I'm going back up to the goddamn attic.
I agree. We'll use it either way, but hopefully we won't have to rush out of here in horrible danger. Thank you,
Nacho
Nacho
cheese.
Thank you.
We're out of coins.
Oh shit!
So why don't you?
I'll let you do the honors.
Oh, here we go.
Silence.
I love that sound. I love that cold drink.
So good.
Who doesn't?
Thank
you, Nacho
so
Cheese.
much,
Thank
Nacho
you.
We'll
You are
start
the
using it
freaking
as
best.
rolls to obliterate everything.
So no matter what happens,
Yes.
we know that this is an exit, and I do not condone the strategy of leave everyone else behind. But if something were to happen to some of us, we all need to be aware of where we can escape.
That's right.
Because there's no point in senselessly throwing our lives away for someone who cannot save themselves.
Yes, I agree.
Well, I think we should continue onward towards the source of the chanting, which I believe was this way.
Yes. Let us go.
Lead the way, Sarnax.
I'll be behind you.
You make your way through the now empty door where this strange shape-shifting creature had attacked you just a mere hour and a half ago. And you make your way down a hallway and into another room. You can go ahead and open that paper.
That boy.
Entering this room, it's immediately obvious that this was the bedchamber of someone important. The large wood-framed bed at the height of its use would have been elegant and impressive. It now sits decaying in this fetid den. The once plush mattress is now nothing more than a mass of rotting feathers. A large carved wooden wardrobe sits against the wall. One of the doors swings loosely on broken hinges, and you can see a few pairs of moth-eaten black robes peeking out from the inside, the rest of its contents hidden in shadow. At the foot of the bed, similar to the sleeping quarters you had seen previously... No, you hadn't. Sorry. Should have read that. There appears to be a place for a lock, but there is no lock present on this large footlocker. It is beautifully carved and depicts the familiar image of a windmill.
You know, the chanting is louder here.
The chanting is roughly the same as it has been.
Who would place their sleeping quarters in the basement?
I don't imagine.
Someone doing evil things in that basement.
How curious.
Sonics, you don't know that.
I do. I can tell. I can sense the evil down here.
And thank you for the follow.
Thank you, Karenina. Thank you.
71.
71.
Welcome
Thank
to Adventures
you.
Fam.
It could be a footman, a servant.
I mean, it's clear someone important lived here, though. Maybe it was a very esteemed servant, perhaps.
My family is no stranger to... Well, no stranger to secrets. I mean, we've had people come in and come out that we've kept in the basement, out of sight.
Interesting, and perhaps it is my own personal experience of people don't generally sleep in the basement, but to each their own, I suppose. Let's do a quick once-over, shall we?
I agree, Professor.
I'll investigate.
Investigate. I will assist you, Professor, shining a light.
You go ahead and at advantage
Yep.
for people helping you?
24.
24. Perfect. You look inside of the wardrobe and you find a pair of candlesticks, an open crate containing 30 torches, and a leather sack containing 15 candles. Are you investigating the footlocker as well?
Yeah. Omni's Mage Hand open it.
You open the footlocker. You look inside. You find a cloak of protection.
Oh shit.
Oh, fuck.
A small wooden coffer seems to be unlocked. Your mage hand opens that as well. It contains 4 potions of healing. A chain shirt, a mess kit, a flask of alchemist's fire, a bullseye lantern, a set of thieves' tools, and a spell book with a yellow covered yellowed cover containing the following wizard spells.
Oh, fuck!
You have received
God!
Disguise Self.
Good night, Nacho Cheese.
Good night, Nacho Cheese. Thank you for hanging out.
I changed my mind. I'm tatting that one on my body.
Or stay for just a second and look at these sweet spell scrolls.
Oh, beautiful.
Oh my god.
Magic Missile.
I changed my mind. I'm tatting this one on my body.
Protection from evil and good.
Changes his mind. He's gonna have a lot of tattoos.
Mage Armor.
Holy shit.
Identify.
It's an entire fucking spellbook.
Jesus, the whole spellbook.
Invisibility.
Jesus.
Hold
I can't even remember
Person.
this one yet.
It's gonna take you a
Dark
long
Vision.
time.
Stop!
And Magic Weapon.
Okay.
I changed my mind. I'm putting magic weapon on my body.
And that is actually in... I didn't just give those to him. That's actually what's in there per the module. So
I immediately
Wizards.
pick up the spellbook and start flipping through and ignore everything else.
You pick up the spellbook.
Yes.
You reach in and your hand grasps the spellbook. As you pull it out, the bed begins to shake around you.
God.
As two spectral forms begin to rise up out of the dirty, rotted feather mattress. Looking at them, they look similar to the specter that you fought upstairs, but significantly more ghastly, as they're not nearly as translucent. Their flesh seems to be intact. It's almost as if they are a strange mix of the ghouls and the specter that you fought. And as you look at them even further, their entire bodies encased in a dark cultist robe. And as they look up at you, their hollow, socketless eyes catch you off guard for a second. But the glint of the windmill pendants around their neck, and you realize that you are facing the spectral forms of Gustav and Elizabeth Durst. I need you to roll for initiative.
Holy shit.
Oh my god.
They were arcane practitioners as well. Oh my god!
Like the one time I run.
Oh, fine.
Get in front of me, please!
Remember we had inspiration. Remember we had Twist of Fate.
I remember.
We got this.
It's like that one time I don't want to fight
yeah,
someone.
yeah.
I roll pretty well.
15 or 20 to 25.
19.
I got it.
What did you get?
You got 19, I got 18.
15 to 20? That was what you guys did, sorry.
I also got
10 to 15?
Victoria got
10.
an 18 as well.
I also
Would
got
you like to go before me?
I would.
Go ahead.
10 to 15?
10.
What did you get?
4.
Cool. It stays that way.
The book, maybe?
I got an 8, so.
This.
Do they go together?
Oh, remember when I said that
Yes,
the
they
chairs
do.
were kind of dangerous because they were loose nails? That's probably from the chair.
Is it this fucking leather strip with
No,
like,
it's
spikes in
that's
it?
part of Death House.
Oh. This is
Oh,
just
well
for
then.
fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
Like
Nice.
PC, like actual
Where's
fun.
that going on the
Sorry.
chair?
Probably the underside. My guess is it probably holds the
I'll
cloth
make
in
a
place.
constitution save and try to eat it.
So it is with that you find yourselves
Just toss
now
it.
being overcome by these
Or the
two
tractor.
disgusting zombified creatures, their tongues lolling to the side. They look hungry and furious. Clayton, it is your turn to go.
So where are they? Where am I? So I'm at the Foot
So
Locker.
you are at the footlocker at the front of the bed, and they are coming up out of the bed on either side of it. So they're essentially immediately in front of
Are
you.
they within?
And so if you want to put these down for me.
I guess we're theater of the mind because this is
Not all of us are going to fit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
So you can put yourself on the white space behind it, even though that doesn't open up.
here or here?
No, I'm saying you're directly in front of the
Okay.
bed. They're on either side of the bed.
So they're both in range, right?
Yes. And then you guys would all be behind Clayton.
We're kind of fanned out, right?
Yeah.
So.
And I'm saying you guys can put yourselves on like the white space there if you need to,
Oh, I see what you mean.
so that you guys can fit.
Yeah, sure, whatever. Doesn't really matter.
Shepard, are your feelings true?
I've never been more sure of anything in my life, Connor.
Oh, I
Great.
can't.
We found it then.
I can't help myself
Oh,
without.
no. This is, well, that's, I didn't understand that's what you were asking me. These aren't my strong suits, are they?
They're not.
No, Connor. This ain't it.
And if you don't make your attack, they're gonna get around a surprise. Clayton,
What?
it's your turn.
Shit,
Oh,
dude.
I'm going to
Oh, I don't know what kind of
I misunderstood what you were asking.
Sorry. No, it's okay.
So it's all good.
I am going to immediately, I will cast Fog Cloud. And it creates a 20-foot radius sphere of fog centered on a point within range, right in the dead center. It moves around corners, and until something disperses it, and it lasts for an hour as concentration. So I'm going to say, Smogulus! And
Smogulus.
The smog will fill the whole room.
Okay.
And I will back the fuck out of the room.
They're going to take an opportunity attack against you.
Okay.
And disadvantaged. The first one is going to miss, and the second one is going to miss.
Well, according to plan, as they say. So how does that affect us?
Everybody's
disadvantaged.
Everybody's disadvantaged.
Fantastic.
Victoria.
Okay. I'm gonna reach towards the one directly in front of me and chill touch.
Roll at disadvantage to hit.
No. Well. 9.
That misses. You see as your spectral hand makes its way through the fog and disappears. You listen, you don't hear any noises of contact, but you're unsure of what's happening.
Wait, can I choose to drop Fog Cloud?
Yes, it's a concentration.
Okay. Well then, so basically I would have run away, and the second that I would felt like I was out of range behind people, I would have dropped it.
So I will say on your next attack, or your next turn, you can drop it before you do anything.
Perfect.
I don't think I have.
So you're just preventing everyone from being able to hit this round.
Proficiencies and languages.
Shepard, it's your turn.
Yeah, I'm just gonna double check my features and traits. I don't think I've got any.
Oh, Geo for us all. Thanks for the follow.
Thank you, Geo for us all. Thank you for the host. Thank you.
Thank you. I thought I
this is like, it's not like, okay. I'm gonna make 2 attacks against the one that I can hear closest to me, which is gonna be number 2. So the first attack is going to be...
Sorry, Rich, I actually need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
Yeah.
Because you started your turn within 10 feet of it.
Mm-hmm. Get fucked.
That's cocked.
How's that feel?
I rolled a 2.
Twist.
No, I'm going to use my divination. I'm going to make it a 16.
Ooh.
We got a lot in the pot.
Yeah, but that's the point of divination.
So, 16, 17, 18, 19 damage. Or 19, sorry. My roll's a 19.
Perfect.
Okay.
You feel the smell, the rotting, pestilent smell billowing around these undead creatures, and for a second you feel like you're not going to be able to keep your lunge down, but you are able to hold it off. You cast your fog cloud and you make your way out. So Shepard, it is your turn.
So my first attack is going to be a...
Are you within 10? You are within 5 feet of it?
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
No,
so I
right
need
next to
you to make a Constitution saving throw.
I don't get to look at my attack first.
You're supposed to do it first.
It's alright. So con is going to be a 12 plus...
Similar to Clayton, you're able to keep it down as you shrug off whatever
14 total. Yeah, alright, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Then I'll make my first attack against number 2, which is right next to me. 5 plus 9 is 14.
Does 14 hit?
14 hits, yes.
That's my first attack. Second attack.
To which one?
Number 2.
Oh, you're rolling a disadvantage, right?
Yeah. That's why. Yeah. So my lower attack is 14, and then huge. I got a 15 plus 7, or plus 9
That
is
hits
24.
Which one are you hitting?
Number 2, both
Number 2.
of them.
Perfect.
So total of 18 points of damage.
Okay. You feel around you the smell is overwhelming, so you use your nose to hone in on these creatures, and you fire blindly into the fog, and you hear the sound of your shots finding purchase in their rotting forms. The smell billows up even stronger as new holes begin to form in their corpses, and you do a significant amount of damage.
That's my turn.
Zasamel says, howdy, y'all. Just dropping by to say, hey, you guys are awesome. I love you. Cosplay mom, Maya.
Oh!
Yamil.
Hello, Yamil.
Yeah, hi.
And
Thanks
thank
for
you.
coming.
I hope you like the fancy hats, too.
My turn?
Yes, Connor, it is your turn.
I will,
I need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
17.
Okay, you shrug off the smell of this horrid creature.
I'll square up my shoulders, walk so that I'm between the two of them, kind of as in their face as much as possible. Get into a ready stance and say, "You disgrace me, leaving your children locked in that room upstairs. We had to lay them to rest. I will fight you and lay you to rest as well." And I will take the dodge action.
Okay, you take the dodge action. You cannot see them, but you hear the vicious gnawing and almost a strange chittering and these guttural gulps. They seem to be enraged by what you've said to them, but their hanging jaws not fully attached. They don't seem to be able to form words. But if they could, they'd probably call you a bitch.
Yeah.
Got her.
That is
Yeah.
that is my turn.
That is your turn. Did I have you roll a Constitution save when you made your attack?
No.
Yeah, I need to have you do that. I was like, wait a minute. That wouldn't be fair making everyone else do it.
Oh. 13?
You also shrug off the effects of this creature.
Good.
It is their turn. They are going to attempt to attack who Shepard just hit them. So the first one's going to attempt to hit Shepard, and he's going to fail disadvantaged. The other one is going to swipe out and attempt Shikana. He's also disadvantaged.
Can I
18?
Against me?
Yes.
I guess you can't do double disadvantage, so yeah. That hits.
And it is going to claw out with its, it's going to swipe out with its claws, doing a bit of damage. 10 points of slashing damage.
Nice.
Okay. And I need you to make a Constitution saving throw, please.
20.
All right. You feel this. You feel as your muscles begin to lock up as its claws sink into you, and you are hunkering yourself down, and you just wrench your arms out and you shrug off whatever it is. You pinch the skin where they had just sunk their claws in, and you pinch it, and you see this disgusting bubbling liquid begin to spill back out of the wound. Whatever it was, not able to fully enter your bloodstream.
Can I use my reaction to, at disadvantage, attack the one that tried to hit Shepard?
Oh my god.
Ooh, 9.
No, that misses.
Alright. Oh, I guess an 8, because my strength is still down by 1.
Yeah.
Forgot about that, so yeah, never mind. That's my turn.
Okay.
I'm going to step around on the pile of feathers, so I'm in between them, ba-boop, and I'm going to once again hold up my lantern and say, "You are the true evil of this household. You shall burn!" And I'm going to cast Word of Radiance, Constitution saving throw on both of them. I believe. Con. Yep.
18 for Gustav
Passes.
and 6 for Elizabeth.
So Elizabeth takes 2 points of radiant damage.
Consistent.
Yep.
Consistent. That's what matters.
They don't look
Steady,
vulnerable,
baby.
do they?
They do not.
I didn't think so.
Can't get that
Nice try.
twice.
Clayton, it's your turn.
Should I drop this fog?
Probably.
It will allow Shepard to strike true.
There's no response, just hacking.
Shepard's very accurate. I'm worried about everybody else.
Thank you for the follow,
Thank you for the
Ghosty
follow,
Bell.
Ghosty
Thank
Bell.
you. I love your name. It's so apropos.
Victoria, have you used any of your spells? Victoria, have you used any of your spells yet?
I'll fucking try.
You've used cantrips.
Oh.
You have spells you can use. Level 1 spells.
Is that different?
Because you prepared.
You only.
I'm new!
You
Asshole!
You can cast cantrips as often as you want, but you only have a certain number of spell
I
slots.
wanted to be sure, since
Yeah,
you
I
haven't
have,
used any
like,
spells
at the
or
top,
sorcery
at the very
points.
top, and it just says spells.
I will.
She's saving it for the big boss.
I love
can't
her. I love her so much. You're just so precious and wonderful.
You're saving it for the big boss. You're saving it
I
for the
mean it.
Right. I'm being mean. She's directing at me.
Okay, good. I'm like, don't flip me off.
You guys are being assholes!
I'm going to say. I'm going to have open my case, and I'm going to flounder around, find a
Yikes.
tiny lemon tart and a feather, and I'm going to say.
Are you dropping fog cloud?
So I will say Solarium, and I'm going to cast
Oh.
Hideous Laughter at the one that looks more healthier.
I think you're going to say lemon.
Is hideous laughter a charm?
Did you prepare more spells when you level?
No.
I don't think it is.
No, it's not.
No, I'm gonna.
Just
As long as it has an
Okay.
int of 4 or higher, it
That's
can be
good.
effective.
I guess that's
Okay.
You should have gotten to pick another.
What do I roll? Which one are you doing
It's
this
a
at?
wisdom saving throw. It's the one that looks healthier. The one that hasn't been damaged.
You turn to Gustav, and you attempt to cast this. It's a wisdom save.
It's a wisdom save.
Fails.
Okay. So with that, the fog drops because I'm now
The
concentrating on
fog
this.
drops as you see Clayton take out this lemon tart and this feather, and he begins to cast the spell. You all, even in the midst of this this horrific battle that you found yourselves in, wounded, weary, emotionally exhausted, you're caught off guard as all of a sudden you hear the tongue lolling to one side, unable to fully form words, as it begins to laugh horrifically. It
Hideously.
falls onto the bed, laughing hideously. You see as it rolls around, enthralled by laughter, pus and blood and other viscous substances caking on and smearing all over the rotting feather bed.
That's disgusting, Nikki.
So he is
It's
incapacitated.
a ghoul
It is
thing.
hideous laughter.
It
is.
Quite literally.
And I'll say, focus on the woman, and fog drops.
And it does.
Okay,
Great.
Perfect. Victoria.
Okay.
Focus on the woman.
Yeah. Well.
Focus on the woman.
Okay.
Oh, so you mean the one
Focusing
that's
on-
not laughing? Is that what you meant to say? Like you're saying the one that's not.
The Gustav is the one that's laughing.
Right.
Yes.
So the
Focus.
woman.
The woman is the one that's
Got
not
it.
laughing.
Just making sure.
Focusing on the one that is not laughing, but also not like blowing all my shit. I'm gonna firebolt the one that is not laughing.
Okay.
Woman.
The woman.
Yep, number 2.
19.
That hits.
Big hit.
Very nice.
Max damage incoming. Here we go.
What's a 10? This one? Is that a 10?
Yeah,
you say?
that's a 10.
7.
Nice.
7. Perfect. You raise your hand up and you shoot this blast of fire. You are distracted by the horrific image of Gustav writhing in laughter next to Elizabeth, but you are angered. And the words that Kana said ring true with you. The image of those 2 small babies that had to be put to rest at your hands. As you focus that fire into them, and she reels backwards, completely singed in fire. She begins to burn away. You see that the fire takes hold and continues to crackle and burn her flesh. She is barely holding on. The fire continues to singe her and burn her.
Hey.
Shepard,
I'm gonna take one attack at the woman.
you do.
17 plus 9 is 26.
That hits.
10 points of damage to the woman.
You take judgment and redemption held at your side, pointed slightly towards Gustav. As you raise judgment up, you pull the trigger and the blast hits square in the forehead as she begins to lurch forward towards Victoria. She looks down, exposing her mouth as it looks like she's about to go in for a bite. Her head explodes in front of you, splattering the wall behind, covering Gustav in the sick, twisted flesh of this creature. She is dead.
I'll use my bonus attack to attack Gustav and say, sorry, Professor, can't hold back. And attack for 12.
Oh, that hit? No, that misses.
Damn! Damn it, it would have been so much cooler if I hit. I'll miss.
So he's still laughing?
Oh, yeah. Kana.
Professor, what will you have me do?
I just wanted to control him.
Great. I will attack.
Please. You're advantage. Oh, so you would have been disadvantaged.
I would have been disadvantaged.
Because he's prone. He's incapacitated.
Well, then I definitely find
Yeah.
So you're disadvantaged.
Oh, he's
Oh, no,
prone.
you're
You're
advantaged.
advantaged.
So you're advantaged. Because you're not ranged.
Okay.
Okay. Okay.
Even with a +4, not +5 now, it's a 20.
Perfect. That hits.
Damn. 5 points of slashing.
That's a great question. I don't know.
Because of your melee, not
He's writhing around in this bed, laughing in this horrific way, and you move from side to side, but you take your glaive and you find a spot. You sink in and slice down his side. Maggots and other bugs begin to spill out of his side over the edge of the bed and fall to the floor, exploding on impact. The smell is horrific, and he gets to make a roll at advantage. It's wisdom? No, he fails. I rolled a 1 and a 9.
And then I'll use my bonus action to center myself for second wind. Damn, I rolled the lowest I possibly fucking could. So I get 3 points of healing.
Okay.
Whatever. And that's my turn.
Monster's 1, so he gets to roll again.
At the end of his turn?
At the end of his turn.
And because you guys attacked him, he rolls at advantage?
No, so
or
only
when he's attacked?
damage.
He fails. So his turn ends, Sarnax.
Oh. I'm going.
I thought this place was going to be significantly more deadly for you.
Hold
It's
up my
been pretty
lantern.
close.
Justice has been done for your foul wife. Now you shall die. And I'm going to cast Sacred Flame. Death saving throw 14.
He auto fails the dex saving throw, doesn't he?
He's prone.
He's
He's
prone.
incapacitated, so...
Yes, so he auto fails his dex saving throw.
Oh, hell yeah!
Let her rip, sorry.
But he gets to roll, and I rolled 2 fucking 5s.
Yeah, you did.
One point of radiant damage.
Yikes. Yikes.
You singe the flesh. You get a little bit of the rotted bed. The odorous puff
Get
of
them
smoke
dice.
billows out from him,
It's a big old
and
sack.
it's only 1 damage. So
Heavy sack.
It's a loaded sack.
Heavy sack.
he finds it incredibly funny. He does not stop laughing. Clayton, it's your turn.
I will, I'll just try, I guess, I'm gonna stay, I'll just go in. I'll put my head in, I'm going to, firebolt, and then I'm gonna pop back out here.
Okay. At disadvantage because he's prone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
So 20.
That hits.
Wow.
8 damage.
Nice.
And I'm gonna back up.
The fire singes his flesh, and he is going to try and shut this fucker off.
Girl.
Does a 13?
Girl.
Oh, wow.
I gave Kelsey my good die. I feel bad
Well.
for her.
Good. Continue.
Okay, Victoria.
This is crazy.
I got a fireball.
You got a fireball?
I got a fireball.
Okay, fireball.
Do your thing, girl. Do your thing, honey.
Do your thing, honey. Ain't no other man. I'm next to you.
Yeah,
That hits.
Natural
Gotta give it up.
Gotta give it up.
So you roll 2 d10s.
You could do a lot of damage here, or 2 points.
That?
That one.
Oh,
and
2
then-
points or
You
20
can roll
points.
together or whatever you want to do. I'm just giving you a
Yeah.
d10.
Yep.
Not bad.
2 4s.
8.
8.
Yeah, so 8. 8.
All right, you let loose your firebolt, and at this point, you see as it begins to whirl and coalesce, and the flame begins to burn brighter as it gains speed and it gains power. And when it slams down into this bed, the moth-eaten, rotting feathers ignite around it, burning his body, singeing it significantly. Fire rages around the bed. It seems to be contained to it. It does a significant amount of damage, and he shrugs the fucking laughter off. As you see the laughter stop, and he begins to move forward, the fire raging around him. As he uses his arms to prop himself up, the pressure of moving himself up pops the joint on his arm, and it detaches. He almost falls over, but he rights himself.
Nasty.
Now one arm hanging completely limp at the side, the hand skitters across the bed and down over the side as he begins to move towards you.
It's fucking nasty.
Shepard's your
But
turn.
he's up.
He's up.
Yeah, he's up.
Well, thank you,
Goodbye.
Gustav. And I take 2 shots at him at a normal attack here. A 14
That's all good,
and a
though.
21.
Both hit.
I just gotta say that.
Blow his head off, Sarnax. I mean, not Sarnax, Shepard.
17 points
S.
of damage. 17
17
total.
points of damage.
Bang, bang.
Bang bang!
Oh, shit! Thank you, Leister!
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Welcome to our family.
Welcome to the
We're happy to have you. Very, very, very
Thank
happy.
you so much.
You take judgment and redemption, and you let both blasts go at the same time. One severing the other arm. He's now stumbling towards you, armless. The other directly pointed into the middle of his throat. As you blast the tongue away, you see the jaw completely hinge and then clatter to the edge of the bed. And as he looks like he's going to stumble onto you, he does, but lifeless.
Who is he?
I'll help Shepard kick him off.
Roll him off me. Ah, God.
Well done, Shepard. I'll reach down and offer my hand.
I'll holster my weapons and have Sarek pull me up. Ah,
Well done.
I'm all right. I didn't sustain any injury. Is everybody else all right?
You continue to impress.
Just a little lucky.
Connor, you're alright.
I took some hits, but I feel
Well done,
okay.
everyone. We have done
Right.
a great justice here.
We have.
Kana, I want to apologize for earlier. When you asked about this creature, I regret to inform that this is not the monstrosity.
So that means
More
there
ahead.
What's that?
There is more ahead.
Yes, there is indeed a monster still alive.
I worry that it may be far worse than anything that we've seen so far.
Does anyone
Could
need
be.
to rest?
I
And mechanically heal.
Wiping the muck off me, I say, believe it or not, I'm actually all right.
As am I.
I'm miraculously okay.
I have no more hit dice to expend, so the only thing it would be doing is giving me my second win back, which I could use.
Well, are you at full health?
I am fine.
If I had to put a point total on it, I'd say I'm missing 0 hit points.
That's mine.
I believe that we have dealt with the greatest evil in this place.
Perhaps that's true.
Or perhaps there is darkness far greater.
Are
But
you,
I am
are you
going
bloody?
to burn both of these corpses.
No,
And their
I'm
bed
at like
and their
75%.
chamber.
And you're
Has anybody used a potion?
Oh, we found 4 more.
You found 4, so you should each have 2 health potions.
I just used it.
You did use a health potion. I remember you.
I used
you
one.
told
I
me to
used
use
mine.
one.
I
So
will
you
take
have
one.
one, and then everyone else.
Yeah,
should
I
have
did not use the one that the professor gave me.
Well, we had force between us.
I will take
Five
another.
of us,
I will
so-
give you 2, since you get hit, and you're
Then I don't need
I would like one. Because I'm
And that's 4.
Oh, that's so.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Okay.
That's
You
fine.
need one?
No, I'm good.
I had one
So
from
you have
before,
one.
so that's...
So you
You and I have 1.
Kana has 2.
Kana has 2.
Sarnax has 1.
Sarnax and the professor have 1.
Yeah.
You used one as well, Mike.
No, I would like.
I'm the only one that's
So then you should have 2 as well, right?
No, you only had 4.
Yes.
So there's
5 of
we
us,
skipped
so-
it. So we keep finding 4. There's 5 of us. So the first time I gave everybody but him a health potion.
No, you had 5 health potions. All of you had a health potion.
Oh, you said that I started with 4 health potions.
Yeah, but that's because I keep thinking there are only 4 of you,
Oh,
even though I'm
oh.
looking at 5 of you.
Okay. Well,
So
then-
all of you
So we
have.
all have 1.
So you all have 2. Well, you have 1. Everyone else has 2. So
Oh,
when I
so
said
okay,
you
another
found
5.
5.
Okay.
I just keep saying 4 because
It's all
I
good.
am an idiot.
It's all
I
right.
will
No,
use
not at
one
all.
now to try to get me back up to as far much as I can.
Well,
So, what is it?
Thank
1D?
you, Leister. That means a lot.
Thank
Leister
you.
said you people
Aw.
put on a great show.
Thank you so
Thank you
much.
so much.
Thank you.
So I will...
Thanks, pal.
My first time running a module, so I've been very nervous.
1d2, 1d4 plus 2?
2d4 plus 2.
Healing potion?
Yeah, 2d4
Yeah,
plus 2.
potion of healing is
1d4.
Yeah, I can't
2d4.
add this.
Oh, it's 2d4.
It says 2d4 plus 2.
I'm thinking healing word, sorry.
Yeah. And don't forget, you have the health potions here.
Oh, yeah.
Fuck, I just fucking rolled, I'm sorry.
You can still use the health potion if you want.
That's pretty good.
It's for the beautiful effect.
Show it on camera.
Yeah, oh yeah. It's
Let it rip. Kana!
Ooh.
1 and a
5.
1 and a 4.
Exactly the
5,
same.
Yeah.
Exactly the same.
Same,
Perfect.
yeah.
Oh, Ghosty Bell.
Oh, thank you for the song, Ghosty Bell. Thank you so much.
I know you just followed us, so thank
Welcome
you
to our
very much.
family.
Oh yeah, so that's 7 total.
We love you so much.
Bang, bang!
any
Oh my
quarters in my
God.
wallet.
So how many
wayward
was
souls.
Oh my god. That is amazing. Thank you so much.
So 5, 7, and 3.
That's, yeah. Is it 3 more or 4 more?
5, 7 would be 55.
It's at least 3 more.
No, it's 11 minus 1, we have 10.
No, that's 4 more.
Well, no, once it updates, right? Has it
Yeah.
already updated or not?
It has not updated yet.
No, it hasn't updated. I'm pretty sure it's 4
we're
more.
currently sitting at 11, minus 1 would be 10. When it updates, it would be 3 more. Well, no, you're right. It would
be 4 more.
4 more.
Yeah.
We need more coins. Don't we have more coins out
Yes,
there?
I will go grab another bag of coins and
Yeah.
we'll use a different one. So, you guys talk amongst
Let's
yourself,
wait
hang out
to
with
see
chat.
Shop would go.
Because
I will
we've
get
only
it.
used
Thanks,
we've
y'all.
only used one twist.
There it
There it
is.
is.
So yes, that's 4 more.
So we have.
Thank you!
What is 75 divided by 5?
Because it just barely put us over 75. So that's 4
5,
more.
10, 15, 20, 25. So 15 minus 1. Yeah, it's 4, we have 14 dice. We've only used 1. We have 14 Twist of Fate.
Holy
Wait,
shit.
that's a lot.
And Tree
You don't
Sponge,
have
yes, that
any-
was a Song of Fate.
So Death House is proving to not be so.
Nice catch. Nice catch.
I think we have.
We can never die. We can never die.
I don't want to say.
Saying we can never die.
I don't want to say that without me instantly obliterating all 5 shadows at the same time.
That was a very deadly encounter that we basically skipped. Because of Sonax.
Sonax, I've never been one to quite brag, but if we're keeping track of kill count here,
No,
I think I might put you to shame.
Mr. Shepard, I do not doubt that for one moment.
You're not supposed to say that.
You are the one.
So it's 4, right?
I got
You
you
are doing the most damage.
So it was 4. We had 15 minus 1, which is 14.
Yeah, because we had like 17 something, you did 18, which would have been 3
Yes.
plus the
So
300 we
we are
needed to
sitting
get
at
to.
14 total Twist of Fate left.
We should start using them on attack rolls. Just it's
Yeah.
a mess.
I agree.
So we are now going to be using the doubloons. These are also from Norse Foundry.
These are
These are
Foundry.
amazing. Do you here? Why don't you put them in front of the?
Oh,
These are
baby.
pirate doubloons. You
But
can get
you-
these from Norse
I
Norse
Foundry.
Foundry's the
I
best.
will choose which ones go in that cup.
So the doublooners are awesome because they're thick boys.
They're super thick boys.
I'm also a huge fan of the dwarven coins.
Yeah, so Norse Foundry makes like a fuckload of awesome dice, but they
How
also
does
make
sound
these
work?
these really cool coins,
Really
and they
beautiful
make them.
coins.
Yeah, and they make them in a
show
lot
off.
of different. So there's like kind of piratey theme, there's vampire theme, there's elven, there's
Elven.
dwarves, there's like
No
all
joke. They're
kinds
heavy
of
ass.
different themes, and they're like
They're heavy.
They're
Yeah.
They're
heavy.
so
God,
good.
they're
The thing I
heavy.
love about the doubloon ones is that they literally look like a bunch of pirates were like, let's stamp out some
Stamping
fucking
them, yeah.
gold,
They
right,
feel
to make fucking coins.
so good in your hand. Like they feel
So we're
like,
putting
oh
4
shit,
in the
like
cauldron.
I'm a pirate
This
and I
is
didn't
so
know
cool.
it. Oops.
Yeah, so we need 4 more in the cauldron? Is that cool?
Yes, and I would like to
Pirates are
pick
so
them.
good.
Yeah, do it. Do it.
You
Yeah.
wanna
So like
pass
I'm
them
a
coins
stupid.
back this
I'm
way?
an elf. I'm an elf in everything I play, and they make elven coins, and I'm gonna buy them because they're.
We have
great.
them downstairs.
I'm gonna buy them. I don't care. Shut up.
The sound of our current stock is.
So let's see. Yeah, I like this
They're
one.
so great.
So Nikki's gonna add the next 4.
I like this
yeah.
one.
While we have a little lull, does
Yeah,
anyone have an
yeah.
iPad charger?
No, you can do it.
Yeah.
Well,
I have an
I have
iPhone.
a.
New or old?
That would
this.
actually
Hold on,
be
so
super
do it around the back here.
Yeah, do it
Oh,
around
you're still
that.
picking.
Thank you very much.
I've got them. I'm just gonna wait for them to shut up.
Much appreciated.
Yeah, we'll try it. I'll be good for a while.
Shut up
I'm not
over
up,
there,
I'm down.
boys.
Sorry, DM.
We are
Seriously,
going
though.
to put these in. I can't describe them in the same way. They just have basically different coats of arms, but these are the ones that look the most
Spanish, one's
stampy.
like Portugal.
They're so good.
Here they go.
Oh, here we go.
Here we go. Here we go.
One.
Three. Four.
This is my vernacular
Oh, we got a lot of coins in here.
We got a lot of coins
Oh my
in here.
Jesus, we got a
Some
lot of
necks now
coins.
sounds like these.
Look, I can buy myself, a nice manicure with this.
Gino, I swear to God.
I swear to God.
let's-
There's a lot of stuff in here.
Let us account for
I hate this.
our loot
I'm kidding.
as well.
Oh yes, there was a.
Chain shirt.
They were clearly arcane users at one point. There was this book. There was a cloak of protection.
Yes.
So we're just gonna
You
pretend
found
like
yourselves-
you grabbing the book didn't put us in this predicament.
No, I believe that was merely a timing coincidence. Of course.
Cloak of protection.
You found a cloak of protection, a small wooden coffer containing 5 potions of healing,
Okay.
which you already accounted for, a chain shirt,
shirt.
a mess kit,
A chain shirt, like a armor?
yeah, a flask of alchemist's fire, a bullseye lantern, a set of thieves' tools, and then the spellbook.
Now, I don't mean to be presumptuous, but Professor, it seems like you've already got yourself a nice pair of those thieves' tools, and I might be able to benefit from a pair myself.
If you know how to use them, of course.
Well, if you're asking me if I might be proficient in those, I'm gonna say no, but I'm feeling as though I might be able to learn how to use those.
Well, why don't we take them, and along the way, maybe I can teach you?
That would be amenable.
Alright.
I believe the cloak of protection is still up for grabs. Who would most benefit from it?
I don't really understand what that means.
Do you want to read it off?
What
I
is
can
our?
read it,
What
yeah.
is
Or
our?
should I go
What
to
is
search and
everyone's
Yeah, because
AC?
I don't have that on here.
Okay,
Maybe you guys
got it.
have D&D Beyond. So you should
No,
be able to
I was
grab it.
13, but I shouldn't be getting attacked anyway. I think this would be best suited for Karma.
I agree.
Gain a +1 bonus to AC and saving throws while you wear this cloak.
What is your AC, Corinne?
16.
Yes! Kana should enjoy that.
So you
Any
have
concerns?
I mean, if you're suggesting that this is some sort of magical protection cloak, then
If you
That's
presume
fine.
that my concern is that we're taking someone else's things, then yes, I'm quite concerned.
Well, they're evil, horrific people that killed their own children. They were eating people alive. I'm happy to. We should rob the whole place at this point.
No, nothing!
Miss Isaacs, when we first set foot in here, I would have agreed with you, but at this point, I don't say it's all fair game.
Do you?
I
like
do
a
as well.
cultist quarters, less so than a servant's.
We took care of the children that we were concerned about, and quite frankly, I am furious at whoever would stoop to such low things to get us to lure in here by using children as bait. And I think that we've done what we can, and my only goal at this point is to exact fury upon those who did this.
Well,
Sonax, I have an idea.
What is your idea, Kana?
Would you assist me in laying the Mr. and Mrs. Durst to rest?
If by rest you mean burning this whole motherfucker to the ground,
Not quite what I had in mind.
that is what I had in mind. I will assist you in dragging them together.
Correct. I would like to drag them into their crypts, seal them away as we did with the children, and hope that maybe that ends part of what is holding this home together.
Now, speaking frankly, I do not think that they deserve a proper burial.
that is not for you to decide.
It is indeed for me to decide. For I am alive and they are dead.
As am I.
And I believe we should burn down this entire chamber. Purge the entire thing with the fire of Garrix.
Well, on our way out, we can. I don't want to risk the whole house going up.
Professor.
We still do have things that we need to do here.
I don't
And
think that'll benefit us burning down the home. We know that it is cursed somehow and keeps rebuilding itself.
And
Thank you, Kyle.
my point is that we should just get to the end and defeat the monster and see if this place still stands in the first place.
And I was going to say, starting fires underground is no good for anybody.
Very well. I shall wait. Let us proceed deeper into this dungeon.
Are we going to put them in the coffins and see if...
I would like to do that first.
think
Although
that's
they are
wise
our
and
enemy, I
respectful.
still think laying them to rest in a respectful manner will generate good karma.
Professor, say the word and I'll help.
And I'll help.
I don't really care one way or the other. Go on.
It
Then
is
I'm
disgusting work as the bodies are oozing and leaking, but you
Yeah.
are able to
Woof.
accumulate what appears to be the majority, at least, of their forms. And as a group effort, you make your way back out of this hallway, back through the dining area and in towards the crypts, and you lay them down to rest in their coffins.
I drag the lids over top, and are there like nails for them, or are they just like lids that click into place?
Just lids that click into place.
Sarnax, will you help me seal these tombs?
Very well. And I'll assist.
Do I need an athletics check to close the...
Yes, so you'll roll 2 at advantage.
I will... Garrix give you strength. I will
thank
give
you.
you guidance.
Is there closing the two?
14 for the first one.
Okay.
I rolled 2 5s. One in 400. What did I say?
1 in 400.
So this one's a 9.
Did you add the guidance?
Are you
I'll
guidance?
allow you to add guidance to both of them because he's helping you.
Oh, nice. 13.
Perfect. You are able, with
Each one.
Sarnax's help,
Garrett's give you strength.
you are able to
Garrett's
move
give
them.
you
The
strength.
second one, a little bit harder, your strength. You've fallen. You've dealt with horrific undead after horrific undead, and you feel that your resolve is thinning, but you are able to pull them closed. You have put the family members of this place to rest.
I feel good about this deed. I
Oh,
know
As
not.
you should.
I mean, maybe not all of you agree with me, but I think
I
this
do
was the
not.
right thing to do.
Time will tell.
As long as we
Time will tell.
Well, there's only
find a way
one.
to cleanse this place.
There's only one path forward, and I suppose we move forward and take it.
I think so.
You guys are now at the crypts.
Right, but we
would
know
like
that
to-
this is the only other way, right?
Well, you also know that there's that pathway up there.
There's a
Over there.
over here.
Oh no, there's a hallway here as well, right?
No.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Oh shit.
What is this?
These are
Shall we
not
do?
a part. There's like wall
These
here.
are like closets.
Yeah, those are. I have no idea why those are there, to be quite honest with you.
It's to really just confuse us.
Yeah.
We can just go back, yeah.
So either way,
So we will go
It
there.
might
go
be the
here.
spaces where they're supposed to come
Yeah,
from or something.
Oh maybe.
I think we would go to the next most available.
I think we would just
doorway.
head here.
And marching order?
Same as usual.
Sarnax.
So Sarnax, Kana, my name, which I can't remember.
Shepherd.
Shepard, thank you.
Oh,
My good
that's
man.
good.
Casters. Damn it! I'm
You
tired.
can go
Like
ahead
a
and
screen.
move
Can't even see
the
that far.
paper.
The whole thing?
Yeah.
Oh damn.
The ghostly chanting that has been reverbrating through these walls since your descent into this strange
Yeah,
dungeon
yeah.
gets discernibly louder as you head west along this tunnel. Go ahead and move your mini and show me where
We
you're
are
going.
just Sarnax. Currently. Well, no.
Oh, I guess we'll
Mrs.
head up. We'll head
Sarnax,
up.
what do you hear?
So we would have gotten here, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
And then we can address it.
I feel like
So-
we would just continue onward.
Depends on what we hear.
You hear the chanting get louder.
Let us continue.
Either way.
I suggest we move towards the chanting as well.
The chanting is heading towards the west.
Yeah.
So it'd be towards the
Oh,
television.
no, that is not what Silas
That
has
way?
made it very I don't like where this is
Is that
going.
are you heading that way?
So
I would like to continue on the path we are in.
Agreed.
He
so
wants to
we're-
go down north.
So we're just gonna ignore the chanting then.
For now.
For
We
now.
should make sure there's nothing else behind us that will close us in.
Alright, Professor, you're in charge.
So remove the.
Right here. We are heading down
Yep.
this way.
Go ahead and move the
And I'm
larger
being
piece.
very on guard.
As you head down a darkened hallway, you're met with a sharp turn and a quick descent down a small flight of stairs before you find yourselves entering a much larger space. In the center of this room is a 4-foot diameter well shaft with a 3-foot-high stone lip. As you peer into it, you see that it descends about 30 feet to a water-filled cistern. A wooden bucket hangs from a rope and pulley mechanism bolted to the crossbeams above the wall. Aside from the well, there is nothing else of note in this main space. However, there are 5 side rooms that appear to be sleeping quarters. At first glance, each side room seems to contain a wood-framed bed with a moldy straw mattress and a wooden chest that looks like it may be the right size to contain personal belongings. Each chest seems to be secured with a large and rusty padlock.
Well, do we think that the cultists lived here?
I believe they probably did.
Let's look for clues.
We will investigate.
Each one?
We'll just go through and investigate the whole place.
Are you going to unlock the chest?
I'll crack one open. I'll crack one open and we'll...
You head into the first adjoining smaller room, and I need you to roll a dexterity check, please,
Me?
Pick.
to pick the lock
Well.
on the chest.
Yeah, you roll. That was a roll.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
7. You attempt to pick it, and the tumbler on this seems to be significantly harder to open than what you have been used to, and it does not succeed.
Can I attempt to do it again?
Sure.
14?
Once again, you try, and you feel like you are almost there, but
This is tricky.
just don't succeed.
May Garrix help you pick this lock. You guys.
I was gonna try to shoot it off. You said that.
Mr. Morgan, please shoot these locks off.
I take out judgment and I aim my
Roll an attack.
and I'll just shoot right at the lock.
I'm just looking at this.
It's 15 to shoot.
All right, roll damage.
6 points of damage.
You aim judgment, and a blast juts forward, splintering the lock off of the box. A hole now sits where the lock used to be. As you open it, you look inside, and aside from a few worthless personal effects, this chest contains 11 gold pieces and 60 silver pieces in a pouch that appears to be made of human skin.
Oh! Ew. What?
So add that to your inventory.
Okay.
I'm not touching the flesh pouch. Not even a little bit.
I will.
Thank you, human target Joe. Thank you.
Much appreciated.
Welcome to our family.
Oh,
Welcome to
hello.
our family.
That's the family dance.
Willkommen.
Willkommen.
Professor, are you familiar with human skin being needed for some sort of sacrifice
I'm quite sure
or
he's not.
Not that I've ever seen. No, clearly just a sick ritual that these people had.
Sonex, would you mind doing the honor? And I drop the bag onto the floor.
Do we really want to take this?
No, I think Kana's having the right direction
I
here.
think we should burn it.
Sacred flame.
You cast Sacred Flame in the gold. You take the gold out of it, or you burning it? You remove the gold from it, and you ignite the pouch on the ground. It sizzles and bubbles as the skin pops. It smells like, honestly, it almost smells delicious. And you're repulsed by yourself as visions of bacon swim across your mind, and you shudder away, realizing what you've thought. The room now smells like dinner.
Like human bacon.
I'm not sure we need to investigate anymore.
Why is that, Professor?
I think.
Do you like what you smell now? You've
do
unleashed it.
Do you?
Well, it's come about. I shouldn't say more.
Anyway, I think we've learned what we needed to here. Unless anyone else has any interest in these footlockers,
None.
let us continue.
Yes, let's go.
So we're crossing over here.
Yep. Can we move this?
Can we move?
Yep. Entering into this
Ah.
room,
Sorry.
you're met with the same rough stone and mud walls, the moisture hanging heavy in the air around you. This room appears to be some sort of communal space. Standing at the east end of this room is an old wooden table and 4 chairs. To the west are 4 clearly defined alcoves containing moldy straw pallets that look like they were meant for sleeping.
I like to just shine my lantern around and just investigate the room. To see
Roll
if
an
there's
investigation
anything.
check.
Natural 20 plus.
There seems to be
26.
nothing of note in this room.
Yeah.
All right.
Let's
Give it up for that natural.
Nothing to see.
Right, where are you going?
So we've got
Double
nowhere
back.
left to go but check out that champ.
Yes,
believe
very true.
We've explored everything on this floor.
I think we've
Show me where you're
dilly-dallied
going.
long enough, and I think that we need to go strike while the iron's hot.
Or Mr. Shepard, perhaps. I am.
You're going down the path by the bedroom?
I would like, honestly, I would turn to Shepard and say, Shepard, perhaps you may just quickly shoot off the locks of all of these footlockers, and I will quickly rummage through them, in case there are any clues as to the nature of this evil.
Professor?
Go on.
I'll try to make it faster and use
I will
my...
say roll with actually, you won't even need to roll. I say you take about 5 minutes, you shoot off all of the locks. You rummage through the footlockers, and in addition to what you already found, you find 3 moss agates, worth about 10 gold pieces each, in a folded piece of black cloth. You find a black leather eye patch with a carnelian, worth 50 gold pieces sewn into it. You find
are gems in D&D Beyond?
Yes, or they should be.
I don't think they are.
Maybe
actually.
I can give these to you after the session.
Yeah.
You also find an ivory hairbrush with silver bristles worth 25 gold pieces, and lastly a silvered short sword worth 110 gold pieces.
Damn!
Silver short
Among other worthless personal effects.
I'll just
from these
enter that
cultists.
one.
I'll give it to you afterwards.
Cool.
Kana, do you think a silvered short sword
Yes.
would serve you well?
I've used similar short swords, not quite of this making, but I am able to wield one.
Perhaps we could take this to a blacksmith and have your own weapon silvered.
That would be great.
Very well.
Anyone have any objection to me?
No, please say
No.
it.
Cool. Is it standard short sword, just silver? It doesn't require attunement. Okay.
Yep. So because it's silvered, it negates the effects of things that wouldn't be resistant to non-magical
Weapons.
because it's silvered.
Cool.
Well, let us continue downward into the darkness.
Down we go.
So we're
You
just gonna
exit the sleeping quarters of this strange cultist underground lair. And as you make your way, Sarnax in the lead, down this hallway, the ghostly chanting that has been reverberating through these walls since your descent into this strange dungeon gets discernibly louder as you head west along the tunnel.
There's evil here.
I need you to make a perception check, please.
All of us or just Sarnax?
Just Sarnax.
Okay.
Sorry.
16.
Okay. You look down a little too late as you see the absence of footsteps. You place your foot down on a place where you expected to find firm ground, but instead you're met with the rickety, rotted wood as a trap door beneath you crumbles and you fall down into a pit covered in sharpened wooden spikes.
Can I
I was
react?
gonna say, yeah. Is there a way I could try to grab him before he falls, or is it too
Not
fast?
in this case. That's
Okay.
what he had to roll for.
Got it.
I should have used advantage.
You are going to take.
Yeah, it's fine.
What? Is there something you can do?
Yeah, I mean, there is, but...
Which is?
I could cast Featherfall on him.
You wouldn't have enough reaction to do it. You are going to take 13 points of piercing damage from the spikes. The pit at your feet is a 5-foot long by 10-foot deep pit. Hiding beneath it is 13.
Oof.
Hiding beneath a false floor made of rotted wood and a thick layer of dust makes it incredibly hard to see. Now that you're aware of its existence, you can scan the rest of the hallway and are easily able to discern that this is the lone trap. The rest of you are able to help pull him out.
Thank
But
you.
he wasn't able to perceive it before making his way down. You feel wounded. It's not that long and you're able to quickly leap. The rest of you are able to leap over it, none of you taking additional damage.
Sarnax, you alright?
I'm fine. Kana, I would ask you to take the lead. I am wounded and low on resources. I will shine a light above you to light your way.
Certainly. And I'll stand in front of him and walk forward.
Thank you.
What do you see?
What do I see?
It's obvious to all of you as you stand at the top of this 20-foot long staircase that the ghostly chanting is originating from somewhere down below. It's dark stairs, twisted.
Should we try to steal our way down, or do you think they know we're here?
We don't have any choice.
I think we should approach this stealthily as we can while still being able to see.
Forward is the only way to go.
Well, let's just approach carefully. I think that's fair.
Do you guys want to stealth?
Yeah, sure, absolutely.
Would my things still be active after an hour?
It's been an hour.
It's
What
been
thing?
we've taken multiple long rests, I think.
Or short
Okay.
rest, yeah.
Short rest, sorry. My stealth is a 21.
11.
I have a 4. Should I
You do the thing.
do the thing?
I mean, it's up to you.
I
You think
mean,
it's worth
I-
it for stealth?
What did you get?
I got a 7.
I won't do it then.
I got an 11, yeah.
So you guys are stealthing and heading down the stairs?
Yeah. I'm in the front with a 4.
You slowly descend the stairs, trying to make as little noise as possible. You reach the landing below and you're overwhelmed by the volume. Actually, if you can move that and flip the map over, please.
Oh!
Damn!
This keeps going.
It's Death House, my friends.
Yeah, I
There's
am
a token, there's a token.
baffled.
There's a token. Is that all the tokens?
I believe so.
Oops. Okay.
Flip it.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, this is it. This is...
And it is the same cardinal directions: east towards me, west towards the television, north towards the ladies, and south
You
towards
guys
the
want
men.
to spread out some candles?
So I have them all stored.
You slowly descend the stairs, trying to make as little noise as possible. You reach the landing below, and you're overwhelmed by the volume of the ghostly chanting as it now fills this room. Listening to the sound, you're not able to make out actual voices, and you realize you are now able to make out the actual voices, and you realize you understand the language. You are able to discern about a dozen or so voices as they chant over and over these words. She is the ancient, she is the land, she is the ancient, she is the land. And it continues over and over and over. Looking around for the origination of the chanting, you're not able to find it, but you are able to see 13 alcoves along the walls of this room. In each one sits a relic of some sort. There seem to be 2 exits from this room, a hallway to the northwest, and along the southernmost wall a tunnel seems to slope downward at about a 20-degree angle, the stones and earth visibly thick with moisture, and as you peer down the slope you see that it descends into dark, murky water, the room ahead of it barred by a rusty portcullis.
I am going to, as we make our way down, nursing my spike wounds, I'm going to pop a potion. Maybe pass a potion.
Are they chanting in common?
Yes.
Oh, shit.
I got it.
Hell yeah! 7 plus 4?
Yeah.
Hey.
7 plus 4 is what? 11.
Like, wow, Mike, that's simple math.
Plus 2.
Oh, it's plus 2?
Yeah, 2d4 plus 2.
So that's
9 total.
9 total. That's almost max. Hell yeah.
Nice.
Okay, so...
Notice what you see in front of you.
So, can we see into the water?
It's murky and dark.
Can you move
You cannot see how deep the water is at the end of the tunnel.
Perhaps we shall go down this pathway that does not include murky water.
I agree completely.
I want to kneel down and just inspect the area in front of me to see if there's any other loose floors. Or
Roll a
traps.
perception check. I will say roll it at advantage because you now know what to look for.
21.
You quickly scan the room, looking for anything that looks similar to what Sarnax fell through, and you're quickly able to discern that none of those lie here.
I think the ground is safe for now.
Let us continue on our way.
Connor, do you want to do the honors?
Are we going through here, or are we
Yeah, we're going through there, yeah.
There's only one path, I think, because we don't want to stretch the water.
Yeah,
correct?
at least not yet. Right?
Okay.
Unless we have to.
You're not you saw everything that you needed to in the room?
Or I guess we
would like to investigate that room first.
Okay.
You know, it's a module. You do have to tell me when you want to do stuff.
Okay,
Yeah.
got it.
Okay, I'm sorry. I assumed Connor checking for traps was.
Who would like to investigate with me? Would anyone like to
I'll
help?
help.
Well, I'll help you out.
As I bless myself as well. Or give not bless, guidance. That's gonna
Did you
be
roll twice?
yeah.
Okay.
So it's a 26. 26.
Wow.
You scan the room, the chanting louder and louder as it echoes through the hallways here. You're drawn to the 13 alcoves that line the outside of this room. In each one, a single relic is placed.
Oh.
A small mummified yellow hand with sharp claws, looks to be a goblin hand, on a loop of rope, sits in the first. A knife carved from human bone, followed by a dagger with a rat's skull set into the pommel. An 8-inch diameter varnished orb made from a Nothic's eye. An aspergillum carved from bone, which is a brush or instrument used for sprinkling holy water. A folded cloak made from stitched ghoul's skin. A wand, a desiccated frog lashed to a stick. A bag full of bat guano. A severed hag's finger. A 6-inch tall wooden figure of a mummy, its arms crossed over its chest. An iron pendant adorned with a devil's face. The shrunken, shriveled head of a halfling. A small wooden coffer containing a direwolf's withered tongue. That's all you find.
Professor, I would ask you use your ritual.
I use my ritual to cast detect magic.
And
just
maybe
go
don't
through.
touch anything.
I'm not going to touch anything, but I'm going to go through each one and get a sense of, does anything jump out at me?
None of them seem to be magical.
Wow.
I believe this is what they call a red herring. Perhaps the red herring room, or the room of red herrings? Which do you prefer, Mr. Morgan?
Or maybe the room of we don't touch shit.
Well, I agree. Let's not walk in shitty, murky water.
Professor, I trust your assessment, but maybe we just be moving on.
I just had my shoe shine, so can I please continue?
So you're heading down, not the pathway that descends into the water.
Correct.
Yes.
Correct.
Okay, go ahead and remove the paper there. Alcoves line the length of this room. Chains and manacles are nailed into every recess. This appears to be a block of holding cells in which the prisoners of this cult were kept. Horrific scratch markings dot the walls of the alcoves where you imagine the horrified prisoners must have worn their fingers away in a vain attempt to escape this place. There are no signs of bodies that you can tell. All that remains are the rusty shackles hanging from the walls.
We'll do a quick look through and investigate.
Roll an investigation check.
As we're looking, I'll say to the group,
Garrick's lights guide your way.
I hate to say it, but it seems like we might have to take a little dip.
I am a very strong swimmer.
Sarnax, I believe it.
As much as I hate to.
Okay. You walk through these small alcoves, and it is as you make your way towards the back that you find, hanging on the back wall of one of the cells, is a human skeleton clad in tattered black robe. It appears to be a cult member, but it was tortured. Its eyes appear to have been removed. You search its body and you find a gold ring worth about 25 gold pieces on one of its bony fingers. Well, aside from that, there's nothing else here. You begin to make your way along the wall and you run your hand over it and you realize there's a small divot. And as you push forward, a door is hidden here in the wall. A small click pops it open, leading to the larger chamber.
Oh, shit. So is it from this point, or do you care where? Does it matter?
Yeah, just take the whole thing off.
Alright, I didn't know if maybe...
Professor, does the ring seem magical?
Oh my goodness gracious.
The ring doesn't seem magical, is that?
Nope.
Okay.
Just a gold ring, worth money.
Not quite.
Looks
like we're saving ourselves a swim.
You approach what appears to be some bizarre ritual chamber. The cold, damp stonework arching overhead as you peer into this 40-foot square room. The ever-present chanting continues to grow louder and louder as you approach, the smooth masonry walls providing excellent acoustics. As you firmly step inside this room, the chanting stops, and silence falls over you. Trudging through about 2 feet of repugnant, murky water, you begin to take in the room around you. Featureless pillars support the ceiling, rising about 16 feet high, and a breach in the west wall leads to a dark cave heaped with refuse. It seems that the murky water covers most of the floor. Stairs lead up to dry stone ledges that hug the walls. In the middle of the room, more stairs rise to form an octagonal dais that also raises above the water. Rusty manacled chains, about 8 feet in length, dangle from the ceiling directly above the stone altar mounted on the dais. A skeletal figure still hanging aloft above the altar. Though its flesh is long since rotted away, and slipping from the suspended corpse, you can see clearly the tear down the middle of the body where it looks as though this person had been nearly split in two. Hanging above the altar in this way would have bathed the entire thing in blood. Looking down at the altar itself, it appears to be carved with hideous depictions of grasping ghouls and, just as you suspected, the stains of massive amounts of dried blood. Prying your eyes from this horrific display, you notice, half embedded in the east wall, is a wooden wheel connected to chains in an obscure mechanism. Following the line of chains, it leads directly to the closed portcullis. As you begin to move toward the alcove along the west wall, it's easy to see that this is a naturally formed indentation between the stonework. A small placard on the wall reads, "Lorgoth the Decayer. May he sleep or may he feast."
Wait, sorry, what?
Lorgoth?
Lorgoth the Decayer?
As you begin to move towards the alcove along the west wall, it's easy to see that this is a naturally formed indentation between the stonework. A small placard on the wall reads, "Lorgoth the Decayer. May he sleep or may he feast."
Yikes.
Looking inside the alcove, all you can see is a pile of decaying earthen matter.
Shepherd,
Yes,
perhaps you attempt to look at the signs and track.
You read my mind, Sonax.
I'd be happy to, considering This appears to be the end, and we have not seen a sign of this beast yet.
And yet we have a placard that essentially references a horrific monster.
I'll use my survival skills to try to track.
Roll
anything.
at advantage.
Track well. Garrix is watching over us.
That'll be 17.
You begin to channel again, and you feel the monstrous energy radiating out from the room around you. Where it's coming from, it's hard to tell. It feels like it's coming from everywhere. But it is centered on this point, this room that you are in now.
Slowly reaching for judgment, I say, if I had to guess, we are in the heart of this thing's lair.
The belly of the beast.
It seems that way.
I can't tell exactly where it's coming from, but it seems to be all around us at once.
It might be in the waters. And
Perhaps they fed the victims on that dais there.
Does the water look like it's deeper than what is this, or is it just like a shallow thing?
It's a shallow 2 feet of
Oh.
inky, murky water. It smells horrific.
Like sewage?
Like sewage. It's horrible. As you trudge through it, it feels almost thick as you move your feet through it, and you can see the portcullis on the side, the wheel that opens that grate that is where the water is coming directly from here. And it looks to be about 2 feet deep there as well before it ascends up.
The grate isn't keeping the water at bay.
No.
The
water is just in the middle.
As was the case with the door we may have found earlier. Perhaps we, I start to roll up my sleeves, get that door open just in case we need to make some kind of hasty escape.
I completely agree. Before you get dirty, let's at least try this. And I'm gonna see if it's well oiled enough for a mage hand to be able to pull it open.
The portcullis?
Yeah.
It's like a grate that comes down from the ceiling.
The wooden wheel.
Oh, the wooden wheel. The mage hand is easily able to turn it with a grinding, clanking noise. I can't do it. It sounds like a myrtle or a murloc. You hear the clanking noise of the portcullis as it raises up out of the water and is now held aloft. The entranceway no longer barred.
I do not think this creature would be invisible, but just in case, I'm going to conify it and just 60 feet just cast the invisible seeking radius all across the room to see if the invisible creature is anywhere that I can't see.
You cast your lantern about looking for anything invisible and nothing comes to your attention.
Professor, that was good thinking.
Why is Kana's music playing?
I appreciate you.
Thank you very much for the
host,
Abby
Thank you for the host, Abby Marie.
Hey.
Thank you so much. We appreciate you.
That's not to say you won't have to get in the water, but...
That's fine. I'm just trying to avoid it at all costs.
You're currently standing in it.
I'm just trying not to get any deeper in this muck.
Wait, we're standing in water?
I thought we were on
Yes.
like a platform with like the
No,
stairs.
as
feet of water, right?
There are 2 feet of water around you.
Let us go to the altar and investigate.
You think it's wise to step foot up there, Sarnax?
We've no other choice, Shepard.
I think we should maybe investigate the pile of remains and see if anything's hidden in there.
Kana, if you want to take a look at the pile, I'll go with Sarnax on the dais.
I'll stand right here and keep an eye on both of you.
Alright, I'll go up to the pile
Roll an
and
investigation check.
use my glaive to pick it apart. I'm not trying to touch it. That's cocked. Almost an 18.
But it's
a 7.
Yeah.
You begin to use your glaive and you're moving through this disgusting fetid mass, and bits of roots and dead rats are falling off of it into the water with a loud splash, but it just seems to be a gigantic pile of decay and rot.
Can I look up the shaft and see, or is it just
It's
like
just
a
a ceiling. There's
Okay.
no shaft.
So nothing was like dropped down
No.
into it as like a sacrificial thing. Okay.
And then the 2 of you are walking up to the dais. What are you doing?
No,
Standing
she's
back with
pointing
Clayton?
to Kelsey.
Kelsey?
So we're both standing back there.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm
Get
just...
closer, pretend like you like each other. Jeez.
Ew, yeah.
We've been traveling this long.
We
I'm
came
just
all this
looking
way.
around, and it smells foul.
Oh,
Thank you for the raid. Thank you, Cranio Dad. We appreciate you.
Everybody watching, go follow Cranio Dad. He's awesome.
Seriously.
He's awesome games.
Yeah.
For the love.
Thank you so much.
Cranio Dad's the bomb.
It's great to have you back.
Wiley,
Hey, gang!
Hey.
We're in the depths of the death house. Looking for a monster.
My hat's off to all of you.
We're at allegedly the climax.
Well,
Miss Misery,
Miss Misery, thank you so much.
Just finished session 1 for Ghost
Thank
of
you,
Salt
thank
Marsh.
you.
Oh, I hope it was awesome. Goes to
awesome.
Saltmarsh.
We hear great
What did they do?
things.
Oh, session.
Let us know what
So-
you think of it, but no spoilers.
Welcome to Barovia.
Yeah, this is our first time streaming a module ever, so
Ever.
it's
And we are
new
deep
to all
in
of us.
Death House. We
Yes.
are deep.
We're in the bottom, allegedly.
All right.
We're in the
Sarnax
bottom.
and Clayton, you make your way to the dais.
You mean,
Sarnax and
my
Shepard.
good man here.
You make your way to the dais, and you step your feet out of the murky water and ascend the couple of stairs that lead you to the top. As you make your way to the middle, you begin to hear the chanting rise once more as 13 dark apparitions on the ledges overlooking the room, each one resembling a black-robed figure holding a torch, but the torch's fire looks like it's made of pure darkness and seems to draw light into it instead of to shed light. Where you expect to see faces are nothing but shapeless voids. One must die, one must die, one must die. They begin to chant in unison over and over again, louder and louder and louder, as you're both standing aloft on this dais, and you all roll an intelligence check.
Oh, goodness
Yes.
gracious.
Just a check.
Yep.
Natural 20.
Hell yeah!
Wow.
24.
8.
Woo, 19, baby.
8.
Hey, what's up?
Great minds.
We're wiser beyond our years.
Victoria, you flail around, unsure of what to do. Sarnax, Clayton, and Shepard, you look around and you listen, and you look at this dais, and your attention is drawn to the blood, to the person hanging above it, and you think to yourself, if I sacrifice someone on this altar, that is what they're asking of me. As the realization overcomes you, you feel a pit of horror in your stomach as you look around for anything, anyone. What are you gonna do?
We have to make a sacrifice. Are they getting closer?
The chanting is getting louder and louder. You feel the pressure of them bearing down on you from these small insets in the ceiling, where they shouldn't be able to be held aloft, but their incorporeal forms are able to hold themselves up at this height as they stare down around you.
No, we're not gonna play into their plan at this point.
I
There's
agree.
no reason for anybody to turn on anybody here. We don't need to sacrifice nothing.
I agree, Mr. Shepard.
Why don't we take care of them like we did all of their friends?
Absolutely.
I want to shoot a firebolt at one of them and see what happens.
Roll an attack.
Are these going to be creatures?
We don't know.
I will use inspiration.
We're about to find out.
That's probably going to hit. 25.
You outstretch your hand and you cast your firebolt, and you see as the fire zooms through the incorporeal form, bursting on the wall behind. The chanting does not stop. One must die. One must die. Louder and louder in your ears. It seems to have no effect on this creature.
So you said there was a person hanging above. You just mean the
No,
13?
there are 13 cultists.
But nothing else hanging from
But
the
there's the skeleton hanging from the chains, where it looks like it was split open in its actual
Okay.
human life, and it had been bled out on the dais.
But not
Which that
like
in
a
itself,
fresh
with the
corpse.
intelligence check, was what led you to believe that this is where they sacrificed
Wait.
things to this Lorgoth.
Wait. The cultist that I found, was he a skeleton?
He was.
Okay, so it's basically all skeletons all the way through. I'm still gonna go grab the cultist, and I'm gonna try to throw him on the dais.
You quickly run, panicking. You grab the skeleton of this cultist and you throw it on the dais. For a second, you hear silence. And then the chanting begins again, louder and louder. One must die. One must die.
There's no way. There's no way we are doing anything that has anything to do with sacrifice. If those bastards want to come out here and fight us, let it be. But we're not sacrificing anybody to anything.
Is there a rat in the room?
Roll a perception
Anything
check.
living?
Can I help him because I'm by the human remains?
Roll an investigate or roll at advantage.
Is it perception or investigation? Either?
Either.
25.
You quickly scan the room, and you do see that in a small alcove to the side, chittering away, you see a quite large sewer rat.
And I'm going to try to grab it with Mage Hand.
Okay. Roll an animal handling check.
Yeah!
Ighandus.
Twist of fate. Catch the rat. Catch the rat. Catch the
I
rat.
rolled 17.
You made it seem like it was shit.
Yeah.
It was 17?
Oh.
17.
Yeah.
You, Mage Hand quickly zooms over the rat, not expecting this strange incorporeal hand to appear out of nothingness as it grabs it around the throat and begins holding it aloft towards
To
the
me,
altar.
Professor, I have done this many times before.
Don't burn it. Don't burn it. It's
No.
sacrifice.
I am going to float it over to Sarnax, trying to keep my hold on it.
As the mage hand lifts the rat to me, I'm going to reach into my cloak, and this is probably the first time any of you have seen this.
Yep.
I'm going to pull out this horrific black dagger.
Oh shit!
And I'm going to just stab the rat and disembowel it.
Over the dais.
Over the dais, over where it is, and try to split it down the middle in the same fashion.
You take this dagger and you split it down the middle. The blood of this rat, a squeak resonates from its form just as the dagger hits its flesh, but is quickly extinguished, drowned out by the sound of the chanting, "One must die." As you rip into its flesh, it begins to bleed over the altar. The chanting stops. They all point at you, Sarnax. They bow before you. They turn their attention now to Shepard, still standing aloft on the dais. One must die. But you, Sarnax, feel that your sacrifice has been registered with the cultists.
Can we find another? I'm gonna start immediately looking for another rat.
You look around the room. Roll a perception or an investigation check at advantage. I'm assuming Clayton's helping you.
Yeah,
DM
I'll
assumption.
start looking for as many
Yeah, I
rats as I can find.
14.
This is hungry hippo for
You
rats.
look around and
I'll be assisting with my lantern.
Kana sees it first as she directs your attention over. A rat is skittering out from under the fetid mass in the corner. Roll an animal handling check to see if you can catch it.
God.
17.
You quickly reach down, and with the dexterity that you have, the practice of molding your mind and your body together over the course of your life, you're able to quickly grab it and you throw it across the room, its little arms flailing as Shepard catches it in his hand.
I'm gonna immediately put it under my boot and hold it, and then I'm gonna pull judgment, and I'm gonna just shoot it right in the face on the dice.
You place and hold the rat beneath your boot. As it squirms, you push down on the heel. You can hear and feel a couple of the small bones crack in its body before you extinguish the life from it as the bolt of energy from judgment spills its blood on this altar. The sound, the chanting stops. All of the apparitions turn towards you on the dais, the only two standing there. Lorgoth has been appeased. And as they say this, you see as the apparitions begin to shimmer and pulse and fade and disappear. The room around you, an unnatural calm. A sacrifice made to the decayer. The house feels a little lighter, a little less heavy around you.
Well, can you understand us?
Yeah,
Their voice echoes throughout the room. The apparition is no longer apparent.
Sarnax, I can't help but think that we might have fucked up.
That's exactly what I'm thinking, my good man.
Professor, I'm sorry,
The rest of you get up here now.
I'll go up to the dais.
Of course.
We will welcome this beast.
Agreed, Sarnax. I'm ready. I've been ready since we stepped foot in this godforsaken house.
I think if we can anger it, desecrating this altar, this dais may summon it.
Thank you for the follow, DS Peanut Butter.
Oh.
DSS Peanut Butter.
Thank you, Peanut Butter.
Thank you for the follow. Thank you.
I love it.
What are you doing?
How do you suggest we desecrate something like this?
Well, I can probably answer that question for you on behalf of Sarnax as we burn it.
It's made of stone. How do we burn it?
Burn this.
I can certainly try. I'm just going to cast Sacred Flame on the altar and...
With us on
We're all on it.
No, just on this altar.
Oh, I'm
It's a
sorry.
5 foot.
Okay, all right, not the whole day.
And just try to bring the dragon fire.
Is there anything on the altar that you guys have seen so
I
far?
don't know. I don't think so. Was there anything on the altar?
Just signs of blood.
And there was a plaque, right? Or was that not on the altar itself?
That was against the wall
Okay.
near the alcove that
Got it.
was inspected.
So did we just appease something? Did we make it stronger?
How are you to know, Professor?
Have you heard of the name Lorgath in any of your studies
Let me
before?
consult my memory. I'll actually, Curio, in my case, will open up and I'm going to look through and pull out some notes and see if I've read anything about Lorgoth.
You look through your notes and you don't see a single mention of Lorgoth.
Doesn't ring a bell at all. Curious.
I would like for you all to roll an investigation check for me, please.
12.
17.
15.
You
17. 13.
look around this room and you realize, though you're aching and tired, that there is a lightness to the air. The stench of death seems to be dissipating. And you feel as if the unholy presence that's lingered here slowly faded.
Did we perhaps free this place?
With a couple of rats? Is that it? How?
Maybe we reverse the process, but not providing a human sacrifice.
Nothing here seems to be adding up. Kana, I would love for that to be the case. I just don't know if I believe it.
Maybe if we make our way back topside, things may have changed.
I would love for that to be true.
I suppose we could. There's definitely a lightness in the air.
Does the pile, from where I'm standing, does the pile of remains look any different? Or just other than the feeling of lightness, does the area look different?
It looks the same. It smells just as horrific.
I'm gonna just pray and cast the light to seek for secrets within 30 feet.
Okay. You cast the light around you, and you get nothing until you move towards the strange alcove with the fetid mass. And you realize that though it looks to be decaying plant matter, it's breathing and it's sleeping.
That's here?
With the thing that I nudged with with my fucking glaive was alive.
Yeah.
Sorry. I'm
Good
just
job.
like actually fucking imagining it right now.
Love it.
So, you've noticed this. None of us have.
So I've noticed that it's alive.
You've noticed that it's alive. It's breathing. It seems to be in a deep sleep.
Let's not do anything rash.
Wait, what? I want to take a closer look now that she's pointed it out. Just like actually trying to look at it.
Roll an investigation.
And I'm going to cast my lantern on it to assist.
Keep your light
22.
low, it is alive.
Looking at it, it's hard to see any shapes or forms. It looks to be plant matter twisted and knotted together. Bits of rotting rat carcasses and other things wedged in different places around it. A few places where bones seem to be sticking out. Though Victoria tells you it's alive and you can faintly see the rise and fall of the breath that it takes, you can find no head, you can find no limbs or no form to this. Though you know that to be true based on what she says, there is no reason for you to think that this could possibly be a creature. But your attunement to monstrosities senses it, and it smells it. And you are drawn closer, and you know that this is not natural.
Miss Isis, I'm embarrassed to admit now, twice in one day, you seem to spot something that I've been training my whole life to look for, and I'm sorry I missed it. I owe everyone here an apology.
Mr. Shepherd, you owe none of us an apology.
That's right.
This is unnatural. And it sits before us, breathing, undulating before our very eyes.
I mean, this is our chance.
We should destroy this thing now, all together at once.
Exactly. This is our chance to strike while it doesn't know that we're here. I don't know what lies beneath that, and I quite frankly, I'm not sure I want to know, but we came here to kill it. And here we are.
May we strike on something that we don't know its very nature?
Exactly right. We were lured in and told by something that was tricking us to kill the monster. What if they want us to kill it?
I think very much they asked us to kill it.
I don't want to play into anybody's hands here, but I swore that I'd kill whatever evil we came across. I'm not just going to walk away from this.
Do we know if it's evil?
The cultists.
Can anyone sense that?
You mean you don't mean you can't feel that?
Don't you have a scroll that can sense it?
I feel it, but I certainly don't want to use it.
Feel it in the air, Professor. I mean, think about everything that we've walked through all night long.
We must be sure.
No, I don't.
All I can tell you is that it's very clearly some sort of monstrous thing.
How about this? Look, I say that the air feels different. I say we go back. Maybe some of us. And we just see if anything's changed. I mean, it seems to not mean us any harm. Do we get any sense? Do we feel like it's evil?
It would be hard to tell. It's sleeping. It hasn't done anything to you. It just looks like a disgusting mass of rotting plant matter and bits of decay.
And it didn't do anything when I was poking it?
It seemed to sleep through it.
Huh. Is there anything about your ability, Shepherd, where you're able to discern what kind of monstrosity it is? Just that you can hunt them?
No, ma'am. The latter, very much so. Specialize in tracking, finding, mostly killing.
Thank you, Cosmic Angel. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Welcome to our family.
Well, the cultists were chanting in common. Any chance this monstrosity would understand us if we spoke to it?
From what I understand,
It's not a bad thought.
I mean, there's always a chance.
Maybe we can compromise with it somehow, or it can, if it is responsible for holding this house under its rule, or maybe it knows more than we really have understood up until this point.
My only advice would be if we wake that thing to try to talk to it, there's a very good chance that it will just attack us.
And I got nothing from the glow, right?
Just you discovered that the mound was alive and not.
That's it.
Hmm?
Maybe if we had another couple of rats to offer to it, it may not do us immediate harm, but that's hard to say.
I say we need to figure out why the air feels lighter before we do anything else.
I agree, there is no rush.
It would be unwise for us to just attack this thing when we've seemingly done something.
I think it's best we maybe all head upstairs together.
Yes, let us do that.
Instead of splitting us up.
Agreed.
In case we are trapped
And we
down
can
here.
come right back and destroy it, alright?
Do we know that it will stay here?
No, we don't.
But we have... Where else will it... There's seemingly no exit. Where can it go?
Well, maybe that's what the portcullis is for. To keep it down here.
We think of this thing in terms of human, in terms of humanoid. She can walk about our plane, but we don't know what this is. It could move in any manner of ways.
Why would they lure us in here? Perhaps they led us in here to make those sacrifices.
Maybe they thought there was evil in our hearts and that we would sacrifice one of our own.
That's what I was thinking, Connor.
Could be a test.
Agreed.
Is there evil in your heart, Connor?
My people think there is, but I don't think so.
Mr. Shepherd?
I've been accused once or twice, but I like to think that I keep to the right path.
Perhaps this is an evil that we cannot deal with. There's an evil that permeates this entire land. Perhaps it is the manifestation of this evil world itself. Maybe even with the gods on our side, we cannot cleanse. Maybe we did do the cleansing by killing 2 rats.
So after all that, you think we should just walk away?
I believe we should...
How about this? I will set an alarm.
Thank you,
And
Mana
for the
Pop
raid.
Studios. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
So much for the raid.
Welcome to our family. Thank you for hanging out with
Welcome
us.
all raiders. Allow me to cast an alarm in front of the alcove where it sleeps. As long as I'm within a mile, I'll be able to sense if it's left.
Great idea.
It's your expedition, Professor.
All right, and I'll take in my case, I'll take the silver wire and the bell, and I'll lay it across this entryway very quietly.
You do that.
And now let's just quickly go through the house and see what's changed. Perhaps we can stop by the tombs of the 2 small children and maybe they'll communicate with us in some way.
Before we leave this chamber, I want to all be on the same page. What happens if we hear this alarm go off?
Then
We rush down and kill whatever sets it off.
I'm glad you said it, Sarnax.
All right, that is amenable.
What do you think the purpose of the portcullis is for? The
To
fact that it remained closed when we were here.
perhaps let water in. We don't know the source of this water.
I'd like to investigate. I'll say, I will hold my lantern. Mr. Shepherd, please hold my lantern very briefly.
Sure, Sarnax, of course.
And I'm going to go full lizard folk and just dive beneath the water. It's only 2 feet, but I want to look through and fucking an alligator my way through the entire fucking thing.
You do that, and it is
I actually hold the lantern.
awful. It is thick and it is murky, and it doesn't feel like water. There's a viscousness to it that water shouldn't have. It's almost like you're swimming through a very liquid
salad.
pudding, and you make your way through it, and you find that it's just standing water. It was maybe moved in here on purpose, something to do with the ritual, or maybe it's water that seeped in over years and years, filling up this place. Maybe there's liquid beneath the earthen floor, and it is horrible, but there isn't anything inside of it that draws your attention.
I'll get back up, completely disgusted.
Sarnax, what have you found?
Nothing.
Should we close the portcullis on the way out, or do you think it's best we keep it open?
Let's keep it open.
Let us keep it.
We will know if the creature leaves either way.
I agree.
All right.
Let us make haste.
Let us get off the dais one at a time, and I will be the last to leave. I'll keep an eye on the monstrosity as people are making their way out.
You make your way, and you are closing the portcullis?
We are not.
You're not closing the portcullis. You begin to make your way beneath the portcullis and out up the ramp that leads towards the exit of this area. As all of you find yourselves leaving the area, you begin to hear the chant again. She is the ancient, she is the land. As it begins to chant and pulse from the room.
Have we just left?
We are not finished. Let us go back.
Why does it feel? Why can you describe how the air feels lighter? Just is that the pressure wasn't on us anymore, or did something change even before we sensed all of those like specters in the room?
The air was thick and filled with moisture. There was a sense of gloom and shadow and darkness to this place. And it was, as you completed the killing ritual upon the dais. It was almost like that pressure left as the apparitions faded into nothing. But as you leave the room, you feel that same pressure begin to bear down on you again.
Let us turn around. I am tired of being played for fools.
Something calls to us.
We'll turn. I will guide the party back to where we went with my lantern guiding the way.
Sarnax, I'm not letting you go in there alone.
Let us all go together.
If we mean to vanquish this thing, I'm right behind
We
you.
have no other
stand
choice.
together.
Let's do this.
And we step towards the thing and see what we see.
Where are you stepping towards?
I think
You're
I think
heading
this
towards
time
the dais again?
I would walk around the dais
Okay.
and keep my eyes on the semi-breathing mass.
The chanting reverberates around you. The breathing mass does not seem to stir.
None of the specters come out of the walls again to scream at us.
It seemed that when you stepped upon the dais is what triggered that.
Yeah, I'll be like in the back somewhere.
I suggest we kill whatever is sleeping here. This is the beast. This is the reason why all of these innocents died. I am ashamed to have even suggested that we leave this creature alone.
I'm glad you came around, Sarnax, and I unsheathed both my weapons.
I just feel I have so many questions still. Not to say that this is an innocent creature, but we know nothing of it.
We know that they were sacrificing, and I'll point to the thing. This was an innocent that got gutted for this creature, so it may sleep or it may feast. Well, I will offer a third alternative. It will die.
And I can tell you that this is the most monstrous in the most strict sense of the term. This is not natural, and it does not deserve to remain on this plane.
Perhaps, but both of you have been wrong before, specifically the children.
Say the word, Mr. Morgan.
Can I take one last look up at the ceiling just to see if anything is...
It's just the dangling chains
Just the
and the
dangling
one
chains.
lone body split in two.
I look at the professor and I say, let's fire. And we unload.
Yep.
Unload.
I want you all to roll for initiative.
Fuck!
So we get a surprise?
You will, but
Shit. Fuck.
as you turn and you begin to engage with this thing, you hear the sound of these creatures, or these the chanting once again reverberate. Logath the decayer, we awaken thee. And as the sound fades, they chant this over and over. You begin to see the mound move and undulate as it begins to climb its way up. A shambling mound appears in front of you. This gigantic.
Should have brought my ninny.
I know. I thought about asking, but I was like,
you would have to ask Andrew, and he would have had to sneak it in my bag.
Yeah. And you see as bits of bone, human flesh, rotting animal corpses sticking out of different areas of this rotting tree plant monstrosity. You all get a surprise round as you had fired in on it as they called this out. 20 to 25.
22.
Oh,
I got
here
you.
we go.
You grab that for me.
And rate classes and races. So the classes are on the screen
Thanks,
now.
ma'am.
But Kana and I are humans. A half elf is Miss Victoria Isaacs. We have a lizard folk here, and we have a tiefling.
And Samurai's a fighter. Monster Slayer's a ranger.
15 to 20.
15 to 20.
10 to 15.
I got a 7.
Hey, I'm way higher than I was before.
What'd you get?
At 12.
Well, she said 10 to 15.
Oh, I thought
so
she said
you're
15 to
12?
20.
No, she just said, well...
I said 15 to 20, and then I said 10 to 15.
I got
She's 12.
I got a 12.
I'm a 4.
Is 12.
My beat. My beat.
Morgoth the Destroyer,
Oh, that's his name.
or the Decayer,
Okay.
is right there.
Okay.
5 to 10.
I'm 4.
8.
Sarnax?
4.
Which one of you wants to go first?
You are so hell-bent on destroying this
I
thing,
am.
so why don't you?
I will purge this creature.
You are able to get a round of combat in first. Go ahead, Shepard.
I'm going to use my bonus action to cast Hunter's Mark as I raise Judgment and point at it and say, Judgment has arrived, and take a shot.
You do that.
Gonna take a shot.
17 plus 9 is 26.
To hit?
So I'll get an extra d6. So that will be 15 points of damage. And I'm gonna immediately start like backing up to try to get towards the professor.
As it begins to undulate and move towards you, the vines twisting and writhing around it, you let loose 2 of your shots, and they pierce the foliage that is growing from this shambling mound, and it seems to do a little bit of damage.
That's it. That's all I got.
Okay.
That's also my last spell.
Victoria.
Alright, I'm going to just Chaos Bolt.
Okay.
Ooh.
So 20 to hit.
That hits.
So it's a 1d8 to decide whatever it is.
Yeah.
You get to roll 2d8,
No,
right?
2d8.
You get to decide what
You do
type it is.
2d8, you decide which one of those you're taking. If they're the same thing, you get to... It would jump to another target, but there isn't another.
Oh, that's pretty rad.
I'm feeling chaotic. I don't know what's happening. I got a 1 and an 8.
So you choose which damage type?
Yeah, it should tell you in D&D Beyond. If you click on the spell, it'll tell you what each 1 and 3.
It'll be a
means.
table.
I'm gonna need someone else.
So you click on the
Just click
spell.
on the spell, yeah, it'll tell you.
There's a
1
table.
is acid, 8 is thunder.
So you choose one of those 2 to be the lightning of your chaos, or to choose the element
The
of your...
damage type.
Yeah, the damage type of your lightning bolt, of your cast bolt.
Does it matter? Thunder?
It might matter, but whatever you want.
What thunder?
Let's do thunder.
You channel the innate magic within you. You outstretch your hand, and a chaotic bolt of energy spills forth from you, swirling bits of elemental arcane powers vibrate and twist through the air as it slams into this creature. A loud crack spills the air, wrecks the air as you hit it with a thunder attack, doing how much damage?
So it says 2d8 plus 6. So is that my 2d8?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
No, plus 6. You just add the 6 onto it.
Oh.
Yeah.
So you got 9 plus
So
6,
you don't need to
15
roll
points.
it.
Or does it say plus a
No, it says
d6?
plus 1d6.
Oh, sorry, I think you said plus 6.
So that's 9 plus
11 damage.
11. So 11.
11 thunder
Points of
damage.
thunder damage, yeah.
It slams into the form of this creature, and it seems to take the full amount of damage.
Clayton.
Clayton.
21 to hit.
That hits.
Even more than that. 3 fire damage.
You hurl your mote of fire at it, and it singes part of it, but this creature seems to be filled, almost bursting with dark, murky liquid, and the fire doesn't seem to do as much as you had
Oh
expected.
shit.
You said it was 3? So it'd take 1.
6 1
Oh,
1 damage. Oh.
What was the attack
Whoa.
type?
Firebolt.
Firebolt.
Sarnax.
Interesting. I would have thought.
I'll raise my lantern up. It's like, you creature are responsible for all of the death and evil and destruction in this house. And by Garrett, you shall be purged in dragon fire. And needs to make a constitution saving throw as I use Radiance of the Dawn.
Ooh.
DC 14.
What, you said Constitution?
Yep.
It got an 8.
An 8, so it fails. So it is going to take 18 points of radiant damage.
You said radiant damage?
Radiant.
Okay. You channel the power of Garrix the Fire Lord, and you let forth this burst of radiant damage. You see bits of vines and bones clatter into, or splash into the murky water around it, taking a significant amount of damage.
Okay, that's my channel. Oh, and then for my bonus action, I'm so angry, I'll say, for good measure.
Okay, you right into it.
For good measure.
I'm gonna use my advantage. I really want to bite this.
Inspiration?
My inspiration. Fuck. I do not hit.
Twist of fate.
Twist of fate. Let's do twist of fate.
Yay!
Twist of fate.
Yes.
Take one out.
Take one out.
Yes!
We've got a lot.
Shit. 15?
15 hits.
I'm gonna chomp into it. Chomp, chomp, chomp. Come on. Yes,
Come on.
3 points of piercing damage.
Is that worth it, really?
Yes.
You get the 10 HP.
And I get 10 HP!
I love that you Nunu eat the minion and
You bite into the plant body of this, and you expect to get a thick, fibrous piece of twisting vine, but you actually find your teeth sink into the remaining remnants of human flesh from a femur that sticks out of part of the back. It
no thanks.
tastes horrid as you swallow.
Yeah.
I have had worse.
Okay.
Fair. Kana.
I'm going to move up to it and smack it with my Naginata. Is my strength stuff still being affected? Negative 1
yes.
strength?
Yes.
14.
14 misses.
Twist of fate.
Yeah.
Twist of fate.
Do the thing.
Do the thing.
What a twist!
What a twist!
Natural 20, I feel it.
Natural 1.
Do it again. Do it
We got
again.
like 14 of them.
We got
I guess we're
14.
down to 11
use
now.
it.
11 now.
You get 1 attack. Let's make it count.
Alright, let's see. 16?
Seriously.
That hits.
Alright,
It's AC
thank you
15.
guys.
Thank
AC
you.
15. Okay. It's like right on the edge. So this will be 8 points of non-magical slashing.
Yeah.
Okay. You slash into this creature. Rushing forward, you are able to target your blow in a way that it doesn't affect Sarnax as you slice into the plant matter, severing vine and flesh as you do 8 points of damage, and it seems to take the full amount of it.
Cool, that's good. I don't need to be right up to it. I forgot I had reach.
Yeah, we'll move you back 5 feet.
So just move me back
I got you,
like
fam.
5 feet.
I got you.
And that'll be my turn.
Top of the round, Shepard.
Alright, I'm gonna roll double 20s right here.
Do you want to use
I
Hunter's
feel it.
Mark first?
I did. I used it on my first. I only
Yes.
took 1 attack on my
Oh,
first
oh,
round when I cast
excellent.
Hunter's Mark. Remember? Because I said,
Oh, that's
your
right.
judgment is arrived.
Oh, that's right.
That was good. That was cool.
Very cool. Mr. Morgan.
That was
cool. Mr. Morgan, indeed.
I rolled double 4s instead of
Twist
double.
of
I'm gonna use the
fate.
Twist of Fate. At
Is
least
it
for
plus
one of my
9?
attacks. It is, but I'm still gonna use the Twist of Fate.
Oh yeah, that misses, yeah.
Yeah.
Use 2 of them. Use 2 of them.
Alright, I'll use 2.
2? Wait,
Yeah.
what?
I get 2 attacks.
This is the final
Oh.
boss!
And I just rolled double 4s, but I meant to roll double 20s.
I forgot.
Well, I got an 18 plus 7, or plus 9, which is 27, and I got a 5 plus 9, which is 14. So 14 and
14 misses, but
Damn
the
it.
other one hits.
Alright. It still end up gonna be 13 points of damage.
Whew.
Redemption doesn't seem to be able to find its mark, but that doesn't stop you from pointing judgment and blasting into this thing. What?
Was that 14?
Yes, it is.
Yes.
Sorry, I
and
miscounted.
it's armor class is 15. So
No, 14
no,
damage,
sorry,
not
everyone-
14 damage. Gotcha. Judgment is able to find purchase as yet again you see further bits of foliage and other refuse spewing off of this thing as you are throwing all that you have at this creature as it shambles towards you. Victoria.
I'm gonna reach out for chill touch. 13.
That misses.
Twist.
Yeah.
Do it.
Let him rip.
Do the thing.
Do the thing.
Do the thing.
Do the thing.
There's 6,000 of them.
Do the thing.
The night is young.
And you all
The night is dark and full of
Give it a good.
terrors.
Come away.
Don't do it under the
maybe
table like
light
that.
my fire.
That's
Murder like
terrible.
a...
Okay.
What the
well,
fuck,
we
man?
tried.
No.
Is it
It's a 7 plus.
It's a
7 plus what?
A 7 plus
5?
It says it's 12.
Oh, yeah, no, that misses. I'm sorry, my darling.
Lamb.
This shambling creature stumbles towards you. The shambling creature stumbles towards you. Sarnax in front. It is going to make 2 slam attacks down against
Points
you.
though, man. Fuck.
18.
I don't think it was 70. Is it like a whole tiny tavern? Is it a
21.
Yeah, that is good.
21 hit down. Yeah, 21 hits. Seven points of damage for the first... 11 points of damage for the first slam against you. 7 points of damage for the second. It hit with both. It is then going to try to engulf you in its form. I need you to make a Constitution saving throw, please.
Oh, 22. 22.
You are able to withstand it as it slams down against you. It begins to move towards you, the vines wrapping and swirling around you as it attempts to pull you into its fetid form. But you are able to shrug it off. You use your teeth to rip at some of the vines, and you're able to withstand its grapple. And that is its turn.
Garrett, the Fire Lord, protects me from evil such as you.
Connor's turn.
Clayton.
Oh, that's sorry. Oh, my fault. That was the beast's turn. My fault.
The beast is upon me.
The beast is upon you.
I don't
Must zerg this quickly.
have anything I could really do.
Do you not have any spell slots left?
I have one spell slot, but
Do you not have any like big, giga huge damage?
no.
Oh.
He's to level 2.
No, that's fair.
Bit in his shoes.
He's a wizard at level 2.
That's what I was telling Kelsey. It gets easier to be a spellcaster as you get older. Level 1 it sucks.
Good night, Lola Wishes. Thanks for hanging out. I love your name.
Thank you for coming.
I'm not sure what more I can do, but I will cast.
I'm glad you can make it Renvarin.
I'm going to go up. Is this difficult terrain?
Cast haste. No, it's not.
Man, it's fucking cold.
No, it is not difficult terrain.
He's still level 7.
Now I'm just going to stand back here,
6 or 7.
and I'm going to just cast Firebolt at it. Yes.
Would I get thrown out of places if I tried to play with them?
Yeah.
You think?
Yes, it's illegal.
Oh man.
They feel good though.
Okay.
You feel yourself overcome with horror at this creature, and you splash through the murky water, run to the side, and attempt to cast your firebolt at it, but it is smacked out of the way by one of the vines, and you do not hit with that. Good night, Wiley. Thanks for hanging out.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And real quick, Kane LV, we do plan to continue. We're starting the campaign in full in August, and it'll be a
After the
weekly
summer.
weekend campaign up until Halloween.
This is our pilot episode.
Yeah. So this is just a
But next weekend we do have a different campaign that we run where we're all at the table, and that'll be next Saturday. So.
Thanks for the follow, Kane.
Thank you, Kane LB. Thank you so much. We're glad that you're joining us on our adventures.
Thank you.
So you miss. It is Sarnax's turn.
Fuck. I am going to disengage, and I'm going to say, Kana, I'll let you take this for now. And I'm going to back up 30 feet. Yeah, that's my turn.
You were within range of it, right?
You
disengaged. Gotcha. Kana.
Do I get this with its size and whatnot? Do I get the sense that it can't be like knocked over or prone in its current mush state?
I would say you imagine it would probably be pretty difficult to knock something like this prone. You don't know if it's impossible, but you know it'd be hard.
Okay. I will just whack it with my Naginata. Oof, that's a 2.
A 2?
Plus 4 is 6.
That misses.
I will withhold because I used a whole bunch last time.
You attempt to slide in, but the vines undulating and swaying make it so difficult for you to find a place where you can wedge in your glaive. It is now Shepard's.
Alright, double 20's coming at you. I'm just gonna unload and fire
This thing
2
apart,
shots.
Shepard.
2 shots in the monster's face here. 16 and 15 plus 9 for each is gonna be 25 and
Both of those
24.
hit. Barely.
That'll do.
Damn.
I feel like I'm playing dangerous.
Hey, barely.
It's gonna be 11.
Fuck you.
Plus 5 is 16. Plus 10 is 26 points of damage.
Oh, fuck.
Thank you, Hunter's Mark.
You quickly move in with Redemption, and you fire. Judgment behind your back, you let a shot out. They both hit at the same time, doing a significant amount of damage.
Oh, shit.
Then I'm just gonna back up another 10 feet.
Do you do standard draw or reverse draw?
Standard.
Standard.
I'm no Wild Bill.
No.
I only in my dreams am I Wild Bill.
Victoria.
Okay.
You should have a spell slot and sorcery points.
Huh?
Do you have sorcery points?
Yeah, I do. Well, I have spell slots in
And sorcery points.
You should have both.
Let her do what she wants to do.
Yeah, we're not trying to confuse her.
Yeah,
We're not trying to
it's-
confuse her.
You are
You do what you want, Cal.
saying nonsense.
Just stash your spells.
I'm gonna chaos bolt.
Do it.
Twist.
15.
Just a face.
Twist it, because it's
Twist it.
chaos.
Twist it. Do the
twist,
thing.
chaos bolt.
Do the thing.
Do the thing. Do the thing.
There's so many coins.
Do it again. One more.
You're having a
It's
rough
a
night.
nat one.
Take it
Yeah,
on.
I would say do another
One
one.
more.
You've had a really hard
It's
time.
chaos
We
bolt.
gotta use them, right?
Yeah, we gotta
we
use
literally
them.
have
It's a
15 of
wasted
them.
chaos bolt if it
They
doesn't
will
hit.
roll over until next time we play this, but and then it'll be for a while.
Which of these you want to use?
Come on, guys, do it.
Nice.
16?
Yeah.
That is.
2d8.
The swirling energy once again flies from
fuck,
Victoria's
man?
And
hands.
1d6.
Yeah.
Just roll it all now.
Yeah, roll it all.
Fire, frost, lightning, thunder as it reverberates and spins and swirls. It slams into the creature.
I really need to just stop.
What is it?
Jesus Christ, 4 points of damage.
But
But
what are,
hold on, you got a double ones.
It just jumps to
Yeah,
the target.
double
which is-
So it's just that.
I will allow it to jump back to it.
Ooh.
What does that mean?
You do it again.
So it hits and then it splits and it's gonna hit it again. So you get
So-
to roll
Okay,
the damage
cool.
again.
So 2d8s or 1d8?
You roll at least
Whatever it would do if it were hitting another target. So you need to read
2d8.
the other
So it's 4
target.
points of acid
I believe
damage.
it's 2d8.
Yes.
Not without the d6, but double check.
So it does 4
This is
points of
4
acid
points of
damage.
acid.
2d8.
2 and a 7.
So check what those are.
So 9 points of something.
It's at the bottom. There you go.
So the first was acid.
Cold or psychic?
Yes.
Psychic's gonna
Probably
have to-
psychic, right? Or no, it's in the brain.
You see as the swirling mass shifts to an inky, or not an inky, to a vibrant almost fluorescent green as it turns into damage and splatters on this creature, doing a bit of damage to it. It bounces and begins to swirl again, coalescing in a strange chaotic shift of elemental magic as it turns into
Cold damage.
cold damage. And how many points?
9.
9.
It
You roll
turns
d6 on top of that.
Oh. So roll d6.
So just roll.
Not the one that I rolled before.
no,
Just
it's
roll
another one.
1d6, and so it'll be 9 plus
2.
11 points.
So 11 points of damage you see as it turns into a frosty giant snowball crashing down on it, doing, you would expect 11 points of damage, but similar to the fire, it seems to shrug off a bit of this, doing 5 points of
For
damage.
cold?
Yeah. It's resistant to cold and fire.
I believe it. Oh, because it's water.
Yeah. It's not resistant to fire.
Roll
To psychic.
Dustin.
Oh dear. Good luck, Connor. I wish I could do something.
Lorgoth stumbles forward, its wounds ever present on its body, but it does not relent. As it moves closer towards Kana, it's going to attempt to make 2 slam attacks against you. The first one is 11 to hit.
Nope.
Oh wait. 14 to hit was the first one.
Nope.
Okay. And then this one is 16 to hit.
That hits.
No, you have cloak protection.
Have
She
I-
didn't attune
Oh,
I haven't
yeah.
attuned to it yet.
Womp womp.
It's on me, but I haven't attuned to
Very,
it.
very well. Better get
The
shooting.
one of its slams comes down immediately next to you. You're able to dodge out of the way. Unfortunately, you dodge directly into the line of the second fist as it comes down around you, doing a total of 12 points of bludgeoning damage to you.
Okay.
Or, nope, sorry, I lied. 16 points of bludgeoning damage. I have to remember to add the modifier. I'm really bad about that.
Yeah.
Don't remember it. Don't remember it.
Don't remember it? Yeah. 16 points
Terrible.
of bludgeoning damage.
Cool.
And that is the end of its turn. Clayton.
Does it seem like it could speak a language if it wanted to?
You seem to think that it might understand something as the cult. Well, you don't know whether the cultists woke it up or whether you woke it up by attacking it. But it hasn't said anything to you. It doesn't seem like it has a mouth that it would
So
be
it doesn't
able
really
to.
speak it.
Yeah. I would say you could probably look at it and see it's not going to speak language.
Well, I'm not sure what more I can do. And we said that we don't. Can it fall prone?
You don't know.
Hard.
I will then.
We got 6 left.
Yeah, that's tons. That's tons.
Yeah, I mean,
Firebolt!
It's resistant to fire. I guess you
Always
have
gone.
you literally can't do anything else.
Damn.
At a level 2 wizard.
21.
Nice.
That
utility stuff.
That
and
hits.
so-
Right, which is awesome.
Yeah.
It'll come in handy.
Yeah.
You're just,
Which is my thing, right?
Don't worry.
4 fire damage, so 2. I'll do the math for you.
Thank
2
you. Oh,
fire
thank you.
damage.
That was really difficult for me.
Yeah, wow.
The fire seems to extinguish.
Back me up, like 20
The moment it hits, the moisture in this creature seems to extinguish the bolt of fire that you hurl at it, but it does seem to do a little bit of damage to it. Sarnax, is your turn.
Dexterity saving throw. Sacred Flame. You will be purged in hellfire.
19.
19 passes. Nothing happens to it.
Connor, it's your turn.
Poor Sarnax, man.
I'm glad I
Level 1,
Shepard.
level 2, man.
What would you guys do without us? Me and Connor, man.
Holy fuck.
That's the point of marshals, right?
I'm gonna
You guys
use a
are-
bonus action to chug a
Seriously.
healing potion.
You do
The
that.
last one of I have, which is 4 plus 2, right?
Yeah.
That's 6 healing. And then I will make another attack on it. Let me do the heals first real quick. 6 healing. Alright, I think this one will finally hit with a 20.
Yeah.
That hits.
Get him.
6 points of slashing.
Your glaive strikes true as you slice it up through the foliage of this creature, severing tendrils of plant matter. Realizing that there was some rotting corpse deep within it, as your glaive pierces through it, the hole opens up and you see bits of intestines, rotting, blackened intestines begin to spill out at your feet from whatever was inside of this creature. But it does a significant amount of damage.
I'm gonna burn my action surge and take
Hell
the dodge
yeah.
action as I am barring
Nice,
it
that's
from
perfect.
going any further
Okay.
past me if I can help it.
You do that.
Here we go, it's my turn.
I grew some.
I
Thank you
grew
for the
some.
follow-up.
Thank you for the family. Or welcome to the family.
Oh, hello!
I hope it was because of my gruesome discovery or my gruesome description that
Oh,
you
yeah.
decided to.
It was very,
It was.
it was very gruesome.
Yeah, I'm so glad.
So gruesome. Oh,
Okay.
bro.
Shepard.
I'm gonna take 2 shots and I'm gonna hit double 20s right here. Okay, well I hit double 16s.
1 in 400 chance.
Wow.
Oh, I did double 4s now. I'm doing double 16s.
You might as well be the same thing.
they'll both
That's
hit.
pretty
They
good.
do both hit.
I'm gonna let him have it here. That's gonna be 8 plus 9 is 17. 27 points of damage.
Fuck yeah, man.
Yeah.
You take redemption and you take judgment and you step forward. The sound of your boots, even in this strange murky water, you can still hear the clack of the steel toes against the stone beneath the water. How do you want to do this?
So watching Kana just be an absolute hero and be like, I'm gonna not let this thing pass. I'm gonna fire off redemption, and then as I step forward, I will say, "There will be no redemption for you today. Only judgment." And then fire off a final shot to send his maker.
As you fire off judgment, it swirls through the air. It's almost as if time slows down. All of you see the swirling magic of his weapon as it pierces into the form of this creature. It explodes within it. The entire thing begins to fall over as it explodes around you. Flesh and bits of plant everywhere, all over the place. But for some reason, the wind rushes past you from the explosion of this this bullet, for the sake of it, exploding within it. It seems to miss you as the wind blows your hair back. You and holster your weapons.
Damn.
However, it is at this moment the room around you begins to quake, and you hear the cultist chanting, "The end comes, death be praised. And they begin to chant this over and over again. The ground below you begins to shake. The water you can see as it moves and undulates beneath your feet. The walls around you, you see bits of clay and dirt begin to fall around. It feels like the dungeon itself is about to collapse around you.
Time to go.
And I need you guys to roll for initiative.
It is end for you.
What? Yeah.
Fucking booking it, man.
13.
I got a natural 1, so that's a 6 for me.
20 to 25.
Nah, it's just initiative. It'll be fine.
20 to 25.
Well, maybe it won't.
No.
Nobody?
Yeah.
Nobody.
15 to 20?
17.
Oh shit, sorry, Mama.
Got it, no worries.
I keep doing that stuff to you. 5 to 10?
Yeah, I got
10 to 15.
I got
13.
6.
Oh, 13.
10.
So 13, 10.
9 for Sarnax.
Sas is gonna be last.
Thank you for the follow, Jeremy.
Shepard.
1980.
And...
1980.
No, where did it go?
That was
a
on
great
the
year.
left
Oh, it's
floor.
gone.
Still a great year.
I assume it was great.
Death House.
80 was a big year.
Okay.
Sorry, what?
The house around you begins to shake and move, and you feel as the walls begin to crumble. And what are you guys gonna do?
We're gonna run through the portcullis, up and around, and through the trap door, up into the hunting lodge, and get the fuck out.
You run, you speed as quickly as you can, dodging falling pillars and rocks as they begin to cave down around you. You were limber, you were capable. I need you all to roll dexterity saving throws, please, as a group.
Dex, you say?
Dex.
Oh, wait, I'm not Andrews.
Dex, you say?
I would like to use a twist of fate. I got a natural 1.
I got a 2. Should I use one?
It's on the map in front of you, please.
I got an 11.
My
Like,
God.
total.
Use it.
I'll use a Twist of Fate as well. So what is that, 3 Twist of
Should
Fates?
we...
Yeah.
Are we out?
Should we
Oh, so
loopy
good.
doop this?
If we use one more, we'll have 3 left.
Yeah, use them.
Yeah,
Fuck it.
I'm good on that.
17.
Oh, much better. 19.
I have an 18.
18.
Dex saving throw.
11.
You are all able to move with swiftness, the chanting reverberating incredibly loud around you. The end comes, death be praised. Over and over and over again as the walls shake, but you miss every falling rock, every falling pillar, as everything's shaking. You're climbing up the ladder towards the hunter's den, and you feel the wood crack beneath you, but you reach down and help each other up, and you spill out into the room around you. The fire begins to roar and billow up, spilling smoke into this room. You feel like you're choking as the room itself fills with smoke. What are you gonna do?
I'm gonna use a bonus action to cast Expeditious Retreat for my vestige,
You do that.
vestige armor, and I'm gonna dash around and try to shove people as quickly as possible out the front entrance.
You are in the hunter's den right now.
Oh, Hunter's Den.
You were in the hunter's den, and as you look around, you're choking on the smoke that's billowing out of this roaring fire. You look to the windows, and you see that where once windows covered by those thick curtains are now bricked up, bricked up openings. No exit through the windows. You turn your attention to the door. Where a door once stood is now a swinging scythe, swinging back and forth, barring your way.
Oh, shit.
To the front door!
Fuck.
But we have to go through the scythe, right? I'm literally just gonna try to tuck and roll through it.
I need you to roll. Kana, what are you gonna do?
Yeah, sorry. Go
Initiative.
ahead.
I'm gonna see if I can quickly stop the scythe and with the momentum while it's swinging back. See if I can lodge it either with my glaive and see if I can help people through.
You go ahead and make an acrobatics.
Okay.
An acrobatics check.
Absolute hero.
Ooh.
Twist.
Twist.
Yeah, come on, use them up.
Twist.
God, this is getting. We're cutting it close.
Twist.
What they're there for.
God damn it. 9.
One more?
You attempt to do this, and it is moving too fast. You know that should you be able to block this, it would break your weapon in two. Your best bet is going to be to try and quickly roll through when the blade is at its highest point.
Does it look like it's breakable?
Victoria, it is your turn.
Oh.
It doesn't look like it is breakable. What do you want to do?
So seeing that it's shit.
I can't hold it back.
And a fireball would not.
We have to run. Just run through.
Do I get the sense that fireball would like hold it back or melt it or do anything?
You don't get the sense that it would do anything.
So I'm just fucked.
We should all just run through and time it the best we can.
The house shakes and creaks around you. The floorboards overhead and beneath you groaning with every bit of
action,
movement.
but just run through.
I need you to make a dexterity or an acrobatics check, please.
Fuck.
Not a dex saving throw?
I feel
No,
like a
it's
real
an acrobatics
dick.
check.
Oh boy.
I feel like a real dick.
That's alright. I'll take
What'd you tell me to do? Dex?
Yeah, it's an acrobatics.
10.
You look at Kana attempting to hold this open for you, and you see as the blade swings, and you believe that you've timed it. If she holds that up for you, you should make it through. You attempt to slide through, but she cannot hold it in place. As the blade swings down, slicing at your flesh, your arm is ripped open by the pristine slice of this blade as you take 17 points of slashing damage, but you do manage to tumble through the door. The blade continues to swing. Clayton, it is your turn. What do you want to do?
Yeah.
We have the flask of alchemist fire. I don't know if that can do anything.
No, I
17
can't.
points.
Professor, there's no time. We gotta go.
I will immediately sprint through the. I will
Roll an acrobatics check.
$17.
You watch as Victoria, the gash in her arm bleeding profusely, and you look, your innate sense of understanding the way things work, you see the way it swings, and you realize she ran just a second too soon. You don't wait until it begins its ascent. You instead wait to move as it is descending. And as you run forward, you roll through, and you are able to make your way through without taking any damage.
We have inspiration.
I have Strength of the Grave. When damage that isn't radiant from a critical hit reduces you to 0 HP, which this would have.
Yeah, do it.
So you can make a charisma saving throw DC 5 plus the damage taken. On a success, you instead drop to 1 HP.
But that's a critical hit, right?
No, anything.
It's a hit
When
that kills you.
isn't radiant or from.
That takes you to 0.
Okay, I understand.
So
Okay.
it's 5 plus the
Yes,
damage
you may do
taken.
that.
So the DC is 23? 22? Took 17.
You can make a charisma saving throw. DC 5 plus the damage taken.
Yes, so you'd have to hit 22.
Let's do this.
I mean, yeah, you gotta use
You
it.
have inspiration.
Yeah, so take a roll.
Oh yeah, use the yeah.
See what happens.
See what
and then
happens.
inspiration it.
Inspiration.
8.
So then use your inspiration.
Use your
roll.
inspiration.
Yep.
See what you get. You gotta hit like 20. You gotta hit like 18.
There we go. 14 plus
5 is not enough.
19.
Close.
That's close.
5. 19.
That was very close. But it is not enough. So you fall unconscious. You see as she stumbles forward, you roll through, she's clutching her arm. She looks at you for a second as she's going to speak, and then you see as her eyes roll back. She looks down at the side of the blood. She blinks as all the blood rushes to her face. Her eyes roll back, and she falls unconscious on the floor at your feet.
So I'm 0 HP, right?
Yes.
Yes. Sarnax.
I am going to go through and Shepard, you are more dexterous than I am. Can I count on you to administer a healing potion?
Absolutely, Sarnax. Get going.
I'm gonna say, Garrix, give me strength, give me speed, and I'm going to cast guidance on myself and run through.
All right, I need an acrobatics check.
Don't forget inspiration.
Fuck.
I haven't used mine yet.
How many twists are left?
A couple.
You have your inspiration, right?
No, I used it.
Oh, we have 2 left.
Use one.
Use it 100%.
Take one out.
It's
gonna be good enough.
Acrobatics, 16, 19.
Yeah, that's good.
Nice. Yeah, easy.
You once again you lower yourself to the ground, and almost in a strange crawling motion, you see as he skitters across the floor and whips himself around the blade. You do not take any damage from it.
Attaboy.
Fucking lizard.
Shepard.
I'm just gonna run and dive through, trying to time the best I can. And my goal is, if I make it to the other side, I want to use my bonus action to rapid quaff a potion to Victoria.
Rapid quaffing is only for yourself.
Just kidding.
It's an action to give it to someone
Or if you
else.
have cure wounds.
I'm out of spell slots.
Oh.
And healing word is the bonus action. Cure wounds is
Okay,
spell.
so I'm just gonna try to make it through.
Yes,
To
it's
start.
it's acrobatics.
You can
check.
use your action
Appreciate
to...
it, though.
He has to use his action to get through.
I'm gonna use my inspiration.
You got this. You got this.
It's a 12.
Use it.
I got plenty of hit points.
You look at Sarnax as he skitters beneath the blade. You look to Kana with a tip of your hat, a howdy ma'am from your lips, or something that you would say in Yoda. You attempt to slide. You attempt to slide between the blade, and you make it to the other side. You look around. You did it. As you look down and you see the blood pooling around your abdomen, a slice across your side, the adrenaline pumping through you, you did not feel as the sharp blade slid into your flesh, and you take 9 points of damage.
Nothing. I'm golden, baby. And I'm gonna rush over to Miss Isaacs, even though that was my action. I'll end my turn attempting to,
The house begins to shake and undulate. Kana, you are still in this room, the fire billowing ever faster. You begin to start choking on the flames here. I need you to make a constitution, actually need all of you to make a constitution saving throw. As the smoke in all of these rooms, not including you will take one failed death save.
Oh,
because you cannot prevent against this. I need you all to make the
20.
Constitution saving throw.
20.
I got a 6.
Trying to decide if I should use an inspiration for an 11.
I am out.
I'm gonna just use an 11.
For the smoke,
You got a 12.
I got a 25.
You
I
got
got
a
6.
6. You got a failed death save. You got an 11. You are able to shrug off the smoke as it tries to make its way down into your lungs. The violent shaking of the house, the roaring of the fire getting louder and hotter and heavier. Shepard, you, however, are not able to shake off as the encroaching smoke as you begin to cough and retch against it. It is pouring down into your lungs. You are going to take 1 poison damage.
Never better.
And that ends the house's turn. Kana, you're still in the hunter's den. What are you going to do?
Seeing that everyone has made it through successfully, I'm gonna try and pad myself a little bit more just in case I get sliced up, and just use my bedroll that's in my pack and wrap it around myself and try to dart through.
Roll a acrobatics check.
Ooh, I'll use my inspiration.
Inspiration.
There we go.
There we go. There we go.
Acrobatics? 23.
You wrap the bedroll around yourself, holding it close, breathing into it, helping to diffuse some of the smoke that's billowing around you as you quickly watch the blade whip through, slice through the air. The smoke in here so thick you can see the blade slicing through the smoke, where it clears a path for just a second before it fills the area again. You roll underneath it and you take no damage. All of you are now in this room together. Victoria, I need you to make another death saving. I need you to make a death saving throw.
Yeah, you have 19 numbers to choose from. Don't choose one.
Fuck you guys.
We have twists.
We have 1 twist left.
Fuck you guys. Jinx me, assholes. There we go.
Oh,
It's a
thank
pass.
What is it?
Pass.
17.
Oh, you're good. Never better.
1 fail, 1 pass. Clayton, it is your turn.
I will pop a health potion out and shove it in their mouth.
All right, Sarnax.
May you give me one?
I'm gonna sprint for the door.
Looking at the door once again, where this door was,
Get her body.
a swinging scythe is in place of the door. You look past it and you see the same thing at the entrance. You have 2 more of these to get through.
what
But
does that do for me?
You healed 8.
the light of the early morning sun cresting over, you can see it's just out of reach. 2 more sides barring your path.
Wait. So the front door is two
Every
more sides.
single door in this house has been turned into
But
swinging
this
sides.
is the main door, isn't it?
You have left the wolf's
We have
den.
to go
You
into
now
the-
found yourself in the main door.
Oh,
You
fuck.
then
I
have to
really
make
want
your
to
way
the house.
through the mahogany doors, which now have a sight into the foyer, and then out the front door into the portico.
wow.
So just 2 left?
2 left.
Oh, I'm golden. Shepard's never felt better, baby.
All right, Sarnax, make your acrobatics check.
I've never felt so helpless. Okay. Renee's not here to do her grave cleric things.
14. You attempt to do just as you had before. You crouch down and begin to skitter through, and the tip of your tail is sliced from your body as you take 15 points of slashing damage. You
down?
You
I'm
reach
down.
forward and you see the tip of your tail squirming and wiggling on the floor. You reach for it, and as you grab it and squeeze it, spurts of blood begin to pulse from it. Your eyes roll backwards, and you fall unconscious on the floor.
But he's like in between.
He is now in the entryway.
Alright, so we're all out here.
That's what we get for
Shepard.
blowing all the twists.
Chef's turn?
Mm-hmm.
Chef's like, Sarnax, no! As a bonus action, he's gonna pop a potion, and then he's gonna fucking go for it.
All right, an acrobatics check.
I'm gonna need those hit points first. That's 7. Okay, I'm golden, baby. Never felt better. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Sarnax, I'm coming for you, buddy! This is acrobatics?
Yes.
It's a 14.
You roll your way through. You're distracted by seeing a friend fallen behind you, another in front of you. You attempt to roll your way through, and once again, you believe that you've made it. But as you look down on the opposite side, now bleeding from 2 sides of your body, you are going to take
Oh, god damn it!
10 points of slashing damage.
Alright, I'm good. Sarnax, are you alright?
The house once again begins to shake and undulate between you. Both of you will take a failed death save.
Oh god.
Well,
That puts you at 2.
I'm back.
She went up to 8.
I'm back
Oh,
to
you
8.
healed her. Never mind.
The health portion.
Then I need, you will take a failed death save. I need the rest of you to make a Constitution saving throw. As smoke begins to billow. Actually, no, I am wrong. The 2 of you do not. Sarnax, you don't take that failed save. There is no fireplace in the room with you.
Oh, thank God.
And so the 2 of you are fine. The 3 of you, I need to
Oh
make
my
that
God,
save.
thank you,
18.
Jesus.
15.
22.
What did you get, Kana?
18.
With your hands over your mouth, you're coughing and sputtering, but you are not inhaling the deep gulps of smoke as they billow up into the room. Your eyes sting with the painful tinge of the smoke. The sides swinging back and forth in the doorways. For some of you, still 2 left. For one of you, darkness. The other, the outside is so close you can smell and feel the cold morning
Shepherd's
air.
throw.
Kana, it is your turn. What are you going to do?
Do I feel like the slit where the blade is coming out of is wide enough for me to shove like a short sword through it to lodge it?
It looks like a short sword would simply go in and then fall out with the movement of this. It's going so fast.
Do I see anything around me that would be large enough that I could lodge in there to try to stop it?
Roll an investigation check.
Don't waste time. We need to get through.
21.
You looking around, you're scanning this room as quickly as you can, but it is filled to the brim with smoke. And you think back to what you saw when you came in here, and this area of the room was fairly scarce, and there is nothing that looks like it would hold that blade at bay.
There's no like logs of wood in the fireplace or anything like that?
The fireplace is roaring, they're crackling and brittle.
Okay.
There is nothing in here that would stop it.
Does anyone have an extra health potion?
I've used all of mine at this point.
We have 1 Twist of Fate left?
1.
I have the one.
Kana, what are you
I
gonna
don't
do?
think I drank
You have
them.
2.
I have 2?
You just gotta run through.
I'll just run through.
You haven't used any, have you?
All right, acrobatics.
Why don't I have two?
21.
You need a single.
You look around and realize that attempts to stop these blades are futile, and you are going to have to rely on the dexterity of your body. Even though chaos reigns around you, you begin to channel and focus your mind in the ways that you were taught to do so, and it almost seems as if the blade itself slows down as you watch the way that it moves, this beautiful, deadly dance in front of you. You quickly move to the side and you spin as if you're going to go through just as the blade would hit, but you know better as you spin the other way, dancing beneath these blades, as if carried by the wind itself, and you make your way through completely unscathed.
Can I run up to Sarnax and try to medicine check him to try to stabilize him, or would that be like?
That would be an action.
Okay.
Yeah, to stabilize would be an action.
I just try to lift him up and shove him towards the next one.
The severed end of his tail held in his hand. Victoria.
I don't know if this is helpful.
Give me one of your potions, please! Before you go!
I'll toss.
Get through! Just run!
I was gonna...
What can you do?
I can cast mage armor. You don't have armor, but I think you're already higher than it would be.
He's also
anyway.
unconscious.
Yeah,
It's not an
it's
AC
only
thing.
on you.
It's
Yeah.
This isn't like an A. It's just.
Do you have anything to boost saving?
You can fucking
saving
make your
throws?
tail back.
And not from far away.
You gotta make it through into this room.
You just gotta go.
We gotta go!
Wait, so who made it through?
I'm gonna run.
Yeah, you don't have a choice.
All right, acrobatics.
You got this.
Fuck. Oops. Oh, there you go. 15,
You might actually be
17.
good. Holy shit.
That's good.
You clutch onto your prayer beads of Ilmater, and you say a quick prayer. You close your eyes
sad.
and you pray for the guidance from your deity to lead you through. And with blind faith, you walk beneath the blades, taking no damage.
Yes. Good
Sarnax's
job.
turn, baby.
Good
Come
job.
Fucking
You got
hating
that.
myself.
Oh no, it's Clayton.
Oh shit, I'm
Hating
sorry, I'm sorry.
Time it and then run and...
Oh boy, no, you're good. You gotta be good.
Dex?
Yeah.
Acrobatics.
It's
Acrobatics.
an acrobatics.
13.
13. You look at the swinging of the blade, and once again you believe that you've timed it just the way you needed to. You rush through, but you didn't account for your right hand, as two of the fingers on your hand are severed flesh. They fall to the ground. Blood begins to spurt out as you take
Jesus fucking Christ.
12 points of damage.
He's alive!
Oh my god.
It's okay.
Mikey's like, I know, in this game, no, I like body horror. Mickey's like, you lose 2 fucking fingers! Jesus fucking Christ. I fucking hate
Where's my swatch? Let's see my handkerchief.
Sarnax, I need you to make a death saving throw for me, please.
A 2, I failed.
Thank God it wasn't a 1. Shepard. No, yeah, you did.
Alright,
Shepard, it's your turn.
as I see Clayton coming through losing fingers, I shout out, Professor, get the ladies and go! And I shove a potion down Sarnax's throat.
You do this, and that is your action. The house once again undulates
Get back
and
on your
moves
shit,
around
buddy,
you.
come on!
The blade in front of you, one blade in front of all of you, is holding you away from the cool night air. You can feel the breeze warming your heated flesh as the smoke undulates and billows at the back of you. Your skin is warm. You feel feverish. Some of you are missing bits and pieces of you. You're heaving. You feel on the verge of retching, and there is one blade in front of you as you see the house shake some more and the blade begins to move faster and faster. Kana, it is your turn.
I'm gonna go through.
Go, Connor, you can do this!
Oh, Jesus.
We have one twist of fate left. How much hit points do you have?
I have 12.
You might be okay.
10.
God, I hate this song. Why are you doing that? You immediately see Sarnax begin to choke up blood, still clutching the severed piece of his tail in his hand. You look, but you see that the way the blade is moving faster, you lurch forward and dive through. As you do, you feel the blast of cold air hit your skin, and you intake breath as you look behind you and you see a huge chunk of flesh rended from the side of your forearm. You are going to take 10 points of damage. And you are safely outside. You can see the smoke billowing. Every single window in the house from this vantage point you can see is bricked up. The decay and moss creeping ever deeper into this house. It looks far more decrepit, far older, far more imposing. As you look at it from this vantage, the entire thing is moving and undulating in the trees. Smoke billowing out of it. Your friends inside looking horrified. Victoria, it is your turn.
Until my round, can I look around and see if there's anything outside I could wedge into the last one that's on the inside of the house?
When we get back to your turn, we will talk about it.
I don't want to play.
Victoria, there's no time. Get moving. Victoria, don't hesitate. Go.
We have one twist left. We have one
I'm just
twist.
like in total fucking fear. I'm going to just around myself, bolster myself with necromantic facsimile of life, and 1d4 plus 4 temporary hit points.
So roll the d4.
Life.
Nice.
Yeah, fucking pyramids.
You feckin' pyramid.
Literally can't pick them up with my big fingers.
Next!
Every hit point is going to count here, ladies and
temporary hit
That's
points.
really good.
I'm bolstering myself with 8 points of shovel of goo,
life.
and then I'm just gonna run.
I need you to roll an acrobatics check.
You got this.
Come on, babe.
I hate this!
It's okay. It's
It's
okay.
the last one.
13.
That's pretty good.
You got this shit.
2, so 15.
Oh.
That's it? That's good?
You bolster yourself with this false life. You see as this strange purple necromantic energy begins to swirl around Victoria. Once again, she clutches her prayer beads to Ilmater. She extends her hand before her and she walks through the blades, eyes closed, unscathed.
Oh shit!
That's the DC.
Here you go.
15 is the DC.
Yeah.
Professor, are you all right?
No!
So she's through.
No! But we need to live!
Sorry.
Come on, we just get out of there!
There's no time to hesitate. Follow Victoria. Go!
I hate this.
I want to uncork the helmet and stick it in my teeth, but like not drink it. And try to like hopefully if I get knocked unconscious and
Like
like
cyanide.
Why wouldn't you just drink it?
because it's not gonna save me.
No, give it to. Oh, I'm alive.
You're alive. You're caught. I'm holding you in my arms. I'm holding you in my arms.
Give it to Morgan.
It's okay, Sonax. Don't Morgan. Don't speak, Sonax.
No, if they're too through, I'd rather have it on my person.
Gallows humor.
At the very least.
I just look at him and I say, Clayton, go!
And I run.
Roll an acrobatics check.
Fucking 18.
You hold on to your severed fingers. They're in your left hand as you're holding down onto your right, and the pulsing of the blood rushing to the area.
Before I do that, can I take off my hat? Godspeed, I want to throw it through the glass.
You throw it through the glaive. It sails through easily, and you quickly move through. And the blood rushing to your fingers, pounding in your head. You feel everything slow down, the panic and the adrenaline finally getting to you, but you are able to make it through unscathed.
Oh
Without
my
drinking it, I keep that on now, can I cork it? I'm ready for you, whatever happens.
Sarnax.
Holding Sarnax, I'm like, alright, buddy.
Are we all through?
No, the three of you are.
Don't worry about the tail. We'll reattach that bit, but you gotta get up on your feet and get going.
The professor's through though, right?
Yeah.
I'm through.
I'm gonna cast mending on his fingers.
I'm not sure it works that
At
way.
the next round, we'll get to different actions. Yeah.
Come on,
Single
Sarnax.
action.
You can do it, buddy. I believe in you.
Garrix, I am counting on you. to guide me through this house of evil and see me through to your light. And I'm going to cast guidance on myself and walk through.
With hopefully
Acrobatics.
urgency.
That is a 17 plus.
Fucking
11.
man! Shrek and Ducky! It's literally
Holding your lantern out, you channel your divine connection with Garrix as radiant fire begins to swirl around you, and you charge forward, resolve in your heart. You will not be slain this day as you walk through this blade unscathed. Shepherd.
Okay, I see my scaly buddy make it through. I steel myself and I say,
Shep.
alright, Doc. I told you I'd see you again. And I make one last dive through the old doorway here.
Twist!
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 Here's the twist!
This is the last
It's
one.
the last fucking twist.
Come on, y'all! Kiss it. There you go.
Yes!
21.
Yes! Thank you, Jack.
Yes!
Literally the last one.
Thank you.
You look out to the early morning, the sun rising up, and you think, I will see you again. As you move forward, you hold your hat to your chest and you roll through the blade. Your eyes tight as you wait to feel that same slice pierce through your body, but it never comes. The morning air begins to swirl around you. The house.
Fuck you, Nikki.
The house quiets. The smoke no longer billowing. Sarnax, you look down at the bloody stump of your tail and you see it's not missing the tip. It's there. Clayton, you're holding on your fingers. It's throbbing viciously. But as you unfurl them, you see that they are firmly attached. The house quiet behind you. The sun slowly cresting over the peaks of the mountains in the distance. You begin to hear the sounds of animals awaking in the early morning air. It is at this point that you hear the fluttering sound of wings. And slowly at your feet, a large letter is dropped to you.
I'm assuming to Clayton.
It's just dropped at the feet. You look up and you see a black bird, brilliant feathers shining in the pale morning light. And what you read is...
Sure, read it.
Hail to thee of might and valor. I, a lowly servant of Barovia, send honor to thee. We plead for thy so desperately needed assistance. The love of my life, Irina Kolyana, has been afflicted by an evil so deadly that even the good people of our village cannot protect her. She languishes from her wound, and I would have her saved from this menace. There is much wealth in this community. I offer all that might be to thee and thy fellow, if thou shalt but answer my desperate plea. Come quickly, for her time is at hand. All that I have shall be thine. Kolyan Indirovich, Bergomast. And that is where we'll end the session.
Fuck.
Wow.
Holy shit! Did it! What's he saying? One fucking time?
You guys didn't die in Death House.
Holy shit.
To be fair, we had fucking 15
I want to know.
Seriously?
Wait, is that actually
What are the
Willingham?
odds?
Huh?
Is that Willing?
Is that Travis Willingham?
Oh, hey!
Travis?
It's great to see you! We love you! You wanna come play Curse of Strahd?
Sorry,
I'm like fucking crying.
You've just been through a lot.
Oh my god!
So we
Well,
made
it's
it
great
through.
to see you in chat. Thank you for hanging out with us.
In.
That's so freaking
Holy
cool.
shit!
Oh,
Nick,
wow.
Oh my god!
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Good God.
And as the session is ending, Sarnax turned with his lantern, and his hand glowed with fire and said, I'm going to burn these ruins to the fucking ground.
You guys did not die in Death House,
didn't.
and it is honestly 100% to you guys in chat. Thank you so much
Yes.
for all of the
Seriously,
bits.
All of
guys.
these inspirations.
Oh my god.
You-
My heart is like going a million miles a minute right
Oh
now.
my gosh.
So we are
Thank
going to be
you.
doing Avantris and Chill after this. That is one of our sub perks. So if you,
Chill right now.
we're gonna have to figure out a way to chill.
Burn it down. Agreed.
Burn it down. So,
I
burn it.
concur. Absolutely.
Is anyone else hands shaking? I'm like tingling.
I have the nervous peas right now. I need to, and this happened like 4 hours ago too.
Avantris and anxiety is what we're gonna call it today.
Avantris and Xanax. That's what we need.
Yeah,
right now.
I'm gonna pop a few Zannies and listen to fucking Barovia.
You should change.
Legends of Zannies.
You should change your name to Strahdanya.
Yeah.
Legends of Xanax. Legends of Xanax. There's a fun there.
We will find it. We will find it and we will claim it. But I think we'll hang out for a little bit while everyone calms down.
Announcements.
Yes,
Oh,
we do
yeah,
have some announcements.
Yes.
So this was our very first module that we've ever run here in Legends of Avantris, so that was kind of crazy. I've never DM'd one before, but it was so much fun. I'm a homebrew kind of gal. And I
just like big round of applause.
Big round of applause.
That's our first module. So good. So happy and so proud of
We've
you.
been playing since
We've been
2:30.
playing for 10 hours.
10 hours.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Oh my
But
God.
it feels like 4.
Exactly.
It feels like
Literally
4.
exactly.
10 hours.
We've been
Exactly.
committed.
yeah.
I can't believe it.
So
announcements.
yeah, I normally DM a homebrew campaign that's entirely set in the Feywild, and that is my crutch to be able to be like, it's the Feywild, so I can do whatever I want. I did not have that here, and so it was nerve-wracking, but it was so much fun, and I'm glad that we're going on this adventure. This was kind of our little pilot episode. We're actually going to be running Curse of Strahd every weekend, once a week, on a weekend starting in August, and we're going to try and fit into 13 sessions, but I don't think that's going to happen.
And around Halloween.
It was me.
1, 2, 3.
I'm gonna be so sick of Dracula voices.
No one's ever
Months
sick
and
of
months
Dracula
away.
voices,
We're just
but
gonna hate it.
we'll be back on Tuesday. We're doing a wacky zany one shot DM'd by Derek. Back on Wednesday for Mikey DMing Prime, and then we'll be back at this table every single one of us on Saturday at 2 p.m. Eastern for
Beneath Dark Wings?
our monthly campaign Beneath Dark Wings.
Yes, come
it's a
hang
lot
out
of blast.
Saturday, guys. It's the full crew, all 7 of us.
Yep.
It's a great time. We just killed Moloch, and then summoned...
Just killed Moloch.
Baphomet.
Summoned Baphomet.
Oh, yeah.
Don't you hate when it happens?
Don't you hate when there's a literal demon lord stampeding across the country?
We do more wacky accents. And this
we
is
do a lot of accent
another
work, so-
another 10 to 12 hour session just like this
it'll
one.
be a long
So
one.
we're going to be here all day next Saturday. So please come join us. We would love to have you.
And on Wednesday is our campaign that we've been running as a group for 3.5 years.
3.5 years.
We've been playing since 2015. We just finished our 3rd arc, so half of the story's over. We've just begun another arc, and a bunch
Really
of
take our time.
crazy shit's gonna happen.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I don't think we're gonna finish Strahd in 13 sessions. That's my guess.
Yeah.
Knowing
That might be a
us,
lot.
but
We do our
we'll
part.
see what happens.
We have to set goals.
My face is literally tingling. I think it's out of the stroke.
I smell burning
your face
toast
drooping?
somewhere.
Yeah. There's toast.
The yellow
There's no
dog has
toast.
yellow fleas. The yellow dog has yellow fleas. I think I'm fine.
Can I just give a huge shout out to Nikki for these prompt
Seriously.
Anybody who wasn't here in the beginning,
of
she like
flying landy.
we got like
Hold
you
on,
can't
my
even see the
favorite.
table.
It has
We have
gold
like
foiling
flickering
on it.
candlelight. We have
These are-
scrolls
yes.
with like intricate
Look at this
scroll
shit.
work on it.
These are spell scrolls.
We have,
Look
like-
at this printed spell scrolls.
Gates of
Gates of
Barovia.
Barovia, fully made.
Okay, look,
painted.
you don't
Hold
have
on.
to. You don't have to share that I
need
have
to
no
find
life
that-
outside of
We're going
that.
to talk about this in Avantris and Chill.
Nikki, you just shut right up.
I will shut right up.
You just shut right up because she just like
Take
treats us.
Death House
Way better than we
is
deserve.
over there
This is
somewhere,
good,
I
man.
believe.
This is
There was a
Yeah, it's on my
crumpled
sewing machine.
letter.
Yeah, like what the fuck, man? It smells like it was burnt and crumpled,
I
and
gotta
because it
say,
was.
I think part of why we'll talk about this more, but part of why this was so intense is the immersion in this fucking session.
It's another
Oh
one.
yeah, we forgot. Death House has been removed at like. Here, I'll do it up here.
Yeah, she literally made the
This
best
is the
house.
beginning. Like,
So that's our 3D model.
Just to
of
let
it.
us see what it looked like before we
Yeah.
walked in.
and the costumes.
And for
also,
no other
like,
reason.
Yeah, well, until it collapsed upon us.
I have 4 health and 10 fingers. I'm very glad about that.
Well,
That literally could have been a TPK. It was
Yeah.
so
If
close.
it was so again, we have a lot to talk about in Adventures.
Oh, we
If
do.
it hadn't been
For
for
sure.
this fate, we all would have died. 100%.
Yeah.
So what is the Adventures show?
Yeah, let's describe it. Let's describe it.
Somebody,
Yeah.
Go ahead.
every single session that we do, we turn off the stream and turn on the cameras so subs can enjoy. We talk about the session, we talk about whatever we want, a sub perk. So it's basically we just chat about the session and what we like, and it's for subs.
It's Avantris and Chill.
Avantris and Chill.
It's very solid.
Thank you so much for hanging out, guys. We're gonna find someone to raid. Thank you, Travis.
Thank
for
you,
hanging
Travis.
out.
You're amazing.
What an honor.
Yes,
What an honor.
we love every single one of you out there. You honestly kept them alive today, and
Yes.
that was amazing.
Yeah.
Nobody had to deal with permanent madness from dying in
Yeah.
Barovia.
Yes.
I think we were all
Yes.
collectively shitting our pants for our first module, and
Yeah.
like Mickey just.
You knocked it out of the park.
It was so much fun. So we are going to raid Quest and Chaos.
Quest and Chaos.
They're current. Did I spell that right?
Yep.
Yeah.
They're playing their session live from a convention. It's in San Francisco, I think.
Yes.
Show some love.
So pass on the love. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Travis.
Thank you again so much. Thank you.
Discord if you haven't. Thank you guys. Good night.
And if
Love
you're going to be
you.
at GexCon, we're going to be at GexCon.
Soon.
Yes. So it's at Dallas Expo Center, GexCon. We're going to be
Outside of
at
Washington, D.C., East Coast.
Yeah,
like
Chantilly, Virginia,
Dulles,
and we're going to be
Virginia.
tabletop
Near airport
guests
that
with
goes
Wise
to-
Papa Grant.
Yes.
So make sure you come.
Yeah.
It's our
hang on,
first
hang on,
time
hang on.
guesting as a group, so if you're on the East Coast, come to Dulles
Yes.
Expo Center and hang out.
So rating,
Yes.
Chaos. Love you guys. Spread the love.
Love you guys.
We love you. Spread the love of Quest and
See you
Chaos.
guys on Tuesday. Bye.
See you Tuesday.
We'll see you in Barovia.
Yeah, bless the owl bear.
Rock and roll.
Yes. Hootie cute.
Raid now. Hit the raid now.
Guys.
Bye.
Bye. Bye.